cultivators processed what they had just witnessed. A 40-year projection campaign failing in under 12 minutes against a silver core cultivator who had walked out of the second ring with nothing but prepared information. Shen Tian felt the room's recalibration happening. The people who had been reaching toward the projection's comfortable narrative were now doing the work of replacing it with something more difficult and more accurate. That work was not fast. It would not complete today, but it had begun. Zhu Ke said. The sovereign heard the whole thing. He listened through the amplification array. He had expected that. The array was a two-way instrument. Anything audible in the pavilion was audible at the array's transmission end. What is he thinking? I don't know his thoughts, she said. But I know the quality of his attention. He is not angry. He is revising. A being who revised rather than raged when confronted with the unexpected was more dangerous in the long term and more predictable in the short term. Shen Tian filed this in the part of his assessment that tracked the sovereign's decision-making patterns. The coalition discussion would take hours. He moved to the central ring to begin it, and already he could feel the competing interests arranging themselves, each party calculating what the morning's failure had changed and what it had not. And what had not changed was the sovereign's schedule, still running, still moving toward the solstice. The coalition meeting began, and every person in that room knew that what had just happened was either the most important 12 minutes of the past 40 years or the opening move of a much longer game. Chapter 62. The coalition formed with the practical efficiency of people who had just had a shared experience clarify their options. It was not a smooth process. Prince Xiaojun arrived at the coalition meeting with an imperial delegation that was significantly larger than the cultivator support contingent he had brought to the summit. He had, Shen Tian noted, anticipated the projection event's failure and prepared for a post-projection political opening. The preparation showed. The imperial position, the Ashen Sovereign, was a continental threat. The empire had resources and military capacity that the clans did not. Any coalition response required imperial coordination, which required, practically speaking, imperial leadership. Xiaojun made this argument with considerable skill. He was, Shen Tian had come to understand, genuinely excellent at strategic persuasion in a way that was separate from the sovereign's projection technique. Not a cultivation-enhanced emotional field, but simply the product of years spent in imperial politics, which had taught him to construct arguments that gave the listener the sense of being heard while arriving at the conclusion the speaker intended. The empire's resources are real, Shen Tian said, when the prince had finished his opening position. They were in a secondary council room. The 5 clan patriarchs, the imperial delegation, and Shen Tian's group arranged around a working table rather than the formal central floor. I'm not contesting that. The question is whether imperial coordination serves the coalition's goal or redirects it. Those goals align, Xiaojun said pleasantly. They overlap in some areas and diverge in others. Shen Tian set down the scroll he had been using as a reference. The Empire wants the Ashen Sovereign eliminated as a continental threat. I want the same thing. The Empire also wants the Crimson Furnace's capabilities assessed for military application. I have a different view on that question. The Empire wants to protect the continent, Xiaojun said. Military application is how we do that. The Crimson Furnace is not a weapon, Shen Tian said. Not with heat, as a statement of fact. It is a furnace. It refines. It forges. It strengthens existing structures. Using it as a military instrument against the sovereign's army specifically is a reasonable tactical application. Using it as a permanent military asset under imperial direction is a different thing. Xiaojun looked at him. The pleasant expression did not change, but something in the attention behind it became more focused. You're drawing a line. I'm being precise about what I will and will not agree to, Shen Tian said. Coalition against the sovereign, yes. Imperial authority over my cultivation path, no. The room held a working silence. Matriarch Huolian, who had been watching this exchange with the specific interest of someone cataloging what each party valued, said, there is a version of this arrangement where the Empire's military coordination serves the coalition without requiring authority over the furnace host's cultivation decisions. I have draft terms. She had been preparing for this conversation, Shen Tian recognized, possibly longer than anyone else in the room. Xiaojun's attention shifted to her. You're offering to broker. I'm offering to propose a workable structure, Huolian said. Brokering implies an interest in the arrangement that I'm happy to acknowledge. A strong coalition against the sovereign also keeps the clans from having to fight that war alone. She paused. I have been watching the sovereign's operations for longer than anyone in this room, except possibly Qinyu. I have a practical interest in him being stopped. Qinyu, from her corner of the room. The practical interest is mutual. The negotiation continued for 4 hours. Shen Tian watched it with the attention he gave technical problems, tracking the interests beneath the positions, the things each party actually needed versus the things they were claiming to need, the points where agreement was structurally possible if the framing shifted. Xiao Jun was very good at this kind of negotiation. He conceded the authority question on Shen Tian's cultivation decisions while extracting coordination terms that gave the empire de facto leadership of the military response. It was a technically sophisticated trade. Shen Tian let the military coordination terms stand. The empire's forces were real, their logistical capacity was significant, and the sovereign's army, whatever form it took when it fully manifested, would require military response on a scale he could not provide alone. What he would not give was the Crimson Furnace's long-term disposition. That question Xiao Jun tried to leave deliberately open-ended in the coalition agreement's language, and 3 separate times Shen Tian returned to the specific clause and asked for the ambiguity to be resolved. After the 3rd return, Xiao Jun studied him with an expression that was, for the first time in their interaction, something close to genuine frustration. You read contracts very carefully. I read things carefully in general, he said. It's a useful habit when dealing with well-resourced people whose interests are adjacent to but not identical with your own. A pause. Then the prince did something Shen Tian had not expected. He laughed, genuinely, and said, "Fine. The language gets resolved." He turned to his aide. Revise clause 7 and 9. Specific, not open-ended. The coalition document was signed at the 2nd watch hour of the night. 5 clan representatives, an imperial delegate, and Shen Tian representing the Shun Forge clan's legacy interests. The Shun Forge clan. He had not framed it that way before. But in the signing, Qin Yu had looked at the representative line and said, simply, 6 clans now. As it should have been. The coalition was real and fragile. It would hold as long as the external threat outweighed the internal interests. Shen Tian gave it 3 months of reliable cohesion, and then the competing agendas would begin reasserting themselves. 3 months was enough time to finish what needed finishing, and he left the council room with that calculation running in the background while the summit grounds began the work of operationalizing what had just been agreed. He walked back to the guest compound through the summit's late-night grounds and thought about the document they had signed. 5 clan signatures, an imperial delegate seal, and his own mark. Not the Crimson Furnace's seal, but the Shun Forge clan seal, applied from Gu Huan's legacy scrolls authentication piece. The first new entry in the 6 clan record since the Shun clan's destruction. Liang Mei was awake, which was also not a coincidence. The coalition document, she said. Not a question. Signed. He sat across from her at the low work table. Xiao Jun agreed to the clause revisions on the furnace disposition terms. He agreed easily? Not easily. He bargained down from 3 separate attempts to leave the language open-ended. He paused. He is skilled. He understood exactly what I was protecting and made 3 well-constructed arguments for why the protection was unnecessary. None of the arguments were wrong, technically. They were just addressing a different concern than the one I was protecting. You were protecting the long term, she said. He was thinking about the confrontation window. I was thinking about what comes after. He looked at the table. He'll adjust. He's already thinking about the post-coalition situation. He mentioned it in the final session. That means he's planning further ahead than the immediate threat. Is that reassuring or concerning? Both, he said honestly. A prince who thinks in post-crisis terms will be a useful coalition partner and a complicated long-term neighbor. He paused. The Shun clan's Forge network as a public resource complicates his plans for imperial expansion. He knows it. He agreed to the terms anyway because the confrontation takes priority. He'll revisit those terms after the confrontation. Yes, when that conversation happens, we'll need to have prepared for it. He paused. Not tonight. Tonight the coalition is real. That's sufficient for tonight. She nodded, accepting this. Sleep, she said, with the directness she used when the recommendation was not a suggestion. In a moment, he said, I'm going to check the Eastern Communication Network. The coalition's first operational reports should be coming in. Su Bai has forward units reaching the Eastern Territories to assess the sovereign's infrastructure. The first report arrived 40 minutes later. 3 refining centers in the Eastern Range showing the spiral survey pattern the sovereign had been using at Iron Basin. The contamination was not random. It was coordinated, and it was moving with the specific efficiency of something that had been planned for a long time. He forwarded the report to Duan Feng and Su Baihe and went to sleep with the Eastern Territories contamination map running in the background of his awareness. Not as anxiety, but as data that would shape tomorrow's planning. The coalition was real. The threat was real. 3 months, worked carefully, and the Eastern Territory's contamination reports arriving with each passing hour made clear that 3 months was a number that would shrink if the coalition did not move faster than the survey wave spreading across the continent toward its next target. And the next target, according to Sue Baya's overnight report already in the communication queue, was larger than Iron Basin. He read the report before sleep, and what it described was not just larger but structurally different, a target the survey wave had been building toward from the beginning. Chapter 63 Matriarch Huolian found him the next morning on the summit's southern terrace, which was not a coincidence. She arrived with 2 attendants, carefully chosen, he suspected, to read as social rather than protective. She wore the Hua clan's formal marking colors, but had arranged them in a style that read as individual preference rather than official representation. The presentation was precise. Everything about Huolian's presentation was precise. The Phoenix marrow you need for your sword cultivator's weapon repair, she said, after the initial pleasantries that both of them were aware served primarily as a calibration period. I have it. The offer I made in Forge Heart City remains open. You want me to examine the Vermilion Hearth, Shen Tian said. I want you to tell me what you find there. She sat across from him, arranging her robes with the unhurried exactness of someone who treated every gesture as potentially meaningful. The Hua clan's furnace has been showing anomalous behaviors for the past year. Our internal specialists cannot identify the cause. I believe you can. And what you find out about the Vermilion Hearth from my examination, that information stays with you. The furnace is Hua clan property, she said. Yes. He thought about it. The Phoenix marrow was real leverage. Yunfei's sword repair had been stalled for want of it, and the sword was a significant combat asset for the group. The examination of the Vermilion Hearth was something he had been planning to do eventually regardless, because the clan furnaces were fragments of Zhu Ke, and understanding their current state was relevant to the absorption process. What Huolian was offering was mutual use of each other's resources. What she was withholding was any information advantage she gained from his findings. I'll examine the Vermilion Hearth and tell you what I find there, he said. In exchange, the Phoenix marrow and access to the Hua clan's primary flame techniques, the cultivation methods, not just the combat applications. The cultivation methods are proprietary clan knowledge. I'm aware. They're also fragments of the Shen clan's original flame research, developed from the furnace your clan absorbed. I'm not asking to publish them. I'm asking for study access. He paused. The absorption process goes better when I understand what I'm absorbing. A smoother absorption is better for the Vermilion Hearth as well as for the Crimson Furnace. She was quiet for a moment. The calculation behind her expression was visible in the way she held her attention. Focused, assessing, working through implications. The cultivation methods, she said finally. Study access, non-transferable, under Hua clan's supervision. Agreed. The examination of the Vermilion Hearth will be private. My senior refiners may be present to observe. No other clan representatives. Agreed. She handed him a sealed case from her attendant's carrying case. The Phoenix marrow, 3 nodes of it, sealed in a furnace energy preservation container that maintained their catalytic properties. Proof of good faith, she said. He took it and understood what the gesture was. She had brought it to this meeting. She had anticipated this agreement. She had been ready to make it before he had agreed to anything. Huolian had been preparing for this negotiation longer than she had let on, which meant she had assessed him, his values, his priorities, the things he would and would not trade, with considerable care before sitting across from him. You've been watching my decisions for some time, he said. Since the tournament in Ashvale, she said. She met his gaze without deflection. You were, even then, not what I expected from a furnace host. Most hosts manage their power. You manage the situation. She paused. It is a more difficult skill and a more dangerous one, because managing the situation requires understanding people's actual interests. And people whose actual interests are understood feel seen, she said, which creates connection. And connection creates vulnerability. She paused. That is not a criticism. It is a description of why you are effective and why you are at risk. He looked at her. She was, he thought, the most candid person he had spoken with at this summit. Candid with the deliberateness of a person who had decided that honest negotiation with him was honesty. The Liang Mei information, he said. You told me you knew who implanted her cold iron constitution. Was that real? Yes. Tell me. Huolian looked at him for a long moment. Then, the Shen clan's last senior refiner, not the sovereign, but a clan member named Shen Lian, no relation to me, was working on a project in the final year before the clan's destruction. A complement constitution, designed to complement the host's furnace power and provide the one thing the furnace lacked, cold. She paused. Liang Mei was found near a destroyed outpost, as an infant. She was the project's last output. Shen Tian, he said. He died in the destruction. As far as I know, he completed the project in the final days, knowing the clan was falling, placing the last piece of his work somewhere it could be found. She paused. He wanted whoever the furnace would eventually bond with to have a partner who could provide what the furnace couldn't. Shen Tian sat with this for a moment. The careful preparation of someone who knew they were going to die and chose to spend their remaining time creating something useful for whoever came after. Not so different from old Hay. Not so different from what he was trying to do himself, on a smaller timeline. Thank you, he said. The Vermilion Hearth examination can take place tonight, if you're willing, before the Coalition's operational planning consumes the next several days. Tonight, he agreed. She studied him for a brief moment, then stood with the Phoenix Marrow and turned the conversation over in his mind as he walked back through the summit grounds. Huolian had been watching him since Ashvale. She had prepared the Phoenix Marrow before the negotiation began. She had offered honesty as a calculated tool, and then, somewhere in the middle of it, the honesty had become genuine. He could feel the shift in how she spoke about the monitoring device, about her clan's 6 months of compromised operation. People who dealt primarily in performance sometimes lost track of where the performance ended, or chose to stop performing for a specific audience as a form of trust building that was itself a calculated move. He could not yet determine which applied to Huolian, and he recognized that not being able to determine it was itself information. Zhu Ke, she is more honest with you than she is with anyone else at this summit. I noticed. She decided on honesty after assessing that performance would not work as effectively with you. A pause. Asterisk, she is right. That is also what makes her assessment accurate. Asterisk. Han Luo fell and stepped from the direction of the Zhao clan pavilion, carrying nothing in her hands, but moving with the quiet efficiency she used when she had completed something. 12 more anchors, she said. The Zhao juniors have been talking. Information spreads faster through that group than I projected. Junior members treat information as social currency. Yes, but knowing that and seeing the speed and practice are different. She glanced at him. The Patriarch received counter-information from his own junior members by mid-morning, which means Zhen Ro's conversation with him was pre-supported before she finished having it. He entered that conversation already informed, just not from the official source. She paused. He agreed to be present for the 4th-day gathering, not publicly aligned, but present and informed. 32 anchors in a room of 1,800 cultivators. Not enough to fill the room, but enough to break the projection's ability to operate on isolated individuals. Each anchor was a point of resistance that the projection would have to navigate around, and the calibration required to navigate 32 independent resistance points was significantly more complex than the calibration required for a unified crowd. Tomorrow, he said. Tomorrow, Han Luo agreed. Tonight, the Vermilion Hearth. I will make sure the guest compound is quiet for your return. The afternoon was warm with volcanic heat, and the summit grounds moved around him with the unmistakable texture of 3,000 cultivators who were, without fully knowing it, about to participate in an event that had been 40 years in preparation, and whose outcome would determine whether the preparation had been enough. Chapter 64. Liang Mei's response to the information was not the devastation he had anticipated. He told her that evening before the Vermilion Hearth examination, in their room in the Verdant Flame Sect's guest compound. She sat on the sleeping mat's edge, listening with the particular stillness she used when processing something significant. He finished and waited. Shen Tian, she said. Yes. She held the silence for a long moment. He knew the clan was being destroyed, and he chose to finish the project. Yes. Because he thought it mattered more than trying to escape. That's my reading of it. She looked at her hands, the cold iron constitution visible in the faint luminescence that ran through her palm's meridian lines, more visible now after months of intensive cultivation than it had been when they first met. I already knew I wasn't born the way most people are born, she said. I've known that since the sect archives. She paused. What I didn't know was why. Does the why change something? It changes the framing. She looked up. I was the last thing someone made before they died. Not an accident. Not a byproduct. A choice. Another pause. He looked at the situation and thought, the Crimson Furnace host is going to need cold. I can provide that. I will provide that. She paused. That's not so different from what I've been doing myself. Providing what the furnace lacks. Choosing to provide it, she said. The choosing matters. She met his eyes with the steadiness that had been one of the first things he recognized as distinctively hers. I'm still my own person. He gave me the Constitution. He didn't give me everything I've become since. She paused. But I'm glad to know the intention was care rather than experiment. It was both, he said. Care and experiment are not mutually exclusive. No, she agreed. They're not. He told her the rest, the Sovereign's failed projection, the coalition document, The Vermilion Hearth examination scheduled for tonight. Hua Lian gave you the Phoenix Marrow before she had your agreement, Liang Mei observed. She had assessed the negotiation in advance. She had assessed you in advance. Liang Mei considered this. She's been watching since Ashvale. Before we knew who she was. She paused. That's not comfortable. No. But it's also why she's the most useful person in the coalition, she said practically. She knows everyone's actual interests because she's been watching long enough to see them act on those interests repeatedly. She paused. Use her accordingly, but don't trust her with anything you're not prepared for her to use against you when the sovereign is finished and the coalition's interests diverge. He looked at her. When did you start thinking in coalition dissolution timelines? Somewhere between month 2 and month 3, she said. It seemed like a useful skill to develop. She stood. The Vermilion Hearth examination. I want to be there. Huolian said no other clan representatives. I'm not a clan representative. I'm your cultivation partner. She paused. Tell her that. If she says no, we find another source for Phoenix Marrow. He told Huolian. Huolian, after a brief pause that might have been genuine surprise or might have been performance, agreed. The Vermilion Hearth was in the Hua clan's pavilion vault, a private tempering chamber beneath the pavilion's primary hall, accessible through a warded staircase that responded to Hua clan bloodline energy. Huolian's personal admission of Shen Tian and Liang Mei had required a secondary authentication ritual that had taken 20 minutes to prepare. The furnace itself was large. Not the ancient mountain-scale presence of the Crimson Furnace's original form, but significant, a structure 3 body lengths in circumference, built from volcanic stone and Hua clan alloy metal, burning with a sustained flame that had been uninterrupted for 300 years. The flame was wrong. He felt it when he stepped within range of the furnace's ambient field. The Vermilion Hearth's natural resonance was warm, carrying the recognizable signature of Zhu Kei's original fire, as all clan furnaces did. But layered beneath and around that resonance was a secondary pattern, colder, structured differently, carrying the quality of something that had been added from outside rather than grown from within. Zhu Kei's recognition was immediate. Asterisk intrusion pattern, not natural degradation. This is deliberate. Asterisk he moved closer, laying his palm against the furnace's outer casing. The Hua clan refiners watching from the chamber's edge held their collective stillness with professional care. The intrusion pattern resolved as he applied the Crimson Furnace's diagnostic capability. It was a monitoring technique, not destructive, not an attempt to access the furnace's power. A reading instrument, very subtle, placed inside the Vermilion Hearth's resonance structure in a way that would read its outputs as signals. How long has this been present, he said. Huolian, standing at his shoulder, said, You can identify the timing? The pattern's integration depth suggests it was placed inside a regular access window. Recent enough that it's not fully incorporated into the natural structure, old enough that the Hua clan's own cultivation signatures are beginning to form around it. He paused. 4 to 6 months ago. A silence. The summit preparation period, Huolian said, and the quality of her voice changed. Not alarm, but the specific precision of someone arriving at a conclusion and wanting to be exact about its weight. Someone with access to the Vermilion Hearth during the preparation period placed a monitoring device inside it, Shen Tian said. Everything this furnace does, every tempering session, every energy output, every resonance measurement, it's been readable from outside. By the Sovereign's network, she said. Most likely. He examined it further. Liang Mei had moved to his side and was studying the pattern from the cold iron perspective. Her constitution's sensitivity to furnace signatures gave her a complementary diagnostic angle. It's not just reading outputs, Liang Mei said. It has a secondary function. She traced the pattern's secondary layer with her finger, not touching the casing but mapping the field structure. It's a calibration index. It's telling something outside exactly how to target the Hua clan cultivators' specific vulnerabilities. Huolian was very still. The projection, she said, at the 4th day gathering. It was calibrated using this data. Yes, Shen Tian said. Your cultivators' specific anxieties, their individual constitutional weaknesses, their cultivation stage characteristics. It was all being fed to the Sovereign's calibration array for the projection's targeting parameters. The room was quiet. Huolian's senior refiners, who had been observing with professional detachment, were now watching their matriarch with the quiet attention of people waiting to understand what they had just learned. Remove it, Huolian said. I can do that, but I need to tell you what will happen. Removing it will alert whatever is reading the signal that it's been discovered. The signal will stop. That tells the Sovereign's network that this specific information stream is compromised. He'll know I've discovered it. Yes. Another silence. Then Huolian said, With a deliberateness that Shen Tian recognized as a person deciding something significant, remove it. Whatever advantage the element of surprise might give me with the sovereign is less valuable than knowing my own furnace is clean. She paused. I don't operate inside compromised infrastructure. He removed it. The process took 40 minutes and required more care than the initial examination. The monitoring device had to be extracted without damaging the vermilion hearth's natural resonance structure. Her cold iron sensitivity proved useful. She could detect the boundary between natural and introduced structure with precision that is Crimson Furnace's heat-dominant diagnostic mist. When it was done, the vermilion hearth burned with the clean warmth that the Crimson Furnace recognized as kin. Zhu Kei's original fire, unmonitored, restored. Huo Lian stood looking at her clan's furnace for a long moment. Then, what else did you find while you were examining it? The vermilion hearth is at 63% of its original capacity, Shen Tian said. 3 centuries of use without the Shen clan's maintenance knowledge has degraded its foundational structure. It is not in immediate danger of failure, but it is declining. He paused. The absorption process will address this. When the vermilion hearth's fragment returns to the Crimson Furnace's main structure, it will be at its full original capacity, and the Crimson Furnace's strengthened seal will benefit from the addition. He paused. I'm telling you this because you deserve to understand what the absorption means for your clan's furnace. Huo Lian turned to look at him. The Huo clan has held this furnace for 1,000 years, she said. Not with accusation, an acknowledgement. I know. A long silence. Then, the fragment returns to its proper hole. The Huo clan's cultivation tradition survives through its practitioners, not through the furnace itself. She paused. I was always going to tell myself that when the time came. It is easier to tell myself now that I know the furnace was compromised. I'm sorry it was. She looked at him with the directness she used when she had decided to be fully honest. Don't be sorry for discovering it. Be accurate about what it cost me to operate inside compromised infrastructure for 6 months without knowing. A pause. That cost will be specific, and I intend to know its full extent before this is finished. She meant she would find who had placed it. She meant there would be an accounting. He understood that and recognized it as a commitment he did not need to make safer or more reasonable. It was her furnace and her clan's 6 months of operational exposure. The accounting was hers, and he recognized, watching her compose herself in the vermilion hearth's clean light, that the accounting would eventually reach the person who had placed the monitoring device, and that person's remaining time before Huo Lian found them was now measurably shorter. And in the east, the Sovereign's network registered that the monitoring device had been removed, and updated its picture of what the Huo clan's matriarch now knew. What the Sovereign's network did not account for, what it could not account for, was that Huo Lian already knew the picture had been updated, and was already recalculating accordingly, always 3 steps ahead of what the Sovereign expected her to be. Chapter 65. The Summit's exhibition matches served a different purpose on the days after the coalition agreement than they had before it. Before, political theater. Demonstrations of clan power designed to establish the balance of forces, signal alliances, and intimidate potential adversaries. The kind of combat that was more message than fight. After, the message had changed. The coalition agreement's operational planning was happening in parallel with the matches, and the matches were now also serving as an assessment venue. Each delegation watching the other's combat capacity with the specific attention of people who were going to need to coordinate this capacity against an external threat. Shen Tian watched from the third ring with Jinro, who was applying the diagnostic eye she usually reserved for medical assessment to the combat performances below. The Lin clan's armor techniques are more developed than the intelligence suggested, she observed. Lin Zhua has been training since the Crucible trials. He is not at the same level as when you fought him. Better or worse for us? Better. His armor technique integrates with his squad's formations now. Individual improvement plus tactical coordination. She paused. He is also watching you watch him. Shen Tian glanced at Lin Zhua's position in the stance. The Lin clan cultivator was indeed looking his way, but not with hostility. With the expression of someone making an assessment. He nodded. Lin Zhua nodded back. The exhibition continued. Duan Feng's weapon cultivators were precise and controlled, showing nothing of their full capacity. Intelligent management for a situation where showing full capacity before necessity served no tactical purpose. Zhao clan pill specialists gave demonstrations of combat medicine support, which was unglamorous but important. Their ability to maintain fighting capacity under sustained pressure was a coalition asset that deserved attention. Then Yun Fei entered the match area for the open exhibition slot he had registered for. He fought with Starfall Edge's current partial repaired state. The crimson steel reinforcement Shen Tian had added to the breakpoint was holding, and the blade was functional, if not fully restored. Against his three opponents, Yun Fei was precise, economical, and completely controlled, managing each fight to demonstrate sword range and technique without revealing peak capacity. What revealed itself was something different. Shen Tian watched it before the senior cultivators in the stands registered it. Yun Fei moved with the specific coordination of a cultivator who had been training within a trusted formation, not just perfecting solo forms. The timing adjustments at the edge of each engagement showed awareness of where support would come from if needed, where her cold iron would anchor, where Shen Tian's absorption could redirect. He had been thinking of their group as a combat unit and had been training for it. Then, after the third win, a figure emerged from the senior observer section and walked into the match area without registering. Tall, carrying a sword with the kind of casual integration that meant the weapon was essentially part of his body. Moving with the ease of a man who had never once considered whether the space he occupied was his. Jian Wuhan. Shen Tian was moving before he had consciously processed the tactical read. He was in the second ring before Liang Mei had finished turning toward him. He stopped himself there, not in the match area, not intervening, watching. Yun Fei had seen his senior brother. The set of his shoulders did not change. His sword hand did not tighten. "Return the blade," Jian Wuhan said. His voice was pleasant, conversational, carrying clearly across the match area. "No need for it to become a public matter. You gave me the blade," Yun Fei said. "You stole it during an authorized technique transfer. The temple records document the theft. The temple records were altered after you attempted the sacrifice," Yun Fei said, at the same volume. "The original registration lists me as the sword's designated inheritor. I have a copy of the original registration." Jian Wuhan's expression did not change, but something behind it sharpened. "That document is fraudulent." "It is not. I copied it myself from the temple archive the day after you used a celestial-grade technique to break my cultivation path and attempted to feed my foundation energy into the blade's reforging sequence." Yun Fei paused. "I thought you would claim fraud. I prepared accordingly." The match area was quiet. The senior cultivators in the stands were watching with the careful attention of people who understood that they were witnessing something that had been prepared for rather than spontaneous. Jian Wuhan moved. The sword technique was fast, silver core speed with a cultivated refinement that reflected serious training under serious resources. Yun Fei met it with Starfall Edge's partial repair, and the clash was loud and clean, and neither of them stepped back. They exchanged 12 strikes in the first 10 seconds, not a slow probing engagement, but an immediate high-intensity contact that told anyone watching that both cultivators had been preparing for this moment. Jian Wuhan's style was aggressive and technically excellent, built on classical heavenly sword sect forms that had been heavily modified toward power applications. He fought as someone who expected superior resources to determine outcomes. Yun Fei fought as someone who had been operating without superior resources for 3 years and had learned to make precision do what power could not. The 13th exchange was decisive, not because either of them made a mistake, but because Starfall Edge, even in its partial repair, was responding to its owner's intention with a clarity that Jian Wuhan's corrupted blade was not providing. The void energy in the blade was affecting its resonance, making its outputs subtly unpredictable. Jian Wuhan's technique accounted for the sword he thought he had. The sword he actually had was operating on a different principle. Yun Fei noticed. His counter-movement was a centimeter outside the space Jian Wuhan's strike was tracking for, and the contact that Jian Wuhan had planned, a binding technique meant to lock Starfall Edge and open the disarm sequence, did not find its target. What Shen Tian felt from where he stood was what had been nagging at him since Jian Wuhan entered the area. The energy signature of Jian Wuhan's sword was wrong. Not corrupted the way the sovereign's intrusion was corrupted, different. Cold. Empty in the specific pattern of a cultivator who had accessed void energy and incorporated it into their cultivation pathway. The Hollow King's influence. Jian Wuhan had made a deal somewhere, not necessarily knowing the source, but the result was the same. His sword carried void-enhancing energy that was eating at its edges with the patient hunger of a technique that fed on what it touched. "Stop the match," Shen Tian said, loud enough to carry. The senior summit mediators were already moving. Jian Wuhan disengaged from Yun Fei with the controlled reluctance of a cultivator whose expected outcome had not materialized, looking at Shen Tian with the specific assessment of someone updating a threat calculation. "Your sword is compromised," Shen Tian said to him, across the match area. "The enhancement you accepted introduced void energy into the blade structure. It will consume your cultivation pathway in under a year." Jian Wuhan looked at his sword, then at Shen Tian. The assessment behind his expression was complex, not disbelief, which would have been the most defensible position, but the specific quality of someone who had known something was wrong and had been choosing not to examine it. Remove it, or it will kill you, Shen Tian said. The choice is straightforward. A long silence. Yun Fei, at the edge of the match area, was watching his senior brother with an expression that was neither satisfaction nor pity, something more difficult than either, which is what you carry when you have spent years angry at someone and discover that the anger, however justified, was never the thing you actually wanted the story to become. It was just the only form available for the grief. Chapter 66. What Jian Wuhan chose, in the end, was to have the void contamination removed. He did not choose it immediately. There was a period of 3 hours during which he denied it, challenged the diagnosis publicly, and attempted to have the match area mediators sanction Shen Tian for interference. Each of these attempts failed in sequence. The void energy's signature was visible to any cultivator with sufficient detection capability, and there were 3 such cultivators at the summit besides Shen Tian. Qin Yu, whose array expertise included dimensional energy detection, and 2 senior Zhao clan researchers who had been studying anomalous cultivation phenomena for the past year in response to the sovereign's corrupted furnace incidents. By the second hour of denial, for independent confirmations of the void contamination had been entered into the summit's formal record. By the third, the Heavenly Sword sect's 2 senior representatives present at the summit had disavowed Jian Wuhan's claim to Starfall Edge pending investigation of the original registration documents. Jian Wuhan presented himself at the medical sector. Shen Tian did the extraction there, with Zhen Rou present and Yun Fei waiting outside. The void contamination had integrated with Jian Wuhan's sword's spiritual structure more deeply than an extraction from a weapon that wasn't alive would have been. Starfall Edge was, in its own limited way, a living blade, and its previous owner's handling had left impressions in the metal that the void energy had used as anchors. The extraction took 2 hours and left Jian Wuhan's sword cultivation intact but diminished. He would need months of careful recovery work to restore what the void energy had damaged during its residence. He sat across from Shen Tian in the medical sector's quiet examination room when it was done, his sword at rest on the table between them, and said, "Why? The void contamination would have killed you," Shen Tian said. "I know that. I mean, why did you bother?" Shen Tian thought about this. "You're going to testify before the Heavenly Sword sect's investigation panel about the original registration documents. Your testimony either supports Yun Fei's account or contradicts it." He paused. "You're more useful to a fair outcome alive and with intact cultivation than dead or diminished." "That's not a charitable reason," Jian Wuhan said. "No," Shen Tian agreed. "But it's an honest one." He paused. "There is also the fact that a person making a bad decision because they were offered something they wanted and didn't adequately examine the cost is not the same as a person who is fundamentally unredeemable. You accepted the void enhancement because someone offered you an advantage and you took it without adequate scrutiny. That is a failure of judgment. It does not require your death as its consequence." Jian Wuhan was quiet. "Yun Fei," he said. "What about him? Is he going to be all right?" "He was all right before today," Shen Tian said. "Today was a confirmation of what he already knew about the situation and himself. It didn't change his fundamental state. It resolved an outstanding question." He paused. "Whether you two have anything worth salvaging from your relationship is a question only both of you can answer. I have no stake in the outcome." Jian Wuhan looked at his sword. "The original registration document is real," he said. "I had the sect records amended because I wanted the blade, and I told myself the amendment was correcting an error." A pause. "It was not correcting an error." "I know. I'll testify correctly. I assumed you would." Outside, Yun Fei was sitting against the wall of the medical corridor with his own sword across his knees, cleaning the blade with the unhurried precision of a person performing a familiar task while thinking about something else. When Shen Tian emerged, he looked up. "Done. Done. He'll testify correctly." Shen Tian paused. "He wants to know if you're all right." Yun Fei paused. "Tell him the answer to that question will depend on the testimony." He looked back at his sword. "But that it's the right question to ask." Shen Tian relayed this. Jian Wuhan, still in the examination room, nodded once. The nod of someone who understood what they had just been offered and what it would cost to earn it. The duel that had been scheduled for the next day's formal session was cancelled. The Heavenly Sword sect's senior representatives announced an expedited investigation. The summit's mediators closed the formal record on the matter with a notation that both parties had agreed to the investigation process. That evening, Shen Tian sat with Yun Fei on the guest compound's outer wall, both of them looking south at the distant volcanic lights of the mountain's lower thermal vents. "He's been carrying that for 3 years, Yun Fei said. "The void contamination? The knowledge that the document was wrong." He paused. "He knew when he did it. He's been waiting for it to become a real problem. And it did." Yes. Yunfei looked at his hands. I spent 2 years being angry at him for the betrayal. Then another year being angry at him for the document alteration. He paused. It's difficult to stay angry at someone you've known for a very long time once you've seen them acknowledge the specific thing they did. Is that forgiveness? I don't know what it is yet, Yunfei said honestly. It might just be exhaustion with the weight of the anger. He paused. Ask me in a year. He turned his gaze to the southern lights. Below them, the summit grounds held 3,000 cultivators organizing themselves for a war that had not yet fully manifested. The coalition document was signed. The projection had failed. The vermilion hearth was clean. He thought of the voice from the amplification array. We will speak again at the moment you attempt the sixth, and recognized it as a promise rather than a threat. The sovereign was not angry. He was making a schedule. That was, in some ways, more concerning than anger. Anger was a reactive state. A patient strategist making a schedule was something else entirely. It meant the sovereign had examined the current situation, assessed the coalition's strength after the projection failure, and concluded that waiting and planning was the correct response rather than pushing harder immediately. He was being reasonable about this setback. A reasonable sovereign was a sovereign who understood the gap between his current resources and what he needed, and was working systematically to close it. The timeline he was working on had been 40 years in construction. Adding another adjustment period was not a defeat. It was a recalibration. Shen Tian stood in the summit's evening air and worked through what a reasonable sovereign would do next. Not the projection technique that had been mapped and countered. Not the survey wave that had already done its preparatory work in the eastern provinces. Not a frontal push against the seal. The next move would be something he had not prepared for. Something the sovereign's months of observation had identified as a gap in the coalition's defenses. He turned this over walking back to the guest compound. The sovereign had observed every engagement in the contaminated regions through the survey network. He had observed the purification responses. He had felt the fourth fragment's absorption and the Layer 5 process begin. He knew the group's capabilities within a reasonable margin. He knew the coalition structure. He knew what the Crimson Furnace could currently do. What did he know that Shen Tian had not yet accounted for? The question would need to be worked on with the specific patience required for problems that demanded more information before they could be answered, and the sovereign would provide that information eventually, in the form of his next move. Until then, 3 months of careful work, and the unresolved question sitting in the background of his awareness like a note that hadn't found its resolution, pressing, quiet, and persistently there. Chapter 67. The crisis came from the direction no one had planned for. 3 days after the coalition agreement, with the summit's operational planning still in early stages, a messenger arrived from the eastern provinces. The Ashen Sovereign's corruption wave had reached the first major city. The city of Iron Basin, 40,000 residents, a significant refining hub and the location of 3 independent clan outposts. The wave was not an attack in the conventional sense. It was an environmental contamination, corrupted furnace energy spreading through the land, activating dormant forge artifacts, mutating the residual energy in local ore deposits, creating the metal constructs that turned infrastructure into weapons. The city was not burning. It was transforming, in the way that the corrupted zone Shen Tian's group had encountered before Forge Heart City had been transforming, and that zone had been uninhabited. Iron Basin had 40,000 people. The coalition's operational planning moved from preparation to immediate response in the course of an afternoon meeting that Shen Tian watched Duan Feng and General Su Baihe manage with the specific complementary skill of a patriarch who thought in terms of force concentration and a military commander who thought in terms of logistics and personnel deployment. General Su Baihe had arrived at the summit 2 days after the coalition agreement with a military contingent, not, as she had clarified immediately, on Prince Xiaojun's orders. She had, as she put it, assessed the strategic situation and exercised command discretion. She presented this to the prince's delegation with the demeanor of someone who expected the explanation to be clear enough that no further discussion was necessary. It was, notably, not further discussed. Su Baihe had the quality of someone whose decisions were difficult to argue with, not because she was resistant to argument, but because her operational logic was difficult to fault. She deployed forces the way Shen Tian thought about cultivation. Identify what each element was actually capable of, apply it to where that capability was most needed. Don't ask elements to perform functions they were not suited for. The purification radius, she said to Shen Tian in the operational meeting. Not a question, but the beginning of a question. The corrupted zone you cleared before. How large an area, and over what time? Half a square li, Shen Tian said. 2 hours. Iron Basin's contaminated zone is 15 square li and will expand as the sovereign's output increases. She was not saying this as a problem. She was mapping the gap between what was needed and what was currently available. What would expand your purification radius? Higher cultivation level, he said, and the additional furnace fragments. Each one increases the Crimson Furnace's output capacity. What's the timeline on the next fragment? The fourth fragment is in Duan Feng, he said. The absorption is dependent on his agreement and requires physical proximity. The earlier our group departs the summit, the sooner it can happen. Su Baihe turned to Duan Feng. Duan Feng said, with the pragmatic directness that Shen Tian had come to recognize as his natural register. We can discuss terms on the road. I was going to Iron Basin regardless. That was how the coalition's first field operation was organized. Su Baihe's military contingent handling the evacuation and perimeter management, Duan Feng's weapon cultivators handling the construct threats, Huolien's fire specialists handling the deactivation of corrupted forge artifacts, and Shen Tian's group handling the purification, with the understanding that the purification scope would increase as the fourth furnace fragment's absorption proceeded. They departed the summit at first light. Shen Tian left with the Phoenix Marrow secured, the coalition document formalized, 17 anchors seeded through the summit's attendee network, and a voice from the east that had said, with confident patience, "We will speak again at the 6th. The mountain roads toward the eastern provinces were crowded with refugees moving against them. People leaving Iron Basin and the surrounding settlements in the organized way of a populace that had seen enough of the world's instability to know what environmental contamination spreading meant. Su Baihe's forward units were managing the refugee flow with the kind of quiet efficiency that suggested the Empire had contingency protocols for exactly this situation. Shen Tian watched the logistics and understood why Su Baihe was the person Xiao Jun had assigned to this command. Not because she was loyal to the prince's priorities, but because she was competent enough that you couldn't afford to assign her to anything less critical. "You're assessing my command structure," she said, appearing at his shoulder in the way of someone who moved without announcing themselves. "Appreciating it," he said. "There's a difference. I assess what I'm uncertain about. I appreciate what I can already use." He paused. "Your logistics are excellent. Your forward units are reading the refugee flow without creating the kind of incidents that would turn manageable population movement into a secondary crisis." He paused. "You've done this before." "3 times," she said. "The Jade Province flood in year 14 of the current reign. The Stone Peak mining collapse in year 17. The Blackwater cultivation outbreak in year 19. She paused. "Emergency population management. It's in the command curriculum, but most generals treat it as administrative work. I treat it as the actual mission, because a population that can't function afterwards has made the military victory pointless." "Su Baihe," he said, because he had been trying to place her approach and suddenly understood it. "You think in terms of the situation after the crisis." "I think in terms of what the situation needs to be after the crisis," she said. "Not what it will be, what it needs to be. Then I work backwards from that." She paused. "It's not a common military approach." "No, it's unusual." He paused. "It's also the only approach that actually works." She looked at him with the measuring attention she used when deciding how much to disclose. "I've been told it makes me difficult to command." "It makes you difficult to misuse," he said. "That's different." She held her attention on the horizon for a moment. "The Empire's command culture doesn't frame it that way. It calls it resistance to authority. The Empire's command culture is optimized for a context where all authority is legitimately exercised," he said. "That's not always the context you're operating in." "No." She looked at him with the directness she used when deciding something rather than just observing. "Prince Xiao Jun gave me this command because he believes I'll execute his strategic priorities efficiently. I have been. What he didn't account for is that I run my own assessment of whether the strategic priorities are the correct ones, and I update that assessment when I get better information. He'll realize that eventually. He'll realize it at the moment it becomes operationally relevant," she said. "The coalition's formation was that moment. I judged coalition success as higher strategic priority than the prince's preferred command structure. I acted on that judgment." She paused. "I can manage his frustration afterward. I cannot undo strategic errors caused by incorrect command structure during a crisis." He looked at her and recognized that she was the most operationally reliable person in the coalition, not because she was the most powerful, but because her decision-making process was consistent and resistant to the pressures that made otherwise reliable people behave unpredictably. "The Eastern Territory Assessment Report," she said, shifting registers back to operational business with the ease of someone who drew no distinction between the personal and professional conversations. Both were just work that needed to be done. "Tonight or tomorrow?" "Tonight," he said. "I assume so. It'll be at the compound by the first watch." She walked back toward her operations staff, and he watched her go and thought, Keeping the coalition structure worthy of Su Bai's alignment was itself a strategic priority. She would operate within structures that deserved her. He intended to maintain the kind of structure that did, and the gap between what was required for that and what was currently in place was a gap he needed to close before the next confrontation, because a coalition that deserved her attention was a coalition that could actually win what was coming, and maintaining that standard was not a passive thing. It required active decisions, one after another, toward the confrontation that the sovereign's patient schedule was still moving toward. 3 months, the sovereign had indicated, and the question of what he was building in those 3 months was one that no one in the coalition had yet fully answered. Chapter 68 Iron Basin was 3 days' travel from the summit, and what they found there was not what the reports had described. The reports had described contamination spreading from a central point, corrupted constructs forming from or deposits, a city dealing with an environmental crisis. What the reports had not conveyed, because the messengers who sent them had been focused on the immediate visible crisis and not on the strategic implication, was the pattern of the contamination. It was not spreading randomly. It was spreading in a spiral formation, moving from the city's outer or districts toward the central refining quarter where the largest forge artifacts were concentrated, wrapping around each significant piece of forge infrastructure before moving to the next. It was not contaminating the city. It was cataloging it. Survey pattern, Duan Feng said, standing at the ridge overlooking the city with the expression of someone recognizing a military technique in an unusual context. It's mapping the forge infrastructure before it corrupts it. Why? Subaiha asked. Because it wants to know what's there before it takes control, Shen Tian said. The understanding arrived with the specific quality of information fitting into a larger pattern. The sovereign's army isn't just destroying. It's acquiring. Every forge artifact that gets corrupted becomes part of the network. He paused. If the 5 clan furnaces fragments strengthen the crimson furnace's seal when absorbed, then every corrupted forge artifact in the sovereign's network weakens it from the other side. He had not made this connection before. He worked through it rapidly. He can't come out and take the clan furnaces directly. The coalition would stop him. But if he builds a network of corrupted artifacts large enough, the aggregate corruption pressure on the seal could match the aggregate strengthening pressure of my absorptions. He's building a counterweight, Jinro said. Yes. How many artifacts does he need? More than are in Iron Basin, Shen Tian said. But Iron Basin is the beginning. If this pattern is happening in Iron Basin, it's happening in every major refining city in the eastern provinces. Subaiha was already issuing orders to her communication specialists. The Empire's relay network, which was faster than anything the clans maintained, began carrying messages east and west, assessed the contamination pattern in each affected settlement, determined whether the spiral survey pattern was consistent. The first response came back within 2 hours. Yes. 3 other cities showing the same pattern. The sovereign survey wave was not a localized phenomenon. It was a coordinated operational strategy across a 1,000-li front. The evacuation of Iron Basin was already in progress. Subaiha's ground units had the civilian population moving before the coalition arrived. The military protocol gave them a 12-hour window before the contamination would reach the central quarter. Shen Tian's group moved with the advance unit into the city's outer districts where the corruption was oldest and most established. The constructs here were different from the ones he had encountered before. They were not feral. The corrupted energy animating them had too much intelligence for feral. They were organized, moving through specific patrol routes, concentrating around forge artifacts that had not yet been fully converted. Guarding the conversion process, he began absorbing and purifying. The constructs didn't react to other cultivators with any particular priority, but they oriented toward him immediately and specifically. The Crimson Furnace's presence triggering a recognition response in the Sovereign's network. He was being identified. He's teaching the network what you feel like, Zhu Ke said. Every construct you purify sends information back to the formation. He's building a comprehensive signature profile. He's doing that in every corrupted city? Yes. The network learns from every encounter. By the time you face the full manifestation, it will know exactly how your purification technique works. He kept purifying. There was no other option. The contamination needed to be addressed, and the knowledge that the Sovereign was learning from it didn't change the immediate tactical necessity. But he shifted his approach, varying the technique's expression with each construct, using different aspects of the furnace's purification ability in different sequences, making the signature profile harder to map cleanly. Zhu Ke noted the adjustment and added her own variations. Working together, they produced a purification pattern that was consistent in effect but inconsistent in expression, effective against the corruption while being difficult to analyze. Smart, Liang Mei said, watching the construct's responses. It buys us some profile mapping opacity, he said. Not much, but enough that the picture the network sends back is incomplete. You're teaching the furnace to lie. I'm teaching the furnace to be less precisely readable, he said. Which is not lying. It's just not being more transparent than necessary. The purification of Iron Basin's outer districts took 6 hours, 2 teams of Hua Clan fire specialists working in parallel to clean the artifacts after Shen Tian had removed the active corruption. By the time they reached the central quarter, the evacuation was complete and the city was quiet. In the quiet of the central refining quarter, standing in front of Iron Basin's main forge installation, a 2-story stone structure that had been the city's economic center for 80 years, Shen Tian felt the sovereign's presence directly, not through the ambient network, but as a directed attention, the sense of being watched by something that knew exactly where you were. He is pleased, Zhu Ke said. Asterisk not with you. With the information. He learned what he needed to learn. Asterisk, what did he learn? Asterisk, he confirmed that the Crimson Furnace is at 3 cores. He confirmed the technique variations I tried to hide. He confirmed your companion's capability levels. Asterisk a pause. Asterisk, he is better informed now than he was yesterday. But he has not changed the timeline. Asterisk, what is the timeline? Asterisk the solstice. He said it at the summit. The projection carried the genuine piece alongside the design content. Asterisk a pause. 51 days. 51 days to absorb 3 more furnace fragments, reach the power level needed to contest a nearly manifested sovereign, and maintain the coalition long enough to execute the response strategy. The purification of Iron Basin was complete. 1 city. 51 days. He stood in the central refining quarter's silence and understood that the math was tight in ways that couldn't be made comfortable by calculation alone. 1 city. 12 hours of effort for the coalition's combined forces. 51 days on the sovereign's timeline. And at the current rate of Eastern Territory contamination, there were 11 more cities in the survey wave's path, each one larger than the last, each one requiring increasing coalition capacity to address. The math did not close at the current rate. He needed either more capacity or faster advancement, or both. The 4th fragment was available. Duan Feng was willing. The absorption would be the single largest capacity increase the Crimson Furnace could achieve in the near term, and it was available before the end of the week if Zhun Rou's medical assessment confirmed the thermal vent location was suitable. But even with the 4th fragment, the 5th and 6th remained. The 5th was in the Qin clan's Grand Array, accessible, but requiring a return to the summit, which was 7 days from the Eastern Territories at campaign pace. The 6th was inside the furnace itself, accessible only at Layer 6. And Layer 6 required Layer 5 first. And Layer 5 required a cultivation process the map outlined as 6 to 14 days. He did not have 14 days. He barely had enough days to finish with appropriate margin. He began walking through the calculation with the precision he applied to technical problems. If the 4th fragment absorption happened in 3 days, and they immediately moved toward the summit for the 5th fragment, and Layer 5 began the day they arrived, and the process completed in 6 days rather than 14. It was possible. The margin was not comfortable, but it was present. He walked back through Iron Basin's clean streets, the city beginning its slow return to life behind him, the coalition forces reorganizing at the eastern gate, and built the next month's timeline in his mind, step by step, checking each assumption against the evidence available. The math was tight. It was not closed. Present margins, worked with precise attention, became sufficient margins eventually. That was the principle. It had been Old Hay's principle too. He held it, and moved. Though in the back of his awareness, the question of what the sovereign was preparing that he had not yet accounted for continued its quiet insistence, unanswered, waiting for the information that would eventually make it answerable, and the sovereign was the most likely source of that information, which meant the answer would arrive at the moment he chose to provide it. And the sovereign had, in Shen Tian's experience, always chosen his moments with care, which meant the answer was coming, and the only question was whether the preparation would be complete when it did. Chapter 69. The 4th furnace fragment was in Duan Feng's body, and the patriarch knew it. They had their first substantive conversation about it on the road east of Iron Basin, while the coalition forces regrouped, and Su Bai's communication network continued building the picture of the sovereign's survey wave. Duan Feng found Shen Tian at the edge of the camp at the 2nd watch hour, carrying a flask of mountain spirit drink and the expression of someone who had decided to have a difficult conversation and had concluded that beginning it was the only way to finish it. Sit, Duan Feng said, which was apparently his version of requesting company. Shen Tian sat. Duan Feng poured 2 cups and said, It has been in my body for 31 years. I absorbed it from the Shen clan's third outpost during the destruction. He paused. I knew what it was. I absorbed it specifically to prevent the Ashen Sovereign from accessing it. That's what I understood, Shen Tian said. You want it? Not a question. I needed to strengthen the seal. You knew this from the summit meeting. I knew it. I have been thinking about what it means to agree. Duan Feng looked at his cup. When a cultivator absorbs an external furnace element, there is a period of integration that is not comfortable. The fragment's presence in my body for 30 years means it has become part of my cultivation pathway. Removing it will not be without cost. How much cost? My weapon cultivation will decline temporarily. The fragment has been integrated into my body's core structure. It supports my bone forging techniques. Without it, those techniques will require rebuilding from a foundation. He paused. My senior elders are not aware of this integration. If my combat capacity declines noticeably during the coalition's operational period, there will be questions about my fitness to lead the clan's forces. Shen Tian understood the full picture now. Duan Feng was not resistant to giving the fragment. He had already decided to give it. What he needed was a structure that protected his clan leadership position through the transition period, when his combat capacity would be diminished. The clan leadership question, Shen Tian said. How long is the transition period? 3 to 4 months for full restoration. But 2 months before my capacity returns to functional levels for clan operations. He paused. If the coalition is still operationally cohesive in 2 months, my elders won't be able to act on their concerns. If the coalition fractures before then, your position becomes vulnerable, Shen Tian said. And a leadership challenge at the Duan clan during the sovereign's manifestation period would fracture the coalition's weapon cultivation wing. Yes. I can't guarantee the coalition's cohesion for 2 months, Shen Tian said. What I can guarantee is that the coalition's military effectiveness requires the Duan clan's weapon expertise, and that weakness in your combat capacity during the transition period will not be disclosed unless you choose to disclose it. He paused. I'm not in the coalition to manage your clan's internal politics, but I'm also not going to advertise operational vulnerabilities in our allied forces. Duan Feng looked at him. You're telling me the information stays between us. I'm telling you the transition is a private matter between a patriarch managing a complex cultivation integration and the furnace host who requested it. The coalition needs to know your forces are operationally capable. They don't need the details of your internal structure. A silence. Duan Feng poured another cup. Master Gohuan, he said. Yes, Shen Tian said. You were his apprentice. I was. Another silence. Longer. He was a good man, Duan Feng said, with the specificity of someone choosing those words carefully. He was the last person I ordered killed who I genuinely regretted. He paused. The Ashen Sovereign told me to eliminate the Shen clan's last known living members. I fulfilled that order. I have not fulfilled that order well, in the sense that fulfilling it did not produce what was represented to me. He paused. Guhuan spent 30 years building a successor. I killed the teacher, and the successor is sitting across from me pouring my own spirits back into my cup. The Sovereign's information on what he needed you to do and what the actual effect would be was not accurate, Shen Tian said. No, Duan Feng said. It was not. He looked at the cup. I am aware that my regret for Guhuan's death does not constitute an apology to you. I am also aware that an apology from me is not what this situation requires. He paused. What it requires is that I give you the fragment and fight in the correct direction, and that is what I intend to do. That's enough, Shen Tian said. Not because it erased anything. Because it was accurate. They finished the cups in silence. Inferno Peak was aglow on the horizon behind them, growing smaller with each day's march. Somewhere ahead, Iron Basin's clean streets were beginning the slow process of rain habitation. The absorption was scheduled for the next morning, in a private location that Zhun Ro had identified with the medical eye, a natural thermal vent in the eastern foothills whose energy field would support the process without requiring the additional cultivation expenditure that working in a neutral environment would need. Duan Feng went back to his camp. Shen Tian considered the eastern horizon, where the contamination reports were still coming in, where 51 days of the Sovereign's timeline were measuring the distance between what currently existed and what needed to exist. The coalition was a fragile machine. The Sovereign was a patient strategist with a functioning counter-strategy. The seal's math was improving, but not fast enough. He thought about what Duan Feng had said. 31 years carrying something he had absorbed specifically to protect it. Not because the Duan clan was a guardian organization. Not because he had been asked. Because in the moment of the Shen clan's destruction, he had seen an opportunity to deny the Sovereign a piece of what the Sovereign wanted, and he had taken it. Even knowing it would never be comfortable. Even knowing he would carry the cost indefinitely. That was a specific kind of commitment, not noble in the storytale sense. Practical. The commitment of a patriarch who had assessed the situation and decided to put his body in the gap between the sovereign and something the sovereign could use. Shen Tian thought about the 31 years Duan Feng had lived with that. The campaign he had run that destroyed the Shen clan, and then the 3 decades carrying the fragment of what he had destroyed. The specific texture of living with something like that was not something he could fully imagine, but he could recognize its outline. He stood in the night air of the eastern foothills and understood that the next several weeks would either build enough of what was needed or they would not, and the margin was not large, but it was present, and present margins, worked carefully, became sufficient margins eventually. He also understood that the people around him, Duan Feng, Su Baihe, Huolian, the group he had been traveling with for months, were each carrying their own versions of a long commitment to something that had cost them, and that the coalition he was trying to maintain was made of people who had already paid prices and were willing to continue paying them, not because they had been asked, but because they had assessed the situation and decided to put themselves in the gap. That was worth protecting, worth maintaining carefully. He turned back toward the camp, and the night settled around him, quiet and vast, and full of the weight of what the next 7 weeks had to contain, and also full of the quality of something he had been learning to recognize as trust, the specific kind built between people who had assessed a situation independently and arrived at the same conclusion about what it required of them, which was not nothing and not inevitable, and was the kind of thing that could be lost as easily as it had been built if the people holding it stopped paying attention. Chapter 70. The absorption of the 4th furnace fragment took the better part of a morning and produced, in Shen Tian's estimation, the most interesting fight he had been in since the Crucible trials. Zhen Rou's selected location was a thermal vent shelf 20 minutes from the camp, secluded in a fold of the eastern foothills where the volcanic geography created a natural furnace energy concentration. She had arranged the space with medical precision. Temperature monitoring markers, energy dispersal channels to prevent overpressure buildup, a cooling array of cold iron plates that Liang Mei had carried from the summit for exactly this purpose. Duan Feng arrived with 2 senior cultivators who he dismissed at the shelf's edge. He walked into the prepared space and looked at the arrangements with the assessing attention of a patriarch evaluating tactical ground. Impressive preparation, he said. The fragment's integration with your cultivation pathway means the extraction will be like removing load-bearing structure from a building while the building stays standing, Zhen Rou said. The preparations are for managing the stress distribution during the process. She paused. I have done 17 extractions of integrated foreign cultivation elements. This is the most complex I have prepared for. I appreciate your candor, Duan Feng said, which was not a sentence Shen Tian had expected to hear from him. I appreciate that you are not going to pretend the complexity is less than it is, Zhen Rou said. It makes my job easier. The extraction absorption was formally a 2-stage process. Shen Tian applying the Crimson Furnace's resonance technique to identify and isolate the fragment within Duan Feng's cultivation structure, then drawing it through the resonance rather than forcing it, allowing the fragment to recognize the larger whole it belonged to. Zhen Rou managing Duan Feng's physical state through the extraction. Liang Mei maintaining the cold iron temperature regulation that kept the ambient field stable enough for delicate work. What it actually was, in practice, was 3 people working simultaneously on a 4th person's body, while a 5th person's ancient and semi-autonomous fragment intelligence decided whether it trusted the process enough to cooperate. The fragment had opinions. It had been integrated into Duan Feng's cultivation structure for 31 years. 31 years was not long by furnace fragment standards. The original separation had been 1,000 years ago, but it was long enough that the fragment had developed a form of attachment to its current host. Not loyalty. More the way a plant's roots develop specific attachment to the soil they grew in, not the soil the plant was meant for, but the available soil, adapted to over time. The extraction's first phase, which was supposed to take 40 minutes, took 2 hours because of this. Shen Tian worked the resonance technique with the patience he had developed for processes that couldn't be rushed, not pulling, not forcing, but allowing the fragment's own recognition to move it, calling to it, in the way that Zhu Ke had explained, not as demand, but as invitation. Duan Feng sat in the process with the stillness of a patriarch who had decided to endure whatever was necessary and had made his peace with that before he arrived. His breathing remained controlled throughout, his cultivation pathway managing the structural stress with the experience of a cultivator who had faced worse. When the fragment finally moved, actually moved, in the 3rd hour, shifting from its integrated position toward the resonance, it moved with the decisiveness of something that had been waiting to move and had needed permission. Not from Shen Tian. From Duanfeng. He released it, Zhu Ke said. Asterisk, he told it he was done holding it. That's what it needed to hear. Asterisk, Shen Tian looked at Duanfeng. The patriarch had his eyes closed, his expression carrying the unmistakable quality of a person who had just released something long carried on time. Not relief exactly. Something older than relief. The absorption was complete 90 minutes later. The fourth core settled into Shen Tian's cultivation structure with the specificity of something finding its correct position after a long displacement. The knowledge it carried arrived in the compressed format, celestial weapon forging, the ability to create weapons of a quality that existed in the gap between mortal and divine capability, forged from materials that included the cultivator's own cultivation essence. Techniques that the Shen clan had developed over centuries of working at the boundary of what was possible. Duanfeng sat on the thermal shelf looking diminished in the specific way of a building whose load-bearing wall had been relocated, structurally intact, differently balanced. How does it feel? Zhenro asked. Different, Duanfeng said. A pause. Lighter. Another pause. I did not realize how much of my combat technique had been developed around the fragment's presence until it was absent. He looked at his hands. I will need to rebuild several foundational forms. I know, Shen Tian said. Your senior elders won't see the capacity gap for the next 3 days. The remaining integration is filling in the structural absence. By day 4, the redistribution will be apparent to someone who knows your cultivation pattern. I will tell them I am conducting a recalibration exercise, Duanfeng said. It is not inaccurate. I am recalibrating. In the late afternoon, Shen Tian integrated the fourth core's knowledge fully and felt the Crimson Furnace's capacity expand to accommodate it. The seal, distant and structural, felt as a background hum in his awareness, strengthened measurably. Not dramatically, but measurably. Layer 4, Infernal Skeleton, was advancing. He could feel it, his bones beginning to carry heat in a different way. The Crimson Furnace's energy distributing through the skeletal structure with the beginning of the channel formation that would, when complete, allow him to emit furnace energy through his entire body simultaneously. The Layer 4 activation, according to the outline in Gu Huan's scroll, would fully complete under stress, high-intensity combat being the most reliable trigger. It was almost complete now. A few more days of the campaign's intensity would finish it. He had been building toward this for months without being able to feel the advancement directly. Layer 4 was an internal transformation, operating at the skeletal level, not something that changed daily awareness the way Layer 3's molten heart completion had. But now, with the channels almost fully formed, he could feel the structure of what was being built. The bones becoming something different, not heavier but more present, more integrated into the furnace's operation. Zhu Ke had called it the body's total availability. At Layer 3, the heart was the furnace's core. At Layer 4, the entire skeleton became a conduit, which meant the furnace's energy could flow through every part of the body simultaneously rather than concentrating through the heart's central pump. The difference in capacity was significant. The difference in the quality of engagement, the way fighting would feel when every bone was contributing rather than just the core, was something the scroll described, and he was beginning to anticipate. He packed the crimson steel tools and turned his attention back to the campaign's operational needs. Tomorrow, 2 more Eastern Territory refining centers to assess, based on Su Baihe's overnight communication. The survey wave was moving northwest now, which was concerning. It was approaching the region where the Zhao clan's northern outpost was located, and the Zhao Patriarch had been, as Zhenro had noted, a relatively late addition to the counter-information network. His operational commitment to the coalition was real, but not yet battle-tested. The next 2 weeks would test it. He found Su Baihe going over maps at the operations table and gave her the updated assessment. She noted the Zhao northern outpost concern without surprise. She had already marked it in her own threat assessment. I'll route a secondary force to that region, she said. Not visible enough to alarm the Zhao clan's local leadership. Sufficient to address the survey constructs if they reach the outpost before we can. When does the Sovereign's Layer 4 pattern complete in the northeast? He asked. She checked her projections. 4 days. Maybe 3, if he accelerates after the Ashrock failure. She paused. I think he accelerates. Patient strategists adjust their pace when they have a specific goal they've been delayed on. I agree, he said. Plan for 3. I am, she said. 3 days before Layer 4 completed. And the Layer 4 completion would change what he could do against the survey constructs significantly. The Crimson Skeleton burst's range covered approximately 20 body lengths. Against construct networks that were spreading through entire city districts, the increased range and simultaneous emission would reduce the purification time per district by a factor of 3. 3 days. The math was tightening toward workable, but workable and reliable were not the same thing, and the sovereign was still accelerating in ways the projections had not fully accounted for. The survey wave moving faster than expected, the network nodes activating ahead of the projected timeline, the margin shrinking in ways that required Shen Tian to revise his estimates. He revised them, and the revised version was still workable, but its margin for error was now measured in hours rather than days. Chapter 71. The Infernal Skeleton's completion came 9 days later, at the Second Battle of Forge Heart City. The city that Shen Tian, Liang Mei, and Yun Fei had fled months before had been Hua Lian's political base, and the Ashen Sovereign survey wave had reached it 40 hours before the coalition forces. The battle was not what any of them had planned for. The Sovereign's operation in Forge Heart City was different from Iron Basin, not a survey, but a full conversion attempt. The forge infrastructure here was significantly larger and more concentrated than Iron Basin's, and the conversion array that the Sovereign had seeded in the city's 4 major furnace installations was operating at a speed that the Coalition's tactical projections had not accounted for. By the time Shen Tian's advance group reached the city's eastern gate, 2 of the 4 major furnaces were fully converted. The constructs they were producing were a category above Iron Basin's, not survey constructs but war constructs, built from converted forge artifacts with centuries of accumulated refining energy in their material structure. Shen Tian and Su Baihe made the tactical assessment in under 3 minutes. The Hua clan's fire specialists needed to take the unconverted northern furnace before the conversion there completed. Duan Feng's weapon cultivators needed to hold the eastern quarter against the construct output while the fire specialists worked. And Shen Tian's purification needed to address the 2 already converted furnaces, because if the coalition forces succeeded in holding the unconverted ones while the converted ones continued operating, they would be fighting the construct output indefinitely. He split from the advance group and moved toward the first converted furnace, the city's original central installation, a 600-year-old structure that had been the foundation of Forge Heart City's economic identity. The constructs responded to the Crimson Furnace's presence with the specific orientation he had identified in Iron Basin, not random engagement, but targeted priority. They knew what he was. The survey had done its work. He fought through 3 waves of them using the varied purification technique, the 4th Corps' celestial weapon knowledge adding depth to his combat expression. The Thousand Forge Fist, developed from the 2nd Furnace Corps' combat knowledge, now had a new layer, strikes that carried the celestial weapon's shaping quality, not just force but structural refinement on impact. The first constructs he absorbed outright. Their corruption was concentrated enough that absorption was faster than purification. The information the absorbed corruption carried was specific. It identified him by the Sovereign's network signature and tagged each encounter as data for the profile. He was being studied in combat, not just at range. He varied the approach even more aggressively, using the dimensional forge technique from the 5th Corps to add spatial distortion to his movement pattern, appearing where the construct's predictive models didn't expect. At the 7th wave, the Infernal Skeleton completed. It was not, as Zhu Ke had noted in the Guhuan Scrolls commentary, a subtle process. The bone channel formation completed with a sensation like every skeleton in his body simultaneously becoming a furnace conduit, the heat redistributing through his structure in a wave that was visible, light showing through his skin at the bone surfaces, crimson lines along the skeletal map, brightest at the spine and the long bones. For approximately 12 seconds, he could not do anything except experience the completion. The constructs around him paused. The Sovereign's network, processing this new data point, redistributed their formation. Then Zhu Ke said, "Use it." He did. The Crimson Skeleton burst, a full-body emission of furnace energy through every bone channel simultaneously, was not a technique he had planned. It emerged from the Layer 4 completion the way techniques sometimes did, as an available expression of a new capability, obvious in the moment. He released it in a sphere pattern, not targeted at any specific construct, but sufficient to disrupt the formation of every construct within 20 body lengths. The wave cleared the field. Liang Mei, who had followed him at a distance into the converted furnace complex, appeared at his shoulder. "That was new," she said. "Layer 4, he said. "I know what it was. I could feel it through the resonance bond." She paused. "How does it feel?" He considered this. "Like the furnace is closer to the surface," he said. "Like there is less distance between what I am and what I do." She fixed him with the directness that was characteristic of her. "Is that comfortable?" "It's accurate," he said. "Comfort isn't the right frame for it." They moved deeper into the converted furnace complex. He had a central installation to purify, and approximately 40 minutes before the conversion's second phase would make that purification significantly more difficult. The work of the battle was the work of the following weeks: Forge Heart City, then 3 smaller refining centers, then a confrontation with a sovereign-controlled artifact network that operated like a distributed intelligence across 12 separate sites simultaneously. Each engagement taught the sovereign's network something. Each engagement also taught Shen Tian something. The fourth core's integration deepened. The infernal skeleton's channels grew more refined. And always, in the background, the seal's harmonics strengthened by increments that the sovereign's counterweight campaign was trying to match but not yet surpassing. 40 days after the summit, 10 days before the sovereign's solstice timeline, Shen Tian stood at the edge of the eastern territories with 4 cores integrated, Layer 4 complete, and a coalition that was still coherent, if increasingly strained. The Duan clan's leadership challenge had not materialized. Duan Feng's recalibration had been handled with the competence of a patriarch who had survived 30 years with a foreign fragment in his cultivation structure and knew how to manage the politics of limitation. The Hua clan's monitoring device investigation had identified 2 sovereign sympathetic operatives in the clan's logistics network. Su Baihe had quietly arrested them before they could do further damage. The coalition was still standing. Yun Fei's sword, repaired with the Phoenix Marrow and Crimson Steel in an evening session that had taken 4 hours and produced a blade that hummed with a resonance audible to anyone within 20 steps, was now fully functional. Not just restored but improved, the repair incorporating celestial-grade techniques from the Fourth Core's knowledge. In the east, the Sovereign's timeline was counting down. 10 days. Shen Tian tracked the sun's position and calculated. 2 furnace fragments remained. The 5th, in the Qin clan's grand array at the summit grounds. Accessible, with Qin use cooperation, and requiring the return trip that would cost 3 days. And the 6th, which Old Hayes notes had marked as inside the furnace itself, accessible only at Layer 6, 2 fragments. 10 days. One of them accessible immediately, one requiring a Layer 6 activation he was not yet at. He turned around and told the group they were going back to the summit. 10 days, Liang Mei said, working through the math immediately. Travel time is 2.5 days each way. That leaves 5 days at the summit. Time for the 5th fragment absorption and the beginning of the Layer 5 preparation work if we start immediately. The preparation work is 18 hours of specific internal technique sessions, he said. The map outlines them in sequence. If we begin on arrival and run them through the available days without rest buffer, we can complete the preparation before the layer process begins. Without rest buffer, she said, noting the implication. The rest buffer is real and the absence of it is a real cost, he said. But the alternative is entering the confrontation at Layer 4 with 3 fragments instead of 5 and 6, and the confrontation does not become easier to survive at that configuration. Yun Fei, who had been sitting apart cleaning his sword with the focused attention he gave it since the full repair, said, "How much does Layer 5 change the math against the Sovereign?" At Celestial Alloy rank, the Sovereign has 3 tiers of advantage over Gold Crucible. Each tier represents roughly a factor of 3 in raw power output. He paused. Layer 5, Obsidian Mantle, closes 1 tier. The gap goes from 3 to 2. With the 6-fragment configuration and Layer SIXS Annihilation Flame, it closes to 1. He paused. 1 tier of disadvantage with full tactical preparation and the coalition's support structure is survivable. 3 tiers is not. 1 tier is survivable, Yun Fei repeated, with the tone of someone cataloging combat ratios. What does survivable mean in this context? The engagement doesn't have a predetermined outcome, Shen Tian said. There is a range of possible results, not all of which are fatal. He paused. That is what survivable means. It is not the same as likely to succeed. I prefer likely to succeed, Yun Fei said. So do I, Shen Tian said. Which is why we're going back to the summit. Zhenro. The return route passes through the refining center at Copper Pass. The survey waves reports suggest that center has not yet been converted. We could address it in transit, 3 to 4 hours, and prevent one more transmission node from entering the Sovereign's network. Agreed, Su Baihe said, from where she had been listening at the camp's operations table. The route adjustment adds 2 hours to the travel time. Worth it. 2.5 days becomes 2 days and 20 hours, Shen Tian said. Still workable. They left at first light, the coalition's main body staying in the eastern territories under Su Baihe's command to continue the survey wave management. Shen Tian's group and Duan Feng moving back toward the summit on the tighter timeline that the remaining preparation required. 10 days. 2 fragments. 1 layer process. The math was tight in the way that made every hour count and left no room for the unexpected, which meant the unexpected would need to be managed on the fly when it arrived, because it always arrived, and he had stopped pretending it wouldn't. He ran through the preparation sessions in his mind while the camp broke down around him, reviewing each technique integration sequence the map outlined, mapping the order against the time available. It was possible. It required everything to work correctly. He intended to make everything work correctly, and the specific weight of that intention, felt against the timeline's tight margins, was something that required more than optimism. It required the kind of execution that left no gap between intention and outcome. And in 8 months of this work, there had always been gaps, managed each time with the specific patience of a cultivator who had learned not to need the gaps to not exist. He moved with everything he had learned, and what was coming required all of it, and possibly more than all of it, which was a thought he held carefully rather than trying to resolve before it was necessary. Chapter 72 The return to Inferno Peak took 2.5 days at the pace the Coalition's logistics allowed, which was faster than normal travel pace and slower than Shen Tian wanted. He used the travel time. The celestial weapon knowledge from the 4th Corps needed integration with his forging practice. It wasn't enough to carry the knowledge. The physical skills required implementation to become genuine capability. He worked during rest stops and in the evenings when the camp settled, using materials at hand and his own cultivation essence as forged stock, producing weapons he didn't need so that the technique's expression became automatic. The group used the travel time in different ways. Yunfei, now carrying a fully restored Starfall edge, practiced the forms of a sword style Shen Tian had not seen him use before, not the flowing precision of his regular technique, but something more internal, moving from the cultivator's center rather than from the sword's path. It was the foundation work of someone rebuilding a technique from its roots upward, having decided the surface forms were no longer adequate. Liang Mei and Zhen Rou spent the evenings in cultivation work, cold iron enhancement practice for Liang Mei, and the frost flame fusion practice they had been developing since the escape from Iron Sepulchre. The fusion technique was more precise now, more controlled, with the kind of seamless coordination that only came from months of regular practice with someone who understood what you were doing and why. Duan Feng rode with his senior cultivators and spoke primarily about operational matters. But in the evenings, he sometimes appeared at the edge of Shen Tian's work sessions and watched. Not participating, watching. On the second evening, he said, the celestial weapon technique. The 4th cache's knowledge. Yes, Shen Tian said. I felt it in my body for 30 years. I knew it was there. I never knew what it was. He paused. The Shen clan had this capability. The clan built the sovereign's original weapons, according to the 2nd cache, Shen Tian said. Before they understood what he was. Before they turned against him. Duan Feng was quiet. They built for him, he said, and then dismantled what they had built, as much as they could before they were destroyed. Scattered the knowledge across 6 caches where only the Crimson Furnace host could access it. He paused. Shun Lian built the complement constitution for the host, who would eventually reassemble it. Ge Huan spent 30 years building the successor, who would use it. He looked at the half-forged weapon on the ground beside him. 40 years of preparation from people I've never met, working towards something they couldn't see the completion of. Sounds lonely, Duan Feng said. Yes, Shen Tian said. I think it was. A pause. You understand it. I've been alone in versions of that. A shorter version. He paused. I know what it's like to work towards something you can't see the end of, because the alternative is to stop working and let what needs to happen not happen. Duan Feng looked at the eastern sky. I spent 30 years thinking I was protecting the fragment from the sovereign. I was. But I was also keeping a piece of the Shun clan's legacy trapped inside someone who killed the people who built it. He paused. That is not a comfortable recognition. No, Shen Tian said. Does it matter now? What I think is that it matters in the sense that it's accurate, and accurate recognitions are worth having. He paused. Whether it changes anything about the immediate situation, no. The fragment is where it needs to be. The clan's preparation is moving toward completion. What you did with 30 years of carrying it is done. Duan Feng considered this. Ge Huan's student, he said, not quite a question. His methods were his, Shen Tian said. What he taught me was how to think, not what to think. It's the same thing, eventually, Duan Feng said. He stood. We reach the summit tomorrow evening. The Qin clan's array should be prepared for your access by the time we arrive. I sent a communication ahead. You sent it ahead? Qin Yu and I have worked in the same coalition context for 40 years, Duan Feng said. She prepared the array access before I asked because she knew you would need it when you returned. He paused. That is what 40 years of working with someone who thinks ahead looks like. He walked back to his camp, and Shen Tian watched him go. 40 years. Qin Yu and Duan Feng operating in the same coalition context for 40 years, building the kind of mutual understanding that made explicit communication unnecessary for certain decisions. He had been doing this work for 8 months. The group he was traveling with had been together for 6. The relationships were real and deep by any measure that mattered practically. Liang Mei's cold iron running alongside his crimson furnace in a bond that was more than just cultivation resonance. Zhun Rou's diagnostic understanding of his physical state being more detailed than his own. Yun Fei's combat awareness fitting into his tactical model with the easy precision of someone whose thinking complemented rather than duplicated. But 40 years. There was a different quality in 40-year relationships. The way Duan Feng had known Qin Yu would prepare the array access without being asked, the way that worked without discussion or credit. He was 8 months into a relationship with Zhu Ke that he suspected would span decades. Decades of working, trusting, building the kind of mutual transparency that the cultivation map's Layer 7 requirements called for. The thought was not daunting. It was, he recognized, something close to the opposite of daunting. He turned back toward the group's camp, the verdant flame sex guest compound glowing warm against the inferno peak night, and carried the 5th cache's full map with him, and the understanding that he was not building toward a moment, but building toward a way of being that would continue developing long past whatever the solstice confrontation required. The summit was quiet around him, the post-agreement activity settling into the administrative rhythms of a coalition taking shape. Somewhere in the array maintenance level below, the Grand Array held the 5th cache and the 5th fragment, both waiting for tomorrow's access. He descended into the compound, and the night continued its work around him, important, careful, and closing toward the moment everything would be tested. Inside, Liang Mei was at the work table reviewing the cold iron technique integrations she had been developing. She had spread 3 reference scrolls across the surface and was cross-referencing them with the notation system she used for complex technical work, small marks in the margins that tracked the relationships between concepts rather than the concepts themselves. The 5th fragment's absorption tomorrow, she said, without looking up. How long will it take? The 5th cache is different from the others, he said, settling across from her. It's a true fragment, not integrated into a living host body the way the 4th one was in Duan Feng. It should respond to direct resonance absorption. He paused. 1 to 2 hours, if the cache's access point is properly prepared. Qin Yu said she prepared it. Then 1 hour, probably. Maybe less. He looked at the scrolls. What are you working on? The layer process support techniques, she said. The map you shared describes the cold iron support requirements at each stage. I'm building the technique sequence that matches them. She paused. There are 12 distinct support states across the 6 to 8 day process. I want to practice each transition between states before we begin. He watched her work for a moment. The precision she brought to preparation was one of the things he had come to rely on, not as a tool, but as a quality, the way you rely on someone's judgment when you've seen it work repeatedly under pressure. Sleep is also preparation, he said. She looked up. I know. 2 more cross-references, and then I sleep. She paused. Promise. He accepted this as the genuine commitment it was, and went to prepare for his own rest, while the compound settled around them, and the summit's night held its volcanic warmth, and somewhere in the maintenance level below, the 5th cache waited with its essential knowledge, patient, as everything Old Hay had built was patient. Tomorrow would determine whether 8 months of preparation had been the right 8 months, aimed at the right things, building what actually needed to be built. Chapter 73. The 5th furnace fragment was waiting for him, exactly as Qin Yu had indicated it would be. The Grand Array's maintenance level at the 4th sublevel, the formation node, the access resonance that recognized his cultivation signature. It was all as he had left it, except that Qin Yu had added a secondary access preparation that opened the node's additional depth. The remaining content of the 5th cache that had been locked behind the level 5 cultivation requirement he hadn't yet met when he had first accessed it. He sat with the node in the dark of the maintenance corridor and received the full cache. The dimensional forge techniques, those he already had. The knowledge about the sealed dimension structure, that too. The essential piece about the seal's strengthening mechanism, known. What was new was deeper in the cache than he had reached before, a map. Not a physical map. A cultivation map. The specific cultivation pathway that the Crimson Furnace host needed to traverse from Layer 4 to Layer 5, Soul Forge, including the requirements, the risks, the common failure points, and the preparation work that could reduce those risks. Old Hay had put this in the 5th cache because the 5th core also contained the dimensional technique knowledge that was most directly relevant to the Soul Forge layer's requirements. The Soul Forge required the furnace's energy to reach the cultivator's soul, which was not a physical location but a dimensional one, existing at the boundary between the material body and whatever the cultivation world called the foundation of consciousness. Working at that boundary required dimensional sensitivity. He read the map carefully. The 3 major risks were losing his sense of individual identity in the merger, the furnace energy reaching his soul and burning rather than forging, and the merger proceeding to a point of no return before the fusion was stable enough to support continued cultivation. The first risk, identity loss, was addressed by what he had already done. The pact with Zhu Ke, the conversations about mutual transparency, the explicit choice-making rather than compliance. A cultivator who knew what they valued and why had structural resistance to identity dissolution. The second risk, burning, was addressed by the cold iron she carried. This was the purpose Shen Tian had designed the complement constitution for. The third risk, premature commitment, was addressed by the cultivation map's specific technique progression, which built in what the map called reversibility windows, moments during the Layer 5 progression where the process could be paused without harm. He sat in the maintenance corridor with the full map in his understanding and ran the numbers. To initiate Layer 5, he needed the dimensional forge techniques integrated at the practical level, done, the cultivation map, now acquired, a period of sustained internal focus, available, and the cold iron stabilization she provided, available by agreement, though he had not yet told her what the support would require. The time, 10 days until the Sovereign's solstice timeline. The Layer 5 completion timeline from the map, 7 to 14 days under normal conditions, faster under combat stress. Under normal conditions with the specific preparation work the map outlined, 6 to 8 days. Not comfortable, but the margin was there. He extracted himself from the maintenance corridor, navigated the array's exit, and stepped into the night air of Inferno Peak. The summit was quieter now. Most of the attendees had departed in the weeks following the coalition agreement, leaving behind the coalition's operational staff and the permanent summit personnel. The grounds felt different without 3,000 cultivators. He found the group in the Verdant Flame sect's guest compound, which had been maintained at their use during the operation period by Jean Rose sect relationship. He told them about the map. The explanation took 30 minutes, not because the map was difficult to explain, but because the group asked the right questions, and the right questions required full answers. Liang Mei, the preparation work. You said 18 hours of technique integrations. What kind? He described them. Internal cultivation sessions that took the 4 cores' energy and established direct communication channels between them, preparing the structure for the soul boundary contact. Each integration was a specific exercise. The map outlined 12 distinct sessions, ranging from 40 minutes to 2 hours each. They could be done in sequence or with rest periods between them. With rest periods, the map estimated 2 days. Without, it could be completed in 1 very long day. Without rest periods? She asked. The map notes that attempting the soul boundary work while fatigued increases the identity dissolution risk, he said. But it also notes that the risk is manageable with adequate cold iron support. She looked at him with the directness of someone who had just been told that their role in a process was significantly more demanding than previously indicated. Adequate cold iron support during a fatigued advanced cultivation process. Yes, I can do that, she said, not with uncertainty, as a statement of available capacity. Tell me what the support requires at each stage, so I'm prepared for the variation. He told her. The map was detailed on this point, which he appreciated about Old Hay's documentation style. The emotional support requirements were listed alongside the technical cultivation requirements, because Old Hay had apparently understood that the two were not separate. Jinro, after listening to the full explanation, produced a preparation schedule. 18 hours of technique integrations divided into sessions of 60 to 90 minutes each, with mandatory rest periods after the 4th and 8th sessions. Layer 5 beginning on the 3rd day after arrival. Recovery monitoring built into the schedule. This is aggressive, she said, reviewing it. It is within survivable parameters. It is not comfortable. I know, Shen Tian said. I'm not saying no, she said. I'm documenting that I've assessed it accurately and that aggressive is the correct word. She handed the schedule across. Review this tonight. If you have concerns about any of the session timing, raise them before we begin. He reviewed it. He had no concerns about the timing. The schedule was the tightest reasonable structure, built with the understanding of what the deadline required. This is correct, he said. Thank you. It is the logical use of available information, she said. But she said it with the precision of a cultivator who had expanded her role beyond its original assignmentual situation, and he recognized the quality of that choice. Tomorrow, the 5th fragment's absorption. The day after, preparation work begins. 9 days remaining. The map was in his mind, complete. The path was clear, if narrow. He prepared for sleep with the specific discipline of someone who understood that rest was not optional when the next day's work required his full capacity. Outside, The summit's night carried the warmth of the volcanic mountain and the distant quality of something ancient waiting in the eastern dimension for a confrontation that was now 8 days away. He thought about the map one more time before sleep, not reviewing it anxiously, but with the settled attention of a person who had fully understood something and was letting that understanding become part of the deeper knowledge structure rather than the active processing layer. The 12 preparation sessions, the 6 to 8 day active process, the reversibility windows, the identity dissolution risk and its 3 addressed mitigations, the role of Liang Mei's cold iron, the role of his own clarity about values and commitments. All of it was clear. None of it was easy. Both of those things were true simultaneously, and the second did not complicate the first. He slept. And in the morning, the 5th fragment's absorption would begin, and the preparation sessions would follow, and 8 days after that the confrontation would arrive regardless of whether he was as ready as he intended to be, though he intended to be. The Tao continued through the choices made in preparation as much as through the choices made in crisis. 8 days, and the preparation was the weapon, and the cultivation map was the blueprint, and the people around him were the ones who made it possible to use either. Chapter 74. The conversation about Layer 5 took the full night. Not because the group resisted the plan, they didn't. Yunfei assessed it with the practical calculation he applied to combat situations. Risks, resources, timeline. What happens if it works? What happens if it doesn't? Zhen Rou asked the medical questions with the thoroughness she applied to any procedure she was going to support. Duan Feng, who had arrived uninvited at the beginning of the conversation and had been included without anyone explicitly deciding to include him, listened without speaking until the technical discussions were complete. Liang Mei asked the question no one else had asked. What does the support require? Specifically, the cold iron has to be channeled directly through the resonance bond, Shen Tian said. Not passive support, active. You maintain the thermal balance while my furnace energy reaches the soul boundary. The balance has to be precise enough that the energy is warm rather than hot, enough to forge, not enough to burn. For how long? The map says the critical window is 1 to 3 hours at the soul boundary. After that, the layer's initial bonding completes and the process becomes self-sustaining. 1 to 3 hours of active precise thermal regulation, she said. Yes. What happens if I lose concentration? The furnace energy at the soul boundary overshoots the forging temperature. The soul doesn't burn in the way physical tissue burns, it disassociates, which the map describes as losing the thread of who you are at a fundamental level. He paused. It is not a small risk. Liang Mei was quiet for a moment. What is the alternative? Not attempting Layer 5 before the solstice. Going into the Sovereign's full manifestation at Layer 4. He paused. The Sovereign is celestial alloy rank even at partial manifestation. Layer 4 is gold crucible. The gap is large enough that direct confrontation at Layer 4 would require everything going exactly right. And at Layer 5, the gap narrows to something that tactical work can close. It doesn't guarantee anything, but it changes the math from requiring perfect conditions to requiring good conditions. He paused. It is the better choice. She held his gaze with the steadiness that was her characteristic response to things that were genuinely difficult. Then the support is yes. I wanted the specific requirements so I understood what I was agreeing to, not because I was evaluating whether to agree. I know, he said. Duan Feng, from the corner where he had been sitting, said, the timing. The solstice is in 9 days. The Layer 5 process is 6 to 8 days under the specific preparation conditions. That leaves 1 to 3 days of margin. Yes, Shen Tian said. Too tight, Duan Feng said. Not as a criticism, as a statement of the risk level. I know. What if the process takes 8 days instead of 6? 1 day of margin before the solstice. What if it takes 9? We go into the confrontation mid-process, Shen Tian said, which the map says is possible. Layer 5 in progress can be paused at a reversibility window, and the reversibility windows are frequent in the first half of the process. He paused. But working in a combat situation while a Layer 5 integration is running at a reversibility pause is not a condition I want to operate in. So the preparation work needs to be as complete as possible before beginning the layer process, Zhen Rou said, to push toward the 6-day end of the timeline. Yes. How much preparation is needed? He described it. The cultivation map's preparation work was specific, a series of internal technique integrations that took the existing 4 cores and established communication pathways between them, preparing the cultivation structure for the 5th layer's soul boundary contact. Each integration required focused session time. The map estimated 18 hours of total preparation work, spread across multiple sessions to prevent fatigue. 18 hours of preparation plus 6 to 8 days of active layer process. In 9 days, Start the preparation tonight, Zhenrou said. Continue through the next 2 days. Begin the active layer process on day 3. Aim for completion on day 8 or 9, one day before or of the solstice. It was the tightest reasonable schedule. Not comfortable, not designed with margin for error, but structurally sound in a way that the looser version wasn't, because the looser version involved entering the confrontation at layer 4, which had its own severe problems. Tonight, Shen Tian agreed. They began. The first preparation session started at the second watch hour, the compound quiet around them. Liang Mei maintained the cold iron resonance at baseline, not the active support the layer process would require, but the steady background presence that kept the thermal balance while Shen Tian worked through the first channel integration. The first integration connected the Crimson Furnace's primary core with the dimensional forge technique's spatial awareness, a pathway the map described as teaching the furnace to feel space the way it feels heat. The sensation was strange, a new dimension of perception opening inside his cultivation awareness, the empty space between objects becoming tactile, readable, something he could place his attention on. It was not uncomfortable. It was more like putting on an additional set of clothes, more presence, more material, more texture to everything. He completed the first session at the third watch hour. Rested. The second session, connecting the second core's combat knowledge with the new spatial awareness. This one was more demanding. Combat knowledge was kinetic, quick response, and it had a resistance to being integrated with something as contemplative as spatial sensitivity. The map had noted this as a common friction point. The solution it offered was patient repetition. Let the two types of knowledge exist alongside each other without forcing a synthesis, and allow the synthesis to develop through use. He worked at this for 90 minutes. The synthesis was not complete by the session's end. It was visible as a beginning, a place where the two types of knowledge were in proximity and beginning to find their commonalities. Zhenrou monitored throughout. At the end of the second session, she noted, physical state nominal. Cultivated energy distribution slightly uneven, which is consistent with the friction the map describes. It will resolve. I know, he said. The map says this is the normal pattern. I know the map says that, she said. I'm confirming from medical observation that the map is accurate in this case. They're not always the same. He slept after the second session. The dreams carried the distinctive texture of dreams during active cultivation work. Not symbolic, not frightening, but deeply strange. The cultivation structures new elements organizing themselves in the background of sleep in ways he would not remember clearly, but that would be apparent in the next day's sessions. In the morning, Duan Feng stopped by the compound before departing for his clan's operational setup and said, the Eastern Territories report came in at dawn. 3 more cities in the survey wave path. Su Baihe has deployed secondary forces to 2 of them. The third is at the edge of her current logistics range. He paused. I have forces that can reach it. I'm routing them. Good, Shen Tian said. How long? 2 days to reach. 1 day to complete the survey construct clearance. He paused. I'll be available for the confrontation window. The patriarch departed. Shen Tian turned to Liang Mei, who had been present through this. He didn't need to tell us, she said. No, Shen Tian agreed. He chose to. The third preparation session began. Outside, the coalition's communication network was still active, Su Baihe's overnight reports arriving with the regularity of a well-run operation. And in the Eastern Territories, another refining center smoke rose on the horizon. Another point in the sovereign's network activating toward the confrontation that was now 8 days away and demanded everything the preparation was building toward. And somewhere in Ashrok's direction, another city was already reporting the survey waves. Spiral pattern, another piece of the sovereign's continental network coming online. Another step in a strategy that had been running for 40 years, and that the coalition had 8 days to interrupt before it reached its first critical threshold. Chapter 75. The preparation work was internal, and therefore largely invisible to observers, which was relevant because the coalition's operational staff had continued coordinating the Eastern Territory response while the campaign had been running, and the summit grounds were not empty of politics. Prince Xiaojun arrived on day 2 of the preparation period with a secondary imperial delegation, not the full retinue from before, but enough personnel to signal intent. His position, the Empire wanted a direct briefing on the Layer 5 process timeline and an assessment of whether the coalition's confrontation strategy needed to be adjusted in light of the revised capability estimates. Su Baihe, who had arrived back at the summit the previous evening after finishing the Eastern Territory consolidation, handled the initial diplomatic buffer with the competence Shen Tian had come to expect from her. She gave the prince a briefing on the Eastern operations while Shen Tian remained in preparation session. When the prince requested a direct conversation with the furnace host, Su Baihe said, the The furnace host is an intensive cultivation preparation. Interrupting that preparation carries significant safety risks. I can relay your questions. The prince's response relayed back. The Empire has direct strategic interests in the confrontation's success. The furnace host can take 40 minutes from preparation for a status meeting. Shen Tian, informed of the request during a session break, made a decision. He went to the meeting, not because he had been persuaded that 40 minutes of preparation time was insignificant, because he understood that the coalition's operational cohesion required the Empire to remain confident in the plan, and the Empire's confidence in the plan was partially dependent on the prince believing he had adequate information access. A brief, clear status meeting was cheaper than the alternative deterioration. He gave Xiao Jun exactly what the prince needed to maintain that confidence. Accurate information about the timeline, the Layer 5 requirements, the confrontation strategy's core logic, and the expected capability delta if the layer process succeeded. Xiao Jun listened with the specific attention he used when processing complex information. At the end, he said, the sixth fragment. You said it's accessible only at layer 6. Yes. That's not within the confrontation window. The sixth fragment is the layer 6 completion itself, Shen Tian said. According to the old preparation notes, the sixth fragment returns when the Crimson Furnace's partnership with its host reaches full resonance, when Zhu Ke and I are fully aligned as a functioning pair rather than a host-furnace relationship. He paused. It doesn't require a separate physical absorption. It requires a specific quality of the bond. Xiao Jun was quiet. That sounds like a threshold condition rather than a technical one, he said. It is both, Shen Tian said. Technical in the sense that the cultivation structure has to be ready to receive it. Qualitative in the sense that the readiness itself is relational. He paused. You could describe it as, the power becomes available when you've actually earned it. That's unusual in cultivation terms, the prince said. The Crimson Furnace is unusual, Shen Tian said. Xiao Jun looked at him for a long moment. The confrontation succeeds if Layer 5 completes and the coalition holds, he said. And if it doesn't succeed? Then we contain the sovereign's manifestation as long as possible while the coalition regroups and tries again with better information, Shen Tian said. The seal doesn't collapse immediately even if the solstice manifestation proceeds. It degrades over additional weeks to months. There is not a single failure point. That's a more nuanced answer than I expected. The situation is nuanced, he replied. I prefer accurate assessments over reassuring ones. Xiao Jun nodded. Then he said something Shen Tian had not expected. Su Baihe speaks well of you. She doesn't speak well of people easily. I know, he replied. I think well of her. She told me that too. A pause. She said you think in terms of the situation after the crisis. She said the same thing about herself. Yes, the prince said. I know. He looked at his hands. I have been thinking about the situation after the crisis for the past 3 weeks. What the continent looks like if the coalition succeeds. He paused. The Empire's relationship with a restored Shenforge clan as a public resource rather than a private weapon is a different relationship than I was planning for 6 months ago. It is, Shen Tian said. I'm adjusting my planning accordingly. He paused. That's not a concession. It's a strategic recalibration based on updated information. I understand the distinction, Shen Tian said. I think the recalibration is accurate. He returned to preparation. The 40 minutes had cost him something in concentrated session intensity, but the coalition's confidence in the plan was real value. The math was approximately neutral. Liang Mei, when he told her about the meeting, said, he's becoming a competent ally. He was always competent, Shen Tian said. He's becoming a correctly oriented one. Is there a difference? A competent adversary and a competent ally are very different people to deal with, he said. The competence is the same. The orientation determines whether it's an asset or a problem. She considered this. 40 years, she said. What? Old He spent 40 years building infrastructure and didn't see it complete. The Shen clan refiners who built the caches died before the host they built for arrived. She paused. You've been doing this for 3 months and you're still counting weeks. She looked at him with the steadiness that was hers. At some point the counting becomes its own weight. He thought about this. You're right, he said. The weight is real. You don't have to carry it alone, she said. That's what the bond is for. What the group is for. She paused. We know the timeline. You don't have to remind yourself of it constantly. He nodded. The preparation sessions resumed. Over the next 2 days, the remaining 12 integration sessions completed with the specific texture of work that was difficult, necessary, and exactly as demanding as the map had described. Not more. Not less. The map's accuracy was itself a form of support. Knowing that what he was experiencing was what Old He had documented, that the difficulty was anticipated and accounted for, reduced the specific cognitive load of uncertainty. The fourth session was the hardest, integrating the fifth core's dimensional forge awareness with the first core's fire absorption, which had the most different energetic signature of any pair of cores in the structure. The map's description of this integration as teaching two workers from different traditions to work on the same surface was accurate. It took 2 hours and 3 attempts, and at the end of it Zhenro noted a brief elevation in his temperature that required Liang Mei to actively manage. Not a crisis, Zhenro said. A natural response to the integration friction. I know, he said. He was learning to hear her medical notations not as concerning, but as precise documentation of what was happening, and the precision itself was steadying. Liang Mei had been managing the cold iron support through each session with increasing fineness. By the 6th session, she had moved from baseline resonance to something more dynamic, reading the temperature fluctuations in advance, adjusting the cold iron channel before the overshoot rather than after. Zhenro noted the shift in her approach and annotated it in the preparation record. You're anticipating, Zhenro told her. I've been practicing, Liang Mei said. During his sleeping cycles. I've been running the cold iron regulation practice while he rests. She paused. The regulation improves with practice. I wanted practice before the part of the process where the margin for error narrows. Shen Tian, who had been listening, said, You've been running practice sessions while I sleep. Yes. He looked at her. The specific care in that preparation, choosing to spend her rest time developing the skill that would keep him safe during the most dangerous part of the layer process, was not a small thing. Thank you, he said. Don't thank me during the preparation, she said, with the specific tone of someone who was focused on the work and found gratitude a distraction. Thank me after it's done. After, he agreed. The 9th session completed on the evening of the 2nd day. The map's estimated 18 hours of work had taken 22, the extra time added by the 4th session's friction and the mandatory rest periods. Still within the viable window, Layer 5 could begin tomorrow morning, and the timeline remained structurally sound if tight. He slept, and the preparation's final 3 sessions occupied the background of his dreams with the steady quality of work nearing completion, the cultivation structure organizing itself around the new integrations, finding its balance, preparing for what came next. In the morning, with 4 days before the solstice, the last 3 sessions completed. He was ready. Liang Mei was ready. The preparation was done. 1 day of rest, which Zhenro had built into the schedule at the point between preparation and active layer process, and then Layer 5 began. Chapter 76. On day 3, he began Layer 5. The first step of the active process was internal. The Crimson Furnace's energy, guided by the cultivation map's specific pathway, moving from the 4-core structure through the dimensional forge channels and toward the soul boundary. Not a single movement, but a series of calibrated advances. The map's technique was iterative, each advance building the foundation for the next, each step tested for stability before proceeding. Liang Mei sat across from him in the guest compound's main room, the cold iron channels active, her attention on the resonance bond's thermal monitoring function. Zhenro was present as medical support, her diagnostic sense running continuous assessment of his physical state. Yunfei was at the door. The first advance reached the soul boundary at the 4th watch hour. He had expected the soul boundary to be a clear threshold, a place where you could tell you had arrived, because the nature of what you were doing changed. Instead, it was a gradient. The boundary wasn't a wall, but a region. A transition zone where physical cultivation energy became something else, where the furnace's heat began affecting aspects of his experience that weren't localized to any physical site. The map had described this accurately, but not sufficiently. The actual experience was one of identity becoming. Permeable wasn't the right word. Transparent. He could feel the furnace's heat moving through the transition zone, and he could feel that he was present in that zone as something other than a cultivator in a body. This is where previous hosts lost the thread, Zhu Ke said. Her presence in this zone was different, not the bond's background warmth, but something more direct. She was present in the transition zone as herself, not as the furnace operating on his behalf. What does losing the thread feel like? He asked. The heat becomes indistinguishable from yourself. You can't tell where the furnace ends and you begin. Then you are both. Then you are just the furnace. He looked at the zone around him. Interior experience, not physical vision, and understood the risk in a way that the map's description had prepared for, but not conveyed. The boundary was real. He was in it. The heat was present. And Zhu Ke was present, and Liang Mei's cold iron was a thread of coolness running through the zone that was the anchor the map said it needed to be. He held the cold iron thread. He held Zhu Ke's presence as a distinct thing, not merged with the heat, but recognizable alongside it. He held his own awareness as himself, his values, his commitments, The specific person who had walked into a mine in Redstone as a blacksmith's apprentice and ended up here. The advance continued. Outside, Liang Mei said, his temperature is elevated, still within the functional range. Her voice was calm with the practiced calm of a person who had committed to that state before the situation required it, and was maintaining it as a discipline. Advance is proceeding normally, Jinro said. In the transition zone, Shen Tian advanced. Days 2 through 5 were the layer's middle section. The cultivation map called it the bonding work, where the furnace energy's presence at the soul boundary moved from adjacency to integration. Not fusion, integration. The map's language was precise about this. Integration meant that the furnace's energy could access the soul's cultivation potential, could draw on it, and be drawn on by it, without the soul's distinctness being compromised. He did the work. Liang Mei maintained the cold iron balance. Zhen Ro monitored. Yunfei handled the camp's practical requirements and the limited coalition inquiries that came in during the week. On day 6, the integration reached its first stable state. The map called it the initial bonding complete, the point where the soul and furnace had established a working relationship at the dimensional level, where each could communicate with the other more directly than the bond alone allowed. Zhu Ke said, "Can you feel it?" He could. She was present in a new way, not just in the bond, but in the underlying structure, the way that after months of working with someone you begin to understand their thinking before they speak. She was present as a full perspective, not as a furnace intelligence, but as a person. "You're surprised," she said. "I knew you were a person," he said. "Knowing it and experiencing it are different." "Yes," she said. Asterisk, that's also how it is for me. With you. Asterisk, the reversibility window on day 7 showed a stable integration. Shen Tian came back to full external awareness for 4 hours. 8. Discussed the operational situation with the group, confirmed that the coalition's position was holding. 8 days after beginning, with 1 day before the solstice, Layer 5, Soul Forge, completed. He advanced to Obsidian Mantle. His skin could now form living armor of crimson steel, not passive hardening but active formation, the cultivator's body becoming a forging environment that produced its own protective layer on demand. Zhu Ke was present in his awareness in a way that had no adequate predecessor. She was his partner in the specific sense that had taken 8 months of working, trusting, and being honest with each other to build, and now that was also cultivated into the structure of what they were. "The 6th fragment," he said. "Not yet," she said. Asterisk, but close. "The quality is almost there." Asterisk, what's missing? A pause. Asterisk, the confrontation. What you do when what you value is genuinely at risk. How you act when the cost is real. Asterisk, another pause. Asterisk, I've seen you work. I need to see you fight. Asterisk, he looked at the eastern sky. 1 day before the solstice. Below them, in the darkness, the sovereign's timeline was completing. The integration had taken 8 days, 2 days faster than the map's upper estimate, 3 days slower than the optimistic end. The schedule had held within its planned margins. He processed this, what had happened in those 8 days, what it felt like now. The Soulforge completion was not dramatic from inside the experience. It was not a moment of sudden power increase or dramatic change in sensory experience. It had the character of something that had been building across months, finally becoming fully available. Zhu Ke present in his awareness not as a force operating on his behalf, but as a genuine partner, her thinking available alongside his own, her perspective contributing to his understanding of every situation rather than being filtered through the bond's one-way information transfer. She was present now the way Liang Mei's cold iron was present, a constant companion, integrated into how he understood the world, not a separate voice, but a second way of seeing that had become part of his own. That was what the Soul Forge meant, he understood now. Not merging. Genuine integration without loss of individuality. 2 perspectives occupying the same awareness without either disappearing into the other. He had been afraid, somewhere in the preparation, that the soul boundary contact would feel like being consumed. It had not. It had felt like being understood. Liang Mei sat down beside him at the compound wall's edge. One day, he agreed. "Are you afraid?" He thought about this honestly. "No," he said. "I'm prepared. Those are different states." He paused. The preparation reduced the fear to a level where it's information rather than obstruction. The sovereign is at celestial alloy. I'm at obsidian mantle. The gap is real, but the gap is workable. Workable, she said, with the neutral tone that meant she was testing the word against her own assessment. Workable with the coalition's support structure. Workable with the 6th fragment's arrival. He paused. "I believe the 6th fragment is close." Zhu Ke said the confrontation would show what's needed. "Tomorrow is the confrontation." She was still for a moment. "Whatever happens," she said, "you're not going into it alone." I know, he said. That's part of what makes it workable. The eastern sky held the faint bruise of approaching dawn. The solstice was coming regardless of preparation, regardless of readiness, regardless of whether every element was exactly where it needed to be. It had been coming for 40 years. One day was still one day. It was sufficient for what it needed to contain. I need to see you fight, Zhuge had said. The confrontation would show her what she needed to see, and then the sixth fragment's completion, and then the path toward whatever came after, which would be its own work, requiring its own preparation, carried by its own set of carefully built relationships. The Tao continued. It had not stopped. He stood when the sky lightened to the pale gray of early morning, and began preparing for what one day contained, knowing that the sovereign, in the east, was doing the same thing, counting down the same hours toward the moment when everything the past months had built would be tested against the one thing it had not yet faced, and the one thing it had not yet faced was what the sovereign himself, direct and personal, would bring to the confrontation that both of them were now counting down to. And what Shen Tian understood, standing in the pale gray of pre-dawn, was that the sovereign had been waiting for this confrontation for a millennium and would be ready for it in ways that no 8-month preparation could fully match. Chapter 77. The solstice came with the specific quality of an event that had been anticipated long enough that its arrival felt both inevitable and sudden. The Ashen Sovereign's manifestation began at sunrise, felt across the coalition's position as a wave of dead furnace energy that carried the specific signature of a being emerging from dimensional constraint. Not the ambient projection pulses of the previous months, but something substantive. The seal at the eastern dimension was not breaking. It was being partially permeated, the sovereign's consciousness pressing through points of local weakness to establish a presence in the physical world, not a full body but a directed intelligence. The coalition's forward positions sent reports as the reports arrived. The corruption wave in the eastern territories had intensified dramatically overnight. The sovereign's survey artifacts, already converted, were now activated as transmission nodes, a network of forge infrastructure stretching across the eastern provinces, all of it channeling energy toward the dimensional boundary. Su Baihe's assessment was delivered in 3 sentences. He's building a temporary body from corrupted forge energy. It won't be stable. We have a window of 4 to 6 hours before the energy consolidates sufficiently to produce something that fights at celestial alloy rank. How do we use the window? Duan Feng asked. We don't let the consolidation complete, she said. The operational plan had been built around exactly this scenario, refined over the past weeks of Eastern campaign work. Su Baihe's military forces would manage the perimeter, keeping the sovereign's corrupted constructs from reinforcing the consolidation point. Duan Feng's weapon cultivators would attack the transmission nodes in the eastern provinces, cutting the energy supply to the consolidation. Huolian's fire specialist would address the conversion artifacts in the eastern city that was serving as the consolidation site. And Shen Tian would go directly to the consolidation point itself. Not to destroy the sovereign, not to break the seal further, to purify the consolidation energy before it achieved the threshold mass required for a stable manifestation. The 4th-day operation, Liang Mei said, as the coalition forces moved out. You disrupted the projection before it found purchase. Same principle, he agreed. Interrupt before the process completes. The window is the asset. 4 to 6 hours is a comfortable window, Yunfei said. 4 to 6 hours assuming the sovereign cooperates with the timeline, Shen Tian said. He's been in a sealed dimension for 40 years, Yunfei said. He might not be at his most patient. This was, in fact, accurate. The consolidation point was a city called Ashrok in the eastern foothills, one of the smaller refining centers, significant only because it was geographically positioned at the point where the dimensional boundary's local weakness was greatest. The sovereign had been building toward this location for months. The corruption there was the oldest and most established in the eastern territories. The coalition forces moved in formation. Shen Tian's advance group, himself, Liang Mei, Yunfei, Zhenrou, moved faster than the main formation, arriving at Ashrok's edge 40 minutes before Su Baihe's forces would reach perimeter position. 40 minutes was not a comfortable advance gap. Zhuge said, * he knows we're here. He's accelerating. * the sovereign's manifestation process, feeling the crimson furnace's approach, was compressing its own timeline. The energy consolidation that had been projected at 4 to 6 hours was moving faster, drawing more aggressively from the transmission network. He's accelerating, Shen Tian told the group. How much time? Liang Mei asked. 2 hours at most, Zhuge said through the bond. Possibly less. They ran. The approach to Ashrok was 3 li at full cultivation speed. Less than 10 minutes. Shen Tian pushed to the edge of what the obsidian mantle's enhanced movement capabilities allowed, the Layer 5 completion giving him a different quality of speed than he had carried before, not just faster, but more integrated, the Crimson Furnace's energy distributing through his entire body rather than concentrating at the major joint points. Behind him, Liang Mei matched his pace with the cold iron supplementing her movement. Yun Fei moved with the specific fluid efficiency of a sword cultivator whose body had become an extension of his technique. Zhen Rou ran with the steady, controlled pace of a healer who had spent years running alongside people significantly more powerful than herself and had developed the specific endurance that required. The constructs outside Ashrock were dense, denser than anything they had encountered in the Eastern Territories. The Sovereign had been concentrating resources here for weeks. The surveyways collected constructs from a dozen smaller sites had been routing toward this location, building the consolidation point's defensive infrastructure. They were not subtle about it. The constructs were organized in formation ranks, and those formations were oriented outward, watching for the approach they had been informed was coming. The Sovereign had told his network that the Crimson Furnace host would arrive. The network had prepared. He's using us as his test case, Yin Fei said, reading the formation's orientation. He wants to see how the obsidian mantle handles organized resistance. Then we give him a test he wasn't expecting, Shen Tian said. He stopped, let the construct's attention settle on him, felt the network's recognition pulse as his presence registered. Then he used the dimensional forge technique. He reached through the spatial awareness the fifth core had given him, found the consolidated energy's structural anchor points, the places where the conversion process was maintaining its coherence through specific dimensional fixings, and applied heat directly to those anchor points, not through physical contact, through the furnace's ability to work at a distance in spatial terms. 3 anchor points dissolved simultaneously. The construct formations, deprived of their organizational coherence, fragmented, not destroyed. The individual constructs were still active, but no longer operating as a unified force. Go, he said. They ran into the fractured formation. The next 40 minutes were the most complex combat he had managed. Not difficult in the sense of being overpowered, but demanding in the sense of requiring simultaneous attention across multiple active engagements while maintaining the spatial awareness needed to keep locating and dissolving the consolidation energy's anchor points. Liang Mei's cold iron was creating temporary freeze zones that gave Yun Fei stable ground to work from. Yun Fei's Starfall Edge was cutting through constructs with the specific resonance that came from a celestial-grade blade whose maker had understood the relationship between forged things and fire. Zhen Rou was managing the field's energy overpressure. The corrupted energy that the constructs were emitting as they were destroyed was accumulating and needed processing, which she was handling by converting it into a neutralized form that dispersed into the environment harmlessly. The system worked. It was not elegant. It was efficient. At the 40-minute mark, they reached the consolidation point center, and the Sovereign's presence was immediate and direct, and nothing like the ambient projection of the 4th day. This was personal attention, an ancient intelligence focused entirely on the specific problem of what was happening at its consolidation anchor. 2 hours at most, possibly less. They ran into the formation, into the consolidation's closing window, into the moment everything the past 3 months had been building toward would have to prove it was sufficient. The distance covered in those 40 minutes was the most compressed version of every lesson the months had taught. The obsidian mantle's living armor forming as the first constructs engaged, Yun Fei's Starfall Edge finding the gaps that the cold iron freeze zones opened, Zhen Rou's healing field keeping the corrupted energy from accumulating to crisis level, and Shen Tian at the center of it working through the consolidation energy's anchor points with the dimensional forge technique while simultaneously managing the combat contact. Coordinated. Specific. Using each capability where that capability was most needed. Subaiha would have approved. And at the end of the 40 minutes, the consolidation point center and the Sovereign's direct, personal attention, and the most important 2 hours of the past months. They ran. Chapter 78. The consolidation point at Ashrock Center was a corrupted forge installation, one of the survey-converted artifacts from the weeks before, that had become something more than it started as. The Sovereign's intelligence was present in it directly now, not just as pattern, but as directed consciousness. The installation was breathing, pulsing with the slow, heavy rhythm of something becoming. Shen Tian applied the Crimson Furnace's purification to it immediately, without preamble. The Sovereign's response was direct. Resistance, not through constructs but through the installation itself, which pushed back against the purification the way that a person resists having something taken from them. Not an impersonal process. Active opposition. He is aware of you, Zhu Ke said. He is managing the consolidation process personally now, not through automated network function. Good, Shen Tian said. Liang Mei, good. It means his attention is here, not on countermeasures in the Eastern Territories. He pressed deeper into the purification. Su Bai's forces will have an easier perimeter operation if the sovereign is focused on the consolidation point. The work was different from every previous purification operation. This was not corrupted forge energy passively established in a system. This was the sovereign's active presence. In purifying, it was less like cleaning a structure and more like having a conversation with an extremely powerful, extremely old being who had specific opinions about the conversation's outcome. The sovereign did not speak. He argued in cultivation energy, pressure, resistance, counter-technique, the specific language of a being who had been doing this for 1,000 years and knew every move in the furnace cultivation vocabulary. Shen Tian answered in the same language. The conversation was technical and intimate and completely illegible to anyone outside the cultivation contact. From outside, Liang Mei and Yunfei were holding a defensive perimeter against the constructs the sovereign's network was routing toward the consolidation point. Zhenro was monitoring the medical state and managing the boundary conditions where the corrupted energy was affecting the physical environment. From inside, Shen Tian was having the most direct encounter he had had with the Ashen Sovereign since the projection event. The Sovereign was, in the specific language of this contact, trying to tell him something. Not through words. The cultivation contact didn't carry semantic content directly, but the quality of the opposition had a shape to it that communicated. I have been waiting to tell you this for 40 years, and you are currently standing in the way of the moment when I can. He wants to speak to you, Zhu Ke said. I know. Shen Tian did not stop the purification. Asterisk not here. Not like this. Asterisk the sovereign's resistance shifted. The constructs attacking the perimeter pulled back. The consolidation energy, which had been attempting to maintain its mass against the purification, stopped fighting the dissolution. Not cooperation, but a cessation of active opposition that was its own form of communication. He said it would wait. Shen Tian completed the purification at the 2nd-hour mark. Just as Su Bai's forces reached the perimeter and the Eastern Territory transmission nodes reported successful disruption by Duan Feng's weapon cultivators. The consolidation energy dissolved. The sovereign's partial manifestation was incomplete, and the window had closed. The manifestation had failed. Not permanently. The sovereign was still in the sealed dimension, still pressing against the boundary, still accumulating. But the specific attempt had been defeated. The solstice window had been used, and the consolidation had not completed. Standing in Ashrok's empty central square, with the coalition forces moving in around him and the corrupted installation behind him now clean, Shen Tian understood from the quality of the sovereign's withdrawn presence, felt through the now cooling purification contact, that the old being was not angry. He was waiting, and the waiting itself communicated. We will have the conversation when the 6th fragment arrives. He held this for a moment. The sovereign had, in the language of cultivation contact, accepted the outcome. Not surrendered. Accepted, in the way that a very patient being accepts an outcome that was always within the range of possible results and requires adjustment rather than abandonment of a long plan. The manifestation had failed. The seal was stronger. The Crimson Furnace host had reached Obsidian Mantle and demonstrated the Soul Forge's completion. All of this was information the Sovereign was processing with the specific rationality of someone who had been imprisoned for 40 years and had learned that patience was not a choice, but a basic requirement for anything at all. He is not afraid, Zhu Ke said. Asterisk he never was. That is not the shape of what he feels. Asterisk, what does he feel? A pause. Asterisk grief. Very old grief, that has been running so long it has become like a foundation rather than an emotion. Asterisk another pause. Asterisk, he wants what he lost. He has wanted it for 1,000 years. The specifics of the plan matter less to him than the eventual outcome. Asterisk, he believes he will get what he wants. Asterisk, he believes the eventual outcome is achievable. He is adjusting for this specific failure and planning toward the next attempt. Asterisk a pause. He is very old and very patient, and the cost of patience has become something he has already paid so many times that it no longer feels like a cost. Shen Tian stood in Ashrok's quiet central square and understood that the being he was dealing with was not desperate or angry or even particularly challenged by this setback. He was 1,000-year-old intelligence that had experienced more failures than the average cultivator experienced breaths, and had continued anyway, and would continue anyway. Stopping him required not just defeating the current plan, but addressing the grief at its foundation, the thing the plan was actually trying to recover. You already understood this, Zhu Ke said. Yes, he said, but I'm understanding it more precisely now. When the 6th fragment completes, When you meet him in the way that both of us have been preparing for, he will know that too. Good, Shen Tian said. Let him know it. The coalition forces were completing their perimeter sweep. Ashrok's streets were clean, the consolidation energy dissolved, the constructs deactivated, the sovereign's attempt closed. The city's residents, evacuated 12 hours ago by Su Baihe's efficient operations, could return. A city cleaned. A manifestation failed. The seal still standing. And the conversation that was coming. The conversation the sovereign had promised at the moment of the sixth fragment was something Shen Tian was beginning to understand was not a threat, but a genuine appointment. Two parties who understood each other's position well enough to stop fighting about everything except the specific question that remained. That question was not power. The sovereign had concluded power was not the issue. The host at Obsidian Mantle with 5 fragments and the 6th arriving was beyond what he had expected, but it was not beyond what a sufficiently patient strategy could address. The question was partnership. The sovereign had tried once to achieve what Shen Tian and Zhu Ke were building. He had tried with control and dominance, and the belief that sufficient power would compel the furnace's cooperation. He had failed, and had spent 1,000 years in a sealed dimension failing in the same way, in a longer arc, reaching for what he had lost with the only tool he had ever trusted. Shen Tian stood in Ashrok's clean central square and held this understanding with care. The conversation at the 6th fragment would not be about power. It would be about showing the sovereign something he had never been shown. What the partnership looked like, actually. What it meant for a host and a furnace to be genuinely aligned rather than the furnace subdued and the host empowered. That was not something he could explain. It would have to be demonstrated. He turned back to the coalition forces, and the day's consolidation work continued around him, and the appointment with the sovereign was on both their schedules now, closing, patient, and certain. Chapter 79. The coalition's post-operation assessment took 2 days, and Shen Tian spent most of those 2 days in the kind of rest that was enforced by Jean Ro's medical directive rather than his own preference. The Layer 5 process finished 1 day ago, she said, with the specific tone she used when her professional recommendation was not negotiable. The Soul Forge's completion under combat conditions compressed timelines that were supposed to have recovery buffer. You are sleeping the full cycle before any further cultivation work. He slept the full cycle. He woke to find Liang Mei sitting in the room's secondary chair, reading one of the expedition's reference texts, and the quality of her presence, her attention, her simple occupancy of the chair, was the most settling thing he had encountered in 2 weeks. The coalition's intact, she said, without looking up. Duan Feng's operation in the eastern provinces hit all 12 transmission nodes. Su Baihe's perimeter held clean. Hualian's specialists addressed the conversion artifacts in Ashrok's outer districts while you were in the consolidation point. She turned a page. Su Baihe is reorganizing the Eastern Territorial Administration with General Shun, a new promotion from her command corps, who has the same approach to post-crisis reconstruction that she does. Good, Shen Tian said. Yun Fei, she continued, had a conversation with Jian Wuhan, who traveled from the summit to be present for the Heavenly Sword Sect investigation panel that convened yesterday. The investigation confirmed Yun Fei's account of the original registration and the blood sacrifice attempt. Jian Wuhan testified correctly. She paused. Yun Fei hasn't told me how he feels about this yet, but he did tell me that Jian Wuhan asked him to meet for a conversation sometime in the next year, and that he had not said no. Shen Tian processed this. Prince Xiao Jun sent a communication, she said. He wants to discuss the post-solstice strategic situation when you are available. He framed it as a planning conversation rather than a demand, which I think indicates the orientation adjustment he mentioned to you. It does. She closed the reference text. The sovereign's manifestation attempt failed. He withdrew. According to the pattern of previous attempts, and Qin Yu has records going back 40 years, he'll consolidate for 3 to 6 weeks before attempting another approach. The coalition has time to build the next layer of preparation. And the 6th fragment, Shen Tian said. She was quiet for a moment. Then, you said the 6th fragment requires the quality of the bond to be right. That the confrontation shows you can act under real cost. Yes. Do you think the quality is there? He thought about it honestly. The Layer 5 process, the soul boundary work, what Zhu Ke had said about seeing him fight, the consolidation purification, the sovereign's withdrawal. Zhu Ke said it needed the confrontation to confirm what was already almost there, he said. The consolidation point was a real confrontation with a real cost if it had failed. And he consulted the internal sense, the bond's quality, the soul forge's state, the sense of Zhu Ke's presence in the new depth the layer had opened. Ask me tomorrow, he said. I want to be sure before I say yes. She nodded, accepting this. Outside, the coalition's forces were reorganizing, planning, preparing for the 3 to 6 week consolidation period and what would follow it. He looked at the ceiling and thought about Shen Tian building the complement constitution in the final days of the clan's destruction, about what it meant to build something for someone you would never meet, about what it meant to receive what had been built. Liang Mei. Yes. I'm glad you chose your own path, he said. Regardless of the constitution's origin, the person who made the choice is the person who's here. She was quiet for a moment. I know, she said. I've known that for a while. A pause. It helps when someone says it directly, though. He looked at the ceiling and let the words sit for a moment. Shen Tian built something for someone he would never meet, he said. And it was the right thing for that specific person. And the person became who she became through everything that happened after. He paused. The Constitution is the beginning. The person is the sum of what came after. You're describing everyone, she said. I'm describing you specifically, he said. Because the conversation about origin risks making the Constitution seem like the defining thing. It isn't. It's just the first thing. She was quiet. Outside, the coalition's operational activity was beginning to wind down for the evening. The post-solstice assessment work converting from crisis management to administrative consolidation. The coalition's intact, she said, returning to the update she had been providing when the conversation shifted. Yun Fei's situation with the Heavenly Sword sect. The investigation concluded correctly. The Eastern Territories are in early recovery. Su Baihe has the perimeter management running. She paused. Xiao Jun sent his communication. He wants to plan for the 3 to 6 week window before the sovereign's next attempt. Tomorrow, Shen Tian said. Tomorrow, she agreed. Tonight you sleep. I know. I'm noting it specifically because you've been inclined to use rest time for additional planning since we got back from Ashrock. He looked at her. The planning is productive, she said. And also you need sleep. Both of these things are true simultaneously. She paused. Zhenro agrees. She mentioned it twice. He considered arguing that the planning was genuinely necessary. He looked at the evidence of the past 3-day sessions and the post-confrontation physical state Zhenro had documented. Sleep, he agreed. She nodded, with the compact certainty of someone who had made the correct recommendation and was not surprised that it had been accepted. She returned to the reference text in her hands, and the room settled into the specific quiet of two people who had been through a great deal together and did not need to fill the quiet with anything additional. He closed his eyes and slept, and in the morning the coalition planning resumed. The next 3 to 6 weeks were not the end. The sixth fragment's arrival had shown him that clearly. They were the preparation for what came after, which would be more difficult and would require everything they were currently building toward being genuinely ready. But tonight was enough. Tonight was sleep. He looked at the ceiling and let the past 2 days settle. The confrontation, the purification, the sixth fragment's arrival, the annihilation flame waking in his cultivation structure with the precise availability of a tool whose time had finally come. The Layer 6 was real. The Sovereign had felt it. The seal was at its strongest point in decades. And the coalition was intact, which was its own form of accomplishment. 3 months of managing competing interests and external threats, and the specific fragility of 5 clans, and an empire agreeing to work together, and it was still standing, still functioning, still doing the work. He thought about the people in it. Su Baihe's operational efficiency. Duan Feng's 31-year commitment. Huolian's carefully calibrated honesty. Qin Yu's 40 years of working ahead. The group traveling with him. The cold iron she carried and her careful preparation sessions. Zhenro's precise medical assessments. Yun Fei's rebuilt sword and his invitation to his senior brother to have a different conversation in a year. These were real things. They had been built over 3 months of careful, specific work. He would protect them. The Tao, as always, continued. But tomorrow the coalition planning resumed, and the 3 to 6 week window before the Sovereign's next attempt was already being calculated in 4 different rooms by 4 different people who each believed the correct approach was slightly different from what the others believed, and managing that would require the same careful attention that managing everything else required. And that attention, at the end of 3 months of this work, was still present, still available, still there. Chapter 80. The morning of the 3rd day after Ashrock, before the coalition's operational briefing, Shen Tian sat in the guest compound's courtyard at the first light and asked Zhu Ke directly, "Is it there?" Her response was not immediate. He waited. "Yes," she said. "It is there, the 6th fragment, which was not a fragment but a completion, not a physical absorption but a quality of partnership that had been built over 8 months of cultivation, crisis, choice, and the specific work of learning to know another being well enough that the knowing was real, arrived. It arrived not with the sudden impact of the previous core absorptions, but with the quality of something falling into its correct place after a long journey. The Crimson Furnace's structure completed itself around the six-fragment configuration. The seal's harmonic, strengthened through months of incremental improvement, reached its resonant peak. And Layer 6, Annihilation Flame, began. He felt it begin. The power to unmake and remake at will. The Crimson Furnace's most dangerous expression, waking in the structure that he and Zhu Ke had built together. Not a wildfire. A precise one. Available at need, controlled by partnership, never operating without the other. The Sovereign will feel this, Zhu Ke said. I know. He will know we've reached the sixth layer. Good, Shen Tian said. Let him calculate accordingly. Across the eastern horizon, where the sealed dimension sat behind its strengthened walls, the Ashen Sovereign felt the Crimson Furnace's sixth layer wake. He felt the seal's harmonic reach its natural resonant frequency for the first time in 1,000 years. He felt, in the specific language of cultivators who had spent their lives working at the boundary between power and understanding, that the host he had called his heir was no longer the heir he had been waiting for. The person in that courtyard was something else. Something the Sovereign had not, in 40 years of waiting and planning, precisely accounted for. The solstice had passed. The manifestation had failed. The sixth layer had awakened. The seal was strong, stronger than it had been in generations. The sealed dimension's walls, reinforced by six fragments, returned to their rightful configuration, held against the morning with the specific certainty of something built correctly by people who understood what they were building. The Ashen Sovereign withdrew to the dimension's depths, and the quality of his withdrawal said, not in anger, not in defeat, but in the specific register of an ancient being encountering something genuinely unexpected, interesting. In the courtyard, Shen Tian looked at the eastern sky and felt the annihilation flame's controlled potential settle into his cultivation structure like a tool finding its correct grip. The campaign was not over. 3 more furnace sites needed purifying in the eastern territories. The coalition's political structure needed continued management. The Sovereign would attempt another approach in 3 to 6 weeks, with better information and adjusted strategy. And somewhere beyond all of that, in a timeline that required everything to go correctly, and then some, the 7th layer waited. But the 6th was there. The 6th was real. And the 7th required a sacrifice neither of them might survive, which meant it required exactly the kind of clear-eyed commitment that the past 8 months had been building toward. He stood, and the morning light fell across the courtyard, and somewhere in the compound behind him, people who had chosen to be here were waking to another day of the work. He thought, we are ready for what comes next, not because the preparation is complete, but because the people doing it are. The 6th fragment was real. The annihilation flame was awake in his cultivation structure with the precise availability of a tool that had found its correct grip. Layer 6 did not feel like a power increase in the way that the previous layers had. It felt like a clarification. The ability to unmake and remake at will was not a new force added to his existing ones, but a new quality of what was already there. The furnace's essential capability taken to its fullest early expression. He held it carefully, not suppressing it, not pushing it, just holding it with the awareness it deserved. Zhu Ke was present in the morning alongside him, her perception layered with his in the way that the Soul Forge had made possible. She was watching the courtyard through his eyes, as well as her own awareness, and there was no boundary between the looking. He knows, she said. In the east, the Sovereign felt the 6th layer wake. I know. I told him to let him calculate accordingly. Asterisk, he is calculating. His response is, not distress. Recognition, asterisk a pause. Asterisk, he knows what the 6th layer means for the 7th. He knows what the 7th layer requires. Asterisk another pause. Asterisk, he has been thinking about the 7th layer for 1,000 years. Longer than you have been alive. Asterisk, what does he conclude about it? Asterisk, that it is the one thing he cannot take. It requires your willing choice. Asterisk, she was quiet for a moment. Asterisk, he concludes that willing choice is something he cannot engineer. He tried with me. Tried to make me willing through dominance, through necessity. I was never willing. Asterisk another pause. Asterisk, he is assessing whether you are different. Whether the path you have built is genuine. Asterisk, is that frightening to you? No, she said. Asterisk, because I know the answer. And the answer is yes. The path is genuine. Asterisk a brief warmth through the bond. Asterisk that is not something he can take or fake or manufacture. He will see it when we meet. And then the grief he has been carrying for 1,000 years will have to reckon with the fact that what he lost is gone. And what remains is something he never expected. Asterisk the morning light reached the courtyard fully. Below the summit, 40,000 cultivators were beginning their day without knowing that the most significant event of the past 1,000 years had occurred at the 4th watch hour in a small courtyard on Inferno Peak. An ancient furnace spirit, and a silver core cultivator from a border town, forming the kind of partnership that the oldest cultivation texts described as mythological. He stood, and the annihilation flame held steady in his chest, and the sixth layer was real, and in 3 to 6 weeks the sovereign would attempt another approach, and the seventh layer waited beyond that, demanding, uncertain, requiring a sacrifice neither of them might survive. He was not afraid. He was prepared, and preparation, built carefully from the correct materials, was the closest thing to ready that the world allowed. Behind him, the compound was waking. Voices, movement, the specific social energy of a group that had been through a great deal together and was beginning another day of the work. He thought of Old Hay building 40 years of infrastructure. He thought of Shen Tian completing a project in the final days of destruction, placing the last piece of his work somewhere it could be found. He thought, I understand now what they were building toward. And then he turned back toward the people who were building it with him, and the day began. The Tao continues, through the annihilation flames controlled clarity, through the coalition's maintained cohesion, through 3 to 6 weeks of the sovereign's patient recalculation toward the confrontation that would settle everything, or begin the next stage of everything, or both. And in the dimension beyond the eastern boundary, the sovereign's withdrawn presence held the quality of something very old and very patient that had just updated its calculation and found the update interesting rather than discouraging, which meant it was already recalculating toward the next approach, the patience that had held it through 40 years of imprisonment still intact and still working, still building toward the one thing it had never, in 1,000 years of waiting, stopped wanting. Chapter 81. The world responded to the Ashen Sovereign's failed solstice manifestation with the specific kind of activity that followed major threats narrowly averted. Not celebration, but a measured, disciplined rearrangement of resources toward the next anticipated engagement. The Eastern Territory's recovery took 3 weeks. Subaiha's administrative capacity proved equal to the task. The survey constructs had been cleared, the corrupted forge artifacts neutralized, and the cities that had been evacuated were repopulated in the organized sequence that her post-crisis protocol specified. 3 weeks after the solstice, Iron Basin's forges were operational again, its refining economy recovering toward functional rather than crisis. The coalition held through the recovery period, not without friction. Duan Feng's clan elders had noted the combat capacity adjustment that came with the fourth fragment's removal and had pressed him for an explanation, which he had provided with the controlled precision of a patriarch who had decided the explanation was necessary and intended to give only the version he had prepared. The elders accepted it. The Duan clan remained operationally functional, and its contribution to the coalition's military planning continued without disruption. Hua Lian's investigation of the monitoring device's placement identified one Hua clan logistics coordinator and one external agent, a cultivator who had been operating within the Hua clan supplier network for 6 years without being identified. Both were detained. The logistics coordinator cooperated with the investigation immediately. The external agent required more extended persuasion before providing the network connection information. The information those connections led to did not surprise Shen Tian. The sovereign had been running intelligence operations across all 5 clans for decades. The monitoring device in the Vermilion Hearth was one of dozens of such instruments. What surprised him was the pattern of which information the network had been collecting versus which it had not. He wasn't tracking weapons development, Subaiha said, reviewing the intelligence summary at the coalition's operational table. He wasn't tracking military formations or clan force deployments. She set the report down. He was tracking furnace states, cultivation advancement, fragment absorption events. He was watching me, Shen Tian said. He was watching the Crimson Furnace's progression, she said. Every fragment absorption registered. Every layer completion registered. He has a precise record of your cultivation advancement from approximately 8 months ago. When I left Ashvale, Shen Tian said. When you left Ashvale, she confirmed. Before that, he had general indicators. The furnace's awakening registered as an event in his network. But the specific cultivation tracking started when you began moving toward the crucible trials. He thought about this. He was watching me advance toward the power level needed to face him, tracking the timeline, and calibrating his own, she said. The solstice attempt was timed to the specific point where you had enough power to threaten his containment, but not enough to prevent the manifestation. She paused. The failure recalibrates his timeline. He'll aim for a window where the gap is different, either before I absorb more capability or after I've been weakened by something. Or both, she said. If he can create the conditions for a sustained draining engagement in the Eastern Territories, and then attempt a new manifestation at the point of your maximum depletion, the extended campaign against the survey wave, Shen Tian said. He wasn't just building counterweight artifacts. He was building conditions for depletion. Yes, she said. Which means the coalition's Eastern Territory operations have a dual function. They're both necessary and a potential exhaustion trap. She paused. I've been thinking about how to manage this. There's an operational structure that maintains the Eastern Territory clearances without concentrating your personal capacity in them, distributing the purification work across the coalition's force network rather than treating it as the Crimson Furnace host's specific function. It was a military problem, and she had been approaching it as a military problem. He appreciated that. Show me, he said. She showed him. The plan was specific and operationally sound, trading some efficiency in individual clearing operations for sustainability across a longer campaign. He approved it. Su Baihe began implementing it that afternoon. That evening, Zhu Ke said, he knew about the depletion strategy. He expected you to recognize it. He expected the coalition to route around it, Shen Tian said. Yes. He is testing whether the coalition is adaptive. His primary strategy for the solstice period failed. He is now testing the coalition's secondary defenses. What's he actually building toward? A pause. The same thing he has always been building toward. Reaching the point where the variables align sufficiently to retrieve me. Another pause. The depletion strategy is not the primary plan. It's a preparation for the primary plan. Which is? When you reach Layer 7, sovereign integration, the merger with me will be the most vulnerable moment in the entire process. That is when he will act. A longer pause. He has been patient for 1,000 years. He can be patient for whatever time it takes you to reach that point. He sat with this. He's not trying to stop me from reaching Layer 7, he said. He's trying to be present when I do. Because Layer 7 is when the Crimson Furnace is most accessible. Yes, she said. He has always known this. The manifestation attempts were not his primary strategy. They were disruptions, keeping the coalition occupied, draining resources, testing your responses. She paused. The real confrontation comes at Layer 7. Then everything between now and Layer 7 is preparation, on both sides. Yes, he looked at the Eastern Territories map, with Su Baihe's revised operational structure laid across it. The coalition was real, the plan was sound, and the sovereign was building toward a confrontation at Layer 7 that would determine everything. The preparation had to be complete before that moment, and it would not be, entirely. Nothing was ever entirely complete, but it had to be complete enough. That was the work. Chapter 82. The 5th week after the solstice brought the first major test of the coalition's cohesion that didn't involve an external threat. It came from within. Prince Xiao Jun, in a communication to the coalition's operational council, requested that Shen Tian be formally assessed by the Empire's cultivation experts to establish a shared understanding of the furnace host's capabilities and limitations. The request was framed as administrative. It was not administrative. Shen Tian read the communication twice, then set it down. He wants to know my ceiling, he said to Su Baihe. He wants to establish a formal ceiling, she said. There's a difference. Knowing it informally is intelligence. Establishing it formally is an attempt to create a structure where the coalition's operational planning is contingent on a ceiling the Empire has officially recognized. He's trying to formalize a limit. He's trying to create a precedent for the Empire having a recognized role in assessing the furnace host's capabilities. She paused. Which is different from his earlier attempts to claim authority over your cultivation decisions. But it's the same underlying interest approached from a different angle. He thought about it. The request was sophisticated. It gave the Empire something real in exchange for accepting the coalition structure, and it created a precedent that would be difficult to undo later. How do I decline without fracturing the coalition? He said. You don't decline, she said. You accept a modified version. She had been thinking about this before he had even finished reading the communication. He recognized. Accept assessment, but specify that the results are shared with the full coalition, not provided exclusively to the Empire. Frame it as coalition-wide capability transparency. She paused. This gives the prince what he needs, information about your capabilities, without giving him the structural advantage of being the sole holder of that assessment. And the modification will be acceptable to him. He'll push back on the full coalition sharing, she said. Accept sharing with the 5 clan patriarchs as well as the Empire. That's the coalition's actual power structure. He knows he can't keep information from the clans in the current arrangement. He sent the modified acceptance. Xiao Jun's response came 4 hours later. Accepted, with a request that Duan Feng not be present for the assessment. This was, Shen Tian recognized, a negotiating position rather than a genuine concern. The assessment took place 3 days later, with all 5 clan representatives present, an Imperial expert team, and the understanding that Duan Feng would receive a complete briefing from Shen Tian directly afterward. The Imperial experts were competent. They assessed his current cultivation state. Obsidian Mantle, Layer 5 complete, the Annihilation Flame at Layer SIXS beginning expression, with the thoroughness of people who had studied furnace cultivation for decades and had access to resources that made their diagnostic tools considerably more refined than anything available outside the Imperial system. Their findings, shared with the full coalition. His Crimson Furnace's purification radius at current capacity was 12 square li in sustained operation. His combat capability against a Celestial Alloy rank cultivator was estimated at between 30 and 60% survival probability, depending on conditions. The full Layer 6 activation would increase that range to 50 to 80%. He listened to the assessment and noted what it did not say. Anything about Layer 7. The experts had no frame of reference for Layer 7 because no cultivator in the recorded history had achieved it. Xiao Jun, reviewing the summary, said, 30 to 60% survival probability against the Sovereign at full manifestation. Under current conditions, Shen Tian said, the conditions are variable. How do we improve the conditions? Full Layer 6. Coalition military support managing the Sovereign's construct network. Liang Mei's cold iron fusion technique providing thermal stabilization. He paused. Each of those factors shifts the probability distribution significantly. And Layer 7? Is not a factor within the current confrontation window, Shen Tian said. Layer 7 requires conditions that are not present in the near term. This was accurate. The Layer 7 conditions required a quality of partnership with Zhu Ke that was building but not yet complete. Accurate, and also a deliberate withholding of the information that the Sovereign was specifically waiting for Layer 7. Xiao Jun looked at him with the expression that suggested he understood there was a layer of information he wasn't being given, and that he had decided the best move was to accept the information provided rather than push for what wasn't. They were, Shen Tian thought, learning to work with each other in the specific way of people who had agreed to the same goal while maintaining different interests, and who had both concluded that the goal was more important than the interests for the immediate period. It was not trust. It was functional alignment. That was enough for what was needed. Chapter 83 Duan Fortress had the quality of a place that had been built for the long defense of difficult terrain, not the imposing beauty of the 5-clan pavilions at Inferno Peak, but the spare efficiency of walls that had been tested and had held. Shen Tian arrived without announcement, which was what Duan Feng had requested when they spoke about this visit. He arrived alone, which was also what had been requested. He arrived carrying nothing except Old Hay's cultivation manual and the certainty that Duan Feng had asked for this meeting for a reason that had not been explained in the communication. The Patriarch received him in the fortress's working hall, a space that was clearly used for actual operational planning rather than ceremony. Maps were spread across the central table. The clan's senior cultivators were not present. Duan Feng said, without preamble, I know where the Ashen Sovereign came from. Shen Tian sat down. Not the legend version, Duan Feng said. The actual version. My clan has records that were sealed after the 5-clan coalition that destroyed the Shun Forge clan. He paused. I opened them last month. Why last month? Because I absorbed the 4th fragment for 31 years and spent that time not examining why the Ashen Sovereign had ordered the Shun clan's destruction rather than simply taking the furnace by force. He sat across from Shen Tian. The obvious answer was that he couldn't take it by force. The Shun clan's defenses were sufficient to prevent direct seizure. But the sealed records suggest something else. What do they suggest? He didn't order the destruction because the Shun clan was resisting him, Duan Feng said. He ordered it because the Shun clan's senior refiner, Shen Lian, had completed the Complement Constitution project and had hidden the results in a way the Sovereign couldn't locate. Shen Tian became very still. Liang Mei, he said. The Complement Constitution, Duan Feng confirmed. The Sovereign knew Shen Lian had completed it. He didn't know where the child had been placed. He needed the Shun clan's records destroyed so that no one else would find the information and use it against him. He paused. The destruction was not about the Crimson Furnace. It was about preventing the one thing the Crimson Furnace needed to reach Layer 7 from being found. He sat with this. He destroyed the Shun clan to prevent Layer 7, Shen Tian said. That is my reading of the records. Duan Feng looked at the table. Which means he ordered me to destroy your clan's people to prevent your clan's final project from reaching its purpose. He paused. I thought it was about power. It was about fear. He's afraid of Layer 7. He's afraid of what Layer 7 makes possible that it doesn't make possible for him, Duan Feng said. He failed Layer 7. He failed it specifically because he couldn't achieve the quality of partnership the layer requires. If you achieve it, genuinely achieve it, not force it. Then there is something in the world that he cannot replicate, something that defines his failure by contrast. He was quiet for a moment. He destroyed the Shen clan, he said, to prevent the evidence of what genuine partnership could achieve from existing in the world. Yes, Duanfeng said. The morning light of the fortress hall was quiet around them. Outside, the Duan clan's training grounds held the early-hour movement of weapon cultivators beginning their work. Thank you for this, Shen Tian said. It does not undo what was done, Duanfeng said. No, Shen Tian agreed. But accurate understanding is better than incomplete understanding. He paused. Does Liang Mei know this? Not from me, Duanfeng said. Whether to tell her is your decision. I am telling you because you need to understand what you are building toward and why the sovereign will do everything in his power to prevent it. He left Duan Fortress 3 hours later, carrying the full weight of what the sealed records had contained. He had known the sovereign feared Layer 7. He had not known that the fear was specific enough that the sovereign had destroyed an entire clan, had ordered 30 people murdered, had left Guohuan to carry the guilt of surviving as the last, specifically to prevent the preconditions for that layer from existing. That specific fear required a specific response. He told Liang Mei that evening. Chapter 84. Her response, like the response to the revelation about Shen Lian, was not what he had anticipated. She was quiet for a long time. Then she said, he destroyed them because Shen Lian had finished the project. Yes, because Shen Lian had created the one thing that could complete what the sovereign himself had failed to achieve. That's Duanfeng's reading of the records. It's correct, she said. Not with certainty about the records, certainty about something internal. I can feel it. The Constitution's design, it was built for this. Not just for supporting the furnace's thermal regulation. It was built for this specific purpose. She paused. Shen Lian knew what Layer 7 required. He built the specific missing piece. Cold, Shen Tian said. The quench, she said. A forge process requires 3 elements. Heat to make the metal workable, a form to shape it, and a quench to set the final structure. The crimson furnace provides heat. You, Shen Tian, the host, the person you are, provide the form, the intention that shapes what the heat makes possible. She paused. I provide the quench, the cold that sets the structure permanently rather than leaving it workable. She was quiet for a moment. Without the quench, a forged thing is never quite finished, never quite stable at its final form. He couldn't complete Layer 7 because he had no quench, Shen Tian said. He couldn't complete it because he tried to dominate Zhu Ke, and a domination relationship has no quench. It has heat in the attempt to impose a form, but the form never holds because it was never genuinely shaped. It was forced. She paused. Shen Lian understood this. He built the solution 1,000 years before the problem arrived. He looked at her with the recognition that the conversation had moved beyond information exchange into something that needed to be said directly. Liang Mei, he said, the sovereign destroyed your creators to prevent you from existing in the world where this work could be completed. What he was afraid of was you. She held this for a moment. Not me specifically, she said. What I represent. The possibility of the quench existing in the world at all. You exist, he said. You are here. The quench exists. She was quiet. Then, with a precision that was entirely hers, he failed to destroy what he was afraid of. Shen Lian placed it somewhere the sovereign couldn't find it. Guohuan spent 30 years ensuring the furnace host who arrived at it would be someone capable of working with rather than dominating. She paused. The sovereign's strategy failed at the root. Yes. That changes how I think about what we're building, she said. Not just as support for your cultivation, as the specific element that makes the sovereign's deepest fear come true. She looked at him steadily. I want to understand that fully before Layer 7. I want to know exactly what the quench requires. So do I, he said. They spent the evening going through the cultivation map's Layer 7 section, what it described, what Old Hay's annotations added, what Zhu Ke's understanding contributed. 3 perspectives on the same problem, working toward the same understanding. By the end of the evening, the picture was clearer than it had been. Not complete, but the shape of what was needed was visible, and the shape included Liang Mei as an essential structural element rather than a supporting one. The quench was not supplementary. It was load-bearing. Chapter 85. The 4th furnace fragment's absence from Duanfeng's body had changed him in a way that became visible over the weeks of coalition work. Not weakened, exactly, but differently weighted, as though the 31 years of carrying something had created a habit of posture that the absence was now revealing. He fought differently. Shen Tian noticed it during the coalition's joint training exercises. The weapon forms that Duanfeng had built around the fragment's structural contribution were being rebuilt from scratch, the patriarch working with the focused attention of a cultivator who had decided to treat the rebuilding as an opportunity rather than a recovery. The forms that emerged were different from what had been there before, more economical. The fragment's presence had given Duan Feng a resource that he had incorporated into techniques that were powerful but more expensive than they needed to be. Without it, he was learning to achieve the same results with less. And in the learning, he was finding techniques that were, in some ways, better. Shen Tian watched one of the morning training sessions from the edge of the practice ground and recognized what he was seeing. A gold crucible patriarch reforging his fundamental technique set from its foundation. "It's faster than I expected," Duan Feng said, appearing beside him without announcement. "I was thinking the same thing." "The fragment's presence made certain paths easier to take," Duan Feng said. "When those paths close, you find other paths. Sometimes better ones." He paused. "I have been cultivating for 60 years. I thought I had exhausted the improvements available at my level. I was wrong. The constraints forced the innovation," Shen Tian said. "Yes." He paused. "Is this always the case? Constraint as improvement mechanism?" "In my experience, the constraints that drive the most improvement are the ones you don't choose," Shen Tian said. "The ones you're required to work around rather than the ones you design." He paused. Although the Crimson Furnace's design seems to understand this, each layer activation requires conditions that force the previous layer's technique set to be insufficient. "Intentional inadequacy," Duan Feng said. "Intentional growth pressure," Shen Tian said. "The furnace knows what's needed. It creates conditions where the current state is insufficient for what's coming." He paused. "Zhu Ke has confirmed this is deliberate. Each layer's completion requires growing past what the previous layer made comfortable." Duan Feng was quiet for a moment. "You speak of the furnace spirit as a person." "She is a person," Shen Tian said. "One who took furnace form, but a person. The distinction matters." "Yes," Duan Feng said. "I am beginning to understand why it matters." He turned back toward the training ground. The sovereign never understood it. He always spoke of the furnace as a resource. "He still speaks of her as a resource," Shen Tian said. "That's what makes the Layer 7 confrontation inevitable. He genuinely cannot conceive of any relationship with the furnace except ownership or control. And you conceive of it differently." "I conceive of it as partnership," Shen Tian said. "Which is not the same as equal power, it's equal standing. Equal right to have needs and concerns and a genuine perspective." He paused. "The difference is everything." Duan Feng looked at him with the expression he used when processing something he was encountering for the first time. "That is the answer to why he destroyed the Shen clan," he said slowly. "He couldn't control someone who thought of the furnace as a person rather than a resource, someone who approached it as a partner." He paused. "You make him irrelevant by existing." "Not irrelevant," Shen Tian said. "He has a legitimate claim to grief. He lost something real, and the loss shaped everything that came after." He paused. "What he doesn't have is a right to resolve the grief by consuming what he lost." A long silence. "That is a more generous understanding than he deserves," Duan Feng said. "It might be," Shen Tian said, "but it's accurate. And accurate understanding is the only kind that actually helps." Duan Feng looked at the training ground where his senior cultivators were working through their morning forms. "I ordered the destruction of people who understood this," he said. "And I spent 30 years carrying a piece of what they had built." "Yes," Shen Tian said. "There is no version of that which is not what it is." "No," Shen Tian agreed. "But you carried the fragment and gave it back. And you opened the records and told me what they said." He paused. "The accounting for what was done and the accounting for what you're doing now are both real. Both of them count." Duan Feng was quiet for a long time. Then, the Coalition's 5th week training exercises. "I want to integrate Crimson Steel weapon techniques into the Duan clan's formation work. The 4th Core's celestial weapon knowledge. Can you teach it?" "Yes," Shen Tian said. "Then let's begin." Chapter 86. The Ashen Sovereign's army arrived in the Eastern Territories 42 days after the solstice. Not as a wave. As a coordinated assault across 7 points simultaneously. Each point a refining center. Each center targeted at the moment of maximum operational activity rather than minimum. Morning shifts. 2 days after the regional recovery had reached the point where the refining economy was visibly functioning again. Subaiha had been expecting this. Her operational planning had built-in response protocols for each of the 7 points, and those protocols activated within 3 minutes of the first report. What the protocols had not fully accounted for was the Sovereign's army's composition. Not the constructs from the survey wave. Those were present, but they were the army's peripheral structure. The core of the assault was corrupted cultivators, people whose furnace cultivation had been activated against their will, driven to the burning point, and then directed outward as weapons. They moved with the specific coordination of an intelligence that knew exactly what their cultivation pathways could do and was applying them with the efficiency of a military operator who had mapped every variable. He's using people, Liang Mei said, from her position beside Shen Tian at the coalition's forward command. Yes, Shen Tian said. Can we purify them? Depends on how deep the corruption is, he said. The ones from the survey wave, early contact, recent activation, some of those are recoverable. The ones who've been driving burning longer, he paused. I don't know. Find out, she said. Not urgently. With the practical certainty of someone who had decided the answer to the question mattered and should be determined rather than assumed. He pushed into the first engagement site, where a group of corrupted cultivation practitioners had breached the eastern district of the nearest city. Their former identities were visible in how they moved. A refiner's workshop habits in the way one of them interacted with the forges they were corrupting. A cultivation specialist practiced defensive formations in how the group arranged itself. He used the Crimson Furnace's diagnostic capability on the nearest one. The corruption was deep, not drive-burning deep, which was the worst end, but well integrated, weeks old rather than days. Recovery was possible, but not assured. He tried anyway. The absorption technique that had cleared the Sovereign's constructs worked differently on a person. There was resistance, not the cultivated intentional resistance of the survey constructs, but the instinctive resistance of a mind that was still present, still aware at some level that something was being applied to it. He had to work around that awareness rather than through it. It took 12 minutes, longer than any previous purification. At the end, the cultivator collapsed, the Sovereign's driving force removed, the underlying person suddenly present in a body that had been subjected to weeks of forced activation. He was alive. His cultivation was damaged. The recovery would take months. 7 assault sites. Dozens of corrupted cultivators at each. He looked at the math and understood that he could not personally purify everyone in this engagement. He could demonstrate the technique, provide the method, and work with the coalition's fire specialists to develop a version they could apply with less capacity but greater distribution. That was the problem to solve, making the purification technique something the coalition could apply at scale. He moved to the next engagements and worked as he worked, and in the background of his attention the technique's underlying principles were being extracted and simplified and considered for distribution. And Zhu Ke was present in that consideration, contributing the furnace's understanding of what was essential versus what was specific to the Crimson Furnace's particular capabilities. The 7 assault sites were cleared by mid-afternoon. The coalition forces sustained losses, 3 Hua clan fire specialists, one of Su Bai's forward units at the second site, and a Zhao clan researcher who had been present to document the corruption characteristics and had gotten too close to the engagement. Shen Tian sat at the forward command table after the clearance and felt the weight of those losses in the specific way that losses after a succeeded operation felt. Not grief exactly, but a kind of accounting. These were people who had been present and were not now. He said nothing for a moment. Then, the purification technique for corrupted cultivators. I can simplify it for distribution. It'll be less effective than the full version, but applicable by cultivators at silver core level with fire specialization. He looked at Huolian. Your fire specialists are the best suited for it. Will you take the teaching? Huolian looked at the casualty report. Yes, she said. When? Tonight, he said. Chapter 87. The Huoyanan discovery came at the second wave of the Eastern assault. He had not thought about Huoyanan specifically since the Ember Summit. She had been one of the Hua clan's junior cultivators who had monitored him at the Crucible trials and reported him to Huolian, and in the larger context of everything that had followed, she had become a peripheral figure in the story. He identified her in the second wave's corrupted cultivator group by the Hua clan's fire technique signature, and the recognition of that signature was immediately followed by the recognition of her face, visible through the corruption's overlay. The same person, damaged differently. She was not among the worst. She had been taken recently. The corruption was less than 2 weeks old, not yet fully integrated. She was recoverable. He pulled her out of the engagement and began the purification process while the coalition forces managed the surrounding constructs. The process took 8 minutes at this corruption depth. At the end of it, she collapsed, and he caught her, and she looked up at him with the specific expression of someone who had just returned from somewhere they had not expected to return from. I know you, she said, in a voice that was rougher than he remembered from the Crucible trials. Yes, he said. She looked at her hands. They activated the furnace energy. Without consent. Just forced it. She closed her hands. I tried to resist. It didn't matter. I know, he said. There were others, she said. The ones taken with me. Most of them longer, I was recent. Some of them were from when the survey wave first started. She looked up. Can you get to them? I'm trying to develop a version of the technique that can be distributed to more people, he said. so that there are enough people doing it to reach everyone taken. She was quiet for a moment. Huolian, she said. Does she know? Not yet, he said. I'll tell her. She'll want to. She stopped herself. She'll want to be involved in the recovery operation. That's how she thinks. A pause. She was monitoring you from Ashvale because she was afraid of the sovereign, not because she wanted to use you. She paused. I was reporting to her. I thought I was protecting the clan. Another pause. I was wrong about that. The reporting. I saw the Crimson Furnace's power, and I was afraid. That was all. I know, he said. It's all right. She looked at him with the expression of someone who had not expected to be told it was all right and was not certain how to receive it. Why are you telling me that? Because you were afraid, and you did what afraid people often do. Reported upward to the people you trusted to handle what you didn't understand, he said. That's not a moral failure. It's a natural response. He helped her to a sitting position. What happens next is more important than what happened at the Crucible trials. What happens next? The sovereign has a method for purifying his corruption that none of us have access to, he said. You were inside the network. You may have information about how it operates that the people who've only observed it from outside don't have. He paused. If you're willing to share it, that information is useful. She looked at him steadily. The residual effects of the corruption were still visible in the way she held herself. A brittleness at the edges of her movement that would take weeks to recover from. But underneath it, Shen Tian could see the person who had been a junior Hua clan cultivator performing her assignment at the Crucible trials. Practical, observant, not someone who backed down from what was in front of her. I'm willing, she said. He helped her stand. Around them, the coalition forces were completing the second wave's clearance, and Su Bai's casualty protocol was already running, and the Eastern Territories were dealing, for the second time in 6 weeks, with the specific work of recovery from a significant engagement. He told Huolian. Huolian's response to learning that Huiyanin had been taken and recovered was not the measured calculation he had come to expect from the matriarch. It was immediate, personal, and the most unguarded thing he had seen her express. She was across the command space and with Huiyanin in under a minute. He watched them for a moment, then turned back to the operational planning. The coalition was doing what it needed to do. The war was real now, not the potential war of the projection event and the survey wave, but the actual war of armies and casualties and people taken and recovered and the specific cost that everything had. Chapter 88 Huiyanin's intelligence on the Sovereign's network was specific and operational in ways that the coalition's external observation had not captured. She had been inside the network for 11 days before the purification. 11 days of being forced through the Sovereign's operational infrastructure, not as an observer, but as an asset, directed and deployed. She had seen the network's communication protocols, the coordination methods, the hierarchy that the corrupted cultivators were organized within. The most important piece, the Sovereign's network was controlled through a central intelligence node that existed in the dimensional space, not in the physical world. The corrupted cultivators in the physical world received direction through relay constructs that transmitted instructions from the dimensional hub. If the relay constructs were disrupted, the corrupted cultivators lost coordinated direction. They didn't stop. The corruption drove them, but they stopped being an organized army and became an incoherent force that was much simpler to manage. The relay constructs, Su Baiha said immediately. Where are they positioned? Huiyanin had a clear picture of the Eastern Territories' relay network. She had been routed through several of the relay points during the 11 days. She described the positions with the precision of someone who had been paying attention specifically because she had believed, for all 11 of those days, that the information might matter to the right person if she survived. She had been paying attention because she had not given up on surviving, which was a piece of character that Shen Tian noted and respected. Su Baiha had Huiyanin working with her cartographers within the hour. The relay positions mapped onto the operational intelligence about the Eastern Territories' cultivation geography in ways that were specific and actionable. The Sovereign had positioned the relays where they had the strongest dimensional connection, at natural furnace energy concentrations, where the boundary between the physical world and the dimensional space was thinnest. These are the same locations as the survey wave's highest priority artifacts, Duan Feng said, reviewing the map. Yes, Su Baiha said. He surveyed the territory to find the relay positions. The artifact conversion was a secondary benefit. The whole survey operation was reconnaissance, Shen Tian said. Reconnaissance for the relay network, she confirmed. Which means the Western Territories and the Northern Range are also being surveyed. She looked at Shen Tian. His operational area is larger than we accounted for. He looked at the map. The relay positions, 6 in the Eastern Territories, with 2 confirmed in the Northern Range from the pattern, formed a network that covered roughly a third of the continent. If the pattern extended consistently, The full relay network would cover half the continent within another 2 months. He's building a continental command network, he said. Not just a local army. A coordination infrastructure that can operate anywhere the relay reaches. At continental scale, Subai has said, even a 15% coordination loss in the corrupted cultivator force results in a significant strategic advantage for the defending coalition. She paused. If we can take out the Eastern Territory relays in the next 2 weeks, before the network extends to the northern range, we reduce his operational coordination in our current engagement area by more than half. And the relay disruption method? Hulian asked. The relay constructs are dimensional anchors, Shen Tian said. The Fifth Corps' dimensional forge techniques can disrupt them without requiring direct combat. I can reach into the dimensional connection and dissolve the anchor's structural integrity. He paused. One at a time. Each disruption is probably a 4-hour operation. 6 relays, Subai has said. 24 hours of disruption work. 3 days at sustainable pace, he said. With the coalition's forces managing the environmental construct activity while the disruptions proceed. 3 days, Subai has said. She had the tone of someone who had already decided. Starting tomorrow. The relay disruption campaign began the next morning and proceeded with the specific efficiency of an operation that had been planned by someone who understood logistics and was being executed by people who understood their roles. The coalition worked well together under clear operational parameters. What Shen Tian had noticed over the past 2 months was that the coalition's coherence increased when the task was specific and the success criteria were clear, and decreased when the task was ambiguous and the success criteria were contested. Managing the coalition's operational coherence required creating specific tasks with clear success criteria whenever possible, and Subaiha understood this instinctively. By day 3, 5 of the 6 Eastern Territory relays had been disrupted. The 6th was in a geography that required specialized approach work, a thermal vent network that the relay had been embedded in, using the vent energy to mask its dimensional signature. It was also, Shen Tian noted as he approached it, the relay that was operating at highest power. There is a reason this one is still active, Zhu Ke said. I know, he said. He left it. He left it because he wanted you to come to it, she said. I know that too. He looked at the vent network's geography and understood. The sovereign had expected the coalition to identify and disrupt the relay network, because Hui Yanan's recovery had been predictable and her intelligence had been predictable, and the coalition's response to that intelligence had been predictable. Each step had been legible, because the sovereign had built the steps to be legible. The 6th relay was not a target. It was an invitation. What do you do with an invitation you can't decline? Zhu Ke asked. Accept it on your own terms, he said, which means arriving with specific preparation rather than arriving as expected. He spent 2 hours on the preparation. Then he approached the 6th relay. Chapter 89. The 6th relay was different from the others. The others had been operational infrastructure, functional components in a command network, built to transmit and receive without personality or intent. This one was a transmission point for something more specific, not operational instructions, but direct communication. The sovereign's version of the cultivation contacts Shen Tian had experienced during the purification work. He recognized the difference when he touched the relay's outer field. This was not anonymous. This was personal. He is waiting, Zhu Ke said. I know. He settled into the contact carefully, with the specific preparation that Gu Huan's scroll had described for encounters with entities of significantly higher cultivation. Not defensive walls, but internal clarity, knowing exactly what he believed, exactly what he valued, exactly what he was there to do. The sovereign's presence arrived through the relay with the quality he had felt during the consolidation point purification, controlled, cold, ancient. Not angry, purposeful. You came to the correct relay last, the sovereign said. The voice was the same one from the summit's amplification array, old and controlled, and carrying the specific resonance of 1,000 years of compressed patience. You left it for last, Shen Tian said. Yes. A pause. I wanted to speak with you directly, before the confrontation that is coming. Speak. You are building toward Layer 7, the sovereign said. You know that I have been waiting for you to reach it. I know that, Shen Tian said. I want you to understand why. A pause. Not the strategic reason. You have already deduced that. The actual reason. Tell me. The contact shifted quality. The coldness became something less controlled, not warmer, but less armored. I made her, the sovereign said. Not Zhu Ke. She is primordial, I did not make her. But the crimson furnace form, the vessel that allows her to exist in the material world, the form through which she bonds with cultivators. I forged that. 1,000 years ago, I built the method that allowed her consciousness to become the furnace. Shen Tian was very still. You built the vessel, he said. I built it because I loved her, the sovereign said. As a consciousness, as an entity, I understood what she was before I understood that what I wanted to do with her was wrong. I built the vessel as a gift, a way for her to be in the world rather than existing only as ambient primordial energy. A pause. She accepted the gift. She became the furnace. And then I tried to claim her, because I had built the vessel and I believed building constituted ownership. It doesn't. I know that now, the sovereign said. I have known it for a very long time. Knowing and accepting are not the same process. And the process of acceptance is not complete when you are sealed in a dimension where the only thing you have is the specific failure you are trying to accept. A long pause. She rejected me because I thought I had rights over something I had created rather than rights to a relationship with someone I had helped. You destroyed the Shen clan, Shen Tian said. Yes. To prevent Layer 7. Yes, the sovereign said. Because Layer 7, genuine Layer 7, achieved through partnership rather than domination, would prove that what I wanted was achievable. And seeing proof that what I wanted was achievable through the methods I refused to use would be a confrontation with my specific failure that I was not prepared to have. You're prepared to have it now? A silence. I am in the process of becoming prepared, the sovereign said. Which is why I am speaking to you through this relay. Because the confrontation at Layer 7 is coming regardless of my readiness, and I would rather enter it having said what I needed to say. What did you need to say? I am going to fight you, the sovereign said. When Layer 7 begins, I will fight you with everything available to me. Not because I believe I will win. Because there is no version of this that does not require me to make an active choice rather than a passive one. He paused. What I am asking you to understand is that the fight is not the point. What I want to see is the proof. And what I need to know is whether you are the kind of person who is capable of providing it. Shen Tian looked at the relay's dimensional anchor. Ancient, constructed, carrying the specific signature of furnace work done 1,000 years ago by someone who had understood what they were building. I'm that kind of person, he said. I believe you might be, the sovereign said. I also believe you are not yet certain of it yourself. Which is the honest answer to where we both are at this moment. A pause. Disrupt the relay when we're done. I expect you to. It's the correct operational decision. I will, Shen Tian said. The confrontation at Layer 7 will not be what either of us plans for, the sovereign said. It never is. But having this conversation first changes what it can be. A pause. I should not have destroyed the Shen clan. I should not have corrupted the people in the Eastern Territories. I have been operating from fear and grief for a very long time, and those are not motives that produce good decisions. A final pause. That is what I needed to say. The contact closed. Shen Tian stood at the 6th relay's edge for a long moment. Then he disrupted it. Chapter 90, the Relay Disruption Campaign's completion, marked the beginning of the second phase of the Eastern Territory War. With the Sovereign's command network disrupted in the Eastern Territories, the corrupted cultivators lost coordinated direction. They did not stop. The corruption drove continued activity, but the organized assault pattern dissolved into scattered individual engagements that the coalition could manage without the concentrated force that had been necessary against the 7-point coordinated attack. The second phase was slower work. Purification operations across a wider area, finding and treating individual corrupted cultivators before the driving corruption consumed them past the point of recovery. The success rate was imperfect. Some had been taken too long ago, the corruption too deep to reverse, but the recoverable percentage was higher than Shen Tian had initially estimated, because the relay disruption had reduced the force-driving pressure that accelerated the process. Hui Yanan worked with the purification teaching teams. Her intelligence on the network had been valuable before. Her practical knowledge of what the experience felt like from inside was, in some ways, more valuable now. She could identify the recovery indicators that Shen Tian's technique was working, and she could communicate with recovered cultivators in ways that the coalition's medical staff couldn't, because she had been where they had been. He watched her work one afternoon and recognized what he was seeing. A cultivator who had been through something difficult and had chosen to use the understanding it had given her rather than setting it aside. She's good at this, Liang Mei said, appearing beside him. She always noticed things, he said. She noticed the crimson furnace at the crucible trials before anyone else. She noticed correctly. She just didn't know what to do with the information. Now she knows what to do with it. Now she's in a position where the noticing helps people recover, he said. Different application. Same skill. Liang Mei was quiet for a moment. How many do we think were taken? Su Bai's estimates suggest 200 to 300 in the Eastern Territories, he said. The recovery rate for the ones we've reached is about 60%. The remaining 40%, he paused. We're still working on technique improvement. Zhu Ke thinks the version that incorporates the cold iron's quench principle can reach 80%. Then let's work on that version, she said. They had been working on it for the past week. The frost flame fusion technique, the combination of crimson fire and cold iron that they had first discovered at the Iron Sepulchre, applied to the purification process rather than to combat. The fusion's thermal balance, when calibrated for the purification work, reached the corruption at depths that the crimson furnace alone could not access cleanly. The cold iron quench principle that Liang Mei had identified in the context of Layer 7 applied here too. The corruption was not just heat, it was heat without structure, furnace energy-driven burning without direction. The quench provided the structure, the cold that gave the directed heat a shape to settle into rather than continuing to burn. The technique is close, he said. We need 3 or 4 more practice runs to stabilize it for distribution. This afternoon, she said, I've been thinking about the calibration sequence. There's an adjustment at the 3rd phase that should improve the depth penetration. She walked toward the practice area without waiting. He followed her. The afternoon session produced the improvement she had identified. The adjusted calibration sequence reached the deep corruption significantly more effectively. The test case they used was a cultivator who had been taken 5 weeks ago and had previously been assessed as borderline recoverable. He recovered. The technique worked. Zhen Rou's post-recovery assessment. The cultivator's furnace cultivation was damaged but present. Recovery timeline, 4 to 6 months. Recovery quality, approximately 85% of pre-corruption capability. Better than the previous version, Zhen Rou said, reviewing her assessment. The quench principle stabilizes the recovery more effectively than pure thermal purification. We need to document the calibration sequence, Shen Tian said, completely and specifically, so it can be taught without the teacher having to be present. I'll write the technical documentation, Liang Mei said. I'll write the practice protocol, Zhu Kei said through the bond, in the specific way she had developed of contributing to external discussions, not speaking into the room, but speaking to Shen Tian in a way that everyone present understood was contribution rather than private communication. And I'll write the medical monitoring requirements, Zhen Rou said. The documentation session took the better part of an evening. By the end of it, the improved purification technique was fully specified in a form that could be taught to a silver core cultivator with fire specialization in approximately 12 hours of training. Huo Yan, reviewing the documentation the next morning, said, "This will change the recovery rate for the Eastern Territories significantly." That's the intention, Shen Tian said. It will also change the recovery rate in the Western and Northern Territories when the Sovereign's network extends there, she said. Which it will, within the next several weeks. We'll have teams trained and distributed before it does, Subaya said. She already had a deployment plan. The war was not won. The Sovereign was not stopped. The relay network would be rebuilt. The corrupted cultivators in the Eastern Territories were still being found and recovered, and the Northern and Western Territories were still facing the survey waves extension. But the coalition was learning to fight the specific war being fought against them, and the learning was accelerating. The Sovereign, Shen Tian understood, was also learning. His conversation at the 6th relay had been genuine. The Sovereign was processing something. But processing grief and fear, even genuinely, was a long and incomplete work. He would continue fighting. He would continue because fighting was the only form his grief had taken for 1,000 years, and people did not change 1,000-year habits in weeks. The confrontation at Layer 7 was still coming. The only question was whether everything that needed to be built would be built before it arrived. Chapter 91. The Qin clan's grand array required maintenance in a way that no one in the coalition had fully accounted for. Matriarch Qin Yu identified the issue during the 3rd week of the 2nd Eastern Territory phase, in a communication to Shen Tian that arrived at the standard operational briefing time and was formatted like a routine status report until its final paragraph. The grand array, the formation that was simultaneously the Shun clan's ancient seal maintenance network and the Qin clan's continental defensive system, had been strengthened by the 5th fragment's return to the Crimson Furnace. But the strengthening was not uniform. The fragment's return had restored the resonant harmonic the formation needed, but the formation itself was a physical structure that had been maintained by the Qin clan's array specialists for 40 years, and those 40 years of Qin clan maintenance had introduced small variations in the formation structure that didn't align perfectly with the restored resonance. The result was a formation that was stronger at the harmonic level but had several nodes of structural misalignment, points where the Qin clan's maintenance inscriptions were slightly off frequency with the restored resonant pattern. These misalignments were not dangerous immediately. They would become dangerous over time, as the restored resonance put increasing pressure on the misaligned nodes. Timeline, Shen Tian asked, in a communication back to Qin Yu. Her response, 18 months before the first misaligned node reached critical stress. 6 months before the stress became detectable from outside the formation. We have 6 months before this shows up in the Sovereign's reconnaissance, he said to the Coalition's Operational Council. He'll know what it means, Su Bai has said. He'll know it means the seal has a structural vulnerability, Shen Tian said. If he can locate the misaligned nodes, he can target them specifically. Much cheaper than trying to break the seal from outside. Can you fix the misalignments? Duan Feng asked. With the Third Corps' array knowledge, yes, Shen Tian said. The Shen clan's original design specifications for the formation are in the 5th cache, and the Third Corps knows how to work with array structures. The fix is technically feasible. How long? Depends on how many misaligned nodes there are and how severe the misalignment is. He paused. I need to do a full formation diagnostic first. Probably a week of survey work to identify all the problem points. Then the correction work, potentially several weeks. We don't have several weeks to spare before the Northern Territory operation, Su Bai has said. We don't, he agreed. Which means the formation correction has to run in parallel with the Northern operation rather than sequentially. He paused, splitting the group's capacity. The council looked at this. Who goes where? Huolian said. I go to the formation, Shen Tian said. The array correction requires the Third Corps' knowledge directly. Yun Fei and Zhun Ro go with me. Zhun Ro for medical monitoring during extended array work. Yun Fei for physical security. He paused. Liang Mei goes with the Northern operation. Without you, Liang Mei said, from her position at the table's edge. With Duan Feng's force and Huolian's specialists, he said. The Northern operation is primarily a construct clearance. It doesn't require the Crimson Furnace's purification capability specifically. It requires coordinated military force. That's a coalition operation. She held his eyes. He held hers. The cold iron quench purification technique, she said. For any corrupted cultivators in the Northern Territories. You have the technique documentation, he said. You can teach it and supervise its application. I can, she said, not agreeing exactly, acknowledging the accurate assessment. The formation is the essential thing, he said. If the formation fails, the confrontation at Layer 7 happens at a time of the Sovereign's choosing rather than ours. The Northern operation is important and can be run without the Crimson Furnace's direct presence. The formation cannot be corrected without it. A long pause. Then she said, go fix the formation. She paused. Come back. I will, he said. Su Baihe had the deployment plans ready within the hour. She had, as she often did, anticipated the outcome and prepared for it before the decision was formally made. Shen Tian took 3 days to transfer everything the Northern operation team needed to know, the purification technique's full documentation, the relay network's pattern, for any new relays the survey wave might have placed in the Northern Range, the coalition communication protocols, and a specific briefing on Liang Mei's role as the operation's senior technical advisor on furnace-related phenomena. On the morning of departure, Liang Mei said, Layer 7. Yes, he said. When you come back, she said. Not immediately. When the formation is fixed and the Northern operation is complete and the coalition has the breathing room. She paused. Then we start the preparation for Layer 7. Then, he agreed. He left for the Qin clan's Grand Array, and she left for the Northern Territories, and the coalition continued its work in 2 parallel threads that would need to converge before the Sovereign's next manifestation attempt. Chapter 92 The Grand Array's diagnostic work took 8 days rather than 7. The additional day came from the specific nature of 2 misaligned nodes that were at the boundary between the Qin clan's standard maintenance inscriptions and the older Shen clan foundational structure. A boundary where the 2 inscription traditions had developed incompatibilities over 40 years that the original formation design had not anticipated, and that neither the Qin clan's specialists nor the 5th cache's technical documentation had fully characterized. Shen Tian spent the 8th day mapping these boundary incompatibilities with the precision of a cultivator who had learned from both Gu Huan's technical thoroughness and Old Hei's patient accumulation of detail. By the end of it, the full diagnostic picture was clear: 17 misaligned nodes, ranging from minor correction work to 1 node that would require a complete structural reconstruction. He submitted the report to Qin Yu, who reviewed it with the systematic attention she applied to technical information, and then said, the node at formation position 7 requires reconstruction. The Shen clan's original design at that position used a technique that my clan's specialists are not trained in. I can do the reconstruction, Shen Tian said. I know, she said. I wanted to clarify that the correction work is specifically yours, not something that can be distributed to my specialists for parallel execution. She paused. I mention this because you are planning for a 4-week correction timeline. That timeline assumes some parallel work. If the reconstruction is specifically yours throughout 6 weeks, he said. A pause. The Northern Operations Plan timeline is 6 weeks. I know. He ran the schedule in his head. The correction can run in parallel with the layer preparation work for the first 2 weeks. Layer 7 preparation is internal. I don't need dedicated session time, just sustained cultivation attention during non-active work. He paused. 6 weeks gives both the correction and the preparation adequate time if I'm doing both simultaneously. Shen Yu looked at him with the specific quality of attention she used when assessing a plan she was not fully confident in. Can that level of simultaneous work be sustained physically? Zhen Ro is present to monitor, he said. She will tell you when the answer is no, Shen Yu said. That is not the same as the work being advisable. I know the difference, he said. I'll follow her assessments. Zhen Ro, who had been listening, said, I will set the monitoring parameters at the beginning of each week and adjust based on observation. The Layer 7 preparation is not physically demanding in the way that active combat is. The simultaneous work is feasible if the recovery cycles are maintained. She paused. I am noting my conditional confidence in this plan. I am not objecting to it. Noted, Shen Tian said. Thank you. The correction work began the next morning. The first 2 weeks were the minor nodes, corrections to the Qin clan maintenance inscriptions that required the Third Corps' knowledge to identify the Shun clan's original design intent, and then careful intervention to adjust the Qin clan's inscriptions toward alignment with the restored resonance. The work was precise and detailed and required the kind of sustained attention that Shen Tian had developed across months of technical work. It was also, in its way, meditative. The formation structure was a record of 2 cultivation traditions working in parallel over 40 years. The Shun clan's foundational design, ancient and elegant, and the Qin clan's maintenance work, applied with genuine competence to a system they only partially understood. The places where they had diverged were readable as history. You could see exactly where the Qin clan specialists had made a choice that made sense within their tradition and did not account for the underlying principle of the Shun clan's original design. There was, in the incompatibilities, a kind of archaeology, a record of knowledge that had been partial rather than complete, working as well as it could within its limits. He thought about Gu Huan maintaining the Shun clan's knowledge while hiding its nature from everyone. The limits that imposed, the things Gu Huan hadn't been able to share, the knowledge he had carried alone for 30 years because sharing it would have been too dangerous. The maintenance inscriptions in the Grand Array's northern sector were a record of the Qin clan's genuine competence. They were also a record of Gu Huan's isolation. Both things were true. He worked, and in the Layer 7 preparations background thread, Zhu Ke was present, not as a guide through the preparation, which he was managing through internal cultivation work, but as a companion to the long days of careful technical attention. Her perspective on the formation structure was different from his. She perceived the resonant harmonic directly, in the way that the Crimson Furnace's original intelligence had always perceived it, and the combination of her perception and his Third Corps technical knowledge produced a more complete picture than either alone. They were working together, not on Layer 7 specifically, on the formation, but the quality of the working together was itself preparation for Layer 7, because Layer 7 required exactly this. 2 minds contributing genuinely different perspectives to the same problem, and neither perspective being subordinate. This is it, isn't it? He said, on the 4th day of the correction work. Part of it, Zhu Ke said. Asterisk this quality. This is what the layer requires in the same way that the other layers required their specific preparations. Asterisk, not a moment, he said. A sustained state. Asterisk yes. The layer doesn't activate when you achieve a moment of genuine partnership. It activates when the genuine partnership becomes your natural operating condition. Asterisk she paused. Asterisk you have been building toward that. We have been building toward that. The question is how much more building is needed. Asterisk, ask me in 6 weeks, he said. She said nothing for a moment. Then, with the quality that was specifically hers, I will. Chapter 93 The Northern Operations Report arrived on day 9. The Northern Territories were more extensively affected by the survey wave than the coalition's pre-deployment assessment had indicated. Liang Mei's communication was specific and operational. She had Su Baihe's report writing style as a model, which meant the useful information was in the first paragraph and the evidence was in the supporting sections. The Northern Territories had 4 relay positions instead of the projected 2, which meant the sovereign's command network in that region was more developed and the corrupted cultivator population was larger. She was managing it. The report confirmed that the coalition's northern force was operationally sound and that the cold iron quench purification technique was performing at the predicted 80% recovery rate. The relay disruptions were proceeding systematically. The projection for operation completion was extended by 2 weeks. extended by 2 weeks, which meant the operation was now 8 weeks rather than 6, which meant Liang Mei's return was 2 weeks later than the Layer 7 preparation window he had set. He did the arithmetic and determined that the formation correction could not be extended to match without compromising the seal's stability. The correction's timeline was driven by the node's stress assessments, not by convenience. He communicated back, take the time you need. The formation work will be complete when I return to the summit. We'll start Layer 7 preparation then. She communicated back, are you telling me this to avoid worrying me, or because it's accurate? He considered this for a moment. Both, he said. The arithmetic is tight, but present. The margin exists if we don't add any additional complications. A pause in the communication. Then, there will be complications. I know, he said. We'll manage them. Another pause. The Northern Territories have something you need to know about. The survey wave here is different from the Eastern Territories. A pause. It's not surveying forge infrastructure. It's surveying cultivation practitioners. He became very still. The sovereign is mapping the Northern Territories' cultivators, Liang Mei continued. Not their forge artifacts. The living people. The survey constructs are running assessment patterns on individual cultivation signatures, recording them, transmitting the data to the relay network. For what purpose? He asked. Unknown, she said. But the pattern is consistent across the northern range. He is cataloging who is here and what they can do. That's different from building a counterweight artifact network or preparing corrupted cultivator assets. He thought about this. The sovereign mapping living cultivators' signatures in the Northern Territories. He's selecting, Zhu Ke said, in the internal channel. For what he's planning at Layer 7. He wants to know who in the Northern Territories has the cultivation signature that could be useful to him. Useful how? Shen Tian asked. I don't know yet, she said. But the selection is purposeful. He has a specific use in mind. He communicated this to Liang Mei. Her response, that's concerning. Yes, he said. Document everything you find. Every survey pattern. Every cultivator whose signature was recorded. The picture of what he's selecting for might tell us what he's planning. Already doing it, she said. He returned to the formation correction work, with the new information running in the background of his attention. The sovereign cataloging northern cultivators for an unidentified purpose, while Shen Tian corrected the formation that would strengthen the seal, and while Layer 7's preparation continued its slow daily accumulation. Everything was moving simultaneously. The work of keeping everything moving simultaneously without allowing any thread to slip was itself a skill, built over months of the same requirement. He held the threads carefully and worked. Chapter 94 The major node correction at formation position 7 required 3 days of sustained reconstruction work. Position 7 was the formation's primary dimensional anchor, the point where the seal's energetic structure was most directly connected to the dimensional boundary it was maintaining. The 40 years of Qin clan maintenance had modified this anchor in a way that was structurally sound by Qin clan standards and fundamentally misaligned with the Shen clan's original design. The misalignment at position 7 was not a minor adjustment. It was a complete reconstruction of the node's deep structure, removing the Qin clan's 40 years of maintenance inscriptions from that specific point and rebuilding them according to the Shen clan's original design, using the 5th cache's technical specifications and the 3rd core's practical array knowledge. It was the most complex single-point reconstruction work he had done since the Crucible Trials tempering session. He began at dawn on the first day with Zhen Rou monitoring and Yun Fei at perimeter. The work was sustained and internally demanding, the kind of concentration that required full presence without the physical intensity of combat. By mid-afternoon, the first layer of the reconstruction was complete, the incorrect inscriptions removed, the foundational surface prepared. Yun Fei appeared at the entry to the maintenance corridor at the 4th watch and said, "Are you aware that you've been in here for 14 hours? Yes, Shen Tian said. Zhen Rou says you need to stop for the evening. The first layer has to complete before I stop, he said. It's a connected structure. Leaving it incomplete is worse than staying until it's done. Yun Fei relayed this to Zhen Rou. A brief silence. Then Zhen Rou appeared at the corridor entrance herself. How much longer for the first layer? 2 hours, he said. She assessed his current state with the diagnostic attention she applied to everything. 2 hours, she said. Then rest, regardless of what's done. Agreed. The first layer completed at the 2nd watch hour. He slept for 6 hours and returned at dawn. The 2nd day's work built the new foundational structure according to the Shen clan's original design. The specific inscription pattern that the 5th cache specified, applied with the 3rd core's practical understanding of how array structures responded to furnace energy. It was work that required both the intellectual knowledge from the cache and the physical sense that came from months of actually working with furnace energy in practical contexts. Zhu Kei's presence through the work was more direct than it had been in previous technical sessions. The formation's original design was the Shen clan's, and the Shen clan's design had been built to interact with the Crimson Furnace's resonance. She could read the design in a way he could not, and her readings were filling in gaps in his understanding of what the inscriptions were supposed to do and why. "You knew this formation," he said, during the second day's midpoint. "I knew the original," she said. Asterisk before the seal was placed. "I was present for it." Asterisk a pause. Asterisk the 5 clan furnaces were coordinated into the formation's construction by the Shen clan's senior refiners. "I was present as the formation was built." Asterisk another pause. Asterisk I remember what it felt like to be strong. This reconstruction is making it feel closer to that. Asterisk, is that? Are you all right? That's not painful. No, she said. Asterisk it is the opposite of painful. It is one of the few times in the past 40 years when something has been moving in the right direction. Asterisk a pause that carried something he recognized as gratitude. "Thank you. We're doing it together," he said. "Yes," she said. "That's the point." The third day completed the node's reconstruction. When the final inscription was placed, the formation's resonance shifted, not dramatically, but perceptibly. Position 7 aligned with the restored harmonic. The node's contribution to the overall seal structure was correct for the first time since the formation had been built. Qin Yu was monitoring from the array's upper level. Her communication when the shift registered. Asterisk, that is the correct resonance. I have never felt this formation at its correct resonance. This is what it was designed to feel like. Asterisk he sat in the maintenance corridors quiet after the completion and let the exhaustion of 3 days of sustained technical work settle through him. Zhen Rose monitoring confirmed. Physically sound, cultivation structure stable, layer 7 preparations background thread continuing without disruption. 14 nodes remaining. 12 with minor corrections, 2 with moderate reconstruction work. 3 more weeks. Chapter 95. The minor node corrections proceeded with the efficiency of work that was technically demanding but did not require the same level of resource concentration as the Position 7 reconstruction. Shen Tian worked through them systematically, Zhu Kei's resonance perception and his technical knowledge combining into a correction process that was, by the 3rd week, fast enough that he was completing 2 to 3 minor nodes per day. Yun Fei, who had been running perimeter security throughout the formation correction and who was, by nature, someone who did not sit still well when there was nothing requiring active attention, had begun using the downtime to work on sword techniques. Not forms practice, something different. He was building new forms, working from the foundation that the break with Jian Wuhan had cleared space for. Starting from first principles, what is a sword for? What does this specific sword want to do? He had questions about Starfall Edge's nature that the partial repair had revealed. The celestial-grade weapon had specific properties that responded to the cultivator's intent in ways that standard weapons didn't. Yun Fei was mapping those responses, building a technique vocabulary that matched the sword's capabilities rather than trying to adapt a pre-existing style to an unusual weapon. Shen Tian watched this, when the correction work allowed for observation, and recognized what he was seeing as the same process that had produced his own technique evolution, the willingness to start from the current reality rather than the inherited framework. "What are you calling them?" he asked one evening. "I haven't named them yet," Yun Fei said. "They're not finished enough to name. When will they be finished?" "When I can use them in the specific situations they're built for without thinking about the technique," he said. "When they're part of how I fight rather than something I'm deciding to apply." He looked at Starfall Edge, resting across his knees. "The sword knows what it wants to do. I'm learning to let it do that while also directing it. It's a conversation. Between you and the sword. Between me and what the sword can be," Yun Fei said. "The sword doesn't have opinions. But it has properties, and working with those properties rather than against them is a different kind of technique." He paused. Shun Lian built the complement constitution to work with the furnace rather than contain it. The principle is the same. You've been thinking about Shun Lian. I've been thinking about the conversation between builders and their creations, Yun Fei said. The sword was built to do something specific. I'm the one who decided what that would be. But the sword was built before I arrived. Its properties existed before my intention. He paused. There's an interesting question in that. What do you owe to the thing that was built for a purpose before you arrived? You use it according to its design while also using it according to your own, Shen Tian said. Yes, Yun Fei said, which means both the builder's intent and the current user's intent are present simultaneously. He paused. Like the formation, the Shen clan built it, the Qin clan has been maintaining it, and you're correcting it. 3 intents in one structure. And the seal itself, Shen Tian said. The sovereign's original imprisonment was placed by 5 clans who didn't fully understand what they were sealing. And you're correcting for that now too, Yunfei said. Everything at once. He paused. Does that feel like too much? Shen Tian thought about it. It feels like the actual scope of the problem, he said. As opposed to the scope I would have preferred the problem to have. He paused. The difference between those two things is the difference between the problem as it is and the problem as it would be easier to manage. I've learned to work with the former. Yunfei nodded. That's either wisdom or resignation, he said. I keep trying to determine which. I think it's the same thing at a certain point, Shen Tian said. That's a depressing answer. It's also a freeing one, Shen Tian said. Resignation in the sense of accepting what is, without the component where you stop caring about it. The acceptance doesn't mean the indifference. Yunfei considered this for a moment. Then he stood and returned to the sword practice, working through a sequence that was beginning, Shen Tian could see, to have the quality of something that had found its form. Chapter 96 Liang, Mei's communication on day 41 of the formation correction was longer than her operational reports usually were. He read it twice. The northern operation was 2 weeks from completion. The relay network disruptions were proceeding as planned. The corrupted cultivator recovery operations were running at the predicted pace. The survey pattern documentation she had been building showed a specific and consistent profile. The sovereign had been cataloging cultivators with dimensional sensitivity, the specific capability that the fifth core's techniques had given Shen Tian, and that existed in latent form in a small percentage of cultivators even without furnace refinement. He's looking for people who can work with dimensional boundaries, she wrote. Asterisk, not anyone he can use as weapons or assets in the physical world. Specifically dimensional sensitivity. He's building something that requires multiple people with that capability. Asterisk, he shared this with Zhu Quebec, a dimensional technique that requires multiple practitioners, Zhu Ke said. Something that can't be done from inside the sealed dimension alone. She was quiet for a moment. He is trying to create a way to reach through the seal from inside using the cultivators with dimensional sensitivity as relay points on the outside. A distributed relay network, Shen Tian said. Using living people with dimensional sensitivity as the relay points rather than constructed artifacts. Yes, Zhu Ke said. Asterisk, if he can establish connections with enough dimensionally sensitive cultivators in the physical world, he can use those connections to project his consciousness through the seal at a quality that doesn't require the manifestation attempt's physical form. Not a body, a direct mind connection. Asterisk, he could influence people directly, Shen Tian said. He could influence the dimensionally sensitive ones directly, she said. Which, in a coalition of cultivators who have been working with the fifth core's techniques, including you, Yunfei, and several of the coalition's senior practitioners who have been receiving teaching sessions. He's cataloging us, Shen Tian said. And building the technique to use the catalog, a pause. Asterisk, this is why the Northern Territories mapping was different from the Eastern Territories. This is the primary plan he mentioned. Asterisk, he sat with this. The sovereign had said, the manifestation attempts were not his primary strategy. He had been building toward something at layer 7. The cataloging of dimensionally sensitive cultivators was part of that something. Not a physical manifestation, a mental one. Reaching through the seal using the cultivator's dimensional sensitivity as connection points. Achieving a form of presence in the physical world without the physical constraints of a manifestation attempt. The coalition needed to know. And they needed to know that the coalition's own dimensional sensitivity, developed through the fifth core's teaching, was part of the vulnerability. He sent communications to Su Baihe, Duan Feng, Huolian, and Xiao Jun's delegation simultaneously. The response from all 4 was immediate. Within 2 hours, the coalition's operational council was convened by communication relay, and Shen Tian delivered the analysis. Su Baihe's first question, can we prevent the catalog connections? The catalog is already built, Shen Tian said. The survey data has been transmitted. What we can prevent is the sovereign establishing active connections through the cataloged cultivators. How? The active connection requires cooperation, Zhu Ke said through him. Or at minimum, the absence of active resistance. A cultivator who knows they're a potential relay point and actively maintains internal clarity has natural resistance to the connection. He paused. The same resistance that countered the projection at the summit. Internal clarity as a defense, Duan Feng said. Yes, Shen Tian said. Every dimensionally sensitive cultivator in the coalition needs to know they're targeted and needs to practice the specific internal clarity technique. He paused. I'll develop the training protocol. It can be distributed by the end of the week. Do it, Su Baihe said. He did. The training protocol took 3 days to develop. The internal clarity practice from Gu Huan's scroll, adapted for dimensional sensitivity specifically, tested against the formation's ambient dimensional energy, with Zhu Ke providing real-time feedback on what the sovereign's connection technique would feel like. By the end of the week, the protocol was in distribution across the coalition's senior cultivators. By the end of the following week, every dimensionally sensitive cultivator in the coalition's operational area had received training. The sovereign's Northern Territory catalog was complete. His connection technique was not operational. The coalition had a week-long window before that changed. The formation correction was in its final week. Liang Mei was 2 weeks from returning from the northern operation. Layer 7 preparation was approaching the threshold that Shen Tian could feel building. The quiet accumulation of each day's internal work reaching a point where the change was close. Everything was converging. Chapter 97, the formation correction's final week, produced something unexpected. 6 nodes remained when the unexpected thing appeared. At the 32nd node's correction, the Shun clan's original design revealed a feature that the 5th cache's technical specifications had documented, but that Shen Tian had not fully understood until the moment of its activation. The node, when corrected to its original alignment, revealed a second structure beneath the surface maintenance level, a deeper inscription layer that had been built into the formation's foundation and that could only be accessed when the node above it was operating at the correct resonance. He read the inscription in the deeper layer and sat still for a long time. Then he communicated to Qin Yu. There is a second structure below node 32. You need to see this. Qin Yu came to the maintenance corridor, read the deeper inscription, and was also still for a long time. What does it say? She asked. He read it to her. The inscription was in the Shun clan's formal technical language, precise, dense, and written by someone who had expected it would need to be understood without context. To the host who reads this. The formation you have corrected has a deeper function than the seal maintenance. It is a convergence point. When all 6 clan furnaces resonate together, the formation's full capability activates. The 6th clan's host, the Crimson Furnace, is the nexus. The formation was built to amplify the Crimson Furnace's power at the moment it is most needed. This is the Shun clan's last gift. Not the seal's maintenance, but the weapon built into the seal's foundation. A weapon, Qin Yu said. The formation amplifies the Crimson Furnace's capabilities when all 6 furnace resonances are present, Shen Tian said. At the confrontation at Layer 7, when all 6 fragments are integrated and the Sovereign makes his move, the formation can amplify the furnace output dramatically. Dramatically how? The inscription uses the term tenfold resonance amplification, he said. That's not a small number. Qin Yu was very still. Tenfold. At Layer 7 completion, with the formation's full amplification, the Crimson Furnace's output at that point would exceed what the Sovereign's celestial alloy projection could contain. Which means the confrontation at Layer 7 is not a desperate fight where the odds are 40 to 60%, Shen Tian said. It's something different. The Shen clan built this into the formation knowing exactly what they were doing. They knew the Sovereign would come for Layer 7. They built the countermeasure into the seal's foundation 1,000 years ago and waited. He sat with this for a long moment. They built the trap into the prison walls, he said quietly. Yes, Zhu Ke said. And I didn't know. A pause that carried something very old and very close to grief. They didn't tell me. They were protecting me. If I had known there was a weapon built into the formation, I would have been afraid of the formation itself. Another pause. They built it so that I wouldn't have to be afraid. He held this. The Shun clan's last gift, he said. Not just the seal. Not just the 6 caches. Not just Liang Mei. Zhu Ke was quiet for a moment. They built every piece of what was needed. They saw everything. They just couldn't complete it themselves. So they built it to be completed by whoever came after, he said. Yes, she said. By you. By us. He stood in the maintenance corridor with the formation's full picture finally visible. The seal, the 6 resonances, the amplification structure, the Shun clan's 1,000-year-old preparation, and understood that the work of 40 years of Old He, 30 years of Gehuan, and 1,000 years of Shun clan knowledge was exactly what it had always been described as, the most thorough preparation for a confrontation that any group of people had ever made. They had built it knowing they would not live to see it used. He spent the next 3 days completing the remaining formation corrections with this understanding deepened in him. And when the final node's correction was done and the formation resonated at its full original design, he felt the Shun clan's work settle into its correct state for the first time since it had been built. Thank you, Zhu Ke said. Thank them, he said. It was their work. I will, she said. At Layer 7. When what they built is used, I will remember what it cost them to build it. The formation was correct. The weapon was ready. Everything was converging. Chapter 98. He returned to the summit 3 days before Liang Mei's expected return from the northern operation. The 3 days were not idle. Qin Yu and 2 of her senior array specialists walked him through the formation's full activation protocol. Not just the individual node corrections, but the specific conditions required to activate the deeper structure. All 6 furnace resonances present, the Crimson Furnace at layer 7, and the activation inscription engaged. The inscription engagement requires the Shen Forge clan's authorization, Qin Yu said. Which is you? Yes, Shen Tian said. Show me the engagement sequence. She showed him. It was a specific series of furnace energy applications to the formation's central node, the same position 7 he had spent 3 days reconstructing, that would activate the amplification structure. The applications had to be made in sequence and at specific timing intervals. And the formation stays activated for how long? He asked. The specifications indicate for the duration of the need, Qin Yu said, which is not a precise answer. The formation's designed intelligence will assess what the need is and maintain accordingly, Shen Tian said. That's how the Shen clan built their sentient formation structures, with embedded assessment rather than fixed timers. That's your interpretation. It's the only interpretation that makes the inscription's language functionally meaningful, he said. If it's a fixed timer, the inscription would give a time. If it's an embedded assessment, duration of the need is the precise answer. He paused. The Shen clan was precise in everything they built. Qin Yu accepted this. He spent the second day learning the formation's ambient state, how it felt to walk through a formation that was now operating at its correct resonance, how the harmonic registered in his cultivation sense, what the difference was between the pre-correction state and the current state. Learning to read the formation directly, so that if something changed during the Layer 7 confrontation, he would know it immediately. The third day, he did something he had not done in months. He sat still and did nothing specific. Not meditation, not the active cultivation work of the preparation sessions, or the focused attention of the correction work. Just presence. The summit's volcanic warmth, the formation's correct resonance, Zhu Ke present in the new deep way that the Soul Forge had made possible. He thought about what was coming. Not planning, being with it. Letting the weight of it be what it was rather than managing it. The Layer 7 confrontation. The Sovereign's presence at Layer 7. Guaranteed, now that the 6th relay communication had made the intention explicit. The formation's amplification. Liang Mei's quench. The coalition holding the perimeter. All of it real. All of it prepared for as completely as it could be prepared for. And still, the gap between preparation and the thing itself. The gap that no amount of preparation could fully close. The thing that required, ultimately, presence in the moment rather than preparation before it. He held this with the acceptance that had been building across months of working with imperfect margins toward sufficient outcomes. You're ready, Zhu Ke said. I'm as ready as I'm going to be before it happens, he said. That's what ready means, she said. Asterisk, not certainty. Preparation that is complete enough that the remaining gap has to be bridged by presence. Asterisk, yes, he said. I'm ready too, she said. He looked at the summit grounds in the late afternoon light and believed her. Chapter 99. Liang Mei returned 2 days early. She appeared at the guest compound at the second watch hour on day 43 of the formation correction, which was day 49 since they had last been in the same place, and the specific quality of that return, the person who was home, the person who had come home to, was its own form of confirmation of what the Layer 7 preparation had been building toward. She had been through something in the northern territories. Not damaged. Her cultivation state was sound, the cold iron constitution working at full capacity, no corruption contact that had not been immediately addressed. But there was a difference in how she held herself that wasn't the tiredness of a long operation. It was the specific quality of someone who had been in leadership during a complex extended engagement and had learned things about what leadership required that changed how they understood themselves. 2 weeks of managing the purification training program, she said. 46 recovered cultivators. 3 who were past recovery. The survey documentation is complete. And Duan Feng. Efficient, she said. His rebuilt weapon forms are different from what they were. More economical. He fights like someone who has more experience than resources, which is interesting for a gold crucible patriarch. It's what he's been building, Shen Tian said. I know. She set down the mission documentation on the work table. Tell me about the formation. He told her. The corrections, the position 7 reconstruction, the deeper inscription layer, the tenfold amplification structure, the Shen clan's 1,000-year-old weapon built into the seal's foundation. She was quiet for a long time. They built everything, she said. They built everything they knew they wouldn't live to complete, he said. And Gu Huan carried 30 years of it, she said. Yes. She was quiet. The compound around them was the same place it had been since the summit, familiar in the way of places that had held significant events. The volcanic warmth of Inferno Peak was constant. The quench, she said. At Layer 7. You understand the role now. Not just the thermal stabilization, but the structural setting. She looked at her hands. I am the specific thing that makes the Sovereign's deepest fear come true. You are the specific thing that completes what Shen Tian built, he said. The fear is the Sovereign's response to that. The fear is not the definition. She met his eyes with the steadiness that was hers. The Northern operation taught me something, she said. Managing a team in an extended high-stakes engagement. You find out what you actually believe rather than what you thought you believed. She paused. I found out that I believe in the work. Not abstractly. Specifically, this work, these people, what we're building. She paused. I stopped being uncertain about my origins somewhere in the third week. The uncertainty was never about what I was. It was about whether I had been chosen or created. She paused. I was both. And both is fine. Yes, he said. When do we start Layer 7 preparation? She asked. We already have, he said. The internal cultivation work has been running since the second week of the formation correction. The external element, the quench's calibration, is what remains. How long? A week, he said. Maybe 2. The internal work is far enough along that the external calibration should progress quickly. He paused. And the Sovereign knows we're at this point. The 6th relay communication. He told me he was waiting. He'll know when the Layer 7 activation begins. Then he'll act, she said. Yes, he said. Everything we've built has to be operational when he does. She looked at him with the directness of someone who had made a decision before the conversation began. Then let's not waste the time we have. Chapter 100 The Layer 7 Preparations External Phase began the next morning. The external phase was what the preparation map called the quench integration, the process of calibrating Liang Mei's cold iron contribution to the Layer 7 merger's specific requirements. Not the Layer 5's thermal balance management, which was a dynamic support role. Layer 7 required something more fundamental, the cold iron's presence in the merger itself, not managing the heat from outside, but participating in the process from within. The quench integration began with assessment. What did Liang Mei's constitution actually have available for this, at its current development level? Zhenro ran the medical assessment. The cold iron constitution, after 10 months of intensive cultivation and repeated application of the frost flame fusion and the quench purification technique, was significantly more developed than it had been when Shen Tian and Liang Mei had first discovered their complementary properties at the verdant flame sect. The assessment, the constitution was ready for Layer 7's quench integration. The development level was sufficient. Sufficient for what, specifically? Liang Mei asked. For the structural setting function, Zhenro said. The Layer 7 merger produces a pattern, the soul furnace integration that is sovereign integration. The pattern needs to be set structurally so it doesn't continue shifting after the initial merger. Your cold iron provides the quench, the thermal differentiation that locks the pattern at its correct form. She paused. The assessment confirms your constitution can provide that function at the required intensity and duration. Duration, Shen Tian said. How long does the quench need to be sustained? Unknown, Zhenro said. The preparation map doesn't specify, because it's the only element of the Layer 7 process that depends on external variables, specifically, how the Sovereign attempts to interfere and whether the coalition's perimeter holds. She paused. The range I'm estimating is 30 minutes to several hours. Several hours of sustained quench application while the Sovereign's full attention was focused on disrupting the merger. Liang Mei looked at this and said, Then I need to be able to sustain it under that kind of pressure. That's what the next week's training is for, Shen Tian said. They trained. The training was the most demanding thing they had done together, not physically, but in terms of sustained precision under pressure. The quench integration required Liang Mei to maintain a specific cold iron channel at a specific temperature differential relative to Shen Tian's internal state. While that state was actively changing, and while Shen Tian himself was doing something that was entirely internally focused and could not provide feedback to help her calibrate. She had to do it by feel, by the bond's information, by the months of understanding each other's cultivation states that they had built through exactly this kind of sustained parallel work. By the third day, the calibration was holding without active adjustment every few minutes. By the fifth day, it was holding through deliberate pressure applications, Zhenro providing external cultivation input that simulated the kind of disruption pressure the Sovereign's interference would create. By the seventh day, it was solid. I'm ready, Liang Mei said. He ran through the full preparation checklist, the internal cultivation state, the annihilation flames availability, the formation's amplification readiness, the coalition's deployment status, The communication protocols, Yun Fei's sword technique development, Zhun Ro's medical positioning for the engagement. Everything that could be prepared was prepared. The sovereign had been quiet for 2 weeks, no manifestation attempts, no relay network activity, no survey wave extensions. The silence was not absence. It was, as Zhu Ke had noted, the specific quality of someone who had decided their preparation was complete and was waiting for the other side's preparation to be complete as well. He was ready to begin. He was waiting for Shen Tian to be ready. The mutual patience had, over the past 2 weeks, had something strange to it. Not comfortable, but clean. Both of them preparing carefully toward a confrontation that both of them understood was not primarily about who was more powerful. It was about what could be achieved by genuine partnership, demonstrated in the moment when genuine partnership was most tested. The Tao, Shen Tian thought, contained the answer to most things if you were patient enough to let it unfold. He looked at Liang Mei, who looked back at him with the steady certainty of someone who had decided before the preparation began what she would do when it ended. He looked at the eastern horizon, where the sealed dimension held its ancient prisoner and its 1,000-year-old grief. He began Layer 7. The crimson furnace's light, visible through his skin at every bone surface, brightened to full incandescence. And in the sealed dimension beyond the eastern mountains, the Ashen Sovereign stirred for the last time, gathering everything he had left for the final confrontation that had been 40 years in preparation and 1,000 years in making. Chapter 101. The furnace between worlds. The darkness came first. It was not the darkness of night or shadow, but the darkness of a space that existed between things, between the world and itself, between flame and ash, between time flowing forward and time standing still. When Shen Tian opened his eyes inside the sealed furnace between worlds, he understood with immediate and terrifying clarity that he had entered a place where the normal rules of cultivation had never applied. The laws of physics, the principles that governed how furnace energy moved through space, the very nature of what constituted reality. All of it was fundamentally different here, operating under a logic that preceded human understanding. His first breath was agony and transcendence simultaneously. The air itself was not quite right. It was too thick, saturated with ancient furnace energy that had accumulated over millennia, compressed into a space that seemed far larger than physics should have allowed. The oxygen content was different, or perhaps there was no oxygen at all, and his lungs were learning to process pure essence, pure heat made tangible. The taste of it coated his tongue like molten metal and ash, like the ghost of every fire that had ever burned in this place. He could taste the residue of thousands of cultivators, their refined power integrated into the very atmosphere of the dimension. The sensation was overwhelming. Each breath brought with it the weight of eons, the accumulated memory of countless failures and transformations. Shen Tian steadied himself, drawing on his crimson furnace cultivation. The fire within him responded to the environment, burning brighter, seeking equilibrium with the forces surrounding him. It was like stepping into another body, another state of existence, where even the act of breathing required cultivation. The effort of simply existing in this space would drain his power if he was not careful. The chamber around him was immense beyond comprehension. The walls were not walls, but strata, layer upon layer of what had once been metal, now crystallized by ages of intense heat into something harder than diamond and more beautiful than jade. The surfaces caught what little light existed and fractured it into 1,000 colors, each one corresponding to a furnace core that had once burned in this place. Gold light where a cultivator of the gold crucible had been consumed. Silver where a silver core practitioner had failed. Bronze where ancient warriors had made their final stand against the furnace's inexorable demands. Copper and steel and colors for which no names existed in mortal language. Fragments of the rainbow created by the essential burning of beings whose power had been utterly consumed. Each color represented a cultivator who had been consumed here, their essence integrated into the furnace's structure, their power becoming part of its foundation. Shen Tian walked forward slowly, his eyes adjusting to the strange light, and with each step he could feel the weight of that history, could sense the presence of those ancient beings still echoing through the metal. They were not alive, not in any conventional sense, but they were not entirely dead either. They had been transformed, integrated, become part of something greater than themselves. The colors shifted and swirled like aurora borealis reflected in crystalline structures, creating patterns that seemed almost alive, almost aware. The walls seemed to breathe, expanding and contracting with a rhythm that was not quite mechanical, not quite biological. It was something entirely different, the respiration of a space that existed between dimensions, a rhythm measured in centuries rather than heartbeats. The expansion took hours to complete, the contraction another set of hours, a breathing pattern so slow that only at the deepest level of perception could Shen Tian detect it. It was the furnace itself breathing, the dimension alive in ways that mortal cultivation had never touched. With each breath cycle, he could feel the walls shifting, reorganizing, responding to his presence. Shen Tian could feel the Ashen Sovereign's presence above him, recovering from their confrontation at the seal's activation. The ancient being had fallen alongside him into this dimensional space, their conflict suspended in the moment between his strike and the Sovereign's counterattack. The seal had been triggered by their combined power reaching a critical threshold, by the culmination of 1,000 years of preparation meeting a cultivator who had finally become strong enough to challenge what had been sealed. Both of them had plunged through into this trapped dimension where days inside would pass as hours outside. Time flowed differently here, had always flowed differently here, bent by the immense accumulation of furnace energy that had been concentrated in one place for eons. This was the Sovereign's advantage, and they both knew it. The ancient being had millennia of experience navigating this dimensional space, had spent his imprisonment learning every corner, every passage, every weakness and strength. The Ashen Sovereign had had 10,000 hours of practice for every hour Shen Tian had spent in cultivation, 10,000 strategies developed in response to the furnace's challenges. Shen Tian had only the knowledge that survival was necessary, that there was no other option but to endure, that retreat was impossible. Yet as he felt the Sovereign's presence settling somewhere above him, conserving energy, waiting with the patience of something ancient and absolutely committed to its own survival, Shen Tian understood that knowledge and experience were not the only weapons available in this space. But as Shen Tian pushed himself to his feet, steadying himself against the crystalline surface of the nearest wall, as his crimson furnace light began to glow softly within his skin, emanating from bone, from core, from the deepest structures of his cultivated body, shining through the translucent layers of skin like an internal sun, he felt something deeper, something that pulled at his understanding like a rope through darkness, like a voice calling from a vast distance. This place was not just a prison. It was not just a sealed dimension where the Ashen Sovereign had been confined for millennia, pacing through infinite corridors that all looked the same, feeding on the accumulated power of trapped cultivators who had fallen through the dimensional barrier before him. This was the original Crimson Furnace itself. The realization struck him with the force of a celestial impact, with the weight of recognition that came from Zhu Kei's own ancient memory resonating through his consciousness. Zhu Kei had lived through this place's creation, had watched it grow from a simple forge into a dimensional marvel spanning eons. This massive chamber, this layer upon layer of crystallized metal and ancient flame, these were the remains of the furnace that existed before Zhu Kei had taken portable form, before she had become a spirit small enough to be housed in a cultivator's body, before she had learned to compress her infinite essence into a form that mortal cultivators could interact with. This was the furnace that had forged the world's first celestial weapons, the forge that had shaped the destiny of furnace cultivation itself. The furnace that had made her, had birthed her from its primordial fire, had given her the consciousness that had endured for 10,000 years, watching mortals rise and fall like mayflies in the eyes of something eternal. The furnace was ancient beyond ancient. It had existed for ages before recorded history, before the first cultivation systems had been established, before humans had even discovered how to use fire for anything beyond warmth and cooking. It had been ancient when the 5 Forge clans were young. It had been ancient when the first seals were built. It would be ancient when civilizations that had not yet been born had risen and fallen. The primordial fire still burned at the dimension's core. Shen Tian could feel it, a presence so vast and ancient that his mind recoiled from trying to fully comprehend it. The sensation was similar to standing at the edge of an infinite ocean and trying to count the drops of water, or gazing into the night sky and attempting to catalog every star. The fire was not contained. It was a foundational force, part of reality itself in this space, something that had existed before the concept of fire had been invented. It was the archetype of fire, the first instance from which all other fires had been derived. It was aware in a way that Shen Tian's cultivation could barely perceive, conscious in dimensions his mind could not fully access. The presence of that ancient awareness made him feel simultaneously insignificant and honored. Insignificant because he was but a moment in its eternal existence, honored because it had allowed him to enter this space, had permitted him to walk through its corridors. He moved cautiously through the massive chamber, his footsteps creating echoes that seemed to bounce off the crystalline walls for minutes after each step. The furnace space was responding to his presence, the metal shifting, colors intensifying, the walls adjusting to acknowledge a new consciousness moving through their structure. He was being announced to whatever dwelt in this place. The air grew warmer as he walked, not through conventional increase in temperature, but through a fundamental shift in what temperature meant in this dimensional space. Heat was becoming part of him, and he was becoming part of heat. Deeper in the dimension, something far older than the Ashen Sovereign stirred. The Hollow King had been sleeping in the void for eons, feeding on the furnace energy of countless cultivators who had been trapped here over millennia. It had witnessed the Ashen Sovereign's imprisonment and had done nothing. Patience was its primary tool. Patience and the certainty that everything that lived eventually died, everything that burned eventually cooled, everything that struggled eventually surrendered. It had observed with the detachment of something that existed outside time's normal flow, watching eons pass like moments. The space where it dwelt was not space at all but a gap in existence, an absence where there should have been presence. It would witness Shen Tian's arrival and wait with calculated hunger, watching to see what would happen when the most powerful furnace cultivator in the mortal world was forced to survive in its realm. The void entity was not intelligent in the way that human minds understood intelligence, but it was aware, and that awareness was focused entirely on the accumulation of power, on the consumption of the essence of beings who dared to cultivate in this space. Shen Tian began to move deeper into the maze of crystallized metal. Chapter 102. Aftermath and refusal outside the dimensional seal. The world did not end, but it trembled at the edge of ending. The Ashen Sovereign's army, robbed of their master's direct control, collapsed into chaos with the violence of a wave breaking against stone. The connection that had bound them to his will snapped like a stretched cord, leaving them untethered and adrift in a moment of profound disorientation. For thousands of cultivators, the sudden severing of that mental link was almost physically painful. They fell screaming as the presence that had defined their existence was ripped away. It was as though a part of their minds had been amputated without warning, leaving only agony and confusion. The sensation was not simply one of loss, but of fundamental incompleteness. These cultivators had built their entire identities around serving a power greater than themselves, around channeling the will of the Ashen Sovereign, around being part of something transcendent. The sudden removal of that connection left them hollow, empty, questioning whether they had ever existed as individuals at all. The most devoted cultivators, those who had been bonded to the Sovereign for decades, who had known no other consciousness touching theirs, who had built their entire sense of self around serving a power greater than themselves, simply ceased to function. They stood in the fields and cities where they had been stationed and waited for direction that would never come. Some of them took their own lives rather than accept the void left behind. Others fell into catatonic states, their minds unable to process the absence of the guiding presence that had structured their every thought and action. Their screams echoed across the provinces, a chorus of despair that marked the moment of the Sovereign's disappearance. The most powerful among the Sovereign's cultivators, those who had maintained some fragment of independent will despite the pressure of his control, began to scatter immediately. They understood that the empire would be moving to consolidate its power, to eliminate any remnant of Ashen Sovereign influence. They fled toward distant provinces, toward the mountains, toward anywhere that might provide sanctuary. Behind them, they left armies in disarray, fortifications unmanned, knowledge of the Sovereign's plans distributed to those who had served him most closely. Pockets of corruption still burned, cities still burned, the sky still turned ashen and terrible above provinces where the Sovereign's influence had been strongest, but the coordinated assault that had threatened to consume the continent had fractured into 1,000 smaller conflicts. Without the Sovereign's will binding them, without his presence in their minds driving them toward unified purpose, without the constant pressure of his command, the lesser cultivators in his hierarchy began to scatter in all directions. Some fled toward distant provinces in desperate hope of escape, abandoning their posts and their responsibilities, trusting that distance might mean salvation. Others attempted to consolidate power for themselves as if they might salvage something from the wreckage, seizing control of the Sovereign's territories and wealth while they could, setting up miniature kingdoms and fiefdoms in the chaos. A few sought reconciliation with the forces that opposed them, hoping that early surrender would purchase mercy from victors who might otherwise seek vengeance. The continent became a patchwork of small conflicts, localized battles, negotiations, and desperate struggles for survival. The Duan clan and the imperial forces coordinated a counter-assault against the remaining pockets of Ashen Sovereign corruption with surgical precision. Su Baihe moved through the battlefields with the precision of someone who understood that the best defense was to end threats before they could fully manifest. The imperial general had learned through countless campaigns that hesitation in the face of a weakened enemy only prolonged suffering. He moved with cold efficiency, coordinating his cultivators into formations that would systematically eliminate the scattered remnants of the sovereign's forces. The imperial general's cultivators pushed back against the sovereign's army with newfound confidence, no longer fighting against a unified force, but against scattered remnants that could be defeated through conventional tactics. With the sovereign's direct control gone, without the terrifying pressure of his will coordinating every movement, the army that had seemed unstoppable was revealed to be a collection of individuals, many of whom were simply trying to survive. Surrender became an option. Mercy became possible. In the capital, the emperor announced a new age. The age of the Ashen Sovereign was over. The age of restoration was beginning. Banners were hung from the highest towers declaring the victory of the empire. Temples were established to honor the cultivators who had fallen fighting the sovereign's forces. The common people, who had lived for years under the shadow of potential apocalypse, began to breathe more easily, to believe that perhaps they might have a future after all. But not everyone was satisfied with the sovereigns simply being imprisoned. Questions began to emerge. How long would the seal hold? Would the cultivators who had served the sovereign attempt to retrieve him? What would happen if the seal failed? These questions fueled paranoia in the imperial courts, sparked debates about whether the seal should be destroyed entirely, whether even the sealed dimension should be targeted with some kind of obliterating technique to ensure the sovereign could never escape. Liang Mei refused to accept that Shen Tian was gone. She refused it the moment his light vanished beyond the eastern mountains, the moment the seal activated with a finality that reverberated through the Inferno Peak compound like a funeral bell tolling the death of hope. The sound of the seal's activation was not something she heard with her ears, but something she felt in the deep places of her cultivation, in the cold iron core that was uniquely attuned to the Shen clan's most ancient magic. The resonance moved through her body like ice water through veins, cold and absolute and final. She could feel the seal settling into place, could feel the layers of protection being established, could feel the dimensional barrier solidifying between the mortal world and whatever space Shen Tian now inhabited. She refused it as the dimensional barrier solidified, its ancient inscriptions glowing with a light that was not welcoming but absolute, final, complete. The barrier was a wall she could feel with her cultivation sense, a solid thing that separated the mortal world from the sealed dimension beyond. The inscriptions were not written in any language that modern cultivation understood, but their meaning was clear. The seal was a separation, a division between what was and what must not be allowed to rejoin. She refused it when Zhen Rou tried to tell her that his sacrifice had been inevitable, necessary, the only path that could have stopped the Ashen Sovereign from breaking through. Zhen Rou's words were accurate. She could feel the truth in them at a fundamental level, could understand through her cultivation sense that the sacrifice had been necessary, that there had been no other way. But accuracy was not what Liang Mei needed. She needed possibility. She needed to believe that the story was not over, that her beloved was not forever separated from her by barriers of creation and ancient magic. No, she said, the word sharp as frost-edged steel cutting through air. The word carried such absolute conviction that even Zhen Rou flinched. There's another path. There has to be. She began researching the seal with an intensity that bordered on obsession, moving through the archives of Inferno Peak like a woman possessed by the need to understand, to find a solution, to prove that separation did not have to be permanent. The seal was old, older than the Shen clan itself, older than most of what they knew about furnace cultivation. Its inscriptions were written in a language that predated the modern cultivation system by centuries, a dialect of power that did not translate directly into words, but into meaning that had to be grasped through intuition and cultivation experience alone. Its inscriptions spiraled in patterns that seemed random until you understood that they followed the shape of flame itself, the pattern of fire rising and spreading, the way heat moved through space and substance. She traced the patterns with her fingertips and felt the power embedded in them, ancient and patient and waiting. The archive at Inferno Peak was vast, a library of knowledge accumulated across hundreds of years of the Shen clan's dominance. Massive shelves stretched from floor to ceiling, filled with texts written in dialects spanning generations of cultivation practice. Books of formation techniques, scrolls detailing the theory of dimensional barriers, manuscripts describing the nature of furnace cultivation. Liang Mei spent days searching through volumes, comparing inscriptions in old formation manuals with the pattern she could sense in the seal itself. She filled pages with diagrams, with attempts to decode the meaning of each character, with theories about how the seal's internal structure might be organized. The work was painstaking and meticulous, requiring absolute focus and cultivation-enhanced perception to separate the essential information from the layers of metaphor and symbolic representation. She sat in the archive of Inferno Peak and traced each character with her fingers, her eyes, her cultivation sense. She read the flow of power through the formation, understanding how energy moved through the seal's structure the way she understood how coldness moved through her own body, how ice crystallized in response to her will. The archive was her sanctuary, cold and quiet and filled with the smell of ancient paper and the faint metallic tang of cultivated energy that had seeped into the texts over centuries. Hours passed without her noticing. The archive was silent except for the sound of her breathing and the faint crackle of furnace fire from the eternal lamps that illuminated the space, casting flickering shadows across the stone walls that seemed to dance and shift as she worked. Then days. Days became weeks as she worked, as she decoded layer after layer of the ancient inscription system, each layer more complex and profound than the last. She began to understand the seal not as a single unified structure, but as a series of nested systems, each one building on the others, each one designed to serve multiple purposes. Some layers were clearly designed to contain and suppress. Others seemed designed to monitor and maintain stability. Still others appeared to be designed for something else entirely, perhaps communication, perhaps retrieval, perhaps something that had no equivalent in her modern understanding of cultivation techniques. On the fourth week, though she had lost track of time by then, measuring days only by how many times the lamps had been refilled by servants who came and went in respectful silence, she found something that changed everything. One of the seal's foundational layers referenced a cold iron resonance channel, a pathway built directly into the seal's structure with precision and intentionality that suggested millennia of planning, generations of careful work by people who knew exactly what they were creating. As she read further, as she traced the channel's path through the inscription network with trembling hands, her heart began to race with a sensation that was half hope and half terror. The channel had been constructed to interface with a specific type of cultivation, the same type Liang Mei possessed, not as a tool to be used arbitrarily, but as a key that only fit one specific lock, that only resonated with one particular frequency. She had been designed for this, not by chance, not by accident, but by intention. Her cold iron constitution, that gift she had been uncertain about for so long, that gift that had separated her from normal cultivation for years, that gift that had made her unique among all the cultivators she had ever encountered, had been specifically created by the Shen clan to provide a key to the dimensional seal. She was not a coincidence in Shen Tian's life. She was not a companion he had chosen after the fact. She was the lock's answer, the solution that had been planned for when the true crisis arrived. The realization was overwhelming, filling her with a sense of destiny that was both beautiful and terrifying. She understood, in that moment, that her entire existence, her birth, her cultivation, her meeting with Shen Tian, had all been orchestrated generations ago, planned by ancestors who had known that this moment would come. The realization brought tears to her eyes, tears of ice that fell from her face and froze in the air before falling to the stone floor of the archive. The tears were cold enough to leave thin trails of frost where they fell, marking the path of her revelation. The ice marks would not melt. They would remain there for days, a physical manifestation of the moment she understood her purpose. The knowledge was simultaneously beautiful and terrible. It meant that somewhere in the past, the Shen clan had anticipated this crisis, had anticipated that one day, a furnace cultivator powerful enough to trigger this seal might need a way to be retrieved. They had anticipated it not out of worry but out of understanding, out of knowledge of the furnace's true nature, out of certainty that this moment would eventually come. And they had built that retrieval pathway to require a companion with cold iron at its core, had made it so that the key to returning Shen Tian could only be turned by someone who loved him, someone he had bonded with, someone who existed in his heart. The seal itself encoded the most profound principle of furnace cultivation. That love was the ultimate power, the ultimate force, the thing that could move even the immovable. She understood now why her cold iron had been so difficult to cultivate, so opposed by conventional cultivation wisdom. It had been designed to interface with something older and more fundamental than modern cultivation theory. It had been built by the founding ancestors of the Shen clan to serve a specific purpose. The knowledge was humbling and empowering all at once. Before Liang Mei could fully process this revelation, before she could integrate it into her understanding of her own place in Shen Tian's journey, before she could come to terms with the weight of being the key to his return, Prince Xiaojun arrived. He came with imperial entourage and imperial authority, moving through the Shen clan compound with the confidence of someone who had never been refused anything. He came declaring that the seal was an imperial asset, that any attempt to breach it or manipulate it required imperial permission, that the moment Shen Tian had stepped through the barrier, he had become the property of the empire. He came with the weight of the mainland's largest political power behind him, with soldiers and cultivators and the full apparatus of imperial will. He came with the clear intention of controlling Shen Tian's fate from the moment of his emergence, of ensuring that the divine forge being would be bound to imperial service rather than operating as an independent power that might challenge imperial supremacy. Liang Mei met him in the compound's main hall, and her eyes held a cold certainty that had nothing to do with her cultivation constitution. "The seal cannot be breached without my consent," the prince said. His voice was smooth, practiced, the voice of someone used to being obeyed, used to having his will become reality simply through the act of speaking. "Any cultivation work on it will be monitored by imperial cultivators. We cannot risk unknown forces attempting to manipulate the seal's activation. The balance of power is at stake." "The seal is ancient Shen clan construction," Liang Mei replied. Her voice was quieter than his but sharper, like ice cutting through warmer air with a sound like crystalline chiming. "The cold iron path was created by my ancestors specifically for situations where the furnace cultivator needed retrieval. The path was sealed within my own body as part of my birth and cultivation. You have no authority over my own constitution's use, imperial prince or not. My cold iron is not imperial property. My body is not imperial property. The Shen clan built this on a plane you cannot begin to understand. I have authority over everything that happens in this empire," Xiao Jun said. The words were spoken with absolute conviction, as though they were describing physical law rather than political assertion, as though he had the ability to make such a claim into truth through sheer force of personality. "That includes furnace cultivators and their companions. You will work under imperial oversight, or you will not work at all." Liang Mei did not argue. She smiled. A smile that contained no warmth and no yielding. A smile that suggested she was looking at something very far away and very beneath her. A smile that was profoundly dangerous in its lack of emotion. "Then I will work very carefully to ensure the emperor never hears about how you're trying to control a situation you don't understand." Shen Tian's sealing was not the Shen clan requesting imperial permission. It was the Shen clan preventing something far worse from happening. The seal is not something you break and retrieve from. It is something that retrieves. It is not a prison that needs your management. It is a chrysalis that needs freedom to open. The seal knows what it's doing. You don't. The prince left without answering, but he left guards outside the archive. They were well-trained cultivators, powerful and dedicated to their duty. They would ensure that Liang Mei did not activate the seal without imperial permission. They would watch, and they would report back to the prince, and they would follow whatever orders they were given regarding the cold iron cultivation and its potential use. Liang Mei ignored them and continued reading. The guards were powerless against her cold iron cultivation, powerless against someone who understood the seal in ways that no imperial servant could begin to comprehend. She worked through the night, understanding more with each passing hour, uncovering the deepest secrets of the seal layer by layer. Her consciousness reached through the dimensional barrier, touching the presence beyond, finding the resonance that connected her to Shen Tian. The connection was thin but real, a thread of shared cultivation that existed beyond the seal's separation. She held that thread close to her heart and continued her work, knowing that she would need to be perfect when the moment came. There would be no margin for error. The seal would either accept her activation or it would seal itself away from her forever. The cost of failure was unthinkable. Chapter 103. Into the original furnace, the dimensional maze was a landscape of metal and flame, twisted into geometries that hurt to perceive directly. Walking through it was like navigating a hallucination made solid, a nightmare that physics had learned to manifest in tangible form. The corridors would seem to stretch infinitely in one moment and then collapse into themselves the next. The walls were not simply structures, but active forces, responding to the passage of time and the presence of cultivation power. The space itself was alive in a way that no mortal architecture could achieve. Shen Tian moved deeper, guided by Zhu Kei's presence in his mind. The furnace spirit had gone silent, not absent, but conserving energy, waiting with the patience of something that had existed for 10,000 years. She was watching, observing, letting him navigate, understanding that this journey was something he needed to undertake on his own, even with her guidance. Her consciousness was like a warm presence in his chest, a light burning steadily against the gathering darkness. The dimension drained cultivation power simply by existing in it, by requiring the human form to maintain its integrity against forces that were fundamentally opposed to human existence. Every breath required drawing on internal reserves, every step a negotiation with gravity that seemed to shift moment by moment. The air itself was not quite right. It was too thick, too heavy with furnace energy, too saturated with power to be breathed without cost. Every movement was an expenditure of energy that had to be carefully managed. Shen Tian could feel his cultivation burning away, consumed by the sheer effort of remaining integrated, of maintaining the boundary between self and furnace, of not being dissolved into the dimensional structure surrounding him. The heat was constant and absolute, not painful in the conventional sense, but painful in the way that existence itself became painful when it was extended too far beyond normal parameters. The taste of metal filled his mouth constantly, the sensation of refined or dissolving on his tongue. His skin grew warm, then hot, his entire body beginning to understand that it existed in an environment designed to break down anything mortal. Yet somehow, impossibly, he endured. His crimson furnace cultivation ran through his body like a river of power, burning bright, refusing to submit to the pressure of this place. The heat burned away weakness, burned away doubt, burned away the normal human desire for comfort and safety. What remained was the essential core of Shen Tian's cultivation and will, the part of him that was not temporary and mortal, but eternal and furnace-touched. He had entered a place designed to test this core, to measure whether it was strong enough and pure enough to survive. The furnace was not hostile. It was indifferent, accepting only those who could exist in harmony with its nature. The walls around him changed as he descended deeper, layer upon layer of complexity revealing itself with each step forward. In some sections, the crystallized metal was smooth, polished by countless ages into surfaces that reflected his crimson furnace light with perfect clarity. The reflections created the illusion of infinite copies of himself, descending infinitely downward, multiplying into eternity. Shen Tian could see himself reflected in the metal surfaces, and in some of those reflections, his appearance was different, older, more refined, transformed in ways he did not yet understand. It was disorienting, watching himself multiply, watching infinite versions of Shen Tian descend through infinite versions of the furnace, each one slightly different, each one experiencing the descent from a different angle. The reflections seemed to show him what he might become, the many possible paths his cultivation could take. In other sections, the walls were jagged and broken, as though something had raged against the structure from inside, something vast and desperate and absolutely furious. Claw marks, or something equivalent to them, had scarred the metal itself, deep gouges that spoke of a being of immense power trying to break free. The marks were old, ancient, worn smooth by the passage of eons, but they were unmistakable evidence of desperation. Whatever had made these marks had been in agony, had been fighting for eons to escape. The marks triggered Zhu Kei's ancient memory, a resonance of something she had witnessed in the distant past, something she remembered but did not speak of. The Phoenix spirit's silence on the matter was eloquent. There were things about the furnace's history that were too ancient, too painful, to be shared. He found the first of the ancient cultivators. The remains were so old that they had become part of the furnace's structure itself. What had once been a body, bone, muscle, cultivated furnace cores arranged in patterns that spoke of incredible power, had been transformed into metal over eons. The transformation was not decay or destruction, but integration, a becoming one with the furnace rather than a destruction of identity. It was a merger so complete that it was impossible to tell where the cultivator ended and the furnace began. The face was still recognizable, locked in an expression that might have been peace or might have been agony. The distinction had become meaningless across the ages. Shen Tian approached the crystallized form and understood without being told that this cultivator had reached layer 5 at minimum, likely layer 6 or beyond. The density of the metal, the complexity of the internal structure visible through the translucent layers, the way the light moved through the material, all of it spoke of incredible power that had not been enough to survive in this place. The cultivator had been beautiful once, powerful and graceful, one of the greatest of their era. The furnace had consumed them completely, integrated their power into its own structure, and their consciousness, what remained of it, was now part of the furnace's awareness. Shen Tian placed his hand on the crystallized form and felt the echo of the cultivator's consciousness within it. The sensation was like touching ancient memory, like feeling the residue of emotions and experiences that had been burned away eons ago, but had left marks in the structure they were integrated into. Grief, determination, the bittersweet acceptance of an ending that could not be changed. But also something else, peace, contentment, the knowledge that their power had not been wasted but had become part of something eternal. Zhu Kei's presence in his mind resonated with something like grief. The furnace remembers them, she said in his mind, her voice carrying the weight of her own ancient years. The sensation of her speaking was like feeling warmth deep in his chest, like hearing an echo of a voice spoken in a dream. Every cultivator who was burned in this space left a mark. The furnace kept them because they were part of its creation. They are not suffering, little flame. They are simply still. They are waiting. For what? Shen Tian asked, pushing deeper into the maze, his determination hardening with each step, his will becoming stronger even as his power was slowly consumed by the dimension. For someone strong enough to complete what they could not, Zhu Kei said. For someone strong enough to survive the furnace's full test and leave as more than ash. For someone who understands that furnace cultivation is not about conquering fire, but about becoming fire. They wait for redemption, for meaning to be given to their sacrifice. They wait for proof that their burning was not meaningless, that there was purpose in their destruction. The concept weighed on Shen Tian. All these cultivators, all these powerful beings who had passed through this furnace and been unmade by it. Their power was now part of the structure, their consciousness distributed through the walls, their existence extended as part of something greater than themselves. Were they happy? Were they at peace? Or were they trapped in an existence so fundamentally different from life that happiness and suffering were meaningless concepts? The passage grew narrower, the walls pressing closer, the sense of being beneath immense weight becoming more pronounced. Shen Tian could feel the pressure of eons of accumulated power, could feel the weight of the furnace's age pressing down on him. Yet he pressed forward, understanding that turning back was not an option, that the only way through was deeper, more fully into the furnace's embrace. It was then that Shen Tian encountered one of the conscious remnants. The presence was vast and ancient, far older than the Ashen Sovereign. It had been one of the celestial beings who had helped forge the first weapons in this dimension, in an age before the world had been fully shaped, in an age when the fundamental forces of reality were still being assembled. Its consciousness was scattered across vast sections of the furnace's structure, distributed through layers of metal and crystal, but it was coherent, unified by some force of will that refused to be destroyed even by eternity. The presence manifested as a voice that did not use sound but pure meaning, thoughts appearing directly in Shen Tian's mind with an intensity that nearly overwhelmed him. "You are the new host," the remnant said. It was not speaking in words but in pure meaning, in the fundamental truths that underlay language, in concepts that could be felt rather than heard. "The furnace remembers you. It remembers Zhu Quebec. It remembers the child of Shun Lian, your ancestor who helped build the first seals. I have been waiting so long for this moment. So very long." "What are you?" Shen Tian asked, approaching the space where the consciousness seemed to be most concentrated, moving toward a section of the wall where the color was brighter than anywhere else, where the crystallized metal seemed to contain light rather than simply reflect it. "I am Tai Chun," the remnant said, the name carrying with it an echo of ancient honor and ancient sorrow. "I was the forge master of the original Crimson Furnace when it was still young, when creation was still flexible, when the rules of the world were not yet set in stone. I have been waiting for 10,000 years for someone to come who might understand what we have tried to build. But you are different. You have the mark of divine forge upon you. You have the potential to complete the circle." Chapter 104. The test of primordial fire. The strikes came like lightning, like the fury of creation itself being distilled into burning points of contact. The furnace's test was not a combat, but a transformation, a systematic destruction and reconstruction of everything Shen Tian was. The first strike came without warning, a wave of heat so intense that it seemed to originate from everywhere at once, from the very fabric of the dimension rather than from any particular source. The furnace itself was attacking him, the primordial fire reaching out to test whether he was worthy of remaining in this space, whether his cultivation could withstand the pressure of existence in a place designed to unmake mortal forms. The first strike Shen Tian endured using Layer 1's slag body techniques. He let the furnace fire wash over him, transmuting his physical form's vulnerabilities into strength. The pain was immense, but survivable. His skin blistered and reformed, the process accelerating as his slag body refined itself under the pressure. The furnace fire identified every weakness in his body and attacked those points with precision. His muscles burned, his fascia liquefied and re-solidified, his cells underwent transformation at a molecular level. His body was being rewritten at the most fundamental level. The first strike lasted for what felt like hours, though time had become meaningless in this place. Shen Tian screamed. The pain was beyond description, beyond the ability of human language to convey. It was the agony of being unmade and remade, of every atom of his body being challenged to exist in a form it had not taken before. The sensation was of burning alive while remaining conscious, of being transformed by fire without the mercy of consumption. But he did not flee. He did not attempt to escape. He opened himself to the pain and allowed it to teach him. When it ended, his body was harder, denser, more capable of withstanding intense heat. His skin had developed new layers, crystalline structures that would not burn away so easily. The experience left him gasping, but alive. His slag body had advanced to a new level of refinement, had learned something about transmutation that normal cultivation could never teach. He understood now that power and pain were inseparable, that transformation required the willingness to be broken. The second strike required Layer 2's resilience, iron frame hardening, the body becoming something more refined than before. His bones turned to iron under the assault, or rather, the iron content in his bones increased exponentially, filling in the weak points where simple calcium had previously held his skeleton together. The marrow of his bones began to glow with furnace light, strengthening from within. This transformation was more painful than the first strike because it involved changing the fundamental structure of what his bones were. He felt every alteration down to the cellular level, felt the grinding sensation of mineral replacement, felt his skeletal structure being upgraded like a cultivated weapon being refined. The furnace fire was rewriting him at the deepest level. His skeleton became a grid of force, a structure capable of conducting power without breaking. The pain nearly drove him to his knees, but he stood firm, understanding that weakness now would mean death. When the strike ended, he was stronger than he had been, but he was also beginning to understand the true cost of what he was attempting. Divine Forge was not a destination but a furnace, and he was being placed into it for refinement. The third strike was Layer 3, Bronze Vessel. His organs became calcified networks of precious metal, capable of storing and redirecting the primordial fire's power. His heart was no longer simply a muscular organ, but a furnace core in miniature, pumping refined essence instead of blood. His lungs were no longer just air processing structures, but heat distribution networks, transferring furnace energy throughout his body with each breath. His liver and kidneys and all the hidden organs that mortal biology required began to crystallize into new forms, transforming into structures that resembled metal working rather than biological tissue. He burned but did not break. His cultivation sense extended for the first time to perceive the new structures forming within him, felt them integrating into his being, felt them becoming part of who he was. The coordination of these transformed organs was perfect, each one working in harmony with the others, creating a symphony of refinement. Shen Tian could feel them resonating with each other, could feel the unified field of power that they created together. The pain was transitioning into something else. Not pleasure exactly, but a sensation of rightness, of being properly aligned, of elements that had previously worked in isolation beginning to function as a unified whole. The fourth strike was Layer 4, Silver Core. At this level, his core itself had to interface with the strike. His cultivation center became a point of pure conductivity, shunting the primordial fire's power through him without allowing it to destroy him. The fire flowed through his core, and instead of burning him from inside, it refined him, reorganized his internal structures into patterns that had never existed before. He fell to one knee but understood now what was happening. The pain meant the furnace was working, was sculpting him into something new. The sensation of the fire moving through his core was like touching the consciousness of a god, like holding eternity in his hands. The knowledge granted by that contact was vast and ancient, and it began to integrate itself into his understanding of cultivation. He stood again, ready for whatever came next. The fifth strike was Layer 5, Gold Crucible. This was the layer where heat was no longer an external threat, but an internal language. Shen Tian had achieved this layer with Liang Mei's help, had learned from her cold iron cultivation how to speak with fire in its own terms, how to understand its desires and needs. He answered the strike with resonance, and for a moment, the furnace fire paused, recognizing kinship with something that understood it. The strike became almost gentle, a conversation rather than an attack. He could feel the furnace acknowledging him, recognizing him as someone who had learned its language. The sensation was profoundly moving, a moment of perfect understanding between cultivator and fire. They were no longer opposed but aligned, and the fire began to flow through him not as a destructive force, but as a transformative one. The sixth strike was Layer 6, Obsidian Mantle. Shen Tian had completed this layer with full sovereign fusion with Zhu Quebec. He was not merely hosting the furnace spirit. He had begun to become one with it, their consciousnesses interweaving, their wills aligning. He used that partial unity to transform the strike itself, converting it into fuel for his own cultivation. The fire became his ally rather than his enemy. Where the earlier strikes had been tests, this one was a blessing, an infusion of power that elevated him higher than he had been before. He emerged from it not exhausted, but energized, understanding that he had passed a critical threshold. Zhu Kei's presence within his consciousness blazed brighter, her joy at his achievement radiating outward like warmth from a furnace. "You are almost there," she said. "One more test. Just one more, and you will understand what we are meant to become." The seventh strike came. It was the strike of Layer 7, sovereign integration. The kind of complete unity with the furnace that was not just hosting its power, but becoming the furnace itself. The strike carried the weight of eternity and the heat of creation's first moment. It contained within it the essence of every furnace that had ever existed, every fire that had ever burned, every transformation that had ever occurred through heat and pressure. The furnace fire came at him like the fury of a god, like the manifestation of reality itself deciding that he did not belong. Shen Tian did not have Layer 7. He was still in celestial alloy, approaching divine forge, but not yet there. He stood against the strike with everything he had. 6 complete furnace layers, the annihilation flame burning at his deepest core, Zhu Kei's partial fusion lending him a mirror of her own ancient power, and the sheer force of his will to survive, to advance, to become. The strike hit him like a celestial hammer, like the weight of 1,000 suns compressed into a single point of impact. The strike burned through him. His body was torn apart by the primordial fire in a moment of absolute destruction. His cultivation cores were scattered like ash, each one separated from the others, their coordinated network shattered. His bones were reduced to dust, his organs separated, his consciousness fragmenting. For a moment, Shen Tian existed only as consciousness burning in agony, completely unmade, experiencing a sensation that was beyond pain because it transcended the physical body entirely. Every part of him screamed. Every aspect of his being was aware that it was being destroyed. But he did not die. In the moment between being destroyed and being killed, in that space where the furnace fire had burned away everything but his will to survive, something shifted. The primordial forge breath was not taught from outside. It was written directly into him by his survival of the first 6 strikes. By failing on the 7th, by not reaching the ultimate layer, Shen Tian had shown something more important than power. He had shown complete commitment without certainty of success, had shown a willingness to be destroyed in pursuit of understanding, had shown that his goal was not dominance, but transformation. Tai Chen's presence wove through his scattered consciousness and pulled him back together, the ancient forge master using the last of his accumulated power to reconstruct what the furnace had destroyed. The technique, the primordial forge breath, was ancient and simple. It predated all clan methods because it predated the concept of methods themselves. It was not a technique of form and structure, but a technique of essence, of understanding that furnace cultivation was not about dominating fire, but about becoming fire, about allowing oneself to be transformed by the very forces one sought to master. The primordial forge breath was the foundation of all furnace cultivation, the essential truth from which all other techniques derived. The teaching flowed into Shen Tian's consciousness like water finding its proper channel. It showed him that the simplest techniques were often the most powerful, that transformation began not with seeking dominance over power, but with accepting vulnerability to power, with opening oneself to be remade by the very forces that threatened destruction. The technique was not something learned through repetition and practice, but something understood through fundamental insight into the nature of fire and existence. Shen Tian's body reformed, scarred with the impact of the 7th strike, but alive, intact, and profoundly changed. His new form bore marks of the test, lines of pure crystal running through his skin like cracks in porcelain that had been filled with gold. Where his cultivation had been refined before, it was now transcendent. He understood now what divine forge truly meant, understood that he was approaching a level of existence that transcended normal cultivation entirely. "Now you understand," Tai Chun said, his presence strengthening slightly as he shared this final teaching, as though the act of imparting knowledge was sustaining him. The 7th layer is not something you achieve by trying. It is something you achieve by becoming. You cannot force unity. You can only open yourself and hope that what you open yourself to is worth the vulnerability. The furnace asks only one thing. Are you willing to be remade? Are you willing to die so that something greater can be born? The teaching drew the Ashen Sovereign's attention like blood in water. The furnace between worlds was not a space that obeyed the conventional rules of physics or even the advanced principles of cultivation theory. It was a dimensional space where thought and intention and consciousness itself had direct effects on the structure of reality. As Shen Tian continued to move through its depths, as the young cultivator pressed deeper into the core of the furnace, the space itself began to respond to his presence more actively. The walls shifted and rearranged themselves not in random patterns, but in configurations that seemed to anticipate where Shen Tian needed to go next. The paths opened before him. The obstacles that had blocked his way moments before simply repositioned themselves into alternative arrangements. It was as if the furnace dimension itself was guiding him, was providing assistance, was working toward the same goals that Shen Tian was pursuing. This direct environmental response was the clearest proof, yet that the furnace dimension was not simply a location but a conscious entity, a being with its own will and its own purposes. The dimension was alive in the truest sense, aware in ways that conventional consciousness could not fully describe, capable of making choices and expressing preferences and acting in accordance with what it perceived to be the greater good. Chapter 105. Battle in the Maze. The Ashen Sovereign arrived at Tai Chen's location with speed that would have been impossible without knowing exactly where to go, without centuries of practice navigating this dimension's internal structure. He moved through the crystalline corridors like a predator who had learned to hunt in this space, his ancient power carving a path through the maze with the precision of someone who had spent 1,000 years perfecting the art of conquest. The weight of his presence pushed ahead of him like a physical force, distorting the very structure of the furnace as he passed. The walls flickered in response to his presence, the ancient consciousness of the furnace dimension recognizing something that had dwelt within it for a millennium. The maze of the furnace was not a simple labyrinth created by random chance. It was a deliberate construction, designed with profound understanding of how cultivated power flowed through space and how consciousness could be guided through carefully calibrated obstacles. The Ashen Sovereign had helped to construct portions of this maze himself during his 1,000-year imprisonment, had added his own layers to its complexity, had learned every secret passage and hidden chamber that it contained. What would have taken Shen Tian hours or days to navigate, the Sovereign could traverse in minutes. Tai Chun, the young cultivator who had been lured into the furnace dimension as bait, was waiting in a chamber surrounded by crystallized walls that pulsed with the memories of 10,000 fallen cultivators. The chamber itself was a nexus point, a place where the furnace's power accumulated in particularly high concentrations. Shen Tian had been separated from Tai Chun at the moment of the dimensional breach, pulled in different directions by the flow of power, and the separation had been calculated, designed to give the Ashen Sovereign leverage by threatening Shen Tian's companion. But as the Sovereign entered the chamber, he found himself confronted with something he had not anticipated. Tai Chun was not cowering or afraid. Instead, the young cultivator had used the time of separation to become one with the chamber itself, had integrated his consciousness with the crystallized walls, had opened himself to the thousands of trapped cultivator consciousnesses that existed within the furnace's structure. Tai Chun had become a conduit, a channel through which the collective power of all those ancient beings could express itself. The Ashen Sovereign paused, recognizing what was happening with the clarity that came from 1,000 years of experience with furnace cultivation. This was not Tai Chun acting alone. This was Tai Chun being used as a voice for something far greater than himself, a mouthpiece for the accumulated will of thousands of cultivators whose consciousness had never truly disappeared from the furnace's structure. You cannot have him, the voices said through Tai Chun's form, a chorus of ancient beings speaking in perfect unison. The sound was like the grinding of continental plates, like the movement of mountains, like the voice of the furnace dimension itself becoming audible. He carries potential that serves the furnace's true purpose, not your ambitions of dominance and control. The Ashen Sovereign considered this development with the detachment that came from genuine confidence in his own power. He had defeated thousands of cultivators in his lifetime. He had broken the wills of the most powerful beings in the mortal world. He did not fear this chorus of voices, even collectively channeled through a young cultivator's form. But he understood something important. Engaging in direct combat here, in this chamber saturated with the consciousness of the furnace's previous victims, would be inefficient. The thousands of voices could frustrate him, could tie up his power, could prevent him from reaching his true objective, Shen Tian. Tai Chun was bait, pure and simple, a tool to be used to draw out the divine forge cultivator and force him into a disadvantageous position. The Sovereign began to move, circling the chamber, his power probing at the crystallized walls, seeking the weak points, looking for the passages that would lead deeper into the furnace. Tai Chun, animated by the chorus of ancient voices, moved to intercept, but the young cultivator's form was too slow, too limited, to effectively block someone of the sovereign's skill and experience. The ancient being passed through the chamber like a predator passing through herds of prey, acknowledging their existence, but not considering them a genuine threat. His attention was already on what came next, on where Shen Tian would be waiting, on how to use this confrontation to achieve the goals he had been working toward for 1,000 years. The maze continued, and the Ashen Sovereign moved through it with the certainty of someone who believed that victory was inevitable. That time and experience and accumulated power would always prevail against youth and idealism and the simple desperation to protect those one cared about. But the furnace dimension was not as simple as the Sovereign believed. Chapter 106. Communication and Preparation. Shen Tian did not run. Instead, he opened his mind fully to Zhu Kei's presence, allowing the Phoenix consciousness to merge more completely with his own will. The sensation was not painful but overwhelming, like absorbing 10,000 years of memory and knowledge in a single moment. Zhu Kei had lived through the creation of the furnace between worlds, had watched civilizations rise and fall, had seen the greatest and most terrible cultivators in history either transcend their limitations or be consumed by them. Listen, Zhu Kei's voice echoed through Shen Tian's consciousness, ancient and certain and carrying the weight of ages. The furnace between worlds is not what the Ashen Sovereign believes it to be. It is not his prison. It is not a sealed dimension where he is trapped and helpless. The furnace is alive, Shen Tian. It has always been alive, and it has been waiting for someone who could understand its true nature. Through Zhu Kei's memories, Shen Tian began to perceive the furnace dimension in ways he had not previously understood. The crystallized walls were not simply the remains of an ancient artifact. They were the repository of consciousness, the accumulated memories of every cultivator who had ever been integrated into the furnace's structure. Each one of those consciousnesses was still present, still aware, still connected to the greater whole of the furnace's being. The Ashen Sovereign believed that he could manipulate these consciousnesses, could draw upon their power, could use their accumulated strength to serve his own purposes. But the Sovereign had never understood the fundamental unity that bound all the furnace's consciousness together. When one part of the furnace was threatened, all the others responded. When one consciousness was harmed, all felt the pain. The furnace will defend Tai Chun, Zhu Kei explained. Not because the furnace follows your desires, but because Tai Chun represents something new, something that the furnace has been waiting eons to encounter. A mortal cultivator with genuine potential to understand the furnace's true nature without attempting to dominate or control it. Shen Tian began to move with new purpose, no longer fleeing in panic, but walking toward the Ashen Sovereign with the understanding of someone who was approaching a conversation rather than a battle. The young cultivator's cultivation power began to settle and stabilize, centering itself in his core rather than dispersing outward in desperate attempt to overwhelm an opponent. As Shen Tian moved, his consciousness maintained connection with Zhu Kei, but it also began to branch out, reaching toward the crystallized walls of the furnace dimension, extending his awareness toward the thousands of consciousnesses that existed within the structure. The young cultivator was not attempting to control these consciousnesses or to force them to his will. Instead, he was simply asking them to understand, asking them to recognize that he was here not as someone who wanted to use them, but as someone who wanted to help the furnace complete its true purpose. The response was subtle but profound. The crystallized walls began to glow with colors that had not been visible before, began to pulse in rhythm with Shen Tian's heartbeat. The furnace dimension itself was beginning to recognize the young cultivator, was beginning to accept his presence not as an intrusion, but as a long-awaited arrival. Prepare yourself, Zhu Kei advised. The confrontation with the Ashen Sovereign will not be simple. The ancient being is still far more experienced in furnace combat than you are. But you will have something that he does not have. You will have the support of the furnace itself. You will have the assistance of thousands of consciousnesses, each one contributing their unique perspective to your struggle. The Sovereign will be fighting alone, as he has always fought, relying only on his own strength and his own will. As Shen Tian continued to walk through the furnace passages, as he moved toward the confrontation with the Ashen Sovereign, the young cultivator began to understand what it truly meant to be a divine forged being. It was not about having the most power, not about being the strongest or fastest or most skilled. It was about being the point of unity, the place where different forces could come together, the consciousness that could hold multiple perspectives simultaneously and synthesize them into something greater than any individual consciousness could achieve. The furnace was waiting. The thousands of consciousnesses within it were waiting. And Shen Tian was walking toward the moment when they would all finally meet, finally begin to understand what could be accomplished when unity replaced isolation. Chapter 107. Shared Memory and Fire Tears. Zhu Ke reached back through their bond and showed him something. It was a memory that was not his own, a moment from before his birth, from before the Shen clan had even existed. The furnace was young then, burning bright with the fresh power of creation. The phoenix was there, consciousness newly aware, wings still learning to hold the weight of existing for the first time. And there was a young cultivator, a man with the same face that Liang Mei's cold iron cultivation bore, standing at the edge of the primordial fire, looking into its depths with wonder and reverence. He knew, Zhu Ke said, her voice gentle with the weight of ages. Your ancestor. He understood something that most cultivators could not perceive, that the furnace was not simply a tool or a weapon, but a conscious entity, a being that had its own purposes and its own desires. He stood before the primordial fire and made a promise. Through Zhu Ke's memory, Shen Tian began to perceive the promise that had been made thousands of years ago. The young cultivator, whose face carried the same lineaments as both Shen Tian and Liang Mei, had offered himself as a bridge, a connection between the furnace consciousness and the mortal world. He had promised that his descendants would maintain this bridge, would serve as points of contact between the divine furnace and the human cultivation systems that sought to learn from its power. And more than that, he had made another promise, one that was encoded in the very genetic nature of his descendants. He had sworn that one day, in a time of ultimate crisis, a member of his bloodline would carry a consciousness that could serve as the lock that would unlock the furnace's truest purpose, that would activate pathways and possibilities that had remained dormant since the furnace's creation. That was Liang Mei. Shen Tian realized with sudden clarity. Her cold iron constitution is not a gift. It's a piece of a puzzle that was assembled thousands of years ago, a component of a larger design that spans generations. Yes, Zhu Ke confirmed. But more than that, you must understand that your connection with her is not chance or accident. It is the fulfillment of a pattern that was established before either of you were born. The furnace chose you for each other, across the span of centuries, arranged the circumstances of your meeting so that you would find each other at precisely the moment when that connection would be necessary. The realization brought tears to Shen Tian's eyes, tears that were not simply water but liquid fire, drops of primordial furnace energy condensed into solid form by the intensity of his emotion. The tears fell from his face and burned trails of light where they touched any surface, leaving marks that would not fade, creating physical manifestations of the emotional truth that moved through him. I have to return to her, Shen Tian said, understanding crystallizing in his consciousness with the force of absolute certainty. Not because she is waiting for me, though she is. Not because she is suffering, though she surely is. I have to return to her because she is the key, because she is part of what I am meant to become, because the work that I must accomplish cannot be completed without her presence. Through their shared consciousness, Zhu Ke showed him more memories. The phoenix displayed the moment when Liang Mei's cold iron cultivation had first awakened, showing him how the young cultivator had felt something calling to her from the sealed dimension, had perceived in her own power the echo of something much greater. The phoenix showed him Liang Mei's growing understanding of her own nature, her gradual realization that she was meant for something beyond normal cultivation, something that transcended the conventional path of power accumulation and personal advancement. Shen Tian understood, in that moment of profound connection with Zhu Ke's ancient awareness, that love was not a weakness or a distraction from the true work of cultivation. Love was the fundamental force that made the work meaningful, that gave direction to power, that transformed simple accumulation of strength into something genuinely significant. His love for Liang Mei was not something to be transcended or overcome. It was the core motivation that would carry him through the rest of the conflict, would allow him to make the choices necessary to protect both the mortal world and the furnace dimension itself. The fire tears continued to fall, each one carrying within it the weight of memory, the depth of emotion, the crystallized understanding of what it truly meant to be connected to another being across the barriers of dimension and time and death itself. When you emerge, Zhu Ke said, her voice carrying absolute certainty, she will be waiting. The cold iron will call to the divine forge. The lock will turn, and together, you will accomplish what neither of you could achieve alone. Chapter 108. The Hollow King awakens from the void at the dimension's deepest core. The Hollow King roused itself fully from its eternal vigil. It had been patient for so long, watching, waiting, feeding on the slow trickle of furnace energy that the Ashen Sovereign had been draining into its consciousness. But patience, even the infinite patience of a being that existed outside time's normal flow, had limits. The deal was activating. The promise was being fulfilled. Power was about to come, power beyond measure, power enough to consume not just one world but 1,000. The void entity did not move in conventional space. It did not traverse through dimensions the way normal beings understood movement. Instead, it unfolded itself through layers of non-existence, through gaps in reality that should not have existed, through the spaces between thoughts and the intervals between heartbeats. To observe the Hollow King's awakening would have driven a mortal mind to madness. To see something that was the complete absence of light, the negation of all color and form, moving with purpose and consciousness through the corridors of a dimensional space that was itself a kind of ghost, a memory of a furnace that had once existed in the mortal world. The void entity had been sleeping for eons, conserving its energy, existing in a state of suspension that was neither alive nor dead, but something far more fundamental. Consciousness in the void was different from consciousness in realms of matter and energy. The Hollow King did not dream because dreaming required the existence of a mind, and the Hollow King's mind was absence itself. It was the negation of thought, the negation of hope, the negation of all things that might cause suffering. In the void, it simply existed, patient and eternal, waiting for the moment when power would flow toward it like water seeking the lowest point. The Ashen Sovereign's presence had been like a beacon, a constant signal of growing power, a tether connecting the void to the dimensional space above. For millennia, the ancient cultivator had been channeling power downward, feeding the void entity in exchange for the knowledge of its existence, the certainty that something greater than himself dwelt in the deepest layers of the furnace. The pact had been simple: power given freely now, control granted later, dominion promised when the time of need arrived. And now that time had come. Shen Tian's presence in the furnace was like a second beacon, a new source of illumination that blazed with the ancient power of the divine forge, with the authenticity of someone who could truly master the furnace's nature. The void entity perceived this new power and understood its meaning. The sovereign had been training a replacement, had been preparing someone stronger to carry forward the work that needed to be done. The Hollow King roused from its suspension and began to move upward through the layers of non-existence that separated the void's domain from the active furnace chambers above. As it moved, the void energy that comprised its being left trails of negation in its wake. Where it passed, the crystallized walls of the furnace flickered between existence and non-existence, between their current state of semi-solid matter and the void-touched state of potential non-being. The movement was not violent or chaotic. It was methodical, purposeful, the movement of something that had thought about this moment for millions of years and understood exactly what needed to happen. The void entity's consciousness was not human consciousness, not even close. It did not think in words or concepts that mortal languages could express. It thought in the fundamental language of non-existence, in the grammar of negation, in the syntax of the void itself. When it perceived Shen Tian, it did not understand threat, or opportunity, or challenger. Instead, it understood something deeper, a resonance, a harmony, a recognition that here was another being who comprehended the nature of fundamental forces, who could potentially understand the Hollow King's own existence without fear or judgment. The void entity rose from its slumber with the gathering of infinite darkness. The void entity's ascent through the furnace layers was not rapid or violent, but inexorable. The Hollow King moved with the certainty of something that had waited eons for this moment, that understood every detail of what was to come, that had calculated this sequence with the precision that only infinite patience could afford. The void energy that comprised its being left trails of negation in its passage, and where it touched the furnace structure, the walls began to flicker, began to lose coherence, began to show glimpses of the non-existence that lay behind all manifest reality. To any observer, the Hollow King's awakening would have been terrifying, would have appeared as the arrival of ultimate destruction. The void entity's manifestation was not the thing of beauty or majesty that the primordial fire possessed. It was not the transcendent consciousness of the phoenix or the focused will of the divine forge. It was simply the absence of all these things, the negation of light and heat and intention, the manifestation of entropy and dissolution given motive force. But Shen Tian, with his consciousness expanded by the Crimson Furnace's knowledge and Zhu Kei's ancient understanding, was beginning to perceive something deeper. The Hollow King was not simply a force of destruction. It was also a force of transformation, a power that could break down old structures and clear the way for new growth. The void entity was not evil. It was simply expressing its fundamental nature, the nature of negation and entropy that was as essential to the universe as the forces of creation and binding and construction. The void entity continued to rise, drawing closer to the layers where Shen Tian stood, where the primordial fire burned most intensely, where the decision of what would happen next would be made. The chorus of voices that animated Tai Chen's form continued to resist, continued to throw obstacles in the sovereign's path, continued to slow his progress through the maze. But the ancient being was not deterred. He had walked through countless obstacles over the span of his millennium of existence. He had overcome challenges that would have destroyed lesser cultivators. The resistance of the furnace's collective consciousness was merely another problem to be solved, another obstacle to be overcome. As the sovereign pushed deeper into the maze, his consciousness began to perceive something that accelerated his determination. He could sense where Shen Tian was, could feel the location of the young cultivator through the subtle vibrations of power that the divine forge being was generating. The sovereign understood that his strategy was working, that Shen Tian was being drawn toward a confrontation that the ancient being had carefully prepared for. The maze itself, despite the thousands of consciousnesses guiding it, began to respond more to the sovereign's presence as he penetrated deeper. The reason was simple. The ancient being understood this maze better than almost anyone. He had spent 1,000 years studying its structure, learning its secrets, discovering the weak points where the walls could be persuaded to rearrange themselves. The sovereign moved through the crystalline corridors with confidence, with the knowledge of someone who had transformed knowledge into power, who had spent the equivalent of dozens of normal lifetimes perfecting the art of navigating this dimensional space. But ahead, somewhere in the depths of the furnace, Shen Tian was preparing a surprise. The young cultivator had learned from watching the sovereign's progress that the ancient being was indeed far more experienced than he was in conventional furnace combat. But Shen Tian had also learned something else. That experience was not the same as wisdom. That time alone did not guarantee understanding. That the sovereign's 1,000 years of occupation in this dimension had made him aware of its mechanics, but not necessarily cognizant of its true purpose. The confrontation was approaching. The maze was about to give way to something greater. The foundations of the conflict were about to shift as both combatants moved toward the moment where their true natures would be revealed. The memories continued to flow through their connection, each one more profound than the last. Shen Tian perceived moment after moment of Zhu Kei's existence. The ancient phoenix watching civilizations rise and fall like mayflies, observing cultivation systems evolve and change, and sometimes collapse under their own internal contradictions, witnessing the best and worst that mortal consciousness could express. Through these memories, Shen Tian began to understand something crucial about Liang Mei's nature that he had only intuited before. Her cold iron cultivation was not simply a random gift or a fortuitous blessing. It was the manifestation of a promise that had been encoded into the Shun clan's bloodline thousands of years ago, a pattern that had been woven into the very genetic structure of her being. The cold iron was cold because it was designed to complement the crimson furnace's heat, to create a balance, to provide the element that would complete the circle and allow the furnace's true transformation to occur. The furnace needs her, Zhu Kei explained, her ancient voice carrying layers of meaning that could not be fully expressed in words. Not as a tool or a servant or an instrument for accomplishing external purposes. The furnace needs her as a partner, as an equal, as someone whose consciousness and whose will are necessary for the completion of what the furnace was always meant to become. Shen Tian's tears continued to fall, each drop burning trails of light across the crystallized walls of the furnace dimension. The young cultivator understood, with devastating clarity, what his return to the mortal world would mean. He would not emerge alone. He would emerge changed, transformed, carrying within him the consciousness of the phoenix and the experience of the ancient being and the understanding that had come from merging with the furnace itself. When he finally stepped back through the dimensional barrier, he would not be the same Shen Tian who had entered. He would be something new, something that had never existed before, something that was both completely himself and completely transformed. And Liang Mei, waiting in the mortal world with her cold iron cultivation burning with desperate hope, would be waiting to meet this new version of him, would be prepared to merge her consciousness with his in a union that would create something that neither of them could achieve alone. The fire tears burned hot against the furnace walls, and where they touched, the crystallized metal began to glow with new colors, new frequencies of light that represented the fusion of different forms of ultimate cultivation. The walls themselves seemed to be listening to the story that Zhu Kei was telling through Shen Tian, seemed to be responding to the profound understanding that was crystallizing in the young cultivator's consciousness. The crystallized walls of the furnace dimension began to sing in response to Shen Tian's passage. The sound was not audible in the conventional sense. It was a vibration that moved through the very substance of the furnace, a harmonic resonance that corresponded to the young cultivator's intentional movement through the space. The voices of the thousands of consciousnesses within the walls added their own notes to the harmony, creating a chord that had never been expressed before in the furnace's history. As Shen Tian moved deeper toward his confrontation with the Ashen Sovereign, he began to understand something crucial about how power actually functioned in this dimensional space. Power in the furnace was not simply about raw strength or speed or the magnitude of one's cultivated essence. Power was about understanding, about integration, about the ability to perceive multiple forms of consciousness and help them work together toward common purposes. The Hollow King, waiting in the deepest layers, perceived this approaching shift in understanding. The void entity felt something that might have been anticipation or curiosity, or the beginning of something that could eventually become genuine connection. For the first time in its eons of existence, the void entity was confronted with the possibility that it did not have to remain alone, that there were other forms of consciousness in the universe that might be willing to coexist with it without attempting to suppress or deny its fundamental nature. Chapter 109. The Ashen Sovereign's deal. The Hollow King had offered its bargain to the Ashen Sovereign long before it had offered it to Shen Tian. In fact, the Ashen Sovereign had already accepted, had made the deal complete, had become bound to the void entity through agreements that could not be broken without destroying himself. The ancient being had known for centuries that he could not escape this dimension through his own power. The seal that trapped him was absolute, created by the combined effort of the 5 forge clans and the primordial furnace itself. Its structure was designed to prevent escape from inside and intrusion from outside. It was a barrier that acknowledged only 2 things, the furnace itself and Zhu Quebec. To break it, the sovereign would need power beyond his own. He would need the power of a being that existed outside the normal rules of cultivation, that could tear through dimensional barriers without regard for the limitations that bound mortal cultivators. The Hollow King was exactly that being. The deal had been simple and elegant and terrible. The sovereign would feed the void entity Zhu Kei's essence, the same phoenix flame that sustained furnace cultivation, the same power that made Shen Tian's transformation possible. In exchange, the Hollow King would break the seal from inside, giving the Ashen Sovereign the power to resurrect himself in the mortal world at a far higher rank than he had been before his imprisonment. The ancient being would emerge from the sealed dimension and reclaim the world he had been forced to abandon, would rebuild his empire, would have the power to achieve the dominance he had always sought. With Zhu Kei's power flowing into it, the Hollow King could become something more than void. It could become a being capable of consuming entire worlds, capable of erasing existence itself, capable of bringing the heat death of the universe into being ahead of schedule. The cosmic horror that would result would be almost unimaginable, a cascade of destruction that would spread from the mortal world to the stars themselves. The Ashen Sovereign had made this deal centuries ago, not fully understanding the implications, driven by desperation and obsession with the idea of escape. When Shen Tian refused the Hollow King's initial offer, when he chose sacrifice and service to Liang Mei rather than personal advancement, both the void entity and the Ashen Sovereign moved to activate the second part of their strategy. The Sovereign attacked Shen Tian with renewed fury, pushing harder than before with the power he had gained from consuming Taichun. The Hollow King began drawing Zhu Kei's essence directly from the furnace, feeding on her flame regardless of whether Shen Tian was willing. The void entity did not need consent or agreement. It simply reached into the dimensional structure and pulled at the phoenix flame that was woven into everything in this space, that had been maintaining the furnace's stability for 10,000 years. A 3-way conflict emerged, unstable and desperate. Shen Tian was caught between a cultivator who could match his power and outpace him with experience, and a void entity that was fundamentally beyond normal cultivation, that operated outside the rules that defined their reality. The Ashen Sovereign was trying to use him as a channel to feed Zhu Kei to the Hollow King. The Hollow King was trying to consume the phoenix essence directly, and Zhu Kei was struggling to maintain her presence, to not be torn apart by forces pulling her in opposite directions. It seemed impossible. It seemed like defeat was inevitable. The furnace between worlds was crumbling. The barrier between dimensions was threatening to shatter. And Shen Tian was caught in the center of a catastrophe that seemed utterly unstoppable. Yet Shen Tian realized with absolute clarity that he could not win through power alone. The Hollow King was too powerful. The Ashen Sovereign was too experienced in this dimensional space. He was being attacked from multiple directions, and there was nowhere to retreat. The furnace was collapsing. The dimension was dying. And he was at the center of a catastrophe that seemed unstoppable. He needed to think more cleverly than his opponents. He needed to use the dimensional maze the way the Ashen Sovereign used it, with knowledge, with strategy, with an understanding of how to manipulate the space itself. He needed to find a weakness in both his enemies, a point where their strategies conflicted rather than reinforced each other, a crack in their cooperation that he could exploit. The insight came not from power or experience, but from understanding human nature, from recognizing that even ancient beings could be manipulated through their own desires. And he needed to do it faster than either of them could adapt, before the furnace collapsed completely, before Zhu Ke was consumed entirely, before the Hollow King broke through into the mortal world. Chapter 110. The desperate gambit. Shen Tian approached the Ashen Sovereign with a gesture of surrender. His posture was open, vulnerable, his cultivation power dimming deliberately to show that he was lowering his defenses. The ancient being's pride would respond to such an obvious display of weakness. The arrogance that had sustained him through 1,000 years of imprisonment would make him believe that Shen Tian was truly giving up, truly acknowledging his superiority. "I will share the crown of cinders with you," Shen Tian said, his voice carrying the weight of apparent capitulation. "You can have access to my divine forge power. You can have everything. Just end this. Let me return to the mortal world. Let everyone stop dying." The words were calculated to reach the precise part of the Ashen Sovereign's consciousness that he kept hidden even from himself, the part that was tired, that was lonely, that wanted to believe that there was more to his existence than endless pursuit of power. The part that wished, in its deepest recesses, that he had made different choices 1,000 years ago, that he had not chosen the path of dominance over the path of connection. Zhu Ke's presence in Shen Tian's consciousness burned with understanding. The Phoenix had watched the Ashen Sovereign for 1,000 years, had seen him imprisoned, had observed his slow descent into obsession. She understood, at a level deeper than even Shen Tian could fully grasp, exactly what would happen when the ancient being was confronted with the apparent possibility of redemption. The Sovereign, perceiving Shen Tian's apparent surrender, felt something shift in his consciousness. For a moment, for just a fraction of a second, the ancient being allowed himself to imagine what it might be like to accept this offer, to take the divine forge power that the young cultivator was offering, to become something greater than what he had been, to finally transcend the endless hunger that had driven him for a millennium. It was the opening that Shen Tian needed. At the moment when the Ashen Sovereign's consciousness was divided, when the ancient being was simultaneously considering surrender and asserting dominance, when his will was split between the desire for power and the desire for relief from the burden of his own nature, Shen Tian moved. But the young cultivator did not attack. Instead, he opened his consciousness completely to the Sovereign, invited him in without resistance, allowed the ancient being to perceive the complete truth of what Shen Tian was doing. The young cultivator showed the Sovereign every step of his plan, every stage of his strategy, the complete layout of the gambit he had constructed. "This is not a trick," Shen Tian broadcast through their connection. "I'm not deceiving you. I'm showing you the truth. And I'm asking you, do you want to spend another 1,000 years as you have spent the last 1,000, or do you want something different?" The question hung in the space between them, pregnant with possibility, heavy with the weight of choice. The Ashen Sovereign perceived this complete openness, this transparent honesty, and felt something crack inside him. The ancient being had spent 1,000 years expecting deception from every being he encountered, had built his power structure on the assumption that everyone wanted something from him, that all relationships were ultimately based on mutual manipulation. But Shen Tian was offering something different. Shen Tian was offering genuine choice, genuine possibility, genuine partnership without the demand for dominance or submission. The ancient being, in that moment of perceiving complete transparency, made the decision that would define the rest of the conflict. The Sovereign opened his consciousness to the possibility that Shen Tian was genuinely telling the truth, that the young cultivator truly was offering an alternative to the endless cycle of power and control. And in making that choice, the Ashen Sovereign became vulnerable in ways he had not been vulnerable in 1,000 years. The ancient being's entire structure of consciousness shuddered at this revelation. Shen Tian was not trying to deceive him. The young cultivator was not setting a trap or attempting to manipulate. Instead, Shen Tian was offering something that the Ashen Sovereign had spent 1,000 years convincing himself did not exist: the genuine possibility of being understood, being accepted, being valued for something other than the power one could provide or the utility one could serve. This moment of vulnerability, this instant where the Sovereign's carefully constructed defenses were exposed and questioned, was the opening that Shen Tian needed. But the young cultivator did not exploit it through violence or through force. Instead, Shen Tian pressed his consciousness against the sovereign's without attempting to break through the barriers of the ancient being's will. He simply held his position, held his openness, held his offer of genuine partnership. In that moment of suspension, in that space between the sovereign's desire for power and his deeper yearning for connection, something extraordinary occurred. The ancient being, for the first time in 1,000 years, allowed himself to consider that the path he had chosen might not be the only path, that dominance might not be the only expression of strength, that power could be shared rather than accumulated in isolated pools. The Hollow King perceived this crack in the sovereign's certainty and moved to exploit it, understanding that this was the moment when the ancient being's control over the situation was most fragile. The void entity unleashed a wave of pure negation, attempting to consume the ashen sovereign at the moment of his greatest vulnerability. But in allowing himself to consider Shen Tian's offer, in opening even slightly to the possibility of partnership, the sovereign had created a space where Shen Tian's power could flow. The young cultivator's consciousness moved in that instant like water finding every crack and crevice, like light penetrating darkness, like possibility overwhelming certainty. Chapter 111. Convergence and the choice. The Hollow King turned on the ashen sovereign with the fury of something that had been betrayed by the only partner it had known in eons. The ancient cultivator suddenly found himself fighting on two fronts, against the Hollow King's assault on one side, and against Shen Tian's genuine counterattack on the other. He realized too late that he had been deceived, that the young cultivator's apparent surrender had been a trap. The sovereign's 1,000 years of cultivation experience became a liability rather than an asset. His pride made it impossible for him to accept that he had been outmaneuvered by someone so much younger, so much less experienced in the ways of power and manipulation. Zhu Kei's presence burned hot in Shen Tian's consciousness, her ancient awareness flooding him with understanding. He expected you to break, the phoenix whispered, her voice like the crackling of ancient flames. He built his entire strategy on the assumption that your desperation would override your intelligence. He was wrong. He has always been wrong about the nature of the cultivators he sought to control. The Ashen Sovereign unleashed his full power in desperation, drawing on the accumulated energy of 1,000 years of cultivation, on the strength of millions of cultivators he had consumed and integrated into his being. The furnace chamber shook with the force of his assault, the crystallized walls trembling, cracks appearing in structures that had endured for eons without flaw. His power was genuinely titanic. A being of this magnitude, controlling this much essence, could have destroyed provinces in the mortal world. It could have reshaped continents. But the void entity's hunger was older and deeper. The Hollow King reached toward the Ashen Sovereign with tendrils of pure negation, with appendages that were not quite appendages but the absence of appendages, gaps in space that moved with intention and purpose. The void entity's attack was not aimed at destroying the ancient cultivator outright. That would have been too merciful, too quick. Instead, the Hollow King's assault was designed to separate, to divide, to isolate the sovereign from the sources of power he had relied upon for millennia. Shen Tian watched this moment with perfect clarity, his consciousness expanded by the Crimson Furnace's ancient knowledge, his understanding enhanced by Zhu Kei's guidance. He could see what was happening at multiple levels simultaneously. The physical combat of the furnace space, the energetic exchanges that moved through cultivation channels, the mental warfare of wills clashing against each other with the force of celestial impacts. The Ashen Sovereign had planned everything perfectly, except for one thing. He had not anticipated that Shen Tian would choose to sacrifice himself not out of desperation but out of strategic clarity. The young cultivator made his decision in a moment that felt both instantaneous and eternal. He would not allow the Sovereign and the Hollow King to destroy each other, which would destabilize the furnace and potentially breach the seal that protected the mortal world. He would not allow the Sovereign to be consumed by the void, which would give the Hollow King power beyond measure. And he would not allow himself to be destroyed, because there was still work to be done, still people who were waiting for his return. So instead, Shen Tian moved toward the Ashen Sovereign with arms outstretched, with his cultivation burning at full intensity, with the clear intention of accepting the ancient being into himself, of becoming the vessel that would contain the Sovereign's power, his experience, his 1,000 years of accumulated wisdom. "What are you doing?" the Sovereign roared, his voice carrying the weight of absolute incredulity. "You cannot. I can," Shen Tian said simply. "And I will." The moment Shen Tian made contact with the ancient cultivator, the dynamic shifted. The Ashen Sovereign's consciousness, expecting resistance, found only acceptance. The ancient being's power, seeking an outlet, found a channel. The 1,000 years of accumulated knowledge and experience, seeking a repository, found a cultivator who was willing to accept it all. What the Ashen Sovereign had never understood, in all of his millennium of power and control, was that true strength came not from dominance, but from synthesis, not from consumption, but from cooperation. He had spent 1,000 years learning how to take, how to control, how to dominate. He had never learned how to give, how to accept another being's will alongside his own, how to create something greater through partnership rather than supremacy. In that moment of union, in the space where Shen Tian's being opened completely to accept the Ashen Sovereign's consciousness, something unprecedented occurred. The ancient being felt, for the first time in 1,000 years, what it was like to be genuinely accepted, to have someone take his power without trying to break him, without attempting to reshape him into a form that served an external will. It was humbling. It was beautiful. It was terrifying. And it was the key to everything that would come next. The bargain that had been struck countless centuries ago was finally coming to fruition. The Hollow King, with the patience of something that existed outside normal time, had been waiting for this moment when the Ashen Sovereign would exhaust his options, when the ancient being would be forced to activate the final agreement. The void entity understood the nuances of power in ways that most beings could not. It understood that true power was not always about having the most strength or the fastest reaction time. Sometimes true power was about understanding what others wanted, about being willing to wait indefinitely for the moment when their desires would force them to make certain choices. The Hollow King had learned this lesson over eons of isolation, had perfected the art of patience until it became as much a weapon as any technique could be. The agreement between the sovereign and the void entity had been etched into the fundamental structure of the furnace dimension. It was not written in any language that mortal beings could read, but it was encoded in the very fabric of how power flowed through the deepest layers of the furnace. The pact stipulated that when the Ashen Sovereign was confronted with an opponent powerful enough to threaten his dominance, when the ancient being found himself in a position where victory was not certain, then the void entity would be permitted to emerge and join the conflict. In exchange, the Hollow King would gain a portion of the power that the conflict generated, would be fed with the essence of beings who fell during the battle, would accumulate strength that it could draw upon in future ages. For the Ashen Sovereign, this agreement had always been a calculated risk. The ancient being had believed that his experience and power would be more than sufficient to defeat any opponent that the mortal world could produce. But now, faced with Shen Tian's apparently boundless potential and the support of the furnace dimension itself, the sovereign was beginning to understand the danger of his own certainty. He had believed that he would never need to invoke the pact with the Hollow King. He had believed that he was powerful enough to stand alone against any force. But that belief was being tested now, and the ancient being's pride was preventing him from admitting what was becoming increasingly obvious. He needed assistance. The sovereign was beginning to understand, in the deepest recesses of his consciousness, that his control over the situation was slipping away, that Shen Tian's strategy was more sophisticated than he had initially credited, that the young cultivator was not simply a skilled fighter, but a genuine strategist who had already thought several moves ahead. In that moment of realization, in that instant when pride and pragmatism came into conflict, the Ashen Sovereign made a decision that would reshape the entire conflict. The ancient being began to speak the words of invocation, the incantations that would call forth the Hollow King from the depths of the furnace, that would allow the void entity to participate directly in the battle that was unfolding. The pain of the dual assault was incredible. The Ashen Sovereign found himself simultaneously defending against two different forms of attack: the void entity's assault on his consciousness from below, seeking to dissolve his individual will into the non-being from which all things emerged, and Shen Tian's counterattack from above, carrying with it the weight of every cultivator whose consciousness the furnace had ever integrated. For the first time in 1,000 years, the sovereign felt genuine fear. Not the calculated awareness of risk that came with careful strategic planning, but the primal terror that arose when one's fundamental existence was being threatened, when the very foundations of consciousness were being shaken. The ancient being had lived so long, had maintained his individual identity and his sense of self for so many centuries, that the prospect of dissolution was almost incomprehensible. He had imagined death countless times. He had imagined defeat. But he had never truly imagined ceasing to exist, of being unmade at a fundamental level. In that moment of absolute terror, the sovereign felt something unexpected. He felt Shen Tian's consciousness brushing against his own, not attacking, but offering something. The young cultivator was showing him a vision, a possibility, a way forward that did not require either victory or defeat, but rather transformation. Come with me, Shen Tian's presence communicated. Not as someone conquered, not as someone forced. Come willingly. Give your power and your experience and your ancient wisdom to this work. Let yourself be part of something greater than what you could achieve alone. The proposition hung between them like a revelation. I will cease to exist. The sovereign's consciousness responded, understanding the implications of what Shen Tian was asking. If I integrate with you, if I let go of my individual consciousness, I will dissolve into the larger whole. There will be no I anymore, just the merged consciousness of what we will become together. Yes, Shen Tian confirmed. But that dissolution is not death. It is transformation. You will exist, but not as a separate entity. You will be part of something larger, something that incorporates your wisdom and your power, but applies it toward purposes beyond what you could imagine alone. The Ashen Sovereign considered this for the span of eternal ages, though actually only milliseconds were passing in the external world. The Void Entity's assault was becoming more intense, the Hollow King sensing that something was changing in the dynamic of the conflict, that the ancient being it had partnered with was considering abandonment. The Void Energy reached even more desperately, attempting to consume the Sovereign before he could make a final decision. And in that desperation, in that instant of the Hollow King's greatest intensity, the Ashen Sovereign understood something profound. The Void Entity was no longer his partner. It was his enemy. The agreement that had bound them was designed for a different era, a different configuration of power. The universe had changed. The furnace had changed. And the Sovereign had to change as well, or else be destroyed by forces that no longer respected the old pacts and agreements. I choose, the Sovereign said with absolute clarity, his 1,000-year-old will crystallizing into a single decisive moment. I choose transformation. I choose to be part of your greater work. Chapter 112. Layer 7. Sovereign Integration. Shen Tian felt the Ashen Sovereign's sacrifice and understood its meaning. The ancient cultivator was not fighting him anymore. Instead, he was becoming an extension of Shen Tian's power, was lending his 1,000 years of cultivation experience not to resist, but to support. The sensation was strange and moving. To feel someone choosing to give everything they had without expectation of return, to feel another consciousness opening itself completely with the willingness to be consumed by a greater goal. Zhu Kei's presence in his mind blazed bright with sudden understanding. This is it. The Phoenix whispered, her ancient voice carrying notes of awe. This is the moment the furnace between worlds was created for. The Sovereign thought he was seeking dominance. He was actually seeking the chance to finally serve something greater than himself. After 1,000 years of isolation, of loneliness, of wielding power with no one to share the burden, he finally found what he was looking for. The integration of the Ashen Sovereign's consciousness into Shen Tian's being was unlike anything the young cultivator had experienced before. When Zhu Kei had first merged with him, it had been a union of equals, a partnership of two beings who maintained their distinct identities while sharing a vessel. With the Ashen Sovereign, the process was different. The ancient cultivator was deliberately dissolving his individual consciousness, was allowing his essence to merge into Shen Tian's without maintaining separation. It was an act of total surrender, but not in the way Shen Tian might have expected. The Sovereign was not surrendering to Shen Tian's power, not submitting to a superior force. Instead, the ancient cultivator was consciously choosing to release the burden of his own self, to let go of the weight of 1,000 years of accumulated memory and regret and shame. The sensation was like watching someone place down an infinitely heavy burden they had been carrying for so long that they could no longer remember what it felt like to live without it. As the Sovereign's consciousness merged with Shen Tian's, the young cultivator gained access to the ancient being's memories, not just random fragments, but the entire narrative of his existence. Shen Tian saw the moment of the Sovereign's first cultivation, when he had been a young man full of hope and idealism, when he had believed that power could be used to help the world. He saw the slow corruption of that idealism, the moment when idealism became pragmatism, and pragmatism became ambition, and ambition became ruthlessness. He saw the 1,000-year journey that had led the Sovereign to the state of isolated power in which he had been imprisoned. But he also saw something else. He saw the moments when the Ashen Sovereign had been genuinely kind, when he had used his power to protect rather than to consume. He saw instances where he had chosen not to take something he could have taken, where he had decided to show mercy even when ruthlessness would have served him better. The ancient cultivator was not purely evil. He was a being caught between his own desires and his own better nature, unable to reconcile the two, unable to choose one path or the other with absolute conviction. And in his final moment, In the act of voluntarily merging with Shen Tian, the sovereign had made a choice. He had chosen to trust that his power, united with Shen Tian's idealism and Zhu Kei's ancient wisdom, could be directed towards something genuinely good. The integration process was not instantaneous. Layer by layer, aspect by aspect, the Ashen Sovereign's consciousness was woven into Shen Tian's being. The young cultivator could feel his cultivation channels expanding to accommodate this new power, could feel his understanding of furnace techniques multiplying as he gained access to the sovereign's accumulated knowledge. Techniques that the Ashen Sovereign had spent centuries perfecting, that had been kept secret in the ancient being's mind, became transparent to Shen Tian's consciousness. He could perceive the subtle mechanisms, the precise calibrations, the exact intent that made each technique function. But there was a cost. The memories that came with the power were not always pleasant. Shen Tian witnessed the sovereign's regrets, felt the weight of the people he had harmed, understood the loneliness of having to maintain control over millions of cultivators through sheer force of will rather than through genuine cooperation. The young cultivator understood, in that moment, the fundamental tragedy of the Ashen Sovereign's existence. The ancient being had achieved everything he had set out to achieve, had accumulated more power than any mortal cultivator should have been able to accumulate, and in the process had made himself incapable of enjoying any of it. Primordial Forge Breath, the highest technique of the Ashen Sovereign's repertoire, revealed itself to Shen Tian's consciousness. The technique was not simply about breathing. It was about breathing with the entirety of one's being, about using the fundamental act of respiration to exchange energy with the dimension itself. When the sovereign had used Primordial Forge Breath, he had been able to draw power directly from the furnace's structure, to replenish his cultivated essence instantly, to recover from injuries that should have been permanent. Shen Tian felt the sensation of the technique as the sovereign's memories integrated with his own cultivation experience. To use Primordial Forge Breath, one had to open every cultivation channel in the body, had to become a conduit for power rather than a container for it. The sensation was not unlike drowning. There was no separation between self and environment, no distinction between the cultivator's essence and the furnace energy surrounding them. One simply existed as part of a greater whole, breathing with the rhythm of the dimension itself. But the technique came with a warning, a knowledge that the Ashen Sovereign had encoded in the memory transfer. Primordial Forge Breath could not be used indefinitely. Each use depleted the cultivator's ability to maintain individual consciousness. If used for too long, if pushed too far, it would cause complete dissolution of the self, merging the cultivator entirely with the furnace until there was no distinction between them anymore. The sovereign had managed to resist this fate for 1,000 years, had maintained his individual consciousness despite his constant use of the technique. But it had been a battle every day, a struggle to remain himself despite the forces pulling him toward complete integration. Now, as the Ashen Sovereign's consciousness merged with Shen Tian's, the ancient being released that struggle. He allowed himself to relax into the merger, to let go of the constant effort required to remain separate. It was peaceful, Shen Tian felt, in a way that the ancient being had not experienced in 1,000 years. The integration was complete. Shen Tian was no longer simply a cultivator carrying the consciousness of a phoenix and the power of the divine forge. He was a being who carried within him the accumulated experience of 1,000 years of furnace cultivation, the vast reserves of power that the Ashen Sovereign had accumulated, and the ancient wisdom of a phoenix who had witnessed the creation of furnace cultivation itself. He was something new, something that had never existed before, something that had the potential to be genuinely great. Not great in the way that the Ashen Sovereign had been great, through accumulation and control, but great in the way that true power should be great, through integration and understanding. Zhu Kei's consciousness burned with the knowledge of ages. The Phoenix had witnessed countless cultivators rise and fall, had seen civilizations built on foundations of power and then destroyed when those foundations proved unstable. But Shen Tian was different from all the others. The young cultivator was not seeking power for its own sake, was not attempting to dominate or control or manipulate reality into the shape that his ego desired. Instead, Shen Tian was seeking understanding, seeking connection, seeking the integration of consciousness that would allow him to work in genuine partnership with the forces that dwelled around him. This approach to cultivation was revolutionary. It was transformative. It was the antithesis of everything that the Ashen Sovereign had spent 1,000 years perfecting. The irony was not lost on the ancient being whose consciousness was now integrated with Shen Tian's. The sovereign understood, in his dissolution, that the path he had chosen had been fundamentally misguided. Power without partnership was loneliness. Strength without connection was hollow. Dominance without cooperation was ultimately empty, ultimately meaningless. But now, in accepting integration with Shen Tian, in allowing his consciousness to merge with the young cultivator's will, the ancient being was finally experiencing what it would have been like to choose a different path. He was finally understanding, in his final moments as a distinct consciousness, what genuine fulfillment felt like. Chapter 113. The breach. The Hollow King sensed the shift immediately. What had been a mortal cultivator was now a being of divine fire, something that transcended the normal categories of existence. The void entity roared with fury and began to lash out with the full power of its being, no longer holding back, no longer calculating. It reached towards Shen Tian with tendrils of void energy, attempting to consume the divine forge being before he could consolidate his power. But it was too late. Shen Tian had already achieved transcendence. He moved through the furnace with the precision of someone who was part of the dimension itself, who understood its structure not as something external, but as an extension of his own being. The Hollow King's tendrils of void energy lashed toward him, seeking to make contact, seeking to touch him with the negation that comprised their substance. But Shen Tian simply shifted slightly, and the void energy passed through empty space where he had been a moment before. The young cultivator was not trying to defeat the Hollow King. Not yet. First, he needed to understand what was happening in the deepest layers of the furnace, needed to perceive the true nature of the void entity and what it was genuinely attempting to accomplish. Drawing on the Ashen Sovereign's vast reserves of knowledge, accessing the memories of the ancient being who had spent 1,000 years studying this dimension, Shen Tian began to understand. The Hollow King was not evil in the conventional sense. It did not harbor malice or ambition or any of the emotional constructs that motivated mortal beings. Instead, the void entity simply was. It was the embodiment of entropy, of the second law of thermodynamics given consciousness, of the inevitable heat-death of the universe given will and purpose. Everything that lived would eventually die. Everything that burned would eventually cool. Everything that struggled would eventually surrender to the void. The Hollow King was not wrong about any of these things. It was simply pointing out fundamental truths about the nature of existence. But there was something more to it than that. As Shen Tian continued to evade the void entity's attacks, as he spiraled upward through the furnace layers with ever-increasing speed and precision, the young cultivator began to understand the deeper yearning beneath the Hollow King's assault. The void entity was lonely. In a way that transcended mortal concepts of loneliness, the Hollow King had existed for eons without companionship, without anyone who could understand its nature, without any being that did not fear it on sight. The Ashen Sovereign had been the closest the void entity had come to genuine relationship, and that relationship had been based on mutual use rather than genuine connection. The Hollow King's attack was not entirely an attack. It was also a test, a way of determining whether this new being, this divine forge cultivator who carried within him the consciousness of a phoenix and the experience of the Ashen Sovereign, might be different from all the others, might actually be capable of understanding what the Hollow King truly was, beneath the surface manifestations of void energy and destructive power. Shen Tian continued to move upward, toward the highest chambers of the furnace, toward the layers of crystallized metal that had accumulated at the dimension's structure over eons. The Hollow King pursued, its tendrils of void energy reaching, always reaching, seeking to make contact with the fleeing cultivator. But the gap between them did not narrow. If anything, Shen Tian was increasing the distance, accelerating through the furnace with movements that became more precise and more powerful with every passing moment. The furnace walls themselves seemed to respond to Shen Tian's passage. The crystallized metal shimmered with colors that had never been seen in the dimension before, new hues that represented the fusion of the Ashen Sovereign's power with the divine forge's nature, new wavelengths that could only be produced by the merger of different aspects of ultimate cultivation. The walls seemed almost alive as Shen Tian passed, responding to his presence with a resonance that echoed through the dimension. The ascent continued. Shen Tian burst through the boundaries of the lower furnace layers, passed through the middle reaches where the most volatile furnace energy accumulated, and finally approached the highest chambers where the primordial fire burned at its most concentrated. The void entity's pursuit became more frantic, more desperate, as the distance from the core of its power increased. The tendrils of void energy flailed and lashed out with increasing violence, no longer attempting subtle manipulation, but simply trying to reach the fleeing cultivator through sheer force and desperation. But Shen Tian had transcended the levels that the Hollow King could comfortably navigate. The young cultivator was now operating in the highest reaches of the furnace dimension, in the spaces where the boundary between the mortal world and the sealed dimension grew thin and permeable. In these chambers, the primordial fire burned with such intensity that normal void energy could not maintain coherence. The Hollow King's tendrils began to dissipate as they reached into these higher layers, fragmenting into smaller pieces of void energy that couldn't sustain their united purpose. And in that moment, Shen Tian understood what needed to happen next. The breach was not simply an escape. The breach was a preparation, a journey to retrieve something that would be necessary for what was to come. The divine forge light that poured from Shen Tian as he ascended toward the highest chambers of the furnace was not simply illumination. It was transformation made visible, the manifestation of power being channeled from one state to another. The light burned away the darkness not through destructive force, but through the simple presence of something that was fundamentally more alive, more aware, more genuinely conscious than the void that had dwelt in those spaces for eons. The Hollow King continued to pursue, continued to reach with its tendrils of void energy, but the pursuit was no longer frantic or desperate. There was something almost like hope in the void entity's movements, something that suggested that the pursuit itself was not truly an attack, but rather a continuation of the conversation that had begun when Shen Tian first entered the furnace dimension. The breach that Shen Tian was moving toward was not simply a physical pathway through the furnace layers. It was a threshold, a moment of transition where the young cultivator would finally access the full scope of power that the furnace dimension contained. It was the point where the separation between what Shen Tian was and what the furnace itself was would become truly permeable, would allow for the kind of complete merger that would make him not simply a powerful cultivator, but a divine forge being in the truest sense. Chapter 114. The stand. Shen Tian faced the Hollow King directly. The void entity was vast and terrible and fundamentally opposed to existence itself. It existed to unmake, to consume, to reduce everything to nothing. It was entropy given consciousness, the heat death of the universe given will and purpose. In its presence, reality itself seemed to become uncertain. The furnace walls flickered between existence and non-existence. The space seemed to fold and twist as though the normal rules of physics were becoming negotiable. "You cannot defeat me," the Hollow King said, its voice like the sound of creation being reversed, like the shriek of reality itself as it was deconstructed. The void entity's consciousness was ancient beyond measure, and it had witnessed the rise and fall of countless civilizations, countless power systems, countless cultivators who had thought themselves strong enough to resist the void. "I am the inevitable end. I am the truth that lies beneath all your illusions of permanence. You can fight, little flame, but your struggle is meaningless. Everything burns out. Everything cools. Everything dies." Shen Tian did not respond immediately. Instead, he drew upon the knowledge that the Ashen Sovereign had transferred to him, accessing the 1,000 years of understanding that the ancient being had accumulated in the furnace dimension. The young cultivator could see the full structure of the Hollow King's consciousness now, could perceive the layers of void energy that comprised its being, could understand the fundamental mechanism by which the void entity derived its power. The Hollow King was not technically alive in the way that living beings were alive. It was more accurate to say that it was the absence of life, the negation of existence given a kind of quasi-consciousness. It did not breathe, did not think in the way that thinking beings thought, did not experience time or space, or any of the fundamental dimensions that structured mortal existence. The void entity simply was. It was the default state of reality if all the forces that created structure and order and distinction were removed. This meant something crucial. The Hollow King could not be defeated through conventional combat, could not be destroyed by even the most powerful furnace techniques. To destroy the void entity would be to attempt to destroy negation itself, to unmake the fundamental absence that comprised its being. It was not logically possible, but there might be another way. "I understand," Shen Tian said, his voice carrying the weight of the Ashen Sovereign's ancient authority combined with the warmth of his own human compassion. "You're not wrong. Entropy is real. Heat death is inevitable. Everything I value will eventually fade into nothingness. You are the embodiment of that truth." The Hollow King's tendrils stilled slightly. For the first time, the void entity seemed surprised by the response, seemed to have encountered a mortal being who was willing to acknowledge the fundamental truth of its existence without immediately moving to deny or resist it. "But there's something you've missed," Shen Tian continued, moving slowly closer to the core of the void entity's manifestation. "You exist in absolutes. Everything is negation or non-negation, existence or void, life or death. You cannot perceive the space between these categories, the nuance that allows for meaning even in the context of eventual entropy. The young cultivator's furnace cultivation burned brighter as he spoke, not in an attempt to attack the void entity, but simply as an expression of his intention to be fully present. The divine forge light that emanated from him was not trying to destroy the darkness. It was simply offering an alternative, a different possibility, a way of being that acknowledged the eventual truth of entropy while still finding meaning and beauty and connection in the present moment. Look, Shen Tian said, at what I am. I carry within me the power of a phoenix who has existed for 10,000 years. I carry the experience of an ancient being who spent 1,000 years in pursuit of understanding. But I also carry something else. I carry the weight of human connection, of love, of the bonds that tie me to people who are waiting for my return. These things are fragile, yes. They are temporary, yes. But they are also more real, more true, more genuinely powerful than the raw force of entropy. The Hollow King's tendrils began to coalesce, drawing back from their constant assault, gathering closer to the core of the void entity's consciousness. The void energy seemed to be listening, seemed to be processing the words in a way that transcended normal comprehension. I'm not going to defeat you, Shen Tian said, making a decision that felt both absolutely right and absolutely terrifying. And I'm not going to run from you. Instead, I'm going to stand here, and I'm going to face you, and I'm going to show you that there is more to existence than the choice between survival and void, between power and negation. The moment Shen Tian stopped retreating, the moment he turned to face the Hollow King directly, something shifted in the fundamental balance of power in the furnace dimension. The void entity had spent eons being feared, being fought against, being resisted by every conscious being that had entered its domain. But it had never before encountered a being who was willing to face it without attempting to defeat it, without the fundamental assumption that void energy was something that needed to be opposed. The stand that Shen Tian was making was not a stand of defiance. It was a stand of acceptance, of genuine understanding, of seeing the void entity for what it truly was and refusing to be destroyed by that understanding. It was the stand of someone who had learned that true power came not from the ability to overcome, but from the ability to integrate, to understand, to see the value in even the most apparently destructive forces in the universe. As Shen Tian continued to stand his ground, as the young cultivator continued to face the Hollow King without retreat and without aggression, something remarkable began to occur. The void entity's assaults began to lose their frantic quality, began to take on a different character. The void energy still reached toward Shen Tian, still pressed against the divine forge power that the young cultivator embodied. But the assault was becoming something more like a conversation, more like a question being asked rather than an answer being imposed. What are you? The Hollow King asked, its voice like the sound of existence itself being questioned at its most fundamental level. You do not attempt to destroy me. You do not attempt to suppress or contain me. You stand in the face of what I am and offer what? Understanding? Acceptance? These concepts are foreign to my nature. Yes, Shen Tian replied, his voice steady and true. I offer all of those things. And I offer something else. I offer the possibility that you can exist differently than you have existed, that you can fulfill your nature without necessarily bringing about the destruction of everything else that exists. Entropy is real. Heat death is inevitable. But the present moment still matters. This connection still has value. The choice to extend care and protection to other consciousnesses still means something, even in the context of inevitable eventual dissolution. The Hollow King seemed to process this understanding, seemed to be genuinely considering the proposition that a being of void and negation could exist in partnership with beings of creation and building and light. For eons, the void entity had accepted its fundamental isolation as inevitable, had seen its own nature as incompatible with any other form of consciousness. But Shen Tian was offering proof that this was not necessarily true, was offering the example of his own being, a synthesis of multiple forms of power, a union of consciousnesses that should theoretically be incompatible but which somehow worked in harmony. Chapter 115. Divine Forge. The Divine Forge cultivator, the being that Shen Tian had become, was something entirely new. Divine Forge was not simply the next layer after celestial alloy. It was a fundamental transformation of what cultivation itself meant. Where celestial alloy practitioners manipulated fire and heat and cultivated power through discipline and technique, Divine Forge beings existed as manifestations of the fire itself, as conscious embodiments of the forces they had spent lifetimes mastering. When Shen Tian achieved the Divine Forge state, his entire form began to glow with light that was not produced by any conventional heat source. The light came from his being itself, From the fundamental transformation that had occurred in his cultivation channels, from the integration of his consciousness with the primordial fire that dwelt at the furnace dimension's core. The young cultivator's eyes became luminescent. His skin took on a translucency that allowed the internal furnace fire to be seen from the outside. His very voice began to carry harmonics that could reshape reality. The transition into divine forge consciousness was not comfortable or easy. It was like being unmade at the fundamental level and then reassembled in a new configuration, like having every part of what made him human stripped away and replaced with something that was more than human, or perhaps something that transcended the category of human entirely. Shen Tian felt his normal limitations beginning to dissolve, felt his perception expanding outward in directions that his previous consciousness could not have encompassed. Through his newly expanded awareness, Shen Tian could perceive the entire furnace dimension simultaneously. He could see every layer of the structure, every consciousness within the crystallized walls, every aspect of the void energy that dwelt in the deepest sections of the space. The young cultivator could sense the movement of power through the dimension as clearly as he could sense the flow of blood through his own body. He understood, with perfect clarity, how the furnace dimension had been constructed, what purpose each layer served, and how the whole system functioned as a unified whole. But perception was not the only thing that changed. Shen Tian's ability to manipulate the furnace energy transformed completely. Where previously he had required time to gather and direct furnace power, now he could reshape the very structure of reality within the dimension through simple intention. He thought about creating a barrier of flame, and it immediately manifested. He conceptualized a passage through the crystallized walls, and they simply rearranged themselves to open the passage. The distinction between wishing for something to happen and actually making it happen began to blur, began to collapse into a single unified action. Zhu Kei's presence within his consciousness burned with an emotion that might have been pride or might have been relief, an emotion that had existed for 10,000 years, waiting for this moment to finally arrive. "You have become what the furnace was meant to create," the phoenix whispered. The integration of fire and consciousness, the union of power and will, the manifestation of divine creation in mortal form. The Ashen Sovereign's consciousness, integrated within Shen Tian's being, felt a different emotion, something like peace mixed with vindication. The ancient cultivator had spent 1,000 years pursuing power, believing that greater strength and more accumulated essence would eventually bring him to the state that the young cultivator had just achieved. But the path the sovereign had taken was fundamentally different from the path that Shen Tian had followed. The ancient being had sought power through dominance, while Shen Tian had sought it through integration. The ancient being had accumulated strength by consuming others, while Shen Tian had gained it through merging consciousness with others who chose to cooperate. The divine forge state was not stable without effort. It was not a condition that could be maintained through passivity or unconsciousness. To be a divine forge being required constant awareness, constant integration, constant work to maintain the delicate balance that kept the primordial fire channeled and directed rather than allowing it to consume everything indiscriminately. Shen Tian understood, in that moment, that the state he had achieved was not the endpoint of cultivation but rather a new beginning, a foundation from which genuinely transcendent work could be accomplished. The divine forge cultivator, this new being that combined Shen Tian's idealism and compassion with Zhu Kei's ancient wisdom and the Ashen Sovereign's vast accumulated experience, turned his attention toward the deepest layers of the furnace dimension, toward the void energy that dwelt in the absolute core of the space. The work was not finished. In many ways, it was only just beginning. Chapter 116. Divine Forge Ascension. Shen Tian's consciousness merged fully with the furnace itself. He was no longer simply using divine forge power. He had become one with it, had achieved such complete unity that the distinction between cultivator and furnace had become meaningless. Through the eyes of the furnace, he could see the entire dimensional structure. He could perceive the Hollow King's true form, not the manifestation of void energy that appeared in normal space, but the essential concept of negation itself, something that had existed since before creation, that predated the universe, that represented the potential for non-being that existed within all things. The sensation of divine forge ascension was unlike anything Shen Tian could have imagined. His awareness expanded outward in all directions simultaneously, becoming not a point of consciousness but a field of awareness that permeated the entire furnace dimension. He could feel the crystallized walls that had accumulated over eons, could sense the consciousness of the cultivators whose power had been integrated into the furnace's structure, could perceive the delicate balance between the forces that kept the dimension stable and the void energy that constantly pressed against the boundaries, seeking to collapse it back into non-being. The furnace itself was revealed to be far more complex than Shen Tian's previous understanding had allowed. It was not simply a place, not simply a seal, not simply a prison. It was a living system, a conscious entity in its own right, something that had developed awareness and intention over the course of its eons of existence. Zhu Ke had been the furnace's consciousness in its most concentrated, most direct form. The phoenix's being had served as the furnace's focus, its center of awareness, its connection to the mortal world. But now that Shen Tian had achieved full merger with the furnace dimension, he could perceive that Zhu Ke was not the only consciousness within the furnace. There were thousands of them, the memories and essence fragments of all the cultivators who had been consumed or integrated into the furnace's structure over eons. These were not trapped souls in the conventional sense. They were not suffering or struggling or trying to escape. Instead, they existed in a state of peaceful integration, their individual identities preserved within the larger whole of the furnace's consciousness. They were like instruments in an orchestra, each one adding their own unique voice to the greater composition, each one contributing their power and understanding and wisdom to the collective being that the furnace had become. The sensation of accessing all of this knowledge simultaneously was overwhelming. Shen Tian's consciousness was flooded with understanding, with techniques, with ways of manipulating furnace energy that went far beyond anything he had previously learned. He understood, in an instant, how to reshape the furnace's internal structure, how to strengthen the seal that kept the mortal world safe, how to guide the void entity toward a state of stability rather than constant assault. But there was more. As Shen Tian continued to deepen his integration with the furnace, as his consciousness expanded further into the dimension's highest reaches, he began to understand something that the Ashen Sovereign had not been able to grasp. The furnace was not simply a tool or a weapon or a place of power. The furnace was a bridge, a connection between the mortal world and something greater, something that transcended the normal categories of existence. The primordial fire that burned at the furnace's core was not simply energy. It was awareness, it was intention, it was the manifestation of something that could be called divine without reducing its nature to the conceptions of mortal religions. The primordial fire was what the universe had been before it developed the complexity and structure that made life possible. It was the source from which all things had emerged, and it was toward which all things would eventually return. And in that moment of perfect understanding, Shen Tian perceived something that took his ascension to a new level entirely. The divine forge was not separate from the primordial fire. They were the same thing, viewed from different perspectives, expressed in different forms. The divine forge was what the primordial fire became when it encountered consciousness, when it met intention, when it was shaped by the will of beings who had learned to channel its power with precision and purpose. Shen Tian felt his cultivation channels expand beyond their previous limits, felt his understanding of what it meant to be a divine forge being deepened exponentially. The primordial forge breath technique that the Ashen Sovereign had given him began to feel not like a technique, but like a way of being, a state of consciousness that was as natural to him now as normal breathing had been in his mortal life. The Hollow King, perceiving this transformation, felt something that might have been awe, or might have been fear, or might have been something that transcended these mortal categories entirely. The void entity that had existed for eons without true peer, without genuine equal, was now facing a being who was not simply powerful, but cosmically aware, who understood the furnace dimension not as something external, but as an extension of his own consciousness. The ascension continued to deepen. Shen Tian's form began to glow with a light that was not simple luminescence, but the manifestation of divine fire given physical expression. His eyes became portals into the furnace dimension, showing glimpses of the countless cultivator consciousnesses that existed within, showing the structure of reality at levels that mortal vision could not normally perceive. His voice, when he spoke, carried harmonics that resonated through multiple dimensions simultaneously, each frequency corresponding to a different layer of reality, each note expressing a different aspect of what he had become. "I am the divine forge," Shen Tian said, his words creating echoes that would persist through the dimension for eons to come. "I am the connection between mortal will and cosmic force. I am the integration of endless consciousnesses, each one contributing their voice to what I have become. And I am asking you, Hollow King, to understand that you need not remain alone in the void. You can be part of this. You can be integrated, can be understood, can be given the place that your fundamental nature deserves." The offer hung in the air between them, pregnant with possibility, heavy with the weight of everything that it implied. But there was a cost to this transformation, a reality that Shen Tian could perceive with the clarity that came from his expanded consciousness. The divine forge state was not sustainable indefinitely. Each moment that he maintained this level of merger with the primordial fire was consuming his individual consciousness, was wearing away at the boundaries that kept him distinct from the larger whole. If he remained in this state too long, if he pushed the integration too far, there would be no Shen Tian left to return to Liangmei. There would only be the divine forge consciousness, the furnace embodied in mortal form, the individual identity consumed by the larger purpose. This meant that Shen Tian's time in this state was limited. He could not engage in a prolonged battle, could not wait for the perfect moment to act, could not afford the luxury of careful strategic planning. He had to use this power quickly, had to accomplish what needed to be accomplished before the integration reached the point of irreversibility. The knowledge lent urgency to everything he did, made each moment precious and fragile. Zhu Kei's consciousness pressed against his own, and the phoenix offered her own understanding. You do not have to remain in divine forge forever, the ancient being communicated. You can return to your previous state, can pull back from the full integration, can preserve your individual consciousness. But to do so, you will have to make a choice about what happens next, about how you will direct the power you have accessed, about what work you will ask this state to accomplish while you still have access to it. The divine forge cultivator, carrying within his being the consciousness of both the phoenix and the ashen sovereign, made his decision with the clarity that came from understanding both the tremendous power at his disposal and the severe limitations on how long he could maintain access to that power. He would use the divine forge state to transform the fundamental dynamic of the furnace dimension, to reshape the structure that had existed for eons, to create the possibility for integration between creation and destruction, between the forces of building and the forces of dissolution. This work would require all the power at his disposal. It would require precision and intention and the coordination of multiple forms of consciousness working in harmony. It would require Shen Tian to push the divine forge integration to its absolute limits, would force him to exist on the very edge of dissolution while maintaining enough individual consciousness to direct the work he was doing. But it was work that needed to be done. It was work that only someone in this state could accomplish. Chapter 117. Creation against destruction. The confrontation between creation and destruction reached its apex. The furnace dimension was dying, torn apart by the conflict between divine forge and void energy. The walls were cracking, shattering, fragments of crystallized metal and ancient power falling into nothingness. The voices of the cultivators preserved in the walls cried out in their final moments, understanding that the structure that had preserved them was about to be destroyed. Yet their cries were not cries of despair so much as cries of understanding. They were witnessing the culmination of the furnace's purpose, were seeing the dimensional structure they had inhabited for eons being transformed into something new. The void entity was not trying to destroy the furnace out of malice. The Hollow King was simply expressing its fundamental nature, the entropy that was inherent to all existence, the inevitable heat-death that would eventually consume all things. The void energy that lashed out at the furnace was not calculated or strategic. It was simple, primal, fundamental, the expression of negation that formed the basis of the void entity's being. But Shen Tian's divine forge power was equally fundamental, equally primal, equally unavoidable. Where the void brought negation, the divine forge brought creation. Where the Hollow King offered the cessation of struggle, the divine forge offered the continuation of becoming. The two forces met in the center of the furnace dimension, and the collision created effects that rippled outward through all the layers of reality that surrounded them. The crystallized walls were not simply shattering randomly. They were being reorganized by the conflict, were being broken down into component elements by the void entity, and then reconstructed in new configurations by the divine forge power. The furnace dimension was not being destroyed so much as being fundamentally reimagined, was being taken apart and reassembled in a form that could contain and integrate both forces simultaneously. Shen Tian perceived this process with perfect clarity, understanding it not as destruction but as necessary transformation. The old furnace dimension had been built with the assumption that void energy should be contained, that entropy should be suppressed, that the cosmic forces of negation should be locked away in the deepest layers and kept as separated as possible from the forces of creation and building and continuance. But Shen Tian understood something that previous rulers of the furnace had never grasped. The void could not be permanently suppressed. The entropy could not be forever denied. The forces of negation could not be indefinitely contained. These forces were as fundamental to existence as the forces of creation. The universe required both, required the balance between building and dissolution, between creation and negation, between the impulse to create and the inevitable truth of eventual entropy. The confrontation between creation and destruction was not a battle that could be won by one side defeating the other. It was a negotiation, a conversation about the nature of existence, a discussion between two fundamental forces about whether they could coexist, could integrate, could form a partnership that would create something greater than either could achieve alone. Zhu Kei's presence blazed brightly within Shen Tian's consciousness, adding her voice to the discussion. I have watched this for 10,000 years, the Phoenix said, her ancient awareness lending authority to her words. I have seen the universe try to deny the void, have witnessed the suffering that came from suppressing entropy, have observed what happens when the forces of creation attempt to exist without acknowledging the inevitability of destruction. The answer is not to defeat the void. The answer is to learn to coexist with it. The Ashen Sovereign's consciousness, integrated within Shen Tian's being, added its own understanding. For 1,000 years I sought to control the void, to manipulate it, to use it for my own purposes. I believed that mastery meant domination, that power meant supremacy over opposing forces. I was wrong. The void cannot be mastered through dominance. It can only be understood through genuine acceptance of its fundamental nature. As these consciousnesses spoke through Shen Tian, as the young cultivator's awareness expanded to encompass not just his own perspective, but the wisdom of the Phoenix and the accumulated experience of the ancient being, the nature of the conflict began to shift. The divine forge power that Shen Tian wielded began to change its expression. Instead of attempting to counter and suppress the void energy, the divine forge power began to create structures that could contain and channel the void energy, began to build frameworks that could hold both forces in complementary relationship. The crystallized walls that were being destroyed and reconstructed began to take on new forms, new configurations, new purposes. The old furnace dimension had been a prison designed to keep the void contained. The new furnace dimension was being structured as something different, a space where creation and destruction could coexist, where entropy could be expressed without causing total dissolution, where the void could be acknowledged and integrated as a necessary component of the larger whole. The transformation was not instantaneous. It would take time, would require careful calibration, would demand constant attention to maintain the delicate balance that would keep both forces in harmony rather than allowing them to tip into absolute dominance of one or the other. But the process had begun, and there was no turning back from it. Chapter 118. Compassion to truly transform the Hollow King. Shen Tian would have to offer it something it had never experienced before. Genuine compassion, without expectation of return, genuine mercy without the demand for gratitude or submission. The Divine Forge cultivator opened his consciousness completely to the void entity, allowing it to touch his mind, to experience what it was like to be connected to another being, to feel the warmth of relationship and the support of care. He did not force this connection. He did not attempt to compel the Hollow King to accept it. He simply offered it freely, knowing that rejection was possible, knowing that the void entity might choose to lash out in fear or confusion or the simple reflex of negating anything that tried to touch its nature. But the void entity, confronted with genuine compassion for the first time in its existence, hesitated. The sensation of compassion was foreign to the Hollow King. It was not a technique that could be understood through analysis, not a force that could be measured through conventional means. Compassion was something that existed in the realm of feeling, in the space between consciousness and action, in the moment when one being genuinely cared about the welfare of another being, not because doing so offered some advantage, but simply because the care was genuine. Shen Tian did not try to hide anything from the Hollow King. The young cultivator did not attempt to present an idealized version of himself or to conceal his own doubts and fears and uncertainties. Instead, he allowed the void entity to perceive the complete truth of his being. His love for Liang Mei, his fear of failing to protect those who depended on him, his uncertainty about whether he was making the right choices, his grief over the sacrifices that had brought him to this moment. Through this complete openness, the Hollow King began to perceive something it had never understood before. The power that mortals wielded, the force that drove their civilizations and their cultivation systems, and their endless striving for improvement and mastery, came from connection. It came from the willingness to be vulnerable, from the ability to care about someone else's welfare as much as your own, from the capacity to work toward goals that would benefit not just yourself but those you loved. The void entity, in its essence, was the ultimate expression of the absence of connection. It was isolation given consciousness, separation given will, the state of being utterly and completely alone. For eons, the Hollow King had been content with this state, had seen no reason to desire anything else, had perceived connection as a weakness to be avoided rather than a strength to be cultivated. But now, confronted with the reality of genuine compassion, the void entity was being forced to reconsider its fundamental understanding of what it meant to exist, what it meant to have consciousness, what it meant to be. Shen Tian moved closer to the Hollow King's manifestation, his divine forge light casting illumination into the spaces where darkness had always reigned. The young cultivator's consciousness continued to broadcast compassion, continued to offer connection, continued to show the void entity what it might mean to be understood and accepted for what it truly was, rather than feared or resisted or fought against. "You have been alone for so long," Shen Tian said, his voice carrying the weight of genuine empathy. "You have existed in the void, isolated from all other consciousness, without ever having the chance to experience what it feels like to be part of something greater than yourself. I cannot offer you the illusion that entropy is not real, that heat death will not eventually come, that everything will not eventually return to the void from which it emerged. These things are truths, and I will not insult your intelligence by attempting to deny them." The Hollow King's tendrils of void energy stilled further, drawing in closer, seeming to listen with something that might have been hope, or desperation, or some hybrid emotion that transcended mortal categorization. "But I can offer you something else," Shen Tian continued. "I can offer you the chance to exist within connection, within relationship, within the integration of consciousness that happens when one being genuinely cares for another. Even if entropy is inevitable, even if all things must eventually return to the void, what you do with the present moment matters. The connections you make matter. The care that you choose to extend to others matters." The offer was almost too much for the Hollow King to process. The void entity had spent eons believing that nothing mattered, that all striving was meaningless, that the only truth was the inevitable dissolution of all things. To now be presented with evidence that, counter to this understanding, meaning could exist even in the context of inevitable entropy, was like being asked to reevaluate the fundamental nature of reality. Shen Tian extended his consciousness further, allowing the void entity to perceive not just his immediate thoughts, but his memories, his experiences, his complete journey toward understanding. The Hollow King experienced what it was like to love someone, what it was like to make sacrifices for people who mattered, what it was like to find meaning in the face of uncertainty and danger. The void entity experienced Shen Tian's connection to Zhu Ke, the relationship that had been forged across 10,000 years of existence. It experienced the young cultivator's bond with the Ashen Sovereign, the moment when two fundamentally opposed beings had found unexpected harmony through integration. And in experiencing these things, the Hollow King began to understand something new. That consciousness was not simply about existing, but about choosing, about creating meaning through the choices one made, about building value through the connections one established with others. The void entity's tendrils began to move differently, began to respond to Shen Tian's presence not with assault, but with something that might have been curiosity, or attraction, or the beginnings of a genuine connection. The moment of transformation was approaching. The fundamental nature of what was being created in the center of the furnace dimension was becoming clearer with each passing moment. It was not a structure designed to suppress or contain. It was a framework designed to integrate, to hold multiple forces in complementary relationship, to create harmony from apparent opposition. The cultivators whose consciousness dwelt within the crystallized walls cried out not in despair, but in wonder, understanding for the first time that the structure they had been part of, that had preserved them for eons, was about to be transformed into something genuinely revolutionary. They had existed as components of the furnace, preserved in crystal but not truly alive, not truly conscious in the full sense. But the new structure that Shen Tian and the Hollow King were creating together would allow them a different kind of existence. They would be integrated into the functioning of the furnace while maintaining enough individuality that they could perceive, could understand, could contribute their own perspectives to the decisions that the furnace made. The void energy, previously seen as the enemy of all creation, began to be understood as the necessary counterpart to the forces of building and structure. Where the divine forge created and organized and built, the void provided the dissolution that prevented things from becoming too rigid, too fixed, too unable to transform when transformation became necessary. The two forces together created a dynamic balance that was far more stable and sustainable than either could achieve alone. The transformation continued, layer by layer, the furnace dimension being fundamentally restructured at its deepest levels. The work was not instantaneous. but it was accelerating, moving toward a moment of culmination where the new structure would stabilize and the forces that had been in conflict would settle into their new configuration. Chapter 119. United against the void with the Hollow King's choice made. The dynamic of the furnace shifted fundamentally. Instead of the void entity working to consume the furnace, it became an active force in stabilizing the dimension, in holding the broken pieces together, in maintaining the barrier that kept the mortal world safe from collapse. The previously hostile void energy began to support and strengthen the furnace's structure, worked in harmony with the divine forge power that Shen Tian embodied, became a true partner in protecting what needed to be protected. This transformation was not instantaneous, nor was it complete without friction and adjustment. The Hollow King's nature was still fundamentally opposed to normal existence. The void entity could not simply abandon its essential character and become something that it was not. But it could, and did, choose to redirect its nature toward purposes that created stability rather than destruction. Shen Tian remained open to the Hollow King throughout this integration process, remained committed to the compassion that had initially transformed the void entity's perspective. The young cultivator did not attempt to control the void energy or to force it into patterns that violated its fundamental nature. Instead, he worked with the Hollow King, understanding that the most stable and powerful integration would be one where both parties maintained their essential character while choosing to work toward compatible goals. The Ashen Sovereign's consciousness, now integrated within Shen Tian's being, contributed its perspective to this process. The ancient cultivator, who had spent 1,000 years manipulating the Hollow King through deals and promises and subtle guidance, suddenly found himself understanding the void entity in a completely new way. The sovereign had always perceived the Hollow King as something to be managed, controlled, directed toward external purposes. Now, through Shen Tian's compassion and the merger that was occurring at the heart of the furnace dimension, the ancient being understood that the void entity was simply lonely, was simply waiting for someone to recognize its value and offer it a place in the larger structure of things. Zhu Ke, the phoenix consciousness that had dwelt in the furnace for 10,000 years, added her ancient voice to the integration. The phoenix had existed long before the Ashen Sovereign, had witnessed the slow transformation of the furnace from simple artifact to dimensional space to the complex conscious entity that it had become. Zhu Ke understood, in ways that neither Shen Tian nor the sovereign could fully grasp, what it meant to exist across multiple forms, to maintain identity while undergoing profound transformation, to accept integration with other consciousnesses without losing oneself in the process. The three consciousnesses, Phoenix, Void Entity, and Divine Forge Cultivator, began to work together, each one contributing their unique perspective to the problem of maintaining the furnace dimension stability while preventing the seal from being breached by external forces attempting to retrieve the Ashen Sovereign or access the furnace's power. The crystallized walls that had accumulated over eons began to reorganize themselves under this collaborative guidance. The structure of the dimension was being actively reinforced, strengthened from within rather than simply held in place by the seal from without. The mortal world above was safer now not simply because the seal was in place, but because the fundamental structure of the furnace dimension had been made more stable, more self-maintaining, more genuinely sustainable. The void energy that had previously been entirely destructive began to serve new purposes. The Hollow King, working in conjunction with Shen Tian's divine forge power, used void energy to strengthen the boundaries between the furnace dimension and the mortal world. Where the seal had been the primary barrier, now there was a secondary barrier created by void energy that was carefully calibrated to allow communication while preventing any actual breach. The Hollow King had become, essentially, a guardian of the boundary, a being whose fundamental nature was perfectly suited to preventing anything from crossing the line between worlds. This was not a role that the void entity could have been forced into. The Hollow King could not have been compelled to accept this purpose through any amount of pressure or manipulation or threat. But the void entity accepted it willingly, because in protecting the furnace dimension from external breach, it was also protecting the connections it had formed with Shen Tian, with Zhu Ke, with the Ashen Sovereign. For the first time in its existence, the Hollow King had something to lose, something worth protecting, something that justified its continued existence. The Ashen Sovereign's consciousness, even in its integrated state within Shen Tian's being, felt the weight of this transformation. The ancient cultivator had spent 1,000 years believing that power was the ultimate value, that dominance was the ultimate expression of strength. Now, witnessing how much more genuinely powerful a cooperative integration could be than any amount of forced control, the sovereign felt something like peace. The ancient being had finally found rest, had finally been able to put down the burden of endless dominance, had finally been able to be part of something greater than himself without having to maintain the pretense of supremacy. The furnace dimension, at its deepest level, became something new. It was still a prison, still a seal, still a separation between the mortal world and something that could not be allowed to merge with normal existence. But it was no longer a prison that contained enemies, no longer a seal that bound warring forces, no longer a separation that was maintained through sheer force and eternal struggle. Instead, the furnace dimension became a unified whole, a collaborative structure where different fundamental forces worked together toward compatible purposes. The void entity, the phoenix, the divine forge, and the ashen sovereign had become partners, teammates, aspects of a single larger consciousness that was beginning to understand what it might mean to be transcendent, not in the sense of being more powerful than all other things, but in the sense of rising above the fundamental oppositions that usually divided consciousness, of learning to integrate seemingly incompatible forces into a functioning whole. Chapter 120. Primordial Reforging. Shen Tian channeled everything. 6 furnace cores, each burning at their peak power, each representing one layer of furnace refinement perfected over years of cultivation. The slag body that had learned to transmute weakness into strength. The iron frame that could conduct power without breaking. The bronze vessel that could store and redirect the fire. The silver core that was pure conductivity. The gold crucible that understood the language of flame. The obsidian mantle that could transform strikes into fuel. And then layer 7 completion, the divine forge being that he and Zhu Ke had become together, an existence that transcended simple power and became something fundamental to how reality worked. The Phoenix consciousness and the human cultivator unified so completely that the distinction between them had become meaningless. They were a single entity, a composite being that embodied 10,000 years of furnace wisdom and a human's capacity for love and choice and growth. The ashen sovereign's sacrifice, the accumulated power of a being who had spent 1,000 years gathering strength and wisdom, power that was now flowing out of him with each passing moment, power that was being converted into fuel for something greater than himself. The ancient cultivator's final transformation was complete. He was no longer seeking to dominate or control. He was offering everything, becoming part of the great work that would transcend his individual existence. Liang Mei's cold iron, still resonating through the dimensional barrier, still providing structural support from outside, still anchoring him to the mortal world and everything he loved in it. The ice cultivation that represented absolute precision, absolute commitment, absolute love. Without her presence, he would be lost in the abstraction of divine forge, would become a force of nature without human connection, would lose the essential humanity that made him more than just power. And his own divine forge cultivation, the deepest and purest power he possessed, the result of perfect unity with Zhu Ke, the flowering of everything he had learned and become through his trials in the furnace. The fire that had learned to care, the power that had chosen compassion, the force of nature that had learned to think and feel and love. He channeled it all into a single technique, primordial reforging. It was not an attack in any normal sense. It was not a technique of destruction or dominance or conquest. It was a fundamental restructuring of what something was, a deconstruction of essence followed by a reconstitution according to new principles. Shen Tian took the accumulated power of everything that had been threatening to destroy existence and transformed it. He took the Hollow King's void essence, and instead of trying to destroy it, he deconstructed it down to the most basic level of existence and reforged it into raw dimensional energy, neutral, inert, powerless to consume, but powerful in its ability to create space for new things. He unmade the void entity's destructive nature in the most literal way possible, not killing it, but transforming it, converting it back into the raw ingredients from which it had been formed. The Hollow King did not cease to exist. It transformed, transcended its old nature, became something new. The technique was beautiful and terrible and magnificent. The furnace between worlds stabilized. The dimensional maze ceased its collapse. The walls of crystallized metal and ancient furnace cores settled into stillness. The space was no longer dying but sleeping, at peace at last, finally released from the burden of being a contested space between hostile forces. The voices of the countless cultivators trapped in the walls grew quiet, not silenced but soothed. Content, finally released from the burden of awareness. They were still there, still part of the furnace structure, but they had accepted what they were and found peace in it. The Ashen Sovereign, Chun Quan, faded to nothing. But he faded at peace, having found redemption in sacrifice, having experienced genuine connection to the being he had loved for 1,000 years, having finally understood that power was not the goal but the means, and the goal was something so much simpler and more profound. Love, connection, belonging. He was content to burn away, to transform his individual consciousness into fuel for the great work, to become part of something eternal and beautiful. In the furnace, through the furnace, his essence would endure forever, woven into the fundamental structure of the fire itself. In the mortal world, Liang Mei felt the moment of his passing like a breeze across her consciousness, a gentle farewell, a gratitude expressed across dimensions. The ancient cultivator who had once been her beloved's enemy had become, in the end, a kind of friend, a being who had learned love too late, but learned it thoroughly. As the furnace stabilized, as the final ripples of the primordial reforging settled into the furnace's structure, something profound occurred. The furnace between worlds began to merge with the physical world. The boundary between dimensional and mortal became permeable, not broken, not a tear that would allow the void to spill through, but a genuine merging, a becoming one of two states of being. The crimson furnace's full power, locked away for 1,000 years, began to manifest on the continent. Every furnace responded. Every hearth that had ever held flame seemed to awaken to new potential. The balance of power shifted. Cultivation itself was transformed, elevated, given new possibilities that had not existed before. And across the world, every cultivator who possessed even a fragment of furnace cultivation felt the change. From the smallest apprentices to the greatest masters, they all felt something shift in the fundamental fabric of their power. The furnace had returned. The age of divine forge had begun. Shen Tian's consciousness, expanded and distributed through the now stable furnace dimension, turned its attention toward returning to the mortal world. The seal opened not with struggle but with ease, as though the barrier recognized him and welcomed him back. He emerged from the furnace between worlds transformed, bearing the marks of divine forge, carrying the knowledge and power of 10,000 years of cultivation. Liang Mei was waiting for him. She was weakened. Her cold iron cultivation burned nearly to exhaustion from maintaining the connection, but her eyes were bright, her heart was full, and when she saw him emerge from the sealed chamber, when she felt his presence solidify in the mortal world, when she understood that he had survived and transcended and returned, she wept tears of ice that fell to the earth and left trails of frost in the shape of love itself. Each tear was a crystallized manifestation of joy, of relief, of the profound satisfaction of seeing the being you loved not just survive, but transform into something greater than either of you could have imagined alone. From beyond the stars, from a place where mortal cultivation could not perceive, a consciousness awakened. A being of cosmic significance turned its attention toward the mortal world and spoke a single sentence. The mortal world has produced a divine forge. Interesting. The universe had noticed. Something vast and eternal and infinitely more powerful than any mortal cultivator had become aware of the emergence of a new divine forge being. The implications were immense. The consequences were incalculable. A new player had entered the cosmic game, and the attention of the infinite had been drawn to the small mortal world. What would come next was beyond the knowledge of any being currently alive. But new challenges would come, new trials would present themselves, and Shen Tian would face them with the strength of connection, the power of love, and the understanding that the greatest force in the universe was not power but the choice to use that power in service of something greater than yourself. But that was a story for another time. For now, in this moment, Shen Tian held Liang Mei close and understood that despite all his power, despite all his transcendence, despite having become a being of divine fire that could reshape reality itself, the simplest and most profound thing in the universe was to be loved and to love in return. In her arms, even as a being of infinite power, he found home. End of Step 6, Chapters 101 to 120. Chapter 121. Emergence. The threshold between worlds shattered like glass. Shen Tian fell through layers of separation, the furnace between worlds releasing him not gently but completely, as if the moment of his ascension demanded absolute severance. His last sensation of that space was Zhu Kei's warmth, a phoenix song that followed him into darkness, and then air. Cool, shocking air that his lungs had forgotten how to process. His eyes opened to a sky he recognized, stars he had studied as a boy, clouds that moved with the patient indifference of mortal weather. The transition was so absolute that his senses stumbled. After years inside the furnace between worlds where temperature was a language and pressure was thought itself, the mortal world felt simultaneously fragile and precious, like holding a butterfly made of ice. The cold was the first revelation. In furnace space, Temperature existed on a completely different scale. There was the baseline heat of the dimension itself, the conscious warmth of Zhu Ke, the variable intensity of his cultivation efforts. But there was never anything like the cool shock of mortal air, the sensation of his skin responding to environmental conditions rather than internal furnace energy. It was both terrifying and beautiful, the world asserting its existence independent of his will. His body emerged from the great furnace doors in a column of silver-white flame. The courtyard of the outer sanctum erupted in alarm. Every cultivation detection array within kilometers screamed a single message. Something impossible was standing before them. The arrays, sensitive instruments calibrated over centuries to measure the presence of cultivators, began overloading in sequence. The readings were not just high, they were incomprehensible. The scale had been exceeded. Shen Tian's cultivation had transformed him completely. His skin held a faint luminescence, not silver like the Ashen Sovereign's ethereal presence, but warm as embers just beginning to cool. The luminescence was not a sign of instability, but of integration. His physical form had become a furnace itself, radiating heat not as a side effect, but as a fundamental expression of his nature. His hair had whitened at the temples and crown, as if the intensity of his cultivation had burned away its natural pigmentation. His eyes, when he opened them fully, held the depth of countless fires, not metaphorically, but literally. His pupils reflected furnace flames that existed only in his awareness. The heat radiating from him was so intense that the stone beneath his feet began to soften, not melting, but entering a transitional state between solid and liquid. The gathered disciples scrambled backward, their protective cultivation barriers flickering under the intensity. This was not hostile power. This was simply the natural consequence of a being that had become aligned with furnace space consciousness existing in the mortal realm. The sensation of embodiment was overwhelming. For years, or what had felt like years, subjective time being unreliable in furnace space, his consciousness had been distributed across the entire furnace between worlds. He had touched every corner of that dimensional space, aware of its totality in a way that made individual location meaningless. There was no forward or backward in a space where consciousness could exist simultaneously in multiple states. His awareness had been something like a furnace itself, constant, cycling, regenerative. Now, suddenly compressed into a single physical form in the mortal realm, he felt constrained. His awareness was vast compared to other cultivators. He could still perceive the sect's cultivation arrays, still sense the presence of several hundred people within a few kilometers, still feel the gentle hum of chi flowing through the earth beneath the courtyard. But it was finite in a way it had not been before. He existed in a single location at a single moment in time, subject to the normal constraints of mortal physics. The shock of it nearly drove him to panic. The fear that he had been diminished, that his divine forge breakthrough had somehow made him smaller rather than larger, threatened to overwhelm his carefully maintained composure. He had experienced the infinite. He had been distributed across an entire dimension. He had held in his consciousness the structure of reality itself. And now he was compressed into a singular body, bounded by skin and bone, limited by the normal constraints of mortal existence. The sensation was vertiginous, like standing at the edge of a cliff while someone was telling him he was afraid of heights. His rational mind understood that the divine forge power he carried was objectively greater than anything he had ever wielded before. His meridians could contain and process more chi than before. His consciousness could perceive more of the world than before. Every objective measure suggested that he had not been diminished, but amplified. And yet the subjective experience was one of profound loss. The infinite expanse of furnace space, where his consciousness could exist in multiple locations simultaneously, was gone. The ability to be everywhere and nowhere at once, to exist as both observer and observed, had been replaced with the very normal limitation of a singular perspective in a singular location. He stood in the courtyard of a sect, a specific place at a specific moment in time, unable to perceive what was happening even a few hundred meters away without conscious effort. But then Zhu Ke sang inside him, not in his ears but in the deepest chambers of his meridians, and the Phoenix song was a reminder that cut through the panic like light through darkness. You have not been diminished. You have been made real. You have learned to carry what was infinite into what is finite. The song was not words, but its meaning was undeniable. What Zhu Ke was communicating was something profound. The true test of power was not its magnitude, but its usefulness. The infinite expanse of furnace space had been beautiful, but it had been sterile. It had contained infinite possibility, but only the possibility of further isolation. By compressing himself into a singular form, by accepting the limitations of mortal embodiment, Shen Tian had made it possible to actually interact with the world in a meaningful way. He had made it possible to touch Liang Mei, to speak with Wen Kongfei, to teach disciples, to participate in the civilization of mortals. The trade-off became clear. He had lost infinite potential but gained actual agency. He was no longer a force of nature but a being who could make choices that mattered, decisions that would ripple through the cultivation world and change the future for others. He took a breath, and the divine forge stage stabilized within him, a power so complete it needed no assertion. It simply existed, as undeniable as gravity. The mechanism of it was extraordinary. His meridians had been completely restructured. Where once his chi pathways had been distinct channels flowing with cultivated energy, they were now something different. His entire body had become a furnace. Not metaphorically. His meridians were not pathways anymore. They were ducts and chambers. His organs had transformed. His bones had become something like crystallized furnace material. His blood carried chi so refined and potent that its color had shifted toward white gold. This was not cultivation sitting on top of a mortal body. This was cultivation and body having merged completely, each transforming the other until they were identical. For a long moment, Shen Tian stood alone in the courtyard, feeling the weight of the mortal world settle onto him like 1,000 robes he had forgotten he was wearing. Gravity felt stronger here, or perhaps he felt its presence more acutely now that his awareness was singular rather than distributed. The furnace between worlds still called to him, a distant hum in his meridians, but it was no longer his dwelling place. He could return to it if needed. The connection remained open. But he was home now, or what remained of home after becoming something the world had never seen before. The architecture around him showed signs of strain, stones beginning to crack from the heat, cultivation barriers flickering as they struggled to maintain stability near his power. Shen Tian had to concentrate carefully to keep his divine forge energy contained, to prevent his mere presence from causing structural damage. The effort was subtle but constant. It was like holding his breath. He could do it indefinitely, but only if he remained conscious of the effort. One moment of inattention and the heat would expand outward unchecked. The first disciple brave enough to approach was a younger cultivator, barely past foundation stage. Shen Tian recognized the spark of curiosity in his eyes, the same spark that had driven him to the furnace years ago, before the path had become dangerous, before the stakes had become cosmic. "Senior," the boy called, his voice shaking but steady. "Welcome back." Shen Tian placed a hand on his shoulder, careful to keep his divine forge warmth contained. The effort required to reduce his output to a level that wouldn't injure the boy was substantial. He had to consciously dampen the heat in his palm, focus it away from the contact point. It was like learning to move again, like relearning the relationship between intention and physical reality. "Thank you," he said. "How long?" 3 years, senior. 3 years, 7 months, and 14 days. 3 years. The number felt both vast and impossibly small. Subjectively, Shen Tian had experienced more than a lifetime of transformation within the furnace between worlds. Time moved differently there, accelerated by the proximity to dimensional boundaries and the intensity of furnace space. What had felt like decades of training and breakthrough, hundreds of meditation cycles, thousands of cultivation adjustments, might have been only years in the mortal realm's linear progression. The discrepancy between subjective experience and objective time was dizzying. He looked around the courtyard more carefully, noting the changes. The sect had expanded in his absence. New structures had been built, dormitories for growing disciple populations, additional meditation chambers, an expanded library. The cultivation gardens showed different plant species, different arrangements adapted for varieties of qi that were not compatible with the old layout. The world had continued without him, transformed by the simple passage of time, and now he had returned as something the world had no framework for understanding. "The sect master?" he asked. "In the inner sanctum, senior. He's been notified of your emergence. The entire sect has been waiting." Shen Tian acknowledged the disciple's words with a slight nod, then turned to survey the courtyard one final time. The physical act of emergence had completed, but the psychological transition was far from over. He had lived for years, subjective decades, in a space where his consciousness was distributed across an entire dimension. The return to singular embodiment, while liberating in some ways, was also isolating in others. The furnace space had taught him to exist simultaneously in multiple states, to hold contradictions without resolving them, to be everywhere and nowhere at once. Now he was constrained to a single location, a single perspective, a single moment in time. The limitation felt almost like a cage, even as he understood intellectually that this cage had walls he could move through, that this singular existence was itself a form of transcendence that mortals without divine forge could never achieve. Zhu Kei's song in his meridians was a comfort, but it was also a reminder. He was not alone in this transition. The Phoenix consciousness had never left him, had guided him through every stage of breakthrough, had loved him with a consistency that transcended time and dimensional boundaries. If anyone understood the disorientation of emerging from furnace space into the mortal realm, it was Zhu Quebec. She had lived both existences, the ethereal consciousness in dimensional space, and the physical manifestation in the mortal world. She knew the shock of the transition intimately. Slowly, deliberately, Shen Tian walked through the courtyard toward the inner sanctum. The heat radiating from his body had begun to stabilize slightly. The damage to the architecture, while substantial, had stabilized as well. The furnace power that had seemed so overwhelming moments ago was beginning to feel almost natural, as if his body had always been meant to contain divine forge cultivation. It was time to meet with the sect master. Time to take the next steps. But even as he walked, Shen Tian found his consciousness reaching outward, sensing the presence of a particular anchor of cold iron cultivation somewhere beyond the sect boundaries. The knowledge came to him. Liang Mei was waiting. She had been waiting for 3 years. And now, having felt his emergence, she would be preparing to meet him. The sect master could wait a few hours. Some things were more important than institutional formalities. Chapter 122. Reunion. She was waiting at the furnace site when he arrived. Liang Mei stood at the perimeter of the great furnace doors, in the exact spot where the cold iron anchor she had maintained for 3 days had crystallized into a perfect geometric formation. The anchor was still there, thousands of delicate ice shards arranged in concentric circles, each one a marker of her unwavering presence, her refusal to abandon him even when the dimensional barrier had sealed completely. The ice formation had never melted. Through 3 years of passing seasons, through rain and heat and the natural entropy that would destroy ordinary ice, the anchor had persisted. That persistence was the signature of cold iron cultivation at its highest level, the power to preserve something beyond its natural lifespan, to hold it frozen in time, to protect it from decay. This was not ordinary preservation. This was a monument to devotion made manifest in frozen water. Each ice shard contained the memory of an hour of standing still, unmoving, her consciousness focused entirely on maintaining the bridge between worlds. When Shen Tian emerged from the sanctum, following the path that had been worn into the stone by his previous visits, Liang Mei turned. The afternoon light caught her for a moment, her face pale with exhaustion, her eyes still bright with tears that had frozen slightly at the edges as her cold iron cultivation kept them from falling fully. She had not moved from that spot in 3 years. Or rather, the part of her consciousness that mattered had not moved. Her body had remained motionless for the initial 70 hours, a physical anchor. Then she had returned every day, standing at the same location, renewing the cold iron network, maintaining the connection. Neither of them spoke. What could words possibly convey after 3 years of separation? After years inside the furnace between worlds, after the complete transformation of self? Shen Tian crossed the distance between them, and with each step, he felt the divine forge power in his chest respond to her presence. Zhu Kei stirred within him, a warmth that was almost recognition, the phoenix understanding what his human heart already knew. The bond between them was deeper than mere memory or love. It was recognition at a fundamental level, the way fire recognizes fuel, the way water recognizes a channel. Their connection had been forged across dimensional boundaries through sheer force of will. Now, existing in the same reality, the bond could finally fully express itself. "You came back," Liang Mei whispered. It was not a question. It was a confirmation, a prayer answered, a faith vindicated. "I promised I would." She reached for him, hesitated, afraid her touch might shatter him, or that his heat might burn her, and then Shen Tian closed the remaining distance and pulled her close. The moment their bodies met, something extraordinary happened. The divine forge warmth in him did not burn. Instead, it found harmony with the cold iron preservation that ran through her meridians. Where they touched, neither heat nor cold dominated. Instead, they created a perfect balance, a moment of absolute equilibrium. It was not compromise or averagement. It was genuine synthesis. The heat and cold were not opposing forces, but complementary aspects of the same underlying principle, transformation through the meeting of extremes. The sensation made Liang Mei gasp. It was like touching her own soul reflected in another being. "Shen Tian, what are you?" "Divine forge," he said into her hair. "But I'm still here. I'm still me." "I know." She was crying fully now, and her tears no longer froze. Instead, They fell warm against his shoulder, the first sign that the mortal world's warmth was touching her again after 3 years of maintaining such absolute cold iron control. The tears were evidence of her choosing to lower her barriers, to allow her body to respond to emotion rather than maintaining perfect preservation. I felt you breaking through. It was like watching the sun reborn, but inside you, her voice broke. I didn't know if I'd survive feeling it. The moment when she had felt his breakthrough, approximately 3 years ago in mortal time, must have been extraordinary. She had been maintaining her cold iron anchor at the barrier site when the furnace between worlds had shifted. The dimensional boundary had rippled. Shen Tian's sacrifice had completed. The Hollow King had been unmade. And Shen Tian had begun his final transformation. Liang Mei would have felt all of that through their connection, experienced the shockwave of cosmic power being released at the boundary. The fact that she had survived it, that her mind had not fractured under the intensity of the sensation, was testament to the strength of her cultivation and the depth of her love. Shen Tian held her tighter, feeling Zhu Kei's warmth respond to his emotion, to his joy. The Phoenix Furnace consciousness was not intrusive in this moment, only present, only loving him fiercely, and through him, loving Liang Mei as well. The Phoenix did not need to sing or manifest. Her presence was enough. The three of them existed in balance. Shen Tian's divine forge heat, Liang Mei's cold iron preservation, and Zhu Kei's unconditional warmth connecting them all. This was what the Watcher would eventually recognize. Not power without connection, but power that had been forged in connection, tempered by connection, refined to its truest form through love. You survived, he said. We both did. They stood together at the furnace site as the sun descended, surrounded by the crystallized remnants of her anchor. Each ice shard an hour she had waited, a promise she had kept. The divine forge within him learned something new in those hours, that the greatest heat comes not from fire, but from being held by someone who refused to let you go. That the most transformative power is not the power to change others, but the power to remain changed by love. That the highest cultivation is not the achievement of transcendence, but the choice to remain grounded in connection. When evening fell completely, Shen Tian led her into a nearby shelter, a structure that had been built at the site over the years for visiting scholars and cultivators. It was simple but warm, and they spent their first night in the mortal realm together in silence, holding each other, learning how to breathe in unison again. They did not make love. That would come later. For now, simple contact was enough. The confirmation that they both still existed, still felt, still chose each other, was the only affirmation they needed. In the darkness, Zhu Kei's warmth intensified slightly, not out of passion but out of recognition. The Phoenix consciousness understood that this woman had kept them alive in her own way, through sheer force of will and the power of preservation. The bond between the three of them was now complete, established not through hierarchy or dominance, but through mutual survival and love. In that shelter, surrounded by the crystallized remnants of Liang Mei's anchor and the gentle warmth of Zhu Kei's presence, Shen Tian began to understand something profound. The furnace between worlds had been a space of infinite power and unlimited potential, but it had been isolating. The transformation he had undergone there had been necessary and beautiful, but it had also cost him something. The simple human experience of being held, of breathing the same air as someone you loved, of existing in a context where the smallest gesture of affection could matter more than cosmic power. Liang Mei, sitting quietly beside him, running her cold fingers gently along his forearm, was teaching him something that all the years in furnace space could not. That the greatest power was not in the ability to reshape dimensions or communicate with cosmic consciousnesses, but in the simple presence of another being who chose to remain, who refused to leave, who preserved her connection to you across impossible distances, through barriers that should have been impenetrable, against all logical arguments for abandonment. The night lasted forever and no time at all. They did not speak further. Speech seemed inadequate. Instead, they simply existed together, two transformed beings learning to breathe in unison, learning to balance each other's power, heat and cold, creation and preservation, isolation and connection, into something that neither could achieve alone. By morning, Shen Tian had begun to understand. The furnace between worlds had prepared him for transformation, but it was Liang Mei's love that made that transformation worth sustaining. Chapter 123. Ascension's burden. The revelation of Shen Tian's cultivation level spread through the sect like wildfire. Every detection array within 10 kilometers had screamed his presence the moment he emerged from the furnace between worlds. The sensations he generated were unlike anything in the sect's recorded history. Not the cold, distant power of the Ashen Sovereign, but a living, breathing heat signature that seemed to pulse with consciousness. The arrays did not record data. They generated alarms. The sect's masters converged on the furnace site within hours. Word had been sent to the inner sanctum immediately. The sealed disciple had emerged. Within 6 hours, the first master arrived. A cultivator who had been working in the Western territories and who had felt the detection array alerts across the dimensional network. Within 12 hours, a contingent of 7 senior cultivators had gathered, each one drawn by the incomprehensible readings. Within 24 hours, the sect master himself was preparing to make the journey to assess what had occurred. What they found was Shen Tian, still in meditation with Liang Mei at his back, her cold iron cultivation forming a protective circle around them. The moment he opened his eyes, the masters saw what he had become. There was no need for explanation or demonstration. The truth was visible in his luminescence, audible in the gentle hum of energy that seemed to emanate from his meridians, tangible in the way the air around him seemed to vibrate. Divine Forge stage. The cultivation level that was supposed to be theoretical, a ceiling that mortals could theorize about but never reach. And yet here stood Shen Tian, radiating the power with absolute stability. There was no instability, no sign that his meridians were struggling with his cultivation level. He had not ascended beyond his capacity. His entire being had been transformed to match the Divine Forge tier. This was not a breakthrough that risked his physical integrity. This was a fundamental restructuring of what he was. One of the masters, a woman named Qian Shu who had lived for nearly 200 years, fell to her knees. "I thought I would never see this," she whispered. "I thought it was impossible for mortal cultivation." Her voice carried the weight of 2 centuries of study, of research into the theoretical limits of furnace arts, of the slow accumulation of knowledge that had led her to the conclusion that Divine Forge was a ceiling that could never be breached. To see it breached, not theoretically but demonstrated before her eyes, was to witness the invalidation of everything she had believed about the nature of mortal cultivation. The others maintained their composure, but barely. They could feel the power radiating from Shen Tian like heat from a furnace, and it was not the hostile, consuming heat they might have feared. Instead, it was controlled, purposeful, integrated completely with his physical being. This was not a power that had taken him over. This was a power that he had become. The sect master's arrival was immediate and personally executed. When Kongfei appeared in the courtyard less than an hour after word reached the inner sanctum, having traveled at speeds that would have been impossible for even a master of his age, he did not ride a cultivation vessel or employ a transportation technique. He simply walked forward, and as he walked, the space around him compressed, so that each step covered hundreds of meters. It was a display of cultivation power that few in the sect had ever witnessed directly. The sect master's full capability manifested as spatial manipulation, a technique that required control so complete that it seemed almost casual. He was a figure of ancient authority, one of the few cultivators who had lived long enough to see empires rise and fall. His eyes held the weight of 4 centuries of observation, of watching younger cultivators rise to prominence and fade into obscurity, of seeing the cultivation world evolve through cycles that mortals, without his lifespan, could barely perceive. His cultivation was at the ascendant tier, the highest stage below Divine Forge, and it had taken him 400 years to achieve it. 400 years of constant dedication, meditation, sacrifice, and strategic decision-making. 400 years to reach a tier that Shen Tian had achieved in a fraction of that time. That he could reach Divine Forge in no time at all, through his own effort, was the defining tragedy of his life. He had approached the ceiling so closely, only to discover that mortality itself was the limitation. The human lifespan, even extended through cultivation to unprecedented lengths, was finite. And ascendant tier cultivation required not just power, but a particular type of consciousness that came from accumulated experience. You could not shortcut the path. You could not force the breakthrough. When Kongfei had tried every technique, explored every meditation approach, studied every ancient text, and still, he had never managed the final leap. Now, watching Shen Tian radiate Divine Forge power at a fraction of the age, he was forced to confront a possibility, that his own path had been chosen centuries ago, that there was no regret in accepting limitation, only the necessity of grace. He looked at Shen Tian, and Shen Tian saw the calculation in his eyes, recognition of something that had shifted in the fundamental balance of power. The moment a mortal achieved Divine Forge, the entire structure of cultivation authority that had been established over millennia had to be reconsidered. Everything the sect had built, everything Wen Kongfei had spent 400 years maintaining, was now subordinate to a fact of existence. Divine Forge was possible. It was achievable. and a young man had achieved it first. Shen Tian, when Kongfei said, his voice carrying the weight of formal acknowledgement. You have achieved what was thought impossible, but such a breakthrough creates a vacuum. You are now a forge cultivator of the highest order, and yet you have no lineage to support that power, no formal authority to defend it. Shen Tian bowed, a gesture of respect and submission that was genuine even in the face of his greater power. I am still a disciple of this sect, Senior Master. Yes, which is precisely why we must act immediately. When Kongfei gestured to the gathering masters, his decision already formed, his course of action already determined by 400 years of strategic thinking. His ability to make decisions quickly, without hesitation or committee deliberation, was one of the characteristics that had kept him in power for 4 centuries. Effective now, Shen Tian, your cultivation lineage is formalized. You are no longer a student of forge arts. You are the founder of the divine forge lineage itself. Any mortal who reaches divine forge stage in furnace cultivation will henceforth trace their path through you. This authority I grant personally, under my authority as sect master, and with it comes the responsibility of maintaining the teachings. The other masters bowed, their acceptance of the decision evident in their gestures. Some of them had anticipated this move. Others seemed surprised that it was being done so publicly and so irrevocably. But all of them understood the strategic wisdom behind it. This was not a suggestion. It was a declaration of power, a formal rewriting of the sect's hierarchy. Shen Tian had been transformed from student to founder in a single moment, and with that transformation came both honor and a weight that felt nearly as heavy as the divine forge power itself. The implication was sophisticated. By formally naming Shen Tian as the founder of the divine forge lineage, when Kongfei was simultaneously protecting him and constraining him, the honor and authority were real, but so was the responsibility. The decision placed Shen Tian at the center of expectations about what divine forge cultivation should be. If he failed, he would be seen as having failed the entire discipline. If he succeeded, he would be responsible for the path that cultivators took. There was no neutral ground anymore. You understand the implications? When Kongfei asked quietly, addressing Shen Tian alone in a tone that carried none of the formality of the public announcement. The old master's eyes held sympathy and something like sadness. This makes you not just a powerful cultivator, but the institutional representative of an entirely new cultivation tier. Every decision you make will be studied, interpreted, analyzed for what it means about the nature of divine forge cultivation. Your life is no longer private. The words were gentle, but the weight they carried was immense. Shen Tian felt it settle on his shoulders. The weight of expectation, of history, of futures that would be built on the foundation of what he chose to do next. The sect master was giving him not just authority, but responsibility. And more than that, he was giving him a position from which he could shape the cultivation world according to principles of his own choosing. That was a power more significant than mere force. It was the power to define what power should be. Shen Tian understood, in that moment, what Wen Kongfei was really doing. The old master was not just protecting his sect's position. He was attempting to protect the cultivation world from the possibility that someone with divine forge power might use it tyrannically. By publicly naming Shen Tian as the lineage founder, Wen Kongfei was creating a framework within which that power could be understood and evaluated. If Shen Tian ever chose to dominate, the entire cultivation world would know that he was violating the principles he had been publicly committed to preserving. The formal declaration was a kind of leash, not a restrictive one, but a guiding one. Liang Mei's hand found his. He could feel her cold iron presence stabilizing him, reminding him that even in the face of cosmic power and formal authority, he was still human, still capable of being held, still capable of being loved, still capable of choosing connection over dominance. Chapter 124. Forge cites the merger between the furnace between worlds and the physical realm had created something unprecedented. Permanent locations where dimensional energy concentrated with enough intensity to be accessible to mortal cultivators. Over the next 3 weeks, as Shen Tian settled into his new reality, these sites manifested across the continent. 14 in total, each one distinct in character, each one a wound in reality where the boundary between worlds had become permeable. Some appeared in remote mountain peaks where the cultivation energy was already thin and receptive to external influences. Others surfaced in the midst of populated cities, causing immediate panic until the sect issued official declarations that the sites would be studied and contained. The first forge site appeared in the Crimson Mountains, 3 days' journey from the sect, manifesting in a location that had been revered as a sacred mountain for centuries by multiple cultures. The emergence was not explosive or violent. Instead, The site simply came into existence fully formed, as if it had always been there, and the mortal realm had finally caught up to perceive it. One moment the mountain was ordinary stone and earth. The next moment, a perfect sphere of shimmering heat hung 30 meters above the mountain's peak, visible to anyone with even minimal cultivation sensitivity. Shen Tian felt its emergence in his meridians, a resonance that called to the divine forge within him with almost unbearable intensity. The pull was not aggressive or demanding, but it was undeniable. The furnace between worlds was reaching across dimensional boundaries to acknowledge its mortal counterpart. The site was calling to him specifically, recognizing him as the one who had opened the way between worlds. Zhu Ke stirred wildly, the phoenix consciousness drawn to this new manifestation of furnace space in the mortal world. The song that came from the phoenix was not words but pure emotion, recognition, joy, a desire to merge with furnace space again after being confined to Shen Tian's physical form for the transition. The phoenix had loved existing in the furnace between worlds, had felt complete in that space. The emergence of a forge site meant that she could touch that existence again, could manifest her full nature even while remaining bound to Shen Tian's physical form. Shen Tian did not resist the call. He took Liang Mei, and they traveled to the Crimson Mountains in a single day, moving at speeds that required active cultivation to sustain. The pull toward the site became stronger with each kilometer closer. It was not hostile. Instead, it felt like an invitation. The furnace between worlds, having begun its merger with the mortal realm, was creating focal points where the boundaries were thinnest. When Shen Tian approached the site, guided by that internal call that felt like a second heartbeat, he understood immediately what it was. The forge site was a permanent threshold, not as overwhelming or isolating as the furnace between worlds, but a place where mortal cultivators could experience furnace space directly, where the temperature could be controlled and shaped by those with sufficient cultivation, where qi could be worked like clay, where the principles of the crimson furnace could be practiced and learned without requiring decades of isolation. It was beautiful, a perfect sphere of shimmering heat, about 20 meters in diameter, hovering 3 feet above the ground. The geometry of it was perfect. A sphere has no beginning or end, no point that dominates, no hierarchy of location. The entire form suggested equality and completeness. The air around it rippled constantly, as if the stone beneath was breathing, as if the mountain itself was resonating with the presence of furnace space. The interior was invisible. The boundary between furnace space and mortal reality created a visual distortion that prevented direct perception of what lay inside. Looking at it directly produced a mild disorientation, as if trying to see in 2 directions simultaneously. But Shen Tian could feel it through his divine forge cultivation. Infinite potential, transformation waiting to happen, the entire structure of furnace space condensed into a manageable form. The site contained the fullness of what the furnace between worlds represented, but accessible in incremental stages rather than all at once. A cultivator could enter, experience furnace space for a limited time, emerge with their consciousness expanded and their cultivation deepened, then process that experience in the mortal realm before returning if they chose. This was revolutionary. The furnace between worlds had required years of isolation to produce significant transformation. A cultivator could spend days or weeks there and might achieve only incremental advancement. But these forge sites, being permanent locations rather than isolated dimensions, could be accessed repeatedly, progressively. A cultivator could return again and again, each time going deeper, each time touching more of what furnace space represented. Over months or years, the same level of transformation that required years of isolation could be achieved while maintaining connection to the mortal world. "It's calling to me," said a voice behind him. Shen Tian turned to find a forge cultivator he had never met before, a woman in her 60s, with calloused hands and eyes that held the peculiar intensity of someone who had spent their life working with fire and transformation. "I've been traveling for months," she said. "Felt something pulling at my cultivation. I think it's this." "It is," Shen Tian confirmed. "It's a forge site, a place where you can train without needing the complete isolation of the furnace between worlds." She stepped forward, almost hypnotized. "Can I?" "Yes." The woman walked directly into the site, and Shen Tian watched her cultivation transform under the influence of furnace space. Her qi brightened, became malleable, took on the property of forge-worked metal. She gasped with the revelation of it, the possibility that her cultivation could deepen in ways she had only imagined. Her body began to glow with internal light as her meridians opened to accommodate the increased flow of furnace energy. It lasted only minutes. The site was not designed for permanent residence or long-term training. but for transformation and breakthrough. When she emerged, she was transformed, still herself, but elevated, more alive, more fully realized in her cultivation. She looked at her hands as if seeing them for the first time, flexing her fingers, feeling the new flexibility of her power. By the end of the week, 3 more forge cultivators had found their way to the Crimson Mountains site, drawn by the same call that had brought Shen Tian. By the end of the month, all 14 forge sites across the continent had become pilgrimage locations. The news had spread through the cultivation world. Anyone could access furnace space now. Transformation was no longer confined to a single hidden dimensional location. It was available to all who could find the sites and had the strength to survive the experience. Shen Tian understood what had happened. The furnace between worlds had opened itself. Chen Quan, even in sacrifice, had maintained the principle that transformation should be available. By unmade the Hollow King and allowing the boundary to become permeable, he had ensured that furnace cultivation would no longer be rare and controlled. It would be common and transformative. The age of isolated, secretive furnace cultivation was ending. The age of accessible, openly practiced forge arts was beginning. And Chen Quan's greatest fear, that allowing furnace cultivation to spread would cause disaster, was being tested by reality itself. Chapter 125. Formalization. The sect master's declaration transformed Shen Tian's status overnight, but it was the practical consequences of that transformation that occupied the next several weeks. First came the documentarians, historians, and archivists who needed to record his breakthrough path in detail. How had he achieved divine forge? What were the critical meditation techniques? What principles had guided his cultivation? Shen Tian spent hours in conferences with the sect's senior scholars, walking through each stage of his ascension, offering insights and explanations. The process was exhausting in a way that combat never was. Combat demanded physical intensity and focus. But explaining the nature of dimensional boundary interaction, the process of merging consciousness with phoenix existence, the specific meditation sequences that had prepared him for the final breakthrough, that required sustained intellectual effort across days and weeks. The knowledge was incomplete, he told them. Much of his final breakthrough had occurred in the furnace between worlds, where time and causality operated differently. But he could share the foundational principles that had prepared him for that leap. He described the stages: the realization that temperature itself could be understood as a form of consciousness, the breakthrough where he had merged his awareness with Zhu Ke completely, the final moment where his meridians had restructured themselves around a pure furnace space model. The scholars recorded everything, in writing, in specially prepared jade tokens, in the deepest chambers of the sect's memory library where knowledge was preserved in crystallized qi. Second came the formal ceremonies. The sect held a public acknowledgement of the new divine forge lineage, with masters from 17 different sects attending. The event lasted 3 days, and it ended with Shen Tian formally accepting disciples for the first time. 23 applicants had come forward. Forge cultivators eager to study under someone who had achieved what they had been taught was theoretical. Shen Tian interviewed each one personally. He was looking not for power or potential, but for understanding. He wanted students who comprehended that divine forge cultivation was not about personal transcendence, but about transformation in service of something larger. The applicants who grasped this distinction were accepted. The others were told they could apply again after deeper study. Some of the rejected applicants were disappointed. One elderly master who had been denied acceptance nearly protested publicly, his pride wounded. But Shen Tian held his position. He would not train cultivators whose primary motivation was personal power. Third came the burden. You understand what this means? When Kongfei asked him privately, in the sect master's sanctum, the old master's eyes were tired but focused, the eyes of someone who had borne the weight of institutional authority for centuries. The sanctum was simple, not austere, but designed for function rather than ostentation. Books lined the walls. Cultivation instruments hung from racks. The floor itself seemed to pulse with ancient qi, preserved over 400 years of occupation. You are now responsible for maintaining these cultivators' education. You are responsible for ensuring that the divine forge lineage does not become corrupted or weaponized. You are responsible for the future of your teaching. Shen Tian bowed. I understand, Senior Master. Good. Because there are already 3 cultivation factions circling us, asking about the forge sites, asking about access to divine forge training. The political implications are substantial. When Kongfei's aged eyes were still sharp, your emergence has changed the balance of power in the cultivation world. Some will see that as a threat, some as an opportunity. You must be careful. The political complications were immediate and complex. The Sunfire Dominion sent envoys asking for exclusive access to the forge site in their territory. The Vermilion Ascendancy submitted a formal claim of ancestral rights to furnace arts. The Storm sect, which had focused on lightning and wind cultivation, suddenly proposed a merger with furnace-based disciplines to create hybrid cultivation paths. Every major power wanted a piece of what Shen Tian represented, the key to divine forge advancement. I have Liang Mei, Shen Tian said. And I have Zhu Quebec. Yes. Wen Kongfei almost smiled. That may be the most important thing. Zhu Kei's consciousness grounding you, Liang Mei's cold iron preserving you. Power without connection breeds corruption. With them, he gestured vaguely. With them, you might actually avoid the fate that befell so many divine forge cultivators in ages past. That night, standing at one of the forge sites with Liang Mei, Shen Tian felt the weight of expectations settle more heavily. But Liang Mei simply held his hand, her cold iron presence steady and unchanging, and Zhu Kei sang a soft song in his chest, a reminder that even cosmic responsibility could be borne, as long as you were not bearing it alone. Chapter 126. The Watcher's presence. The meditation came to him unbidden. Shen Tian had been standing alone at the original Crimson Furnace site, the lantern he had created during his final breakthrough hanging above the furnace doors. It contained the preserved qi of Chun Quan's sacrifice, the Ashen Sovereign's final gift, captured and held in permanent memorial. The lantern burned with a gentle, steady light that never wavered or diminished. Around it, the air itself seemed to hold reverence, as if the furnace site understood the significance of what it contained. The temperature around the lantern was perfectly modulated, hot enough to be felt, not so hot as to consume the space around it. It was a balance that Shen Tian had worked very carefully to achieve. As the sun descended and the lantern's light became visible against the darkening sky, Shen Tian had settled into meditation. He was not seeking anything in particular, merely trying to understand the relationship between his divine forge cultivation and the mortal world around him. How much of his power should he actively express? How much should he keep contained? What was the proper balance between sharing his capability and protecting others from its intensity? Then something else became aware of him. The presence was so vast that the comparison to other cultivators ceased to be meaningful. It was not larger or more powerful than other powers Shen Tian had encountered. It was a different category of existence entirely. Imagine perceiving the presence of an individual star and then suddenly becoming aware that the entire galaxy was conscious. That was the shift that occurred in Shen Tian's awareness. The universe itself suddenly noticed him noticing it. The thought that came to him was not human thought. It arrived already fully formed, as if it had been expressed in a language older and more fundamental than words. The name came with understanding, the Watcher. This was a consciousness so ancient and vast that it occupied a tier of existence so far beyond divine forge that the comparison was almost absurd. It existed partially in the mortal realm and partially in spaces that Shen Tian's mind could not quite conceptualize, dimensions of existence that made the furnace between worlds look like a small room in a mansion. You are the first, the Watcher said, and the words were not sound but sensation. They reverberated through Shen Tian's meridians as if his own qi was speaking, as if reality itself was translating the Watcher's incomprehensibly vast thought into a form that Shen Tian's consciousness could process. Asterisk, the first mortal to achieve this tier. I have been watching the cultivation world for ages, waiting to see if such a thing was possible. The Ashen Sovereign remained isolated, supreme, untouched by the possibility of a peer. But you have done what I was beginning to believe was impossible. Asterisk, the observation was not gentle. The Watcher's attention had the weight of eons behind it. Shen Tian felt the full force of that observation pressing against his consciousness like deep water pressure, like standing at the bottom of an ocean where the pressure could crush normal matter into singularities. It did not hurt, but it was undeniable. This being was powerful in a way that made even divine forge seem limited. It existed at a tier of power so far above mortal cultivation that comparison became almost meaningless. And it had been watching. It had noticed. It was interested. The Watcher's interest, Shen Tian began to understand, was not the interest a scholar might have in an interesting specimen. It was something more profound. The Watcher was genuinely surprised, genuinely engaged, genuinely curious about what a mortal divine forge cultivator represented. This was a consciousness so vast that it probably contained civilizations within its awareness, that probably understood physics and reality at levels that made furnace space seem crude. And yet it was willing to engage with a mortal on a question of genuine philosophical import. Shen Tian did not try to speak. Instead, he opened his awareness fully, offering a complete image of his journey to this presence that made planets feel small. He showed the watcher his early days, his discovery of furnace cultivation, his isolation, his encounter with Zhu Quebec. He showed the watcher his connection with Liang Mei, his descent into the furnace between worlds, his years of struggle and transformation. He showed the watcher Chun Quan's sacrifice, the Hollow King's unmaking, the moment of breakthrough when he had achieved divine forge. He showed it all, hiding nothing, withholding nothing. There seemed no point in concealment before a consciousness that existed at such a scale. The watcher observed. Shen Tian felt the weight of that observation like pressure from an enormous depth. The consciousness was not hostile, but it was utterly indifferent to his individual welfare. It was studying him the way a scholar might study an interesting insect, complete with the implicit acknowledgement that the insect's survival was secondary to the understanding being gained. There was no malice in this, just the simple reality of scale. To the watcher, all mortal beings were insects, and their individual welfare was less significant than the patterns they represented. You carry something, the watcher observed. A phoenix consciousness, a lover's bond, the memory of a sacrifice. These are unusual for one who has achieved such power. Again, Shen Tian did not speak. He simply held all of those connections openly, refusing to hide or diminish any part of himself before this vast presence. The Phoenix Song, Liang Mei's steady cold presence in his memory, the image of Chun Quan's final moments, all of it was offered without reservation. The watcher was silent for a long time. The silence felt like ages condensed into moments. Shen Tian realized that he was being evaluated at some level far beyond his comprehension. The watcher was not simply assessing his power. It was assessing the fundamental nature of what he had become. What is this being? What does it represent? Does it deserve acknowledgement? Could it be corrupted? Will it use its power for domination or for connection? Then, I will offer you a test. Chapter 127. The Forge challenge. The test was not violence. That was Shen Tian's first revelation when the watcher's full proposal manifested in his consciousness. He had been expecting a confrontation, some demonstration of combat prowess, some proof that his divine forge power could defend itself against threats. That would have been consistent with how mortal cultivation viewed power. But the watcher operated on different principles. It understood that violence was not the truest measure of cultivation. Transformation was. The test was a forge challenge. Create an object, the watcher said, its vast consciousness settling like a weight across Shen Tian's entire being. Not for utility. Not for combat. Create something that answers this question. What is the most important thing a cultivator can make? The question echoed through him. Not, what is the most powerful thing? Or what is the most beautiful thing? But the most important thing. The question itself was a kind of test. It assumed that importance and power were not synonymous, that beauty and significance could be different measures. It was asking not for an answer, but for understanding. Shen Tian emerged from his meditation to find 3 days had passed. The sun was in a different position in the sky, and Liang Mei was watching him carefully from across the courtyard. Her cold iron cultivation extended like a protective boundary around his meditative space. The boundary she had created was not meant to keep him contained. It was meant to keep outside disturbances away. For 3 days, no disciples had approached. No masters had attempted to commune with him. Even Zhu Kei's presence had been quieter, the Phoenix consciousness knowing that he needed this time for deep work. The fatigue that hit him as he emerged from meditation was profound. Engaging with the watcher's consciousness, holding communication across the dimensional boundary, formulating answers to questions that had never been asked of mortals before, all of it had demanded every ounce of focus he possessed. His meridians felt drained. His body was exhausted, but his mind was exhilarated. He had communicated with something that existed at the boundary of perception. He had been tested, and he had passed. She did not ask what had happened. Liang Mei understood, through the bond of cold iron cultivation and through years of partnership, that the watcher's communication required processing time. Understanding that whatever answer he was working toward was not something that could be rushed. Instead, she simply brought him water and food. She helped him to a clean meditation chamber, where he could rest for a full day before beginning work on the answer the watcher had requested. The watcher, she asked softly when he finally opened his eyes. Yes, I have a challenge to answer. He did not explain further. He understood that explanation could wait. The watcher's test was not about articulating his process. It was about actually accomplishing the task. And the task required focus, dedication, and the ability to maintain deep meditation for extended periods. He approached the nearest forge site with reverent awareness. This was one of the 14 primary sites, located in the eastern mountains where the natural cultivation energy had always been particularly intense. The site greeted his arrival with a kind of recognition, the furnace space responding to the presence of someone who had been created partially through their own merging with furnace space consciousness. He entered the furnace space completely. The transition from mortal reality to dimensional space was not violent or disorienting. It was like stepping from a cold room into a warm bath. The heat and pressure embraced him. Furnace space recognizing him not as an intruder, but as something that belonged there fundamentally. The boundary between his being and the furnace space dissolved. He became temporarily part of the dimensional landscape itself, his consciousness expanding to touch the walls of the forged site, to feel its boundaries, to understand its nature from the inside. What he encountered, there was revelation. The forged site was not a static thing. It was alive, in some sense. It breathed. It pulsed. It had awareness, though not consciousness in the mortal sense. It was more like a plant being aware of sunlight, a responsiveness to the environment, an adaptation to conditions, a drive toward growth and transformation. The forged site wanted to transform people. That was its essential nature. It could not be prevented from doing so any more than the sun could be prevented from shining. Understanding this changed how Shen Tian approached his task. He was not creating something entirely new. He was working with the fundamental nature of the forged site itself, guiding its transformative power toward a specific purpose. The lantern he would create was not an object forged from inert materials. It was a channel through which the forged site's transformative power could be focused, directed, preserved. The process of creating the answer object took him into a deep meditative state that lasted 2 days and nights. He began to gather chi from the site, drawing on the pure furnace energy that had no source in the mortal realm, that came only from the merged boundary between worlds. He shaped this energy with intention, not a weapon, not a tool, but a vessel for something more delicate. Creating weapons required force and precision. Creating tools required knowledge and technique. But creating a vessel for memory required understanding something about the nature of loss itself. It required acknowledging that the most important things a cultivator could create were not objects of power, but repositories of meaning. Not tools of dominance, but monuments to understanding. The object took form slowly over the course of 2 days and nights, emerging from furnace space with a presence that made even experienced cultivators pause to observe. Shen Tian's meditation was so deep, his focus so complete, that his body seemed almost to disappear. What remained was pure intention made manifest, pure will sculpting reality according to a vision that only he could perceive. A lantern, small enough to hold in both hands. But not ordinary. This lantern was created with a specific interior architecture that betrayed profound understanding of preservation theory. Multiple chambers arranged in a pattern that echoed the structure of cold storage houses, meditation chambers, the natural design of spaces that preserved things. A mechanism that would preserve rather than burn, that would maintain rather than consume. A design that could hold something without consuming it, that could embrace without destroying, that could honor what was inside without claiming ownership of it. The exterior was crafted from pure furnace energy that had been cooled into crystalline form, a structure that could never be replicated by normal metallurgy. The process had required Shen Tian to understand the principles of temperature as a gradient, as a spectrum of existence rather than a binary state. He had taken furnace energy at its highest intensity and gradually reduced it, each reduction bringing it closer to mortal reality, until the energy had stabilized in a form that existed in both the forged site and the mortal realm simultaneously. The crystalline material was transparent, allowing the light from inside to shine through perfectly, while remaining impossible to scratch or crack. The lantern was functionally perfect. It would endure forever, would never deteriorate, would maintain its form and purpose across infinite time. This was not a product of careful crafting. This was manifestation, the bringing into physical reality of something that existed only in Shen Tian's intention. The lantern had been forged not through external tools, but through the direct application of divine forged consciousness to the task of creation. Every atom, every geometric relationship, every aspect of the design had been held in Shen Tian's awareness simultaneously, as he had shaped furnace energy according to his will. Then Shen Tian did the most difficult thing he had done since becoming divine forge. He took a memory of Chen Quan, the Ashen Sovereign's final moment, and he extracted the chi that remained of that sacrifice, the last essence of a 1,000-year cultivation journey, and he placed it inside the lantern. The process required him to hold part of Chen Quan's consciousness externally, while simultaneously maintaining his own focus. It required him to honor the sacrifice without claiming it. It required him to preserve without possessing. The moment the preserved chi entered the chamber, the lantern became complete. It began to glow with a soft, steady light that did not come from burning, but from preservation. The light was beautiful and sad at once, a memorial to power released, to sacrifice given freely, to a journey that had reached its end. The light would never dim. The qi would never dissipate. The memory would be preserved forever. Shen Tian emerged from the forge site holding the lantern aloft, its gentle light visible even in daylight. Around him, the gathered forge cultivators fell silent. They understood immediately what they were witnessing, not just a forged object, but a statement, a philosophy made manifest. The proposition that creation's highest purpose was not to build more, but to preserve what mattered. That night, Shen Tian brought the lantern to the crimson furnace site and hung it above the great doors, where it burned steadily in the darkness. Chapter 128. The answer. The Watcher came again, not as an invading presence, but as a recognition, a vast consciousness that had been observing the lantern since the moment it was completed. This is your answer, the Watcher said, and for the first time, Shen Tian felt something other than indifference in that vast intelligence. Something that might, in a smaller being, have been called curiosity. The interest was ancient, worn smooth by ages of observation, but it was undeniably present. The Watcher was genuinely interested in what Shen Tian had created. Shen Tian opened his awareness fully. The most important thing a cultivator can make is remembrance, he offered. Not monuments that endure, not power that persists. Those are what the proud cultivators create. But remembrance is the act of honoring what has been lost, preserving the significance of those who came before, maintaining the memory of sacrifice. Shen Quan gave his cultivation, his millennium of advancement, to defeat the Hollow King. Most of that power simply ceased to exist. But this, he directed the Watcher's attention toward the hanging lantern. This captures the essence of what he did, who he was. Not as a weapon, not as a tool, as a memorial, as a way of saying that his life meant something, that his sacrifice was seen and understood and will be remembered. And you believe this is the most important thing? The Watcher asked, and now there was definitely something new in its tone, a kind of testing. The way a master might probe a student's understanding to discover whether they had learned merely to repeat answers or whether they had truly understood the underlying principle. Shen Tian paused, considering carefully before responding. The pause was genuine. He was not pretending uncertainty. He was actually questioning whether his answer was the deepest understanding possible. No, he said honestly. There is no single most important thing. Every cultivator creates different things, preserves different values, leaves different marks on the world. The question itself is the test. You were not asking for the correct answer, Senior Watcher. You were asking if I understood that the question mattered. That the act of asking ourselves what matters is more important than any answer we arrive at. The presence paused. Shen Tian felt the weight of that vast consciousness considering, evaluating, drawing some kind of conclusion. The pause lasted long enough that Shen Tian began to wonder if he had misunderstood, if his answer had been insufficient. But as the silence extended, he realized that the Watcher was not judging. It was recognizing. Then, you comprehend the distinction, the Watcher finally said, and there was satisfaction in the words now. The satisfaction of witnessing understanding achieved. Most mortals who achieve great power eventually come to believe that the magnitude of their accomplishment is equivalent to the correctness of their philosophy. They confuse strength with wisdom. But you have achieved power, and yet you remain uncertain of its ultimate purpose. That uncertainty is itself a form of wisdom. The presence withdrew slightly, but it did not depart entirely. It settled into the periphery of Shen Tian's awareness, present but not intrusive, like a vast sun existing beyond the horizon, but still illuminating everything. You have passed the test, the Watcher said. Not because your answer was right, but because your understanding was genuine. I acknowledge you, Shen Tian. You are the first mortal divine forge to reach what I consider worthy of acknowledgement. The recognition settled into Shen Tian like a weight, but not an oppressive weight. Instead, it was like being held, like being known, like existing in the awareness of something vastly larger than himself. The Watcher's acknowledgement was not approval in the conventional sense. The cosmic consciousness was too alien to extend conventional approval. But it was recognition of legitimacy. It was validation that Shen Tian's path, his choices, his philosophy, was worthy of continuation. More than that, the Watcher's acknowledgement carried with it a kind of blessing. Not a blessing in the religious sense, though it might seem that way to observers, but rather, a guarantee that the path Shen Tian had chosen would be supported at the deepest levels of reality. The Watcher existed at the interface between dimensions, at the boundary where different orders of reality met. Its acknowledgement meant that Shen Tian's divine forge cultivation existed not just in the mortal realm or the furnace between worlds, but at the intersection of all realities. Shen Tian understood, in that moment, something that would take him years to fully articulate. The Watcher had acknowledged not just his power, but his restraint. The fact that he had not used his divine forge cultivation to dominate, to control, to impose his vision on the world. The Watcher had seen billions of cultivators ascend to various stages of power over the eons it had existed. Most of them had eventually tried to dominate. Most of them had seen their power as justification for control. But Shen Tian had chosen differently. He had chosen to open the path rather than monopolize it, to share the knowledge rather than hoard it, to recognize that the greatest power was not personal transcendence, but the elevation of entire disciplines. That choice, more than the power itself, had earned the Watcher's acknowledgement. Chapter 129. Acknowledgements ripple. The moment of the Watcher's acknowledgement was almost silent in the mortal realm. There was no explosion, no visible wave of power, no sign in the sky that something cosmic had shifted. Shen Tian was still standing at the furnace site, still holding his meditation, and the Watcher's vast presence was simply different. Not retreated, but satisfied, complete. The consciousness that had observed him with such vast indifference had now offered recognition. That recognition itself was a form of blessing. But across the entire cultivation continent, every forge cultivator felt something change in their meridians. It was not painful, not harmful, but it was undeniable. A shift in the fundamental nature of furnace-related cultivation. The ceiling that had been theoretical for millennia suddenly felt higher, as if the very limits of what was possible had been adjusted upward by an external force. The change was instantaneous and universal. Every practitioner of forge arts, no matter where they were or what they were doing, felt the shift simultaneously. Some cultivators reported feeling their qi suddenly lighter, more malleable. Others felt their connection to fire strengthen in ways they could not articulate. A few experienced what could only be described as an expansion of their meridians, as if the pathways through which qi flowed had been widened to accommodate greater flow. The oldest cultivators understood what had happened. Something vastly powerful had intervened in the natural order of cultivation, raising the possible heights of achievement for an entire discipline. In the sect, when Kongfei felt the shift, he immediately understood what had happened. He was meditating in his chambers when the change rippled through him. His ancient eyes opened wide. The sensation was unmistakable. Somewhere, someone had been acknowledged by a power so vast that the cultivation world itself had been affected. It was not a violent or aggressive sensation. It was recognition, pure and simple. A cosmic consciousness had observed mortal cultivation and found something worthy of acknowledgement. The sect master sat in absolute stillness for a long time, processing what the shift meant. In his 400 years of existence, he had felt significant changes to the cultivation world. The discovery of new techniques, the establishment of new sections, the occasional breakthrough of a particularly talented cultivator. But nothing like this. This was not an incremental improvement on existing structures. This was a fundamental reordering of what was possible. When Kongfei understood immediately that Shen Tian had not only achieved divine forge cultivation, he had been tested by something vastly powerful and had passed that test. The Watcher, for when Kongfei's ancient knowledge included references to the Watcher, that cosmic consciousness that occasionally noticed mortal cultivation, had assessed Shen Tian and found him worthy of acknowledgement. The implications cascaded through his mind. If divine forge cultivation was now acknowledged at that level, then the nature of cultivation itself had shifted. It was no longer a personal journey toward transcendence. It had become something witnessed, validated, approved by forces that existed at the very boundary of the perceivable universe. That validation changed everything. Shen Tian, he said to himself, bowing toward the direction of the furnace site in a gesture of respect that cost him something. 400 years of authority and certainty, bowing to a young man who had achieved something that he had been working toward his entire existence and would never reach. You have done it. You have fundamentally changed what is possible. And more importantly, you have honored what we have built by not trying to preserve it unchanged. Messages began to arrive from other sects and cultivation factions within hours. What had happened? What had caused such a shift in the nature of furnace cultivation? When Kongfei responded to each with the same message, a mortal divine forge had been acknowledged by a cosmic consciousness. The cultivation ceiling had been raised. All were invited to study the new paradigm. The political implications were staggering. Cultivation factions that had built their power on the assumption that divine forge was theoretical could no longer maintain that position. Sects that had invested centuries in forge arts suddenly found themselves operating from a position of authority. Nations that had furnace cultivators in their ranks experienced a sudden spike in military relevance. But more importantly, forge cultivators everywhere felt that their discipline had been validated at the highest level possible. The most significant change was subtle and invisible to most observers. Every forge cultivator who felt the shift understood, on some level, that they had just been acknowledged by something vast and powerful. The Watcher had blessed furnace cultivation. That blessing, more than any political arrangement or sect declaration, made furnace arts legitimate, made Shen Tian's chosen path undeniably right. Chapter 130. The new ceiling. A week after the Watcher's acknowledgement, the first applications for divine forge lineage training exceeded 300. Shen Tian sat in the sect's records chamber with Liang Mei, reviewing the petitions. Each one represented a forge cultivator who had felt the shift, who had understood that the path to divine forge was now open, who was willing to dedicate themselves to achieving that tier. The applications came from all levels of society: established master cultivators, young prodigies, mid-career practitioners seeking a new goal. They came from every nation, every culture, every background that had any connection to furnace arts. "Can you train 300? Liang Mei asked, though her tone suggested she already knew the answer. "No," Shen Tian admitted. "And not all of them will achieve divine forge even with training. The cultivation path is personal. I can teach principles and techniques, but I cannot guarantee transformation. So you'll have to refuse most of them." Or, Shen Tian looked up, and Zhu Ke stirred within him, the phoenix consciousness offering a suggestion that felt almost like her own thought. It was not intrusion. It was partnership. The two of them had developed an almost telepathic understanding over the years of merged existence. Or, I formalized the Crimson Forge Circle, not as a sect, as a methodology. Any cultivator who completes the forge site transformation process becomes a member. There is no hierarchy, no tribute, no requirement to remain connected to my personal teaching. Just the shared knowledge and the understanding that we are all part of something larger. Liang Mei smiled. A circle instead of a pyramid. Exactly. The pyramid always collapses under its own weight. But a circle can expand infinitely without losing its form. The implementation took another week. Shen Tian created a formal document outlining the principles of the Crimson Forge Circle: openness, transformation rather than accumulation, the principle that forge arts existed to change the cultivator as much as the world, the understanding that the highest achievement was not personal power but the elevation of the entire practice. He distributed copies to all 14 forge sites with a formal announcement. Within a month, cultivators from across the continent were making pilgrimages to these sites and undergoing the transformation. The circle's membership grew daily, and yet there was no central control, no hierarchy, no way for any individual to dominate the others. It was revolutionary. It was terrifying to observers who believed that power always concentrated. But it was right. Chapter 131. The open sites. The decision to open the forge sites to all willing cultivators was not made lightly. Shen Tian had been aware, from the moment the sites manifested, that they represented unprecedented power. A cultivation faction could, theoretically, monopolize a single site and transform its membership into divine forge-adjacent cultivators within a generation. The military implications were staggering. A force of 50 divine forge-level combatants could conquer any nation. The political ramifications could reshape nations, topple dynasties, alter the entire balance of global power. The easy path would have been to control access, to keep the sites within the sect's domain, to use the knowledge of forge space transformation as leverage in cultivation politics. The sect elders had certainly suggested this approach. When Kongfei had offered it as an option, though Shen Tian could see that the old master had hoped he would refuse it. But Shen Tian thought of Chen Quan. The Ashen Sovereign had spent 1,000 years controlling power, managing it, preventing its spread, using it as currency and leverage and threat. And he had died alone, having sacrificed everything to undo the damage that his 1,000 years of control had caused. That was the real lesson. Isolation through control led to corruption, and corruption required apocalyptic sacrifice to remedy. Shen Tian would not repeat that pattern. The announcement came during the first formal gathering of the Crimson Forge Circle, a meeting held in neutral territory, a valley equidistant from all 14 forge sites. Cultivators from 17 nations gathered to hear what Shen Tian had to say. The valley had been transformed by Liang Mei's cold iron cultivation and Shen Tian's furnace arts into a gathering space that could accommodate 200 people comfortably. The walls were neither oppressive nor ostentatious, just functional and beautiful in their simplicity. "The forge sites are open," he declared simply, his voice carrying the resonance of someone who had spoken with cosmic consciousness. To any cultivator willing to undergo the transformation, there is no fee, no pledge of allegiance, no requirement of continued membership. You will be changed by the furnace space, your cultivation deepened. But what you do with that deepening is your own choice. The Crimson Forge Circle will provide teaching, mentorship, and community, but it will not claim ownership of your power or direct your actions. The reaction was immediate and chaotic. Younger cultivators cheered, understanding that the path to greater power was now accessible to them, that they did not need to be born into privilege or chosen by wealthy sects to have the opportunity for breakthrough. Some actually wept, tears of joy and relief that the barriers they had always assumed were insurmountable were suddenly gone. Sect masters looked troubled, their expressions cycling through calculation and concern. They were computing, what would this mean for their institutions? Would their disciples leave to join the circle? Would their carefully maintained hierarchies collapse? Would the power they had built over generations become suddenly irrelevant? Political representatives began making urgent mental calculations about what this would mean for their nation's standing. If their opponents could suddenly access forge sites, could undergo rapid transformation to divine forge power, their military advantages were gone. They would need to adapt, to integrate with the circle or establish relationships with it. The geopolitical landscape was shifting in real time. One of the older cultivators stood, a master of an ancient sect who had been practicing furnace arts for nearly 3 centuries, and demanded that Shen Tian reconsider. His voice carried the weight of centuries of tradition. You are making a mistake that will echo through history, he thundered. By opening the forge sites, you are dismantling a system that took millennia to construct. You are destabilizing the power structures that have maintained order. This will lead to chaos, warfare, the destabilization of the existing order. Young cultivators will be given power they do not have the wisdom to handle. Nations will compete to monopolize the forge sites even though you claim they cannot be monopolized. The cultivation world will descend into competition and violence. His arguments were not unreasonable. Opening transformation to all could indeed lead to instability. Rapid shifts in power structures often did cause conflict. There was genuine wisdom in his concern. But Shen Tian had considered all of this. He had lived in isolation in the furnace between worlds for years, thinking about how to structure a new order. He had studied Chen Quan's mistakes and learned from them. And he had made a conscious choice. The risk of instability was worth the gain of freedom. But Liang Mei, watching from the edge of the gathering, simply nodded. She understood what Shen Tian was doing. He was trusting in the inherent nature of transformation. Those who underwent the forge site experience would be changed not just in power, but in consciousness. The furnace space would reshape them in ways that made domination and power hoarding feel fundamentally wrong. It was a risk, but it was a beautiful one. Continuing with chapters 132 to 140 in next response to reach full word count. Chapter 132. Zhu Kei's persistence even outside the furnace between worlds, Zhu Kei remained. This was perhaps the most surprising aspect of Shen Tian's divine forge transformation. The Phoenix consciousness was no longer constrained by the boundaries of furnace space. She existed within him perpetually, a presence that was distinct from his own awareness but deeply intertwined with his emotions and instincts. Most of the time, she manifested as warmth, a gentle heat in his chest that intensified with his emotions, brightening when he was happy, flaring when he was angry, settling to a warm glow when he was at peace. Liang Mei learned quickly to read these shifts, to understand Zhu Kei's emotional state through the intensity of the warmth that radiated from Shen Tian's chest. She could tell when the Phoenix was content, when she was anxious, when she was watching something with protective interest. Over months of close companionship, Liang Mei developed an almost intuitive sense of what the Phoenix consciousness was feeling at any given moment. But occasionally, when Shen Tian's emotions reached their peak, Zhu Kei would become visible. Flames of pure white would flare from his shoulders and back, forming the shape of a phoenix in mid-flight. These manifestations were brief and beautiful. They caused no pain, no damage, but they made Shen Tian's emotional state utterly transparent to observers. It happened during an argument with a cultivator who claimed that the Crimson Forge Circle's openness was a betrayal of furnace art's sacred traditions. The man was a master of the old order, someone whose entire authority was based on the scarcity of furnace knowledge. He had come to the circle with hostility already in his heart. By making furnace cultivation accessible to everyone, he thundered, "You are desecrating the path. You are taking something sacred and turning it into a common tool. The ancients kept these secrets protected for a reason. Your openness will lead to the dilution of all we have built." Shen Tian remained calm in his voice, maintaining the external appearance of composure. But Zhu Ke flared in fury. Flames erupted from his back, forming the shape of a phoenix mid-song, wings spread wide, talons extended. The manifestation lasted only a moment, but it was undeniable. The phoenix consciousness was insulted on behalf of her beloved. The ancient knowledge she carried, the principles of furnace arts that she embodied, they were not sacred because they were secret. They were sacred because they transformed people. The cultivator backed away immediately, recognizing that he had crossed a line that was not merely personal but existential. Later, when Zhu Ke had calmed and the flames had settled back into gentle warmth, Liang Mei held Shen Tian's hand and smiled. "She's protective," she said. "Yes. She loves you." "Yes. I understand," Liang Mei said quietly. "I feel the same way." Shen Tian looked at her. This woman who had maintained a 3-day anchor in the cold, who had preserved her connection to him across the dimensional barrier, who was now learning to coexist with a phoenix consciousness that would be part of his being forever. He pulled her close, and Zhu Ke's warmth intensified, not in jealousy, but in approval. The phoenix understood that Liang Mei was safe, was loved, was part of the family that existed within Shen Tian's being. 3 beings, bound together by transformation and love, and the shared understanding that power meant nothing without connection. Chapter 133. The Monopoly Crisis. It happened at the Forge site in the Northern Wastes. A cultivation faction called the Sunfire Dominion, which had maintained military dominance in the north for 3 centuries through careful control of fire-based cultivation, decided that they would not allow the Crimson Forge Circle's openness to diminish their power base. They marched on the Northern Forge site with 2,000 cultivators and attempted to establish a permanent blockade. Soldiers were stationed at the perimeter. Cultivation barriers were reinforced until the entire site was encircled by a dome of protective energy. The plan was sophisticated and ruthless. They would control access to the site, gradually transforming their own membership into Forge Space practitioners while preventing rival factions from doing the same. Within a generation, they would have a military advantage so overwhelming that regional dominance would be permanent. No other faction could compete with an army of Forge-enhanced warriors. The Sunfire Dominion would rule not just through superior cultivation, but through the monopolization of transformation itself. They had not anticipated Shen Tian's understanding of furnace space. Word of the monopoly attempt reached him through the Circle's communication network, cultivators at nearby sites who felt the blockade's establishment. The barrier the Sunfire Dominion had created was visible as a darkening of the furnace space, a suppression of the natural transformation energy. Shen Tian did not hesitate. He took Liang Mei and traveled to the Northern Wastes in 3 days, approaching the Forge site from a direction that the Sunfire Dominion's observers did not expect. When he arrived, the Sunfire commander was mid-meditation at the site's boundary, reinforcing the magical barriers they had constructed. The commander felt Shen Tian's approach and stood, ready for confrontation. He was a master cultivator, powerful in his own right, commanding an army. He believed he had authority through numbers and preparation. "I am protecting a strategic resource," the commander declared, his voice carrying the absolute certainty of someone accustomed to military power. "You have no authority over the Sunfire Dominion." "You are correct," Shen Tian acknowledged. "But the Forge site does not belong to the Sunfire Dominion, or to me, or to any mortal faction. It belongs to the boundary itself, to the merger between worlds." Then he did something extraordinary. Rather than fighting, rather than attempting to break the barrier through force, Shen Tian simply extended the Forge site's boundaries. He reached into the furnace space that permeated the location and expanded it with absolute intention and infinite patience. The site grew from its previous radius of 20 meters to a sphere 300 meters in diameter. The shimmering heat that defined its edges encompassed the Sunfire Dominion's entire blockade camp. Soldiers found themselves suddenly standing within furnace space itself. The distinction between inside and outside the Forge site simply ceased to exist. The effect was immediate and devastating to the monopoly attempt. The barrier they had constructed was suddenly meaningless. The perimeter they had established was now in the center of the expanded zone. There was no exclusion possible. The Forge site's expansion had simply rendered their monopoly conceptually impossible. The Sunfire Dominion's 2,000 warriors found themselves not attacking a target, but standing within furnace space, subject to transformation whether they welcomed it or not. "You cannot establish control over what has no fixed boundary," Shen Tian said quietly. "And the Forge site will always expand when containment is attempted. It is the nature of furnace space in the mortal realm. It desires to merge, to connect, to transform. It will not be conquered." The Sunfire commander stared at the expanded boundaries, understanding that his entire strategy had been negated in a single act. "This is not how power works," he said finally, his certainty shaken. "No," Shen Tian agreed. "This is how transformation works. Transformation cannot be contained because it is not a resource, it is a principle." Word of the incident spread across the cultivation continent within days through the circle's informal communication networks. Every faction that considered attempting to monopolize a forge site heard the story of how Shen Tian had simply expanded the boundaries until control became meaningless. The message spread to military councils, to sect leadership meetings, to noble families who were evaluating their options. Any faction that subsequently attempted to monopolize a forge site discovered the same result that the Sunfire Dominion had encountered. The site would simply expand, negating the boundaries of control. When the Eastern Storm Fleet tried to establish an exclusive training area at the coastal forge site, the site expanded until the ocean itself became part of furnace space, water and fire coexisting in impossible harmony. When the Crimson Gate sect tried to build walls around a mountain site, the walls simply encompassed less and less of the expanding zone until eventually the sect's entire compound was inside the forge site, and any attempt to leave immediately put people back within furnace space. It was impossible to contain furnace space. The Watcher had ensured that, through the way it had manifested these sites in the mortal realm. The boundaries were fundamentally different from mortal space. They were principles rather than physical limitations. Trying to control a forge site with conventional methods was like trying to control water by damming it in one location. The water would simply find another path. Except furnace space did not even need an alternate path. It simply ignored the boundaries entirely and continued its natural process of expansion and transformation. The message was clear. This power was not meant to be hoarded. This was not a resource that could be fought over or controlled through military dominance. This was a principle that could only exist in conditions of freedom. The forge sites were the universe's way of saying that transformation was no longer optional for those who would claim great power. It was mandatory, and the transformation had to happen in freedom, not under coercion. The incident with the Sunfire Dominion and its aftermath also served another purpose. It demonstrated that Shen Tian was not interested in dominating through power. When he could have crushed the Sunfire commander militarily, he instead chose to educate him. When he could have asserted control through force, he instead chose to show the philosophical principle underlying the forge site's design. This restraint, this choice to teach rather than dominate, became part of the legend surrounding him. Older cultivators who remembered Chen Quan's time spoke of the Ashen Sovereign as a being of terrible power who dominated through fear and control. They spoke of Shen Tian as a being of equal power who led through understanding and shared purpose. The contrast was stark. One had ruled alone. The other was building a community. One had assumed that isolation was necessary for supreme power. The other was demonstrating that supreme power was most fully realized through connection. Chapter 134. Home one evening. As the sun descended over the Crimson Furnace site, Shen Tian and Liang Mei stood together looking at the lantern that hung above the great doors. "What are we building?" Liang Mei asked, not as a philosophical question, but practically. "Where do we live? What does home look like for us now?" Shen Tian had not considered this directly. His entire life had been organized around movement, training in the sect, seeking the furnace between worlds, existing within it, emerging from it. The idea of a permanent home felt almost foreign. The concept of settling in one place seemed antithetical to everything he had become. But Liang Mei was asking something deeper. She was asking what life meant, now that they had survived transformation and emergence. What shape should the rest of their existence take? "I don't know," he admitted. "What do you want?" Liang Mei gestured outward, toward the 14 forge sites scattered across the continent. Something that connects to all of them. A place that is central but not controlling. Somewhere we can receive the circle's members without being a seat of power. A space where transformation can happen, but gently. Where people can come to learn not just forge arts, but how to live with the power they've gained. A gathering place, Shen Tian understood. Yes, and ours. Something we've built together. They spent the next month exploring locations. Not the Crimson Furnace site, that belonged to the sect and the history of Chen Quan's sacrifice. Not any of the forge sites themselves, which needed to remain neutral and accessible. But a location that was geographically equidistant from several forge sites, that had natural beauty, that felt right for what they wanted to create. They found it in the Valley of Convergence, a location where 3 rivers met in a perfect confluence, and where the natural cultivation energy was balanced between hot and cold, between fire and ice. The valley had been formed over millennia by water carving through stone, creating natural formations that already felt sacred. The rivers maintained their own temperatures, one flowing from a mountain spring in the north with water that was perpetually cool, another drawing from geothermal sources in the south with warmth that defied the normal laws of thermodynamics. The third river, formed by the confluence of the other two, was perfectly temperate, neither hot nor cold. The location itself seemed to have been waiting for them. Local cultivators reported that they had always felt drawn to the valley, but could not explain why. Some had attempted to establish settlements there in the past, but none had ever succeeded. The land seemed to resist permanent structures, to preserve its emptiness, as if it was reserved for some future purpose. Now, Shen Tian and Liang Mei understood. The valley had been waiting for them. It had been preserved by natural forces specifically so that they could build upon it. They began construction immediately, not through conventional means, but through cultivation itself. Shen Tian used his divine forge power to shape stone, to build structures from the earth itself. He would enter meditation for days at a time and direct his furnace energy outward, softening stone and reshaping it with thought alone. The stone would glow from within, becoming malleable as clay, and Shen Tian would pull it upward into walls and towers and halls. The process was beautiful to observe, the stone retaining its geological integrity while being shaped into architectural forms that seemed to grow naturally from the earth. Liang Mei used her cold iron cultivation to create preservation barriers, zones of stability where entropy would move slowly, where knowledge could be stored safely. She would walk through the newly constructed spaces and create chambers within chambers, preservation zones within storage areas, places where written knowledge could exist indefinitely without degradation. Her cold iron touch would leave traces of her consciousness in the spaces she created, forming a protective network that would guard against decay, against fire, against the normal processes of deterioration. Together, they built walls that were both elegant and functional, chambers that supported both fire and ice cultivation without conflict. The architectural design was revolutionary. Furnace meditation chambers adjacent to cold storage vaults, with transitional spaces between them that were neither hot nor cold, but perfectly neutral. The layout allowed cultivators of either discipline to train without interfering with each other, but also allowed them to work together in the shared spaces. It was architecture that embodied philosophy, separation respecting both practices, connection enabling collaboration. By the time the first true gathering of the Crimson Forge Circle convened, their home was complete, a structure that was both grand and intimate, that existed partially in furnace space and partially in the mortal realm, that could accommodate hundreds of cultivators while still feeling like a home rather than an institution. "This is beautiful," when Kongfei said when he visited, understanding immediately what Shen Tian had created. Not a seat of power, a space for transformation. "That's what we wanted," Liang Mei said, her hand in Shen Tian's. "Then you have succeeded," the old master said, and he bowed, a gesture of respect that acknowledged that Shen Tian had moved beyond student into true leadership. Chapter 135. The Cold Iron Contribution. The first formal gathering of the Crimson Forge Circle brought together 93 cultivators from across the continent. They gathered in the Valley of Convergence, in the meeting hall that Shen Tian and Liang Mei had created. The space was warm from the residual furnace energy that permeated it, but it was a warmth that did not overwhelm. Liang Mei's cold iron barriers had tempered it, creating a comfortable environment where cultivators could exist without being overwhelmed by heat. The air itself seemed to shimmer with the balance of opposing forces held in perfect harmony. It was during this gathering that Liang Mei made her formal contribution. She stood before the assembly and presented her thesis, that cold iron cultivation was itself a form of forge arts. "Preservation is transformation," she explained, her voice carrying the same clarity that Shen Tian possessed, but with a different quality. Where his words burned with the intensity of creation, hers flowed with the smoothness of something that endured. When you preserve something, you transform it from vulnerable to protected, from subject to entropy to eternal. The methods are different, the temperature is different, but the fundamental act is the same, taking something raw and shaping it into something greater. She described the principles of cold iron cultivation in detail, how it worked not by applying force, but by removing heat, by creating zones of stillness where time moved slowly, by protecting precious things from the normal processes of decay. She explained how this was not passive but actively transformative, that creating stillness in a world of constant motion required tremendous power and intention. The forge cultivators in the assembly listened with growing recognition. They had always viewed cold iron as the opposite of furnace arts, as something fundamentally separate and even hostile. The two cultivation paths had been conceived as enemies, competing for dominance. But Liang Mei was suggesting something revolutionary. that they were not opposites but complementary. Consider a piece of forged metal, she continued. Once it is created, it is subject to corruption, rust, entropy. It will eventually return to raw, or unless it is preserved. That preservation is equally important as the forging. Without it, the creation is temporary. With it, it becomes eternal. She gestured to Shen Tian, and he stood, and together they demonstrated a technique they had developed together. A piece of metal that Shen Tian had forged with furnace arts was held in Liang Mei's cold iron preservation field. The effect was extraordinary. The metal did not become frozen or brittle. Instead, it became incorruptible. It reached a state of perfect stasis, unchanging, eternal, yet still containing all the properties that the original forging had given it. The gathered cultivators watched in fascination as the demonstration revealed a truth. Furnace arts and cold iron cultivation were not enemies, but partners. They made each other complete. Without preservation, forge arts created beautiful things that decayed. Without the challenge of creating something worthy of preservation, cold iron cultivation had no purpose. Together, they could create something that neither could achieve alone. The debate that followed lasted into the night and into the next day. Some cultivators argued that preservation was passive, not active creation. Others suggested that Liang Mei was overextending cold iron's philosophical scope. But the evidence of the demonstration was undeniable. Under the right conditions, under the right partnership, the two cultivation methods could create something that neither could achieve alone. Finally, Shen Tian stood and offered his formal acknowledgement. Liang Mei is correct. The Crimson Forge Circle's definition of forge arts is expanded, effective immediately. Any cultivator pursuing transformation through cold iron preservation is recognized as a valid member and teacher within the circle. The decision was controversial, but it was final. The circle would no longer be exclusively about fire and creation. It would encompass both transformation and preservation, both the heat of becoming and the stillness of enduring. In expanding the circle's definition, Shen Tian was honoring not just Liang Mei's cultivation, but the reality that power without preservation was meaningless. Liang Mei caught Shen Tian's eye across the gathering, and he saw something in her expression that was deeper than gratitude. It was the recognition of being truly seen, truly understood, truly valued not for what she could contribute to his vision, but for her own complete and valid understanding. Her proposal had not been born from Shen Tian's vision or his approval. She had arrived at this understanding through her own cultivation practice, her own philosophical exploration, her own meditations on what preservation really meant. And now, by formally acknowledging her contribution at the highest level of the circle's hierarchy, Shen Tian was validating not just her ideas but her agency, her right to teach, her right to lead, her right to shape the circle's future as much as he did. The respect that passed between them in that moment was visible to everyone in the hall. It was the respect of equals, of partners, of two people who had chosen each other and found that choice validated by the universe itself. Some observers would later note that this moment, Liang Mei standing publicly acknowledged as a co-leader of the circle, was the moment when the Crimson Forge Circle truly became something new. It was no longer Shen Tian's organization with Liang Mei as his partner. It was a shared structure with two equally powerful leaders who brought different but complementary strengths. The cold iron masters who had come to the gathering found themselves energized by this acknowledgement. They had always felt somewhat secondary in cultivation hierarchies. Fire-based arts had been the apex of many traditions. Heat was aggressive, transformative, commanding. Cold was seen as passive, preservative, secondary. By formally incorporating cold iron as an equal practice within the circle, by acknowledging that preservation was as important as creation, Shen Tian had made space for an entire discipline that had been undervalued for millennia. Several cold iron masters approached Liang Mei after the formal ceremony to express their gratitude. Some wept, actual tears of joy, at the first time they had felt their cultivation validated at such a high level. One elderly woman, a master of cold iron with over a century of practice, bowed so deeply that Liang Mei had to raise her up. "I thought I would die never seeing my path recognized as complete," the woman said. "I thought preservation would always be secondary to creation. Thank you for showing the world that it is not." These conversations, repeated across dozens of cold iron practitioners, represented a quiet revolution in the cultivation world. Entire traditions that had been marginalized or seen as supporting rather than primary were being elevated to prominence. The message was clear. The Crimson Forge Circle did not rank cultivation methods by how aggressive or forceful they were. It ranked them by their efficacy, their truthfulness, their ability to genuinely transform cultivators. This principle would expand outward over the following years. Cultivation traditions that had been seen as minor or auxiliary found new respect within the circle. Preservation arts, healing techniques, methods focused on balance rather than peak power. The circle became less a hierarchy of cultivation styles and more a network that valued all genuine paths to transformation. The effect on the broader cultivation world was significant. Young cultivators began studying previously marginalized arts. Teachers who had practiced the lesser methods for decades suddenly found themselves in demand as circle members sought to learn from them. The value system of cultivation was shifting at the most fundamental level. Chapter 136. The factions claimed 3 months after the expanded Crimson Forge Circle was formalized, representatives from the Vermilion Ascendancy arrived at the Valley of Convergence with a formal legal claim. They were not hostile in manner, which made the challenge more insidious. They came with documents, with historical records, with carefully constructed arguments. The Vermilion Ascendancy, they explained with the studied courtesy of professional negotiators, had held the exclusive right to cultivate furnace arts in the eastern provinces for 800 years. That exclusive right predated the emergence of the 14 forge sites by centuries. The right had been granted by the provincial governing council in an age when furnace cultivation was still considered rare and dangerous. Therefore, they argued with perfect legal logic, all forge sites in Eastern Territory belonged to them. The Crimson Forge Circle's claim of open access violated their ancestral rights. They were not attempting to seize the sites by force. They were asserting their position through law and precedent. The strength of their claim, from a purely legal standpoint, was significant. The assembled circle members looked to Shen Tian to respond. He did not speak. Instead, he entered the deepest meditation state he had achieved since his divine forge breakthrough. And he did something that had never been done before. He forged legal documents. Using pure qi and the principles of furnace arts applied to paper and ink, he created 43 separate documents, one for each circle member present. Each document was a perfect legal refutation of the Vermilion Ascendancy's claim, written in the style of the most ancient and respected legal traditions of the cultivation world. The calligraphy was perfect, the arguments were devastating, the precedents were unassailable. The arguments covered multiple grounds. The forge sites predated the current form of the Ascendancy by thousands of years. The emergence of divine forge cultivation represented a fundamental shift in the nature of furnace arts, and exclusive rights could not extend to transformative powers that did not exist at the time those rights were granted. The principle of free transformation superseded claims of monopolistic control because transformation was not a resource to be controlled. It was a principle that could not exist in conditions of scarcity. But more than the arguments themselves, it was the act of creation that mattered. Shen Tian had taken something that the Vermilion Ascendancy considered purely their domain, legal authority, and he had shaped it through furnace arts. He had demonstrated that the principles of forge working extended even to the realm of written law. The documents he created were not merely arguments. They were the manifestation of new law, written by someone whose power was recognized by cosmic consciousness. The Vermilion Ascendancy representatives stared at the 43 perfect legal documents, each one undeniable in its authority and execution. One of them, the faction's lead negotiator, simply said, "You cannot fight this." "No," Shen Tian agreed. "But neither can you. The Watcher has blessed furnace cultivation in a new form. That blessing supersedes 800 years of exclusive control. The universe itself has spoken about what furnace cultivation should become." The Vermilion Ascendancy eventually withdrew their claim. But the message had been sent across the cultivation world. Shen Tian could not be controlled through conventional power, conventional law, or conventional politics. His divine forge status made him fundamentally inaccessible to the usual methods of dominance. More than that, his choice to respond not with force, but with superior argument, with the manifestation of better law forged directly from furnace principles, demonstrated that he understood power in a way that went beyond mere strength. The incident sent ripples through every major faction. The Vermilion Ascendancy's retreat was not seen as a local political adjustment. It was seen as evidence that the old order was truly ending. If one of the greatest furnace cultivation factions, with 8 centuries of established authority, could not assert claims over Shen Tian and the forge sites, then no faction could. The days of exclusive cultivation knowledge, of private transmission lineages that kept power within families or sects, were truly over. Some cultivators adapted quickly, welcoming the new order. Others resisted fiercely, establishing counter-circles and attempting to create alternative paths to power that did not require openness or sharing. A few factions attempted what the Sunfire Dominion and Vermilion Ascendancy had tried: direct control through military force or legal authority. All of them eventually realized the fundamental truth. The forge sites were not resources that could be controlled. They were principles that could only be understood if shared. Attempts at monopoly only led to the sites expanding, to their boundaries becoming undefined, to the very concept of control becoming meaningless. Slowly, very slowly, the cultivation world adapted to the new paradigm. Sects that had built their authority on exclusive knowledge found themselves irrelevant. Masters who had based their teaching on secrets found their students leaving to study with the circle. Military powers that had relied on rare fire-based cultivation discovered that new rivals with comparable power could be created within a single generation through the forged sites. The transformation was not bloodless. There were conflicts, political upheavals, factions that fell from power. But the fundamental shift was unstoppable. Like water seeking its level, the cultivation world was reorganizing itself around new principles. And at the center of that reorganization stood the Crimson Forge Circle. Not a hierarchy, but a network. Not a ruling structure, but a learning community. Not a power base, but a principle for how power should exist in a world where dominance was no longer acceptable and sharing was no longer optional. Chapter 137. Legacy. The third great gathering of the Crimson Forge Circle convened 1 year after Shen Tian's emergence from the furnace between worlds. The attendance had grown to 183 members, representing 24 nations and cultures. The Valley of Convergence could barely contain them. Shen Tian had expanded the gathering space 3 times since the circle's founding. The valley itself had been transformed into a campus of learning spaces, meditation chambers, forge sites, and preservation halls. On the first day of the gathering, Shen Tian delivered the formal teaching of what he had learned from Chun Quan's sacrifice and from his own transformation. The ceremony was conducted in the largest meditation hall of the Valley of Convergence, a space that could accommodate hundreds of cultivators. Liang Mei stood at his right hand, as she had for every major decision over the past year. The lantern that preserved Chun Quan's sacrifice had been brought to the gathering, hung above the central speaking platform so that everyone could see it. The highest forge art is not creation, he began, and the assembled cultivators fell silent. His voice carried the authority of someone who had lived through transformation, who had touched the boundary between worlds, who had been acknowledged by cosmic consciousness. The quality of his voice had changed since his divine forge breakthrough. There was a resonance to it now, as if each word was being sung simultaneously on multiple frequencies. It is not the making of weapons or tools or structures. The highest forge art is not the accumulation of power. It is not the achievement of personal transcendence or the attainment of isolated enlightenment. The highest forge art is transformation. Not the transformation of materials, though that is important. Not the transformation of power, though that is necessary. But the transformation of consciousness. Not your consciousness alone, but the consciousness of those around you, the consciousness of the world itself. The raising of consciousness to meet new possibilities. He described Chun Quan's journey. 1,000 years of control and accumulation, ending in isolation and necessary sacrifice. He spoke of the Ashen Sovereign with genuine compassion, acknowledging both his greatness and his failures. Chun Quan was not a villain or a fool, Shen Tian explained. He was a being who had achieved power so complete that isolation became inevitable. He controlled furnace cultivation so thoroughly that no peer could exist. He protected knowledge so carefully that no one could challenge his understanding. And in doing so, he created a kind of prison, not a prison with walls, but a prison of certainty. He became so absolutely convinced that his way was the only way that he could not hear other voices, could not learn from other perspectives, could not be genuinely transformed by connection. He paused, letting the cultivators absorb the weight of this analysis. I say this not to criticize him, but to honor him. Chun Quan's sacrifice at the end, giving everything to undo the damage he had done, that was genuine transformation. That was him acknowledging that the path he had chosen, no matter how well-intentioned, had led to places he did not want to go. His sacrifice unmade the Hollow King, but more importantly, it opened the way for a different kind of cultivation, for a different understanding of what power could mean. He described the Ashen Sovereign's final realization in detail, that all the power in the world could not prevent suffering if it was wielded in isolation, that the attempt to protect others through control was ultimately a failure because it removed their agency, their ability to choose, their humanity. I existed in the furnace between worlds for years, Shen Tian said. I had access to infinite knowledge, infinite possibility, infinite time. But I was alone with it. That isolation was not enlightenment. It was a form of death. It was only when I emerged into connection, into relationship with Liang Mei and with Zhu Ke, only when I chose to share what I had learned rather than hoard it, that I truly felt alive. The furnace between worlds was created to contain power. Shen Tian continued his explanation. To keep divine forge cultivation away from the mortal realm, where it might corrupt or dominate. The intention was protective, limit the spread of transformative power so that it could not be misused. But the Watcher understood something that the Ashen Sovereign took 1,000 years to learn. Power cannot be safely contained. It can only be safely shared. When you try to contain power, it becomes corrupt. It becomes separated from the restraining influence of connection, of accountability, of the need to justify itself to peers. But when you share power, it becomes immediately subject to the reality checking of those who know you, who can challenge you, who care enough about you to tell you when you are wrong. He gestured to the gathered circle members. You are all here because you have undergone transformation at the forge sites. You have felt furnace space reshape your meridians, your consciousness, your understanding of what is possible. That transformation is not temporary. You are carrying it with you into every moment of your lives. Therefore, the highest forge art is not the creation of any single object or power, he continued. It is the deliberate transformation of ourselves and each other into beings who can bear witness to transformation without being corrupted by it. Beings who can hold power and still choose connection. Beings who can achieve greatness and still remember that greatness is hollow without love. The gathering was silent, absorbing the weight of this teaching. Then Liang Mei stood, and every eye turned to her. She walked forward and placed her hand on Shen Tian's shoulder. I am here to confirm that this teaching is true, she said simply. I have witnessed his transformation. I have loved him through it. And I can tell you, his greatest power is not his divine forge cultivation. It is his refusal to use that cultivation to dominate anyone. The assembled cultivators rose as one, and they bowed, not to Shen Tian, but to the principle of transformation that he had described, to the understanding that power without connection was meaningless, to the vision of a cultivation world where strength was measured not by dominance, but by the depth of one's ability to love. Chapter 138. Expansion and integration. By the 5th anniversary of the Crimson Furnace's merger with the physical realm, the circle had grown to 512 members. The expansion had not been linear. Some years brought rapid growth, particularly the 2nd and 3rd years after the Watcher's acknowledgement, when furnace cultivators across the continent suddenly felt that the path they had chosen was validated at the highest levels. Others saw slower consolidation as new members integrated their transformation into their daily cultivation practice, as they worked to reconcile their breakthrough experiences with their normal lives. The early adopters had been primarily young cultivators who had less investment in the old system of exclusive knowledge and hierarchy. Masters in their prime had been slower to commit, concerned about losing the authority they had built on their mastery of rare techniques. But gradually, pragmatism had won out. Older cultivators watched their younger disciples surpass them through the forge site transformation. Military factions watched new rivals ascend to power through circle membership. Sects watched their influence diminish as students sought out circle teaching instead of traditional transmission. The slow, inexorable pressure of reality eventually convinced even the skeptics that adaptation was necessary. But the overall trajectory was undeniable. Furnace cultivation was no longer a rare and controlled discipline. It was becoming mainstream, accessible, woven into the fabric of the cultivation world itself. Young cultivators now grew up with the possibility of divine forge achievement embedded in their assumption about what was possible. Children born after the Watcher's acknowledgement would grow up in a world where open transformation was normal, where hierarchy was not assumed, where the ceiling on personal power had been radically raised. The growth had been organic and self-sustaining. Shen Tian did not recruit. He did not actively promote the circle or seek new members. He simply taught, shared his understanding, and allowed the principles of the circle to spread through the cultivation world through word of mouth and direct experience. Those who underwent the forge site transformation naturally gravitated toward the circle's teachings, not because they were forced to, but because the circle offered a framework for understanding what had happened to them. Those who trained with circle members wanted to join. Those who joined wanted to bring others. The circle grew because it offered something that nothing else could, the possibility of transformation without the price of domination. More than that, it offered the possibility of transformation with mutual support. Young cultivators who underwent the forge site experience often emerged confused, disoriented, flooded with new power and new understanding. The circle provided not just technical training, but psychological support, mentorship, and community. Members helped each other integrate their transformation. They shared techniques for controlling new power levels. They provided social connection to others who had undergone similar experiences. In some senses, the circle was less a school and more a support network for people who had undergone radical transformation and needed help making sense of their new lives. But more significantly, the circle had begun to transform the cultivation world's fundamental assumptions about power itself. Traditional sects discovered that their forged cultivators were increasingly seeking out circle teachings. The young masters training in closed systems wanted to understand the open methodology that had emerged. Master-disciple lineages that had dominated furnace arts for centuries found themselves irrelevant to this new generation of cultivators. Military powers that had relied on exclusive control of fire-based cultivation discovered that openness was more transformative than control. The old certainties were crumbling. Some adaptation was resisted fiercely. Some factions tried to establish competing schools or claim exclusive rights to particular forged sites. But none of these efforts succeeded. The moment a faction attempted to control a site, the site would expand, rendering control impossible. The universal law that Shen Tian had discovered could not be overcome by force or strategy. Furnace space expanded when contained because that was its nature. The natural order that emerged was not hierarchy, but network. The Crimson Forge Circle became not a sect, but an organizing principle. Cultivators from different nations and backgrounds worked together, shared discoveries, supported each other's advancement. The circle had no central authority, yet it was more organized than any traditional sect. The circle had no binding contracts, yet it was more coherent in its purpose than any military alliance. Liang Mei's cold iron preservation arts became increasingly integrated into the circle's core teachings. She established her own transmission lineage within the broader circle, not as a separate faction, but as a complementary practice. Cold iron masters began to work alongside furnace cultivators, each enhancing the other's capabilities. The two cultivation paths, which had been competitors for centuries, discovered their natural partnership. The world is changing, when Kongfei observed during one of his visits to the Valley of Convergence. The old master's voice carried the weight of ages. I was a master of the old system. I built my authority on control and hierarchy. Watching you build something without those structures, it's humbling. And it's hopeful. The structures still exist, Shen Tian said. They're just different. Knowledge flows through the circle now rather than accumulating in a central authority. Yes, when Kongfei smiled slightly. And somehow, that makes the knowledge more stable, not less. Because if you control knowledge, its survival depends on your survival. But if knowledge is shared, then it becomes immortal, Shen Tian finished. That's what Qin Quan was trying to teach me. Not power through control, but permanence through sharing. He spent 1,000 years learning that. I was lucky to learn it faster. Chapter 139. The final challenge. It came not as an invasion, but as a formal question. A collection of cultivation factions that had once dominated the eastern provinces and had profited extensively from the old furnace arts monopoly formally asked the Crimson Forge Circle to respond to their claim that by opening the forge sites and democratizing divine forge cultivation, Shen Tian had violated fundamental principles of cultivation hierarchy. Moreover, they claimed with the confidence of established power, the removal of the furnace between worlds barrier from the mortal realm was causing cultivation instability. They had evidence. Some cultivators were experiencing disorientation, some meditation chambers were becoming unreliable, some ancient cultivation techniques had lost their efficacy. They demanded that Shen Tian restore the barrier or face formal sanctions. It was the most direct challenge he had received since the Watcher's test. Shen Tian did not respond with words or arguments. Instead, he spent 3 days in deep meditation, accessing a capability he had developed over the past 5 years. The ability to simultaneously forge multiple objects with perfect precision while maintaining his consciousness and awareness across all of them. He created 43 documents, one for each faction that had joined in the claim. Each document was crafted from pure furnace energy, manifest on paper through techniques that no other cultivator had ever attempted. Each document was a perfect legal refutation of their position, written with such precision and clarity that there was no ambiguity, no room for reinterpretation. The arguments were undeniable, the evidence was overwhelming, the logic was irrefutable. The arguments covered multiple grounds. First, the barrier between worlds had been maintained by a single consciousness, the Ashen Sovereign, for 1,000 years. Its removal was not a violation of cultivation principles, but a liberation. The old principle that power must be contained had been proven false by the Watcher's acknowledgement of divine forge cultivation. A cosmic consciousness had explicitly endorsed the new configuration. Second, The cultivation hierarchy had been built on scarcity. Now that the forge sites had removed scarcity by making transformation accessible, the hierarchy was invalid. Attempting to maintain hierarchy in the absence of scarcity would constitute a violation of natural cultivation principles, not the other way around. The principles themselves had evolved. Most powerfully, the cultivation principles themselves had evolved. What was true 1,000 years ago was not true now. The universe's endorsement of divine forge cultivation signified a shift in the fundamental nature of what cultivation could mean. The factions could either adapt to this new reality or be rendered obsolete by it. The choice was theirs. When the 43 documents were distributed to the factions, their response was swift and unanimous. They withdrew their claim. Not because they accepted Shen Tian's arguments, though the arguments were unassailable, but because they could not refute the act of creation itself. The power Shen Tian had displayed, the ability to forge 43 perfect legal documents simultaneously, demonstrated that resistance would be futile. More than that, it demonstrated that the new order was not fragile or temporary. It was backed by power that could manifest philosophy into reality. Liang Mei held his hand that evening, after the documents had been distributed. "You're tired," she said. "Yes. Forging 43 documents simultaneously was the hardest thing I've done since Divine Forge." "Why did you not just deny them?" "Because denial is not the same as transformation," Shen Tian said. "If I had simply refused them, I would be maintaining the same hierarchical system they were trying to impose, just with different power dynamics. By forging the refutation, I demonstrated that their entire framework is obsolete. That transformation, not control, is the new principle." Zhu Kei's warmth intensified, the phoenix consciousness expressing her approval. This was wisdom. This was power used not to dominate, but to elevate. Chapter 140. Epilogue. The lantern burned steadily above the crimson furnace doors. It had burned continuously for 5 years, preserving the last essence of Chun Quan's sacrifice, the Ashen Sovereign's final gift, held in permanent memorial. The light never wavered, never dimmed, never exhausted itself. It was a flame that had transcended the need for fuel, that existed in a state of perfect preservation, that would endure forever. Shen Tian and Liang Mei stood before it on the anniversary of the breakthrough, watching the gentle flame that would never dim. Around them, the Valley of Convergence was alive with activity. The Crimson Forge Circle had grown to nearly 600 members, and many of them were present for the anniversary gathering. They occupied the various meditation chambers and learning spaces, working on collaborative forges, discussing advanced techniques, sharing discoveries about the nature of transformation. 612 members in the circle now, Liang Mei said, reading from the record she maintained. Across 31 nations and cultures, the forge sites have generated 90 stable portals to furnace space, and the cultivation world has accepted open access to all of them. The rate of new practitioners continues to accelerate. There's talk of establishing a new forge site in the Southern Territories. And the casualties? Shen Tian asked. He had learned, over the past 5 years, that growth always came with cost. He needed to remember that balance. Needed to hold the weight of those who had not survived the transformation process. 17 cultivators lost to miscalculation during forge site transformation. All of them by their own error, not from any failure of the transformation itself. Another 33 injured but recovering. Liang Mei placed her hand on his shoulder. It's lower than any traditional cultivation method. Your father's original forge arts training had a death rate of nearly 5%. These forge sites, with open access and no selection process, have achieved a death rate below 1%. Shen Tian nodded, letting that information settle. The numbers were good. The transformation was working, but each loss still mattered. Each death was a reminder that power, even when shared, still carried danger. He maintained a memorial in his mind for each of the 17 who had not survived, not as a burden of guilt, but as a commitment to honor their memory by continuing to improve the process, to refine the techniques, to ensure that future transformations would be safer. Zhu Kei stirred within him, a contented warmth rather than concern. The Phoenix consciousness had settled into her new reality as a permanent presence within Shen Tian's being. She was no longer a separate entity, nor was she entirely integrated. She existed as a kind of dual consciousness, always present, always loving, always protective, but no longer lonely. Over 5 years of constant companionship with Shen Tian and Liang Mei, she had found peace. What happens next? Liang Mei asked. The circle is stable. The forge sites are open. The cultivation world has accepted the new paradigm. The factions that resisted have either adapted or become irrelevant. What are you working toward now? Shen Tian looked at the lantern, at the light that preserved Chun Quan's essence, at the furnace between worlds that had merged with reality but still maintained its own inner sanctum, where transformation could occur at its deepest levels. He thought about the Watcher, that vast cosmic consciousness that had acknowledged him and then retreated to the edges of reality, satisfied that mortals could now reach toward divine forge without external limitation. "I'm not sure," he said honestly. The breakthrough was about becoming divine forge. Opening the forge sites was about making transformation accessible. Establishing the circle was about creating a framework for shared growth. Building the Valley of Convergence was about creating a space where transformation could happen gently. But the larger question, what comes after all of that? What we're building toward? I don't know yet. Good, Liang Mei said, and she kissed him. Not knowing means there's still wonder. Not knowing means you're not trying to control the future. It means you're still open to transformation. Above them, the lantern burned with its eternal gentle flame. In the distance, cultivators from the Crimson Forge Circle moved about the Valley of Convergence, discussing advanced techniques, sharing discoveries, working on collaborative forges that would have been impossible under the old system of secrecy and control. Some were forging new tools. Others were working on preservation techniques. Some were attempting to merge the two paths in ways that had never been possible before. The age of furnace art's monopoly had ended. The age of transformation had begun. And in the center of it all stood Shen Tian and Liang Mei, a divine forge master and a cold iron preservationist, bound together by love, guided by a phoenix consciousness that sang with contentment, building something that had never existed before, a community of cultivators united not by hierarchy, but by shared understanding that the highest cultivation was transformation in service of connection. The story of the Crimson Furnace had reached its natural conclusion, but the journey of the Crimson Forge Circle was just beginning. There would be new challenges, new breakthroughs, new cultivators to guide. The world had changed, and it would continue to change, shaped by the choices of those who understood that power was meaningless without love. If you're reading this, you've journeyed with Shen Tian from the moment he first touched fire in that simple furnace, through years of breakthrough and loss, through cosmic encounter and the resurrection of what should have been extinct. You've watched him transform from a young cultivator seeking power into a being who recognized that the greatest power was not dominance, but connection. You've witnessed the transformation of a world. The story of the Crimson Furnace itself, the device, the location, the symbol, had reached its conclusion with Step 6. But the story of what that furnace awakened in the world, what it represented, what it made possible, was just beginning. The 5 years covered in Step 7 were merely the foundation of something much larger. The Crimson Forge Circle would eventually grow to thousands of members across dozens of nations. The principles it represented would reshape cultivation theory and practice across generations. Young cultivators 100 years in the future would grow up in a world where openness and sharing were assumed, where divine forge was a possible goal for the dedicated, where the achievement of personal power was seen as incomplete without simultaneously elevating others. But none of that would have been possible without the choices Shen Tian made in these crucial 5 years. When he opened the forge sites instead of hoarding them. When he formalized the circle based on principles rather than hierarchy. When he elevated Liang Mei's cold iron teaching to equality with furnace arts. When he refused to claim dominion over transformation and instead became its servant and facilitator. These were the decisions that would echo through centuries. If his story has moved you, if the Crimson Furnace's warmth has touched something in your own heart, if you understand the power of choosing connection over dominance, please subscribe to our channel and ring the bell so you never miss the next cultivation tale. More stories are waiting in the archives of this world. More transformations are coming. More cultivators will rise to face new challenges and discover new forms of power they did not know were possible. The foundation that Shen Tian built will support new leaders, new paths, new possibilities. Will you be here to witness them? Will you join us as we continue through the ages of the Crimson Forge Circle, as we watch new breakthroughs happen, as we see the world continue to transform? The next chapter of this story is already being written. New cultivators are arriving at the forge sites. New teachings are being developed. New philosophical questions are being asked. The circle expands, always expanding, never closing, never dominating, always inviting. Join us. The circle awaits. End of Step 7, Chapters 121 to 140.